Liang Can, could you do me a favor? After the task is accomplished, you may request anything of me. What favor? Be my mother's boyfriend. Chapter 1. I have never encountered such a request in the early summer of 2014. If you were to inquire whether I wish to be reborn, I would unequivocally state that I do not. Yet, ironically, Liang Can, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazes at the high school entrance from his memories, exhaling a long sigh. Liang Can's high school experience was far from ideal in his youth. He was characterized by a timid disposition and a delicate appearance, often perceived as an easy target. To him, the idyllic high school was a place he desperately wished to escape. Liang Can, a middle-aged man, sporting a warm smile, introduced himself. I am the driver for Shang Shui. Upon speaking, the man gestured toward the black Mercedes-Benz S-Class parked across the street. In the rear seat, a strikingly beautiful young lady rested her arms on the window frame, smiling and beckoning to Liang Can. Upon seeing the luxurious vehicle and Shang Shui within, Liang Can could not help but exclaim, "What in the world?" The driver was taken aback, never expecting such coarse language from this seemingly gentle youth. As Liang Can crossed the street towards a Mercedes, the driver hurried after him. "Liang Can, what are you doing?" "Mind your own business." With a smile, Liang Can approached the car, opened the door, and took a seat inside. Today marked the day he had agreed to play the role of Shang Shui's mother's boyfriend. One could not help but label her a wicked woman. Such an absurd request is beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Moreover, who could fathom why Liang Can had initially consented to such a foolish endeavor? In the aftermath, Shang Shui showed no sign of remorse, departing for overseas studies without so much as a sorry. The air conditioning rendered the interior of the car refreshingly cool, with ample space in the back seat, allowing Liang Can to comfortably stretch his legs. The impression this vehicle left on Liang Can was profound, so much so that upon attaining success in his career, his first luxury car was not a more age-appropriate Porsche Panamera, but rather this Mercedes S400. Shang Shui donned a loose-fitting white t-shirt, its hem covering black shorts, a style quite popular at the time. Though the top was oversized, it could not conceal the prominent curves at her chest. This was an undeniable top-tier endowment. Before Liang Can lay her long, slender legs, a sight that evoked admiration, with firm, rounded thighs and delicate, elongated calves, the epitome of elegance. This young lady from his memories possessed bright eyes with a slight upward slant at the corners, a finely sculpted nose, and delicately thin lips. Her beauty was striking, but alas, her words were disastrous. "Liang Can, are you ready?" Liang Can felt a sense of ease. Indeed, she retained the regal appearance from his memories, her voice sweet and melodic. The contrast was striking, an extraordinary disparity. Observing Liang Can's silence, Shang Shui tilted her upper body, resting her arms on the armrest between them, cupping her chin with one hand. With a radiant smile, she inquired, "What's wrong, Liang Can? You haven't forgotten what we're here to do today, have you?" Shang Shui. A hint of confusion flickered in the young lady's eyes. It appeared he had not misspoken. Liang Can flushed, his voice slightly hurried. "I apologize, my description may have been inadequate. Please do not be upset." This was a flaw Liang Can had struggled to rectify over the years, his ingrained need to please others. Yet now, it served as his finest guise. Shang Shui crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at Liang Can, her smile fading. Despite her efforts to sound stern, the sweet undertone could not be masked. "It is to portray my mother's boyfriend," Shang Shui reiterated, "and once the task is complete, I have said, you may request anything of me." Shang Shui turned to Liang Can. "You may do anything you wish with me." As she spoke, she slightly raised her chin. He had not considered what to say, rather. He was concerned that revealing his thoughts would send this foolish girl into a frenzy. "First, let's deal with your father." Seeing Liang Can revert to his usual silent demeanor, Shang Shui smiled warmly. "Is it any wonder I chose you? You are clearly destined to be a scapegoat. Chin Shu, let us depart." The Mercedes glided smoothly into the flow of traffic. The vehicle entered a courtyard, bringing Liang Can and Shang Shui to a highly esteemed tea house. A server clad in a split Chong Sam guided them through the corridor toward their reserved private room. Shang Shui walked ahead, her expression devoid of emotion as she cautioned, "When we meet my father, you will say what I instruct you to say, understood?" Liang Can followed behind, appreciating the elegance of Shang Shui's exquisite legs. Whoever devised this concept must have been a genius. Visually appealing, they surely felt delightful to the touch, and most importantly, they were undeniably captivating. "Relax, do not reveal any hints from the outset," Shang Shui remarked, casting an annoyed glance at Liang Can. If you slip up initially, the agreed terms will be null and void. Liang Can stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Shang Shui, grinning. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. Upon entering the private room, a well-groomed middle-aged gentleman with a rosy complexion was already preparing tea. Beside him sat a stunning young woman, appearing to be in her 20s. The moment Shang Shui laid eyes on the young lady, her expression shifted dramatically, instinctively taking a step back. Liang Can placed a reassuring hand on her back, whispering, "You are not going to falter now, are you?" Shang Shui looked up at Liang Can, took a deep breath, and approached with a frosty demeanor, demanding, "You said only one person would come, why is she here?" The gentleman was none other than Shang Shui's father, Shang Yufeng. Upon seeing his daughter, Shang Yufeng promptly rose, smiling as he approached. "Darling, your sister Lin has been eager to meet you and chat. I believe this is a splendid opportunity." The beautiful young woman also stood, smiling at Shang Shui. Shang Yufeng continued cheerfully, "And look, you brought a boyfriend, so your father is not at all displeased. You found such a handsome boyfriend, your father is genuinely happy for you." "I am not Shang Shui's boyfriend," Liang Can interjected suddenly. Shang Yufeng paused, momentarily taken aback, before his expression shifted to realization. "Ah, I see. If you are dating, then by all means continue. I'm not one of those overly conservative parents." "Sir, I am not Shang Shui's boyfriend." "Then who are you?" "I am her mother's boyfriend." Shang Yufeng was momentarily stunned, as was the young lady beside him, who raised her hand to cover her mouth in shock. Chapter 2. You claim to be whose boyfriend? Shang Yufeng momentarily questioned his hearing. "Well, laugh, this youth, appearing to be of a similar age to his daughter, boldly claims to be his wife's boyfriend." Liang Can move closer to Shang Shui, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. "Miss Ting heard that Shui was coming to meet you, and feeling concerned, she entrusted me to accompany her." At this point, Liang Can glanced at Shang Yufeng's mistress, saying, "See, Miss Ting and your brother have coordinated to introduce new faces to Shui. After 20 years of marriage, they truly have a connection." Shang Yufeng. Shang Shui stared at Liang Can, astonished by his confident demeanor. He was not merely a friend, his impromptu performance was remarkable. Shang Yufeng fixed his gaze on Shang Shui, pointing at Liang Can. "You claim he is your mother's boyfriend?" Witnessing the signs of a potential outburst from Shang Yufeng, Shang Shui felt a wave of relief. She swiftly linked her arm with Liang Can's, looking up. "Yes, indeed, this is my uncle Liang." Liang Can nodded with a smile. "That's how we refer to each other publicly, privately. Our titles are even more endearing." Shang Yufeng's face flushed crimson, his voice strained as he demanded, "What do you call each other privately?" Liang Can, feigning shyness, glanced at Shang Yufeng. "Like you do." "What the hell?" Liang Can exchanged a knowing glance with Shang Shui, signaling to her, "Your father is getting anxious." Shang Shui immediately positioned herself in front of Liang Can, her voice cold as she declared, "Liang Can is my classmate. I am well acquainted with his character, and he is someone worthy of trust." The impending rage of Shang Yufeng faltered upon hearing these words, causing him to stagger momentarily. Fortunately, the astute Lin Jie rushed forward to steady the wavering Shang Yufeng. Once he regained his composure, Shang Yufeng incredulously questioned, "Does your mother know what she is doing? How could you agree to this and even support it?" Shang Shui scoffed, "Father, your reasoning is flawed. Why should it be permissible for you to seek companionship while my mother cannot? She's allowed to find someone, but how could she choose such a person?" Liang Can interjected, "Uncle, you just complimented me on my good looks." Standing behind Shang Shui, Liang Can spoke earnestly, "Uncle, with Shui as a mediator, it seems we shall be seeing a lot of each other in the future. Let us establish this. You need not feel awkward. We will each address our own matters. I shall call you uncle, and you shall refer to me as that. I shall call you mother's head." Shang Yufeng instantly lost his composure, striding forward to throw a punch at Liang Can. Liang Can, unlike in his previous life, was no longer susceptible to Shang Yufeng's ire. He deftly evaded the strike and shouted, "If you hit me, Ting Jie will be heartbroken." Shang Shui rushed forward, arms outstretched to shield Liang Can, shouting, "You are not to treat my uncle in that manner." Seeing the situation escalate, Shang Yufeng clutched his neck and retreated repeatedly, his blood pressure evidently on the rise. "Uncle, please calm down. Let us sit down and discuss this rationally." Liang Can feigned innocence, wrapping an arm around Shang Shui and guiding her to sit first, seizing control of the situation. Observing Shang Yufeng's distressed demeanor, Shang Shui felt an immense sense of satisfaction. "You vile creature, you caused my mother to be hospitalized, and I shall not let you off lightly." With the support of the mistress, Sheng Yufeng slowly approached Liang Can and Sheng Shui, using a chair for support as he carefully seated himself. He glared intensely at Liang Can, then shifted his gaze to Sheng Shui. Liang Can surveyed the room with a cheerful demeanor, casting a warm smile at Lin Jie. Then, he provocatively stated, "How wonderful it is we are merely missing Ting Jie to complete our rather unique family gathering." Sheng Yufeng clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath, turning to Sheng Shui. "Where is your mother? Since we are all here, why hasn't she come?" Sheng Shui replied coldly, "My mother is still recuperating in the hospital. You are well aware of the reasons for her hospitalization." As Liang Can understood, Sheng Shui's mother had been unwell, and this Lin Jie had personally visited to offer her concerns, warmly addressing her as sister with delightful familiarity. This had directly resulted in Sheng Shui's mother being forced from her own bed into a hospital room. Thus, the principle of reciprocity had been established. In the original narrative, Liang Can have been the most unfortunate, unjustly entangled in family disputes and enduring a beating without receiving any sympathy. Who would willingly assist you with such a burden? Seething with rage, Sheng Yufeng laughed mockingly, pouring himself a cup of tea, and turned to Liang Can impressive. "At such a young age, you've already learned to take shortcuts, leaning against your classmate's family." Liang Can chuckled as he poured himself a cup of tea. "I'm not the only one who knows how to take shortcuts." Little Lin Jie stomped her foot in frustration. "Brother Phone, look at him." Sheng Shui immediately turned her head away. "So shameless." Sheng Yufeng shot a glare at Lin Jie, then faced Liang Can. "Then tell me, how did you come to know Sheng Shui's mother?" "Uncle, you seem confused. I am Sheng Shui's classmate." Liang Can replied with an open palm. "Naturally, it was Sheng Shui who introduced me to Ting Jie." Sheng Yufeng gazed at his daughter in disbelief. Sheng Shui crossed her arms, her expression clearly stating, "Yes, I did that. If you were displeased, take it out on me." Liang Can sipped his tea leisurely before setting down the cup. Turning to Sheng Shui, he remarked nonchalantly, "Now that we are here, speak your mind. I am here, so do not be afraid." Sheng Yufeng, incensed, scoffed, "You, with hardly any experience, speak so boldly. What can you do just by being here?" Liang Can replied, "If you dare hit me, I shall retaliate against your daughter." Sheng Yufeng was taken aback. Sheng Shui regarded Liang Can with newfound respect, sensing something was amiss. "My goodness, is this still the timid person from my memories? He is clearly a strong man." As if Liang Can's words had infused her with courage, Sheng Shui faced Sheng Yufeng. "Given the circumstances, I hope you will expedite the divorce proceedings with mother from now on. May we part ways amicably, without further interference. You can go live a carefree life with your little mistress, while my mother and I. Liang Can interjected, "We will be a family of 3. Sheng Shui, still a naive young woman, could not bring herself to utter such shameless words. "Our lives will only get better from here." With that, Sheng Shui stood up and coldly declared, "We are leaving." As she took a few steps toward the door, she noticed Liang Can still seated, delightfully savoring his tea. Indeed, the exquisite flavor of top-quality pre-rain Longjing tea is exceptional. There is a reason for its expense. "Let's go." Sheng Shui's sweet voice, though urgent, had a tantalizing quality to it. Liang Can did not even look up. "Who are you addressing?" Sheng Shui inhaled deeply, finally conceding, "Uncle Liang, we must take our leave." "Very well." Liang Can set down his teacup, clapped his hands, and waved at Sheng Yufeng. "Take care, brother. I hope to see you again." As the door closed, the sound of a teacup shattering against the wall and Sheng Yufeng's curses echoed from within. Exiting the tea room, Liang Can place his hands in his pockets and glanced at Sheng Shui. "Do you feel relieved?" Sheng Shui remained silent. "And what of that?" Sheng Shui sniffed, her voice tinged with emotion. "I just want to make him angry, to infuriate him." Ah, tears are about to fall. With her eyes slightly reddened, Sheng Shui brushed away the tears accumulating on her lashes and looked at Liang Can. "You did very well today, thank you." "No need for thanks, this is not a pro bono service." "Excuse me." Liang Can step closer to Sheng Shui, their proximity palpable. Looking into her eyes, Liang Can tilted his head. "Have you forgotten what you said? After we succeed, I can do anything I wish with you." Chapter 3. Did we not agree that anything is permissible? Sheng Shui crossed her arms, a playful smile gracing her lips. The young lady raised an eyebrow, stating, "I did say that, but I have since changed my mind. What can you do about it?" Liang Can immediately surmise that this young woman would respond in such a manner. This was indeed the daughter of a businessman, devoid of any sense of contractual integrity. "I may have no leverage over you, but I can certainly approach your mother, Liang Can replied with a cheerful grin. Shang Shui paused momentarily, asking, "What do you want with my mother?" Mimicking Shang Shui's earlier playful expression, Liang Can teased, "Guess." Shang Shui exclaimed, "Good heavens! Do you really intend to court my mother? My mother is still quite frail. You should refrain from provoking her." Liang Can had a differing opinion. With his hands in his pockets, he elaborated, "Men derive joy from the beauty of women, which can prolong life. I believe women experience similar effects from handsome men. I could visit the hospital to converse with Sister Ting, perhaps take her for a stroll. After all, relationships can be nurtured." Liang Can. He fell silent, smiling at Shang Shui. There are always those mundane individuals who incessantly mention age, arguing that a significant age gap is inappropriate. Shang Shui regarded Liang Can with a complex expression. She genuinely worried that Liang Can might visit her mother in the hospital. If he were to recount today's events to her mother, it would probably shock her. Furthermore, if he frequently checked in on her, would her mother misconstrue his intentions? If that scoundrel of a husband could find someone 20 years his junior, why could she not? Shang Shui shivered at the thought. Should events devolve into an unsightly scenario, she believed she would find no reason to continue living. "What are you thinking?" Liang Can queried, observing Shang Shui, lost in her thoughts. "All right, come, learn from me," he said as he let his hands fall beside his legs. Shang Shui appeared puzzled, yet she complied. Once she positioned her hands as Liang Can instructed, he jumped in place. Without much thought, Shang Shui mirrored his action. However, the intense sensation in her chest made her realize what was happening. She quickly covered her upper body, gasping in indignation. "Are you out of your mind? Is this what you intended to do? It is utterly ridiculous." Noticing Liang Can stifling a laugh, Shang Shui, flustered and furious, raised her petite fist to strike him. "What is so funny, you pervert?" The young lady, a perfect blend of elegance and sweetness, felt utterly humiliated. Liang Can easily grasped her slender wrist, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted Sheng Yufeng, her father, appearing with a stormy expression. "Ah, the esteemed gentleman, you have finally arrived." Without further adu, Liang Can gently pulled Shang Shui into his embrace, wrapping his other arm around her delicate waist, pressing their bodies closely together. Just as Sheng Yufeng emerged from the tea room, still grappling with his own frustrations, he was confronted with the sight of this young man, who claimed to be his wife's boyfriend, embracing his daughter. The scene was utterly appalling, causing Sheng Yufeng's eyes to widen in anger, his body trembling. "As if it wasn't enough to entertain my wife, you dare to flirt with my daughter in front of me? You should be the one to perish." Sheng Yufeng glanced around, spotting a small potted plant nearby. Upon their physical contact, Liang Can notice that Shang Shui's previously supple and firm body had suddenly tensed up. Her fair and delicate skin visibly flushed, trembling slightly. Liang Can pondered, is Shang Shui's body so sensitive? Surely, my destined benefactor must have witnessed this scene. Liang Can fixed his gaze on Shang Shui, articulating each word deliberately. "Shang Shui, I must confess, I truly despise you. Is it not amusing to toy with others, relishing the sense of superiority as you look down on me? Your familial discontent manifests in your treatment of those of a gentler disposition, providing you with a perverse sense of satisfaction. Why do you treat me with such disdain? Why do you inexplicably direct your ire towards me?" Liang Can observed the silent Shang Shui, suddenly bursting into laughter. "It seems I have been slow to comprehend the reasons behind your behavior." Shang Shui clearly panicked, her emotions and physical reactions in conflict. "Silence. Do not speak." "I have not." Did he perceive it? Did he truly understand? Liang Can reveled in the sight of the flustered and anxious Shang Shui. "Your erratic behavior clearly indicates." Shang Shui felt despair wash over her as her noble facade began to crumble. "You, my dear, are simply lacking in decorum." "What? You insolent!" Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from behind. "Watch out!" Shang Shui, startled, let out a soft scream, her voice nearly breaking. Yet, she stood protectively in front of Liang Can. "You foul woman, do you still wish to obstruct my great fortune?" Liang Can seethed with rage. Quick as lightning, he grabbed the potted plant and smashed it overhead. The pot shattered with a resounding crack, soil scattering, and a daisy landed atop Liang Can's head. Something warm dripped down, and upon inspection, he realized it was blood. Liang Can glanced at Sheng Yufeng, reflecting, "Thank you for the entrepreneurial fund, dear brother. May you live forever." Donning the green hat, Liang Can and Shang Shui turned to find Liang Can's face smeared with blood, his voice trembling as he spoke. Liang Can stared at Sheng Shui and suddenly chuckled. I have played my part to perfection today. Sheng Shui, I have fulfilled my promises. With that, he tilted his head back and fell. In truth, he had not lost consciousness. The pain was minimal, and he understood that he had merely sustained a minor injury. Though it appeared alarming, it was merely a superficial cut on his scalp. Amidst the chaos, Sheng Shui cried out incessantly, Liang Can, wake up! Sheng Yufeng, you wretched man, you have committed murder. Then, Liang Can caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. It was Sheng Shui's scent as she knelt beside him, struggling to lift his upper body into her embrace. To be honest, he felt a bit sheepish. At 18, a soon-to-be college student, he still had some childish tendencies. Quick, call an ambulance. An ambulance? We should drive him ourselves to the hospital. The scene was utter chaos. Yet Liang Can remained unscathed as those around him lifted him into a vehicle, rushing to the hospital. No, I must follow, Sheng Shui cried, her voice trembling. You wish to leave? Who will take care of me then? Liang Can knew he needed to regain consciousness. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his bloodied hand laboriously raised. Sheng Shui. His arm then fell helplessly. Sheng Shui, hearing him, felt incredulous. Even on the verge of death, he still called her name. An unexpected surge of strength propelled her to shove aside Sheng Yufeng, breaking through the crowd and diving into the vehicle. With a decisive slam, she closed the door, speeding toward the hospital. Chapter 4, Who Needs Your Filthy Money? Liang Can was wheeled into the emergency room, with Sheng Shui accompanying him throughout the entire process. From bandaging to imaging, she was the one pushing the wheelchair. What did the scene resemble at that moment? A strikingly beautiful young woman with an air of aloofness and elegance, her hair disheveled, pushing the injured boy in a wheelchair through the bustling hospital. Faced with the rampaging Sheng Shui, the offended patients, upon seeing her shattered expression and Liang Can's near-lifeless state, found their anger dissipating. Could you please allow me to cut in line? I beg you. As soon as this refined beauty spoke, their irritation vanished. The icy goddess had transformed into a sweet, desperate girl. She appeared to be in serious trouble. Entering the examination room, with the help of a nurse, Sheng Shui struggled to lift Liang Can onto the examination table. Had it not been for the doctor's reminder, she would have remained inside to keep him company. I will wait for you outside. Sheng Shui uttered a soft remark before gracefully exiting the room. Liang Can relished the entire scene, remaining silent. Let her display her emotions. Suffering a bit would allow Sheng Shui to taste the bitterness of love. Pay attention if the wealthy intend to pursue romance. They must find ways to make the girl invest in them. The more she invests, the harder it is to let go. Outside, an elderly lady awaiting examination approached and handed Sheng Shui a pack of wet wipes, saying, Wan, wipe your hands. Thank you, Appa. Sheng Shui replied with a bowed head. She sniffed and said, My father hit him on the head with a potted plant. Wow. Upon hearing this, several people around her perked up, pretending to remain bored while actually tuning in to the unfolding drama. It turned out to be a tale of young, star-crossed lovers in distress. At that moment, Sheng Yufeng arrived, accompanied by the mistress and the driver. He hurried to Sheng Shui's side and asked, How is he? Sheng Shui looked up at her father and coldly replied, Not well. Sheng Yufeng opened his mouth, then squatted down and spoke gently. Shui, this time your father acted impulsively. But that boy is not a good person. The elderly lady interjected, Young man, you can't treat someone's child this way. Let the young ones date if they wish. Date? What nonsense? Sheng Yufeng thought. Do you even know who that little scoundrel is? He is my wife's boyfriend. That scoundrel is even holding my biological daughter. I have only one wife and one daughter, and both have been taken by him. But who can voice such thoughts in public? Ding. The doctor issued a hospital admission order, awaiting the results of the scans. When it came time to pay, Liang Can trembled as he retrieved his wallet from his pocket, weakly waving the bloodstained card. Charge it to my card, he said, try and maintain a FA-ADE, hoping to negotiate compensation later. Sheng Yufeng interjected. Pulling out his own wallet, I will cover the medical expenses and will do my utmost to meet any subsequent costs. At this moment, Sheng Shui's temper flared again, and she shouted, Who cares about your filthy money? Liang Can was taken aback. Sister, did you consult me before saying that? Sheng Shui coldly replied, I will pay. Stay out of it. Liang Can, whose eyes had momentarily widened, closed them calmly again. As long as she was willing to pay, the identity of the payer mattered little. In the hospital room, the doctor examined Liang Can's eyes and asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Liang Can replied weakly, "Dizzy. Are you nauseous? Do you want to vomit?" The doctor's brow furrowed. "It seems a bit troublesome. We need to hurry and check your brain." At that moment, Sheng Shui stood like a startled bird by the bedside, nervously biting her nails, her face pale. Sheng Yufeng followed the doctor outside, conversing in hushed tones, his brow furrowed in concern. Such seasoned professionals could not be easily intimidated, but frightening his daughter was a simple task. "Are you going to report this?" Sheng Shui asked Liang Can quietly. Liang Can looked at her and asked, "If you report it, your father will be arrested. Then let it be taken away." Sheng Shui lowered her head, unable to meet Liang Can's gaze, feeling it was all her fault. "He won't be arrested. A businessman like Sheng Yufeng could easily manipulate connections. There would be plenty of people to persuade Liang Can. For example, just ask for more in compensation. Why insist on sending someone to jail for a few days? I somewhat wish both of you would be arrested," Liang Can said, smiling at Sheng Shui with a calm tone. "You are all the same, only caring about your own pleasure without regard for consequences or others' well-being." Sheng Shui still stared at the ground, whispering, "I didn't enjoy this. You truly amuse me with your aloof demeanor. It seems you simply wish for my demise. I have no intention of pursuing your responsibility. However, I do expect compensation. The more, the better. After this matter concludes, I never wish to see your father again." Pausing for a moment, Liang Can continued, "Nor do I wish to see you again." Sheng Shui's eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down her cheeks. Such a light-hearted statement struck her heart like a heavy blow. At that moment, Sheng Shui appeared utterly disheveled, her hair in disarray, her clothes stained with blood, and her entire being lacked the polished beauty she had exhibited upon their first meeting. "Oh, you're crying? Really crying? Don't cry just yet." Liang Can glanced outside the room and instructed Sheng Shui, "Go tell your father what I just said." Sheng Shui stood frozen, anxiously watching Liang Can. "Go." Liang Can's voice suddenly raised in volume. This startled Sheng Shui, and she reluctantly stepped out of the hospital room. Observing the flustered figure of this young lady, Liang Can clicked his tongue and comfortably reclined. Perhaps Sheng Shui held a bit of affection for herself, akin to Liang Can's earlier teasing. Yet her affection resembled that of a child, expressed through teasing, dominance, and provocation. In essence, it was nothing but immaturity. After resting for about half an hour, Sheng Yufeng entered the hospital room, followed by two subordinates. Sheng Shui stood in a corner. Sheng Yufeng pulled up a chair beside the bed, gently patting Liang Can's hand before holding it tightly, his gaze filled with tenderness and concern. As a businessman, putting on a show was second nature. "Little Liang, Shui has just shared everything with me. It's all a misunderstanding." Sheng Yufeng's tone was sincere and filled with regret. "I never expected Shui to act so thoughtlessly, causing you trouble. Uncle feels terribly sorry for you. The caregiver has already been arranged. You can rest here as long as you need." One subordinate stepped forward, holding a black bag, which Sheng Yufeng unzipped to reveal stacks of bright red bills. "Here is 500,000. If you are unsatisfied, I can add more." The implication was clear. He was demonstrating his utmost sincerity, but if Liang Can sought more, he hoped she would not be greedy. He had likely seen the results and knew Liang Can's injuries were not severe, likely just a minor concussion. Such generosity was more about quelling the situation, as the origins of this incident were rather unsightly. For a wealthy individual like him, maintaining face outweighed monetary concerns. "Let us negotiate further. Add another 100,000. Liang Can proposed. Without hesitation, Sheng Shui exclaimed, "Give it." After a brief silence, Sheng Yufeng agreed. Liang Can nodded and said to Sheng Yufeng, "Handling this much cash is troublesome. I will provide you with a card number. Please help me deposit it." Sheng Yufeng smiled. "No problem, little Liang. Uncle sincerely apologizes to you again. Please recover well. I won't disturb you. I will go deposit the money now." With that, Sheng Yufeng led his subordinates away. The path to success is often simple. Most of the time, one requires the assistance of benefactors. To think that on the very first day of my rebirth, a benefactor had already appeared. With 600,000 as initial capital, Liang Can had enough to set things in motion. After contemplating quietly for a moment, Liang Can turned toward the corner and inquired, "Why are you still here?" Sheng Shui's fox-like eyes cautiously flickered over. "I wish to formally apologize to you, and in addition, I want to compensate you." "Oh," Liang Can became intrigued. Are you planning to fulfill your promise to let me have whatever I want? That would be disastrous. Miss, you have tormented me quite enough in my mind. Chapter 5. Being hospitalized is quite enjoyable. How do you intend to compensate me? Liang Can asked with interest. I already have money, so I don't need that. But apart from money, I possess nothing. Sheng Shui lowered her head, filled with self-pity, her small face marked with sorrow. My family is broken, and no one cares about me. They plan to send me to New York to fend for myself. With only a meager monthly allowance of a few $1,000s for living expenses? How tragic, Liang Can replied. You make me almost wish to experience the kind of life you described. This situation resembles the many instances in modern times where individuals flaunt photographs of themselves gripping the steering wheel of luxurious vehicles or displaying their bank account balances, accompanied by captions that read, I do not desire an abundance of wealth, but rather an abundance of love. You may choose not to offer me anything. Yet should you wish to, it appears you would be reluctant to do so. Liang Can gazed at Sheng Shui and smiled. Is it because of this that you feel entitled to vent your negative emotions upon me? Sheng Shui, observing Liang Can's head wrapped in bandages, bowed in apology. I am sorry, I was in the wrong. After scrutinizing Sheng Shui, Liang Can found the encounter rather tedious. The collar of her attire was too constricted. Even after a deep bow, there was little to be seen. Liang Can appraised Sheng Shui from head to toe. Am I permitted to dictate the attire for your visit? No, came the reply. Then let us leave it at that. There is little point in prolonging the conversation. A young lady like Sheng Shui, in a moment of impulsivity, would retract her promises within a few days. So let her be. Liang Can's parents were diligent geologists, perpetually traversing the country. Thus there was no need to fear their concern upon discovering her injuries, as long as she refrained from video chatting with them for a couple of days. All be well. Liang Can waved her hand dismissively. Go freshen up. If you wish to come, you may. I shall not specify the attire, but do remember to dress elegantly. Liang Can remarked with irritation, you inquire about such trivial matters. Ponder for yourself. I am here in the hospital to reign supreme. She donned a black camisole that revealed her porcelain shoulders and delicate collarbones, paired with a black pleated skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs. Over it, she wore a checkered shirt, though she removed it upon entering the room, with a large bag of fruit and a box dinner in hand. Sheng Shui awkwardly tugged at her skirt and hesitantly asked, Is this acceptable? Her expression remained nearly devoid of emotion, while her sweet voice inevitably created an impression of seduction. Liang Can reclined at an angle, propping her head up, and reluctantly conceded, It's passable. I brought you dinner. Shall we eat now? Will you feed me? All right. Liang Can scoffed, then forget it. Woman, am I forcing you? Can, what on earth is wrong with you? Even before entering the room, a voice echoed, and shortly after, a boy of similar age burst into the ward. Upon seeing Liang Can's bandaged head, the boy immediately lost his composure. What happened? Did you get hit in the head? Did you not inform them that you were my brother, Wang Yuan? Liang Can replied, What if I did? And they retaliated more fiercely? Wang Yuan hastily examined Liang Can and then rushed to the doctor's office for detailed inquiries. Once assured that Liang Can had merely sustained superficial injuries, he returned to the ward. Sitting down, Wang Yuan leaned forward, hands on his thighs. We must inform my father. You should have them apprehended. Wang Yuan's circumstances mirrored Liang Can's. He too had grown up largely neglected. His parents were police officers, often absent from home. Liang Can waved off Wang Yuan's goodwill. No need. Wang Yuan, agitated, retorted, Do not be afraid. You have already been beaten to this extent, yet you remain timid. Can you not muster some courage? Wang Yuan believed Liang Can was simply avoiding conflict, frustrated by the thought of offending someone. I tell you, when your parents are not around, I am your brother. Who dares to bully the family of a police officer? Wang, enough. Just listen to me. It cannot be enough. I must seek justice for you today. Liang Can grasped the increasingly agitated Wang Yuan, lowering her voice. The other party has compensated me 60,000. 60,000? What of it? Wang Yuan's outburst halted abruptly, his gaze fixed on Liang Can. Is that a joke? Liang Can gestured with her fingers, 60,000. After a moment of silence, Wang Yuan resumed his seat, rubbing his thighs, appearing somewhat bashful. He shyly glanced at Liang Can. Where did you get beaten? Is the other party still around? Wang Yuan looked at Liang Can, suddenly feeling a bit disoriented. You have suddenly crossed social strata? I'm unsure how to relate to you now. Wang Yuan was indeed one of Liang Can's close friends. When he did not perform well in the high school entrance examination, he paid to attend a private high school with exorbitant fees. Yet both their families resided in the same neighborhood. Whenever their parents were away, Liang Can often visited Wang Yuan's house for meals. Even as they entered the workforce, they maintained their camaraderie, supporting each other in life and often gathering for drinks and banter. Suddenly, a realization struck. "Hey, who is that?" Wang Yuan lowered his voice. "What?" Wang Yuan chuckled. "You little rascal. Even have a crush?" Wang Yuan laughed heartily, immediately turning to Sheng Shuyi. "Beautiful lady, who might you be?" Sheng Shuyi raised her head, and after a moment of silence, replied, "I am Liang Can's admirer." Wang Yuan was momentarily struck dumb, sitting in stunned silence. Her voice was indeed a delightful, sweet tone. With great effort, he turned his head and asked Liang Can with confusion, "Did you witness her committing murder?" Liang Can laughed, no longer teasing Wang Yuan, and stated, "This is Sheng Shuyi, my high school classmate. You let a classmate do such menial tasks?" Wang Yuan sprang to his feet, eager to assist. But upon seeing Sheng Shuyi clad so provocatively, he hesitated. "Classmate, wearing such a short skirt, you might expose yourself easily." Wang Yuan offered a kind warning. Indeed, Sheng Shuyi found that in order to pick something up, she could only squat down, too timid to bend at the waist, even while wearing leggings. Sheng Shuyi placed a plate of fruit on the bedside table. "Liang Can does not permit me to wear skirts that exceed knee length." "Why? Why would you demean yourself in such a manner?" Wang Yuan glared at Liang Can in indignation. "Is this how you handle relationships with female classmates?" "It's all right." Sheng Shuyi shook her head. Wang Yuan protested. "What do you mean it's all right? It cannot be. Young lady, love cannot be so humble." Sheng Shuyi replied, "My father was the one who struck Liang Can." "Ah, that explains everything," Wang Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Addressing Sheng Shuyi, "Since compensation has already been settled, you need not act this way. Hello, I am Wang Yuan, Liang Can's good friend, a model student. May I ask if you have a close friend?" Liang Can took a bite of banana and suddenly spoke. Yuan, why didn't your girlfriend accompany you?" Wang Yuan slowly turned his head, his expression blank as he stared at Liang Can, opening his mouth. By reading his lips, it was clear that Wang Yuan was cordially inquiring about Liang Can's ancestors. Chapter 6. A man should earn money from other men. The dinner was brought by Sheng Shuyi, and the portions were generous. It was evident that it had been procured from a high-end restaurant. In consideration of the patient, there were no particularly greasy dishes or seafood. Yet the meal was well balanced with both meat and vegetables. The flavors were mild, suggesting that Sheng Shuyi had requested the restaurant to use less salt and oil. The single patient room in this top-tier hospital was well equipped, and the three of them gathered around a small tea table to enjoy their meal. Sheng Shuyi donned her outer garment and fastened the buttons. Otherwise, a slight lean would reveal far more than intended, as her black camisole could hardly conceal her ample bosom. Wang Yuan sighed while holding a box of rice. "I think I might break up." Liang Can, scooping rice, asked why. Wang Yuan shrugged. "She estimates her score will only allow her to attend a private third-tier university in our province. Elsewhere, she might manage to enroll in a public undergraduate program, which would be easier for job hunting in the future. The score line in Zhejiang province is exceedingly unkind to our students. Graduation season coincides with breakup season. This is almost an unspoken rule among campus couples." Liang Can clicked her tongue. "We are all poor students. Having a place to study is already commendable, and breaking up means losing that opportunity." Sheng Shuyi appeared puzzled. "Why does breaking up lead to losing the chance to study?" "That is not necessary," Liang Can shrugged. "Once she attends university, she will undoubtedly meet someone better than you and will initiate the breakup herself." Wang Yuan retorted. "On what basis do you assume she will meet someone better than me?" Liang Can replied leisurely while eating. "Because a boyfriend who can only communicate through a screen will never compare to someone who is physically present. She falls ill, and you cannot deliver her medicine. Others can. She wishes to go out to watch a movie, and you cannot accompany her. Others can. She suffers from insomnia, and you cannot be there. Others not only can, but can also keep her company in bed." "Stop. Enough." Wang Yuan, unable to bear the weight of his emotions, sighed deeply and realized that parting was inevitable. After speaking, he glanced at Liang Can and then at Sheng Shuyi, suddenly breaking into a mischievous smile. "So, you too." Liang Can interrupted. "She is about to study abroad." Sheng Shuyi placed a small morsel of rice in her mouth and chewed slowly. Did long distance truly spell doom? Wang Yuan still held onto a flicker of hope. There are possibilities, he replied. What do you mean? Long distance can work for all four of us. Laughter erupted. After finishing his meal, Wang Yuan chatted with Liang Can for a while before taking his leave, planning to return the next day. I don't want them to worry while I'm away. Wang Yuan gestured. You're fine. I won't say anything reckless, rest assured. He curiously asked, it's getting late? Why aren't you leaving? Sheng Shui tossed the takeout box into a plastic bag and then into the trash can, looking up to say, I'm staying overnight to keep you company. The two locked eyes, falling into a brief silence. Suddenly, Liang Can excitedly declared, I'm going to shower. You wait for me in bed. You should have said so earlier. If you had, Wang Yuan wouldn't have had this meal and would have left already. Sheng Shui was amused and stamped her foot. I'm sleeping in the small bed. Her high-pitched voice was truly captivating. Next to the hospital bed was a slightly smaller bed, prepared specifically for a family member to stay overnight. Liang Can found it odd. You're not worried about staying out late? No, Dad doesn't he live here anymore, and Mom is at Grandma's in Haisha recuperating. I'll go over once you're discharged. Liang Can thought that by then, Sheng Shui would likely fly abroad from Hongqiao or Pudong to continue her studies. It was indeed convenient. Late at night, when the nurse came to check on Liang Can, she joked after measuring his blood pressure, Oh, you little lovebirds are sleeping in separate beds. This day felt interminable. After chatting with his parents for a while, Liang Can prepared to rest. He adjusted his pillow, turned off the nightlight, and casually said good night. Sheng Shui, who was watching a video, immediately shut it off. The dark room fell silent for a long moment. Sheng Shui turned over and looked at Liang Can in the hospital bed. Does your wound still hurt? With her back turned to him, Sheng Shui fell silent for a moment before saying, I'm sorry. Liang Can was truly tired of hearing those three words. He impatiently replied, If you really feel sorry, you should come over and sleep with me. Sheng Shui responded, I'm so tired, good night. Liang Can didn't reply, but asked, When are you going abroad? Probably at the end of September. Sheng Shui opened her eyes, her tone lightening with a smile. Could it be that you? No, be quiet. I'm going to sleep. Before sleeping, Liang Can picked up his phone to check his messages. Sheng Yufeng was efficient, transferring the money into Liang Can's designated bank account by evening. With 600,000 in cash, Liang Can began to devise his next steps. It was 2014, and opportunities were abundant. E-commerce, live streaming, self-media, and so forth were thriving. Liang Can chose to enter the very popular arena of the past 2 years, public accounts. A powerful public account could easily earn tens of millions annually during its peak. The key was the content of the public account and its target audience. While public opinion suggested that women's money was the easiest to earn, Liang Can disagreed. He believed that men's money was far easier to acquire, and they spent significantly. When going for foot baths, a technician charging $199 would not even glance at you, while one for $599 would be booked for 3 hours straight. In bars, a waitress would immediately call the police if a patron left a 500 yuan tip after just nibbling on a slice of watermelon. Whereas a 2,000 yuan tip from a female university student was merely a formality, provided she showed her student ID. The emphasis was on impulsive spending. It wasn't that men were reluctant to spend. Rather, the places where they were willing to spend were often not respectable. Therefore, Liang Can decided that his content would focus on the field of male health. Whether you were in love or lamenting, the driving force behind these industries was men's primal impulses. Moreover, Liang Can had never encountered anyone who neglected their health in that regard. Men might consider themselves poor or lacking ambition, but they would never admit to inadequacies. In summary, this field held immense potential. As for content, unlike the era 10 years later where short videos dominated, leading to an information explosion, creating a male health public account now with tips on prolonging male performance, transforming from 3 minutes to 30 minutes, was surprisingly simple. Regular self-rewards, how to recover. Liang Can didn't believe there was a man who could resist the temptation to click and explore. Online, everyone boasted that they could easily last an hour. But in reality, sorry babe, I've been too tired lately was the norm. With the initial capital secured and abundant, Liang Can set a small goal. This public service account must achieve instant fame. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the little daisy blooming on his head. By using the most captivating content to attract the target audience, he aimed to quickly garner the first batch of followers. Liang Can already had a complete plan in mind for how to execute this. He just needed to wait until after his discharge to commence. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, tossing and turning in bed. Moments later, Shang Shui's sweet voice floated through the air. If I'm keeping you awake, should I leave? Liang Can. So it turned out, your so-called desire to avoid me was merely a fear of losing control. Chapter 7. Arrange for me 2 teachers. This clearly highlighted the difference between them. Liang Can contemplated his career in bed, while Shang Shui, the average girl, was preoccupied with trivial matters. Their perspectives were worlds apart. Yet, after all the experiences, the ever-youthful Liang Can wouldn't be easily shaken by such simple words. His composure was well established. The sweet sound of Shang Shui's voice chimed like silver bells. Liang Can teased, "Keep laughing, don't stop, I'm almost there." Shang Shui responded with a puzzled, "Huh?" She turned on the nightlight, and, as the dim glow filled the room, she noticed Liang Can propped up on one arm, playfully gazing at her. "Are you playing with me?" Shang Shui realized, her voice tinged with annoyance. The way she spoke hinted at a slight disappointment. Liang Can was about to tease her further when he caught sight of her and suddenly felt less inclined to speak. At that moment, Shang Shui propped herself up on the bed, her alluring black camisole precariously clinging to her form. The fabric was already quite revealing, and her arms pressed together made it even more so. "Is this fabric of such high quality?" Liang Can exclaimed in mock anger. "Which brand?" "I want to file a complaint." Shang Shui, startled, immediately covered herself with one hand, her expression a mixture of shyness and indignation directed at Liang Can. Liang Can kindly advised, "You should use both hands. One hand, one tea cover enough." As the saying goes, a true gentleman remains silent while watching the game. Liang Can ceased speaking, quietly admiring her. Shang Shui grabbed a blanket to cover herself. "Stop looking." Liang Can, somewhat pained, lay back down. "I won't look anymore. My head hurts." Shang Shui paused. "If your head hurts, why are you covering your lap?" Liang Can shot Shang Shui a flirtatious glance. Guess? He hadn't specified which area he was referring to. He could boast all he wanted verbally, but in reality, even one glance made him blush. What a masterful display of high offense and low defense. After the brief interlude, the night light was extinguished again. Moments later, Liang Can spoke. "If the re-examination tomorrow goes well, I'll be discharged." Shang Shui's eyes flickered in the dark. "Why are you so eager to leave?" "It doesn't cost you anything. You could stay here like in a hotel." "I have my reasons." "What reasons?" Liang Can found a comfortable position, letting out a languid sigh. "I've graduated from high school. A new chapter in life begins. Yesterday's events are like yesterday's death. And today's occurrences are like today's rebirth. From now on, I will strive to make each day better than the last." After hearing this, Shang Shui turned away from Liang Can, not closing her eyes to sleep, seemingly lost in thought. The next day, accompanied by Shang Shui, Liang Can underwent a full-body examination again. After waiting for the reports to come back, he stayed for another day before finally packing his belongings to be discharged. At the entrance of the hospital, Liang Can, with a bank card containing 600,000 in cash tucked in his pocket, waved goodbye to Shang Shui. "Farewell, young lady," he said before turning on his heel and striding away. A person reborn possesses not only the foresight of the overarching future, but also his own insights and connections. Liang Can was no ordinary loser in his past life. His future was as radiant as his name suggests. Hence, he had numerous acquaintances, which would save him considerable time in his quest for opportunities. Hailing a taxi, Liang Can arrived at the doorstep of a travel agency. Upon entering, the receptionist stood to greet him. "Welcome, sir. Are you looking for travel services? Are you planning a domestic trip or an international one?" Liang Can waved his hand dismissively. "Is your boss around?" This was a small travel agency, and the receptionist was merely a part-time staff member. After pouring him a glass of water, she smiled and sat down in front of Liang Can. "Sir, our boss is busy, but you can discuss your needs with me directly." Liang Can took a sip from the disposable cup and smiled. "Some matters should only be known to your boss. By the way, I was referred by a friend." The receptionist blinked, suddenly enlightened. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the boss." With that, she clacked her heels and ascended the stairs. Before long, a man in his early 30s descended. He was of average height, with features reminiscent of someone from Japan. Yang Lin, the owner of this travel agency, was born in Tokyo after his parents took a fishing boat there. Liang Can occasionally arranged overseas trips for clients through Yang Lin, who specialized in exquisite itineraries. Clients who had traveled with him were effusive in their praise. "Oh my, the guest is so handsome and young." Yang Lin approached, bowed slightly, and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Yang Lin. May I ask your surname?" Liang Can smiled and replied, My surname is Liang. I would like to discuss a business matter with you, Mr. Yang. Business? Liang Can raised an eyebrow at Yang Luan and offered a suggestive smile. A friend recommended you. I've heard you have extensive connections in Tokyo. What man doesn't long for Tokyo? Yang Luan blinked, then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, indeed. Please follow me to my office for a chat. Jingzi, bring in some tea. President. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. In the office, Yang Luan cheerfully offered Liang Can a cigarette, which was politely declined, prompting him to refrain from smoking as well. Mr. Liang, we have an extensive range of travel packages for Tokyo, tailored to your preferences and budget. Whether it be Ginza, Shinjuku, Kabukicho, Osaka, or Hokkaido, I can accommodate your desires. Liang Can crossed his legs, picked up the hot tea, blew on it gently, and remarked, but I have heard that establishments there are not particularly welcoming to domestic visitors. Ah, connoisseur, Yang Lian Marfa inwardly. Impressed by Liang Can's understanding at such a young age. He then explained with a smile. Some independent travelers not only seek leisure, but also carry an attitude of showcasing our national pride. Those who understand, understand. After a pause, Yang Luan suddenly gave Liang Can a thumbs up. But if I arrange it for you, rest assured, there will be no establishments in Tokyo that you cannot enter. This man was not merely boasting. He could indeed deliver on that promise. Those engaged in this line of business on the other side of the ocean certainly had influence everywhere. Liang Can uncrossed his legs, leaned forward, and rubbed his hands together. Mr. Yang, I'm not too interested in the usual attractions like Shinjuku or Ginza. Yang Luan instantly understood, clapping his hands together. I see. We have just what you need. He swiftly opened his laptop, navigating to an album document, and turned the screen towards Liang Can. You can choose from the teachers in here. I guarantee that by the time you arrive at the hotel, she will already be waiting for you in your room. After a moment, Yang Luan chuckled. However, the cost will be higher, as these are well-known actors with busy schedules. If you desire companionship services, the price will increase even further. Liang Can flipped through the album and indeed found many familiar faces from his university days, as well as earlier. Nostalgic memories flooded back. These were the esteemed teachers who had inspired countless youths. Looking at Yang Luan, Liang Can expressed his admiration. I didn't expect your business to be so extensive, Mr. Yang. Your connections in Tokyo are indeed impressive. How could I dare to open a travel agency without such capabilities? Yang Luan smiled. I have collaborations with various talent agencies. Liang Can nodded appreciatively, but then expressed regret. Unfortunately, the teachers I'm looking for aren't in this collection. Yang Luan soon grasped the implication and explained. You are likely seeking those currently in high demand, which is indeed challenging. On one hand, there are the costs. On the other, they are hard to book and often require waiting. However, if your budget is sufficient, I can still strive to coordinate arrangements. Liang Can consider that the teachers he sought were indeed busy, given that there were thousands of female teachers and only a handful of male ones. And Mary Young, let me be direct. You help me book 2 individuals, and we can negotiate the price. 2. Yang Luan's eyes brightened. That is completely doable. It is only natural for a young guest like you to have 2 teachers accompany you. Please provide me with their names, and I will do my utmost to arrange it. Liang Can nodded with a smile. The names? One is Dong En Idamu, and the other is Qing Shuijian. Chapter 8. No one more authoritative than they upon hearing these 2 names, renowned in the underworld. Liang Can noticed Yang Luan stiffen, almost as if he wanted to cover his rear. He had been in the premium travel business for several years, and since establishing connections abroad, he had been inundated with guests. Yang Luan had arranged countless female teachers for clients, defining this service as a way for domestic boys to repay their debts to these educators. Yet, he never anticipated that someone would seek male teachers instead. As he stared at Liang Can, Yang Luan initially thought he had misheard. What did you say? You want to find him? Liang Can reiterated the names, then frowned. Mr. Yang, since you have deep connections in that field, it should not be difficult to find them, right? Of course, it's not difficult. But what do you want them for? Yang Lian inquired Buzlet. Even if you offer a high price, it may still be challenging. Their usual work involves female teachers, not. Liang Can, noting Yang Luan's astonishment as he lit a cigarette, replied with irritation, Mr. Yang, what absurd thoughts are you entertaining? I'm not going in person. What do you mean? Do you expect them to parachute in? Liang Can snapped his fingers. Mr. Yang, I understand that you have encountered the darker sides of human nature, but please do not project those fantasies onto me. Yang Luan expressed that he had no intention to, yet these were Liang Can's own words. Not wishing to elaborate further, Liang Can smiled and stated, I merely need them to appear on camera to help me shoot a normal video. The content is quite simple. It should detail how they maintain their physical well-being, including specific exercise techniques. Most importantly, Liang Can cross his legs again, inhaled deeply. They need to address the camera, saying, hello to all the fans of the Ji Xiangshang public account. I am so-and-so. Indeed, Liang Can had named his public account Ji Xiangshang with no ambiguity as a blessing for the users of this account, wishing them to face life with positivity each day. Yang Luan lit another cigarette, regarding Liang Can with suspicion. The task was not difficult, but it was rather unusual. As for the costs, Yang Luan scratched his head. I'm truly unsure how to calculate it. Liang Can responded readily. You can charge your usual fees. And as for their costs, let us calculate it based on their appearance fees. You can negotiate the specifics, and whatever you save will be yours. In truth, in the underworld, even the fees for ordinary female teachers, let alone those of top-tier female educators, were not as high as many imagined. Male teachers, on the other hand, commanded even lower fees. Therefore, it hardly cost much. Liang Can cross his arms and waited for a moment before inquiring, President Yang, will you take on this business? After a moment's contemplation, Yang Luan smacked his thigh and extended his hand to a pleasant cooperation. Liang Can finally displayed a smile and continued. As for future matters, I also have the opportunity to utilize your female teachers' resources, ensuring long-term collaboration where everyone is treated fairly. Many female teachers still operate accounts on Weibo. Indeed, this fellow has a sharp mind. To establish a public account in the realm of male health, these two are perfectly suited, an impeccable match. Even if viewers cannot recall their names, they would undoubtedly recognize them. In a certain sense, they are far more renowned than the majority of female teachers. Moreover, while others claim that such practices can enhance health, I would merely scoff. What a bunch of frauds. Yet if it involves the Mu Laoshi and Qing Shui Laoshi, I cannot help but believe, who possesses greater authority than they do? Their achievements are forged through genuine efforts. Yang Luan, being a businessman, may not understand the intricacies of the internet, but he comprehends one fundamental truth. The ultimate goal of any commercial endeavor is to generate profit. General Liang, how will this public account monetize? This is hardly a secret. One can speak freely. Liang Can intended to maintain a cooperative relationship with this individual and thus could engage in further conversation. Liang Can stated, in the internet era, as long as there is traffic, money will find its way to you. Take the public service account for instance. Once the fan base reaches a certain level, one can apply to activate the monetization feature, allowing advertisements to be embedded in my content, with earnings calculated based on exposure and clicks. There are also paid readings, product sales, and commission from sales, among other avenues. It is now 2014, a time of flourishing diversity and rampant growth, with countless strategies for product sales. This will surely change in the future as regulations tighten. Many complain about the difficulty of earning money, and this is part of the reason. Yang Luan pondered for a moment, then looked toward Liang Can. If that is the case, can we sell product from abroad? You know, there is a peculiar obsession domestically with foreign goods. Thus, those who can earn money are perpetually contemplating methods to do so. Yang Luan's thoughts aligned with Liang Can's plan. If they wish to idolize foreign products, very well, I shall increase the price for you. However, sometimes it is not entirely the fault of consumers who favor foreign products. There are simply too many unscrupulous merchants who have eroded everyone's trust. In the subsequent days, Liang Can prepared content for the public account while patiently waiting. Indeed, Yang Luan's connections proved extensive. Within days, he sent Liang Can the first draft featuring 2 male teachers. After hearing them express positive sentiments in their rather halting Chinese, Liang Can smiled with satisfaction. However, the content was somewhat lacking and did not meet expectations. Liang Can remarked, President Yang, I need you to communicate and coordinate further on this. I will send you specific feedback shortly. Yang Luan found the matter quite intriguing and thus displayed exceptional enthusiasm. Or rather, he was eagerly anticipating the next phase of collaboration with Liang Can. Of course, no problem, but will take a few days. Understood. After all, he has his main career to attend to. The beauty of managing a public account is that the initial workload is minimal and can be handled by a single person. Once Liang Can's injury had healed sufficiently, he enrolled with Wang Yuan at a driving school, aiming to obtain his driver's license before heading to university. During their driving lessons, Wang Yuan was somewhat distracted and received several reprimands from the instructor. I swear, I could train a dog to drive better than this. Do you see that person? Crash into them. Afraid? Then why aren't you hitting the brakes? To Liang Can's surprise, Wang Yuan not only did not retaliate, but also went to the convenience store to buy a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and a dozen Red Bulls for the instructor. This is called social etiquette. Wang Yuan asserted, we are about to become university students. We must operate according to the rules of the adult world. Learn from this. This is a common mistake many newly adult students tend to make. They learn the so-called social etiquette, thinking themselves mature, when in fact they are merely being played for fools. Liang Can clicked his tongue. Even so, believe it or not, he will still reprimand you. Some students bring cigarettes one by one, and perhaps the instructor might think your gift is insufficient. Impossible. In the afternoon, Wang Yuan was scolded yet again. Observing his friend sulking under a tree while smoking, Liang Can contemplated and approached the instructor, saying a few words. The driving school instructor's demeanor instantly softened, and he made a point to explain to Wang Yuan, student, I apologize for my previous attitude. Please do not take offense. In the next driving session, I will ensure you have more practice. Wang Yuan was perplexed and, once the instructor left, immediately inquired of Liang Can, you didn't threaten to complain about him, did you? They fear complaints. At worst, they just switch your instructor. Liang Can sipped his Red Bull leisurely. I merely informed him that your parents are police officers. Is that all? Seeing Wang Yuan's incredulous expression, Liang Can raised an eyebrow. You may think your parents are ordinary, but in their eyes, police officers are not to be trifled with. And as the child of a police officer, they may not need to cater to you, but at the very least, they must appease you. The essence of social etiquette is leveraging one's power to intimidate others. Chapter 9. How to begin interacting with a new girl. The essence of social etiquette is leveraging one's power to intimidate others. Wang Yuan pondered this deeply, and suddenly found it to be quite enlightening. Indeed, when I use connections to get things done, such as cutting in line for medical treatment or receiving special attention from a teacher, I am essentially infringing upon the rights of others. To put it plainly, it is leveraging power to intimidate others. After Liang Can finished his thoughts, amidst the sounds of cicadas, he vaguely heard a soft "oh" from behind the tree. Wang Yuan took a drag from his cigarette, gazing thoughtfully at his good friend. Liang Can, I feel you have changed a bit. What nonsense, Wang Yuan scoffed. You might as well say it's because you got hit in the head that you gained some insight. Afterward, Wang Yuan extinguished his cigarette and looked up at the lush leaves of the tree. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Liang Can. I want to consult you about something. Go ahead. It's about a friend of mine. Liang Can interrupted Wang Yuan. There are no outsiders here. Feel free to speak your mind. Wang Yuan paused for a moment, then became embarrassed and angry. It's just a friend of mine. He has been contemplating a problem lately. The pride of youth is like a flat-chested girl-esque bra. Once torn off, it leaves nothing behind. Yet ultimately, it will still cause distress. Liang Can nodded with a smile. Go on. Wang Yuan sighed. He has recently experienced some misunderstandings and conflicts with his girlfriend, but he doesn't know how to approach the topic. They are drifting apart, and it seems they are about to break up. Liang Can found it curious. Did you not already decide to part ways? Wang Yuan retorted. I've already said, it's about a friend. All right. Liang Can dug at his ear and heard a faint suppressed laugh from behind the tree. Glancing at Wang Yuan, Liang Can provided an example. In childhood, when watching those idol dramas, it's strange how, after the male and female leads misunderstand each other, they both seem to become mute and refuse to seek clarification from one another. Wang Yuan nodded. Yeah, why is that? Just like your friend. Liang Can replied nonchalantly. We possess a God's perspective, knowing that the characters in the drama love one another, yet in reality, outside of oneself. No one knows whether her feelings for you remain unchanged. A sharp intake of breath was heard from behind the tree. Liang Can leaned out slightly. Hey, have you eavesdropped enough? Oh my God. The girl seeking shade behind the tree was so startled that she stood up straight. She is undoubtedly a beauty. If not, I would not mention it. The girl donned a light blue sun protection jacket, zipped up to her chin, concealing half her face. Yet, despite her covered appearance, her excellent figure could not be hidden. Wang Yuan stood beside Liang Can, a bit irate. Who are you to eavesdrop on our private conversation? The young girl clutched her phone and shrugged her shoulders, exclaiming, I didn't eavesdrop on purpose. I arrived here to enjoy the cool breeze even before you did. Despite the sunglasses obscuring her eyes, Liang Can sensed her gaze upon him. With a melodious voice, the girl in sunglasses remarked, I find your words quite reasonable. Therefore, young man, it would be better for you to have an open conversation with her. Perhaps it could lead to a resolution. Wang Yuan interjected. What the heck? I already said it was a friend of mine, not me. Frustrated and fuming, Wang Yuan cradled his head and shouted, I'm a rugged man. I can end things decisively. How could I possibly be anxious about this? Liang Can cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yuan and suggested, could it be that she decided to break up with you, and you suddenly find it hard to let go? The girl in sunglasses couldn't help but chime in. Oh no, you guessed correctly. You've indeed witnessed quite a spectacle. Liang Can rolled his eyes at her. The girl stood with her hands clasped behind her back, tiptoed slightly, and tilted her head to the side, seemingly unembarrassed. Liang Can blinked and proposed to her, since we can't let gossip go unreciprocated. How about you treat us to a can of Red Bull? He then quietly observed her reaction. The reflection in her sunglasses revealed Liang Can's visage, and after a moment, she turned away and declared, let us go to the supermarket. With that, she set off ahead. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yuan felt utterly defeated. He lowered his voice seriously. Buddy, did hitting your head unlock some kind of skill? You used to be too timid to even utter a word around girls. People change, Liang Can replied, hands tucked into his pockets, as he followed Wang Yuan into the driving school as supermarket. Choose whatever you like, the girl said, standing beside the refrigerator. Liang Can approached and surveyed the plethora of beverages within, falling into contemplation. The girl in sunglasses, intrigued, asked, what is wrong? Do you suffer from choice anxiety? Shaking his head, Liang Can mused, I was pondering that if you were to remove those sunglasses and reveal a beautiful pair of eyes, I would select the most expensive Red Bull. The girl tilted her head, hands still behind her back, and inquired, and if I'm not good looking? Then I would settle for the cheapest bottle of mineral water, Liang Can replied. The girl responded with a curious scrutinizing him before lifting her sunglasses. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled beautifully, complemented by a perfectly shaped nose. Unless her face concealed a hideous feature, she was undeniably attractive. After a brief glance, Liang Can decisively grabbed 2 cans of Red Bull, saying, I suppose I have no choice but to let you indulge. Hey there, she exclaimed, her enchanting almond eyes twinkling. It was meant to be my treat. I'll handle the payment. Please grab a bottle of Sprite. She then produced a 100 yuan note from her pocket and handed it to the cashier. Wang Yuan stood nearby, utterly astonished. Dude, is this how you flirt now? The trio settled at a long table in the supermarket, conveniently enjoying the air conditioning. With the drinks in his possession, Liang Can placed a napkin over the Sprite's cap and twisted it gently. With a pop, he removed the napkin and set the Sprite in front of the girl. His movements were fluid and instinctual, evoking a sense of effortless grace. Thank you, she said, picking up the Sprite. She then pulled down the zipper of her sun protection garment, glancing at Liang Can momentarily before pausing. With half her face revealed, she playfully asked, can you guess what the other half looks like? After a moment of contemplation, Liang Can inquired, what is the reward for guessing correctly? What would you like as a reward? The girl leaned back slightly, as if slightly displeased with Liang Can's audacity, feeling her whimsical notion may have been misguided. Liang Can's expression turned sincere. If I guess correctly, could you let me treat you to a drink the next time we coincidentally meet during driving practice? Well, you can guess now, she urged. I guess you're extraordinarily beautiful, Liang Can said, prompting a melodic laugh from her as she effortlessly unzipped her sun protection garment. As Liang Can sipped his Red Bull, he squinted slightly. As he anticipated, she was indeed a stunning beauty, an oval-shaped face, bright eyes, and a delicate, rosy mouth, radiating a pure and charming aura reminiscent of Chen Dueling. Your features are truly remarkable, Liang Can complimented her. Many young men, especially those inexperienced in romance, often err by being overly gentlemanly in their initial interactions with girls. However, it is essential to shower them with genuine compliments. No girl ever tires of being praised. This is not the behavior of a sycophant, but rather a means of conveying to her, your beauty has my approval. The reason why rogue men attract attention is that they dare to utter any flirtatious remarks. As expected, the girl in sunglasses pretended to choke, then smiled and remarked, you're not bad-looking yourself. A bit handsome, actually. From that moment, Liang Can chose to remain silent, having already made his move. It was now the girl's turn to initiate conversation. If she did not, this encounter could conclude here. The girl capped the bottle and asked, Did you both come to learn driving after finishing your college entrance examinations? Her earlier comment confirmed that both Liang Can and Wang Yuan were of similar age, having just completed their exams. Yes, Liang Can replied, tossing the empty can into the trash. I'm for number 2 high school, he added, lightly nudging Wang Yuan with his elbow. Wang Yuan quickly introduced himself. I'm from the foreign languages school. Oh, number 2 high school. You must be quite the scholar. The girl remarked with a smile. I'm from Shaoshi High School. We're all from the same cohort. Looking at Liang Can, who wore a similar cheerful expression, the girl blinked her eyes and finally introduced herself. I'm Wen Xieying. Chapter 10. My honesty is my downfall. Liang Can, with his name meaning brilliant. Liang Can grinned as he shared his name. Wang Yuan beside him rolled his eyes, exclaiming, seriously, is exchanging names this exhausting? Liang Can barely acknowledged Wang Yuan, thinking, what does he even know? If one were to simply ask for a date, wouldn't it be better to go directly to a foot massage parlor? This is about gradually diminishing the sense of unfamiliarity. When students disclose their schools, it's akin to how individuals in society reveal their professions to establish a connection. Since both Liang Can from number 2 high school and Wen Xieying from Shaoshi High School are reputable local institutions, this establishes a preliminary understanding. The boy before her, at the very least, likely does not fall into the category of undesirable characters. Hey, do elaborate, Wen Xieying said, placing the icy sprite against her cheek as she looked at Wang Yuan. What issues are you and your girlfriend facing? Wang Yuan mumbled. I already said it was a friend. However, the fact that such a beautiful girl was genuinely concerned about his romantic life excited him. It's just because we're about to start university. Wang Yuan shrugged. She believes that long-distance relationships are doomed to fail, so she thinks it's better to end things sooner rather than later. Initially, my friend felt the same, but Wen Xieying interjected, but you're reluctant to let go. Yes, Wang Yuan affirmed. My friend is quite sentimental. He sighed. Even if the relationship were to turn to ashes, that mouth would still be there. Wang Yuan let out a heavy sigh. It's not that simple. The rift has already formed. Wen Xieying turned her attention to Liang Can. He rested his chin on his hand, saying, it can be simple if you let it. A good woman fears a clingy man, especially at an age where they are easily moved. Waiting outside her house for 2 nights will resolve everything. Wang Yuan's previously furrowed brow began to ease, and he slapped his thigh in realization, right? She is quite an emotional person. He then playfully patted Liang Can on the shoulder, laughing. You, my friend, have never been in a relationship. Where did you learn all these tricks? Wen Xieying exclaimed in surprise, her expression playful. I never would have guessed you've never dated. Wang Yuan added, forget dating. He has never even held a girl's hand, yet he dares to offer advice. Huh. Wen Xieying's almond eyes sparkled as she teased. So, Liang Can's experiences are merely theoretical? In response, Liang Can countered, does the beautiful one have better strategies than mine? When waiting downstairs, be sure to bring a bouquet of flowers. Wen Xieying surprisingly offered a suggestion. Do not be stingy with just a few flowers, but purchase a large bouquet. Ideally one that would cover her upper body when presented to the girl. The quantity of flowers reflects the depth of one's sincerity. After a brief pause, Wen Xieying grinned and added, just as Liang Can remarked, girls at our age are rather easy to please. Liang Can then told Wang Yuan, if you feel embarrassed to go alone, I will stand by and accompany you. After pondering, Wang Yuan nodded and agreed. Fine, we shall proceed as you both suggest. Wen Xieying nodded enthusiastically, her face beaming with anticipation. It will surely succeed. If it fails, you can reimburse me for the flowers. Evidently, she is not short of money. Liang Can felt a hint of confusion. It seems that the girls he has recently encountered all come from affluent backgrounds. Following Wen Xieying's lead, Liang Can continued. If you succeed, you must treat me to a meal. Why just you? Wen Xieying lightly tapped the table. I contributed ideas too. Liang Can chuckled. As the saying goes, that's the price of jealousy. Wang Yuan, fueled by encouragement, passionately declared, if we reconcile, I will treat everyone to Pizza Hut. Only then did Wang Yuan realize he had inadvertently revealed too much. No, wait, it's about my friend. Liang Can, unbothered by the stubbornness of his friend, stood up and said to Wen Xieying, it's time for driving practice, right? Wen Xieying glanced at the time. Indeed, we should leave. The two departed the supermarket, leaving Wang Yuan behind. Wen Xieying was paired with a female instructor at a distant training ground, guiding students on how to reverse into parking spaces. Noticing some time remained, Wen Xieying turned to Liang Can. Placing her hands behind her back, Once your buddy situation reaches a conclusion, be sure to inform me. Liang Can nodded and inquired. You should be coming here frequently to practice, right? Wen Xing affirmed. Yes, I hope to obtain my driver's license by summer. That's no problem. We should see each other often. I will notify you as soon as there's news. Liang Can wave goodbye to Wen Xing. Thank you for the Red Bull. Next time we meet, the drinks are on me. This was a wager made earlier regarding the appeal of Wen Xing's eyes. Wait a moment. What if we don't meet in time? I want to know the outcome as soon as possible. Wen Xing said this, then suddenly tilted her head and placed her hands on her hips, pretending to be annoyed. Liang Can, are you waiting for me to add you on WeChat? Liang Can then took out his phone. Sure, I have it. Upon seeing this, Wen Xing exclaimed, have you really never been in a relationship? Liang Can, while scanning to add her as a friend, replied, I excel at theoretical discussions, but my true nature is rather shy. I am a bashful boy who prefers to be shy under the guidance of assertive girls. After adding Wen Xing on WeChat, Liang Can assured her, rest assured, I will inform you as soon as there's news. Even if it's late, I will send a message. Wen Xing donned her sunglasses, a smile creeping onto her lips as she remarked, Liang Can. The person known for theoretical discussions in history ended up suffering a great defeat. After saying this, Wen Xing put on her sun protection gear and jogged toward the training ground. The lovely girl he met today looked quite obedient, yet her personality seemed to suggest otherwise. If she were the type whose face was the only obedient feature, then he might have stumbled upon a treasure. Added as friends? Wang Yuan rushed over, wrapping his arm around Liang Can's neck, indignantly exclaiming, are you using me as bait? Such words should not be uttered lightly. Liang Can pushed Wang Yuan away and replied earnestly, I merely believe Wen Xing is quite suited to my friend. Liang Can had a hearty appetite. Anything less than a bowl would leave him unsatisfied. Damn, you've truly changed. Wang Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia, as if his son had finally matured. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuan told Liang Can, you must accompany me when the time comes. Certainly, perhaps there will be an additional companion as well. Huh? Liang Can stated with a grin. Perhaps by then, my friendship with Wen Xing will have blossomed to the point where she would be willing to join us at night. This raises a serious question. In this game, who is truly in control, you or her? Liang Can, being honest, would likely respond, I'm sorry, but my mother doesn't allow me to stay out overnight. Chapter 11. How could they be mutual friends? After finishing driving practice in the evening, Liang Can and Wang Yuan hopped onto their electric scooter to leave when they spotted Wen Xing getting into a black Range Rover. Ah, indeed another wealthy girl. Liang Can suggested, how about we grab a quick bite outside, and then we can go online? Wang Yuan responded, what? Bro, have you really started an online relationship? Play a few rounds with me. Otherwise, I'll have nothing to do. Saying no means saying no. Today, I'll assist you. This is simply too generous to decline. Having not played for a while, Liang Can used Vane to accompany Wang Yuan, and after a series of 6 defeats, his good friend kicked him out of the internet CAF. The assistance he provided ended up being a disaster, and he was blamed. First, he video called his parents to let them know he was safe. For the past few days, due to an injury on his head, Liang Can had been using voice calls. Once the video connected, his parents appeared on the screen. His father, Liang Chiwen, had a dark complexion, typical for someone in geology. He would feel embarrassed to claim he worked in the field if he were any lighter. His mother, Lin Qing, had a fairer complexion and worked in administrative roles at her workplace. With a bright smile, she said, your father's transfer request has been approved. He won't have to travel for work anymore. Liang Can was already aware of this. You still want to drink with me? I couldn't ask for more. You know my director's son needs to step up. Both Liang Chiwen and Lin Qing were taken aback, but felt a sense of nostalgia. Their son had become rather worldly after reaching adulthood. They never imagined such a transformation. Liang Chiwen mentioned Uncle Zhang, who was a senior during his university days and currently held a significant position. Although it was merely a casual visit, it indicated his father's approval of his son. Liang Can readily agreed to this minor request. After chatting with his parents for over an hour, he ended the video call. Exiting the chat with his mother, Liang Can noticed an unread message from Wen Xing. Wen Xing, are you accompanying your friend to seek forgiveness tonight? The message was sent 30 minutes prior. Liang Can, I do not engage in the art of seduction. Wen Xing, why not? Liang Can, I might get blocked. In a luxurious residential building, within a bedroom adorned in a rustic style, Wen Xing, clad in a breezy camisole, rolled around on her bed, her shoulder strap slipping down her arm. exuding a delightful charm, unfortunately unseen by anyone. She lay flat on her bed, arms raised with her phone, a smile gracing her lips. Though it may seem like mere theoretical discussion, this boy possesses remarkable vigilance. Impressive indeed. Then she added, "Tomorrow, I have driving practice at 7. Although I just graduated a few days ago, I already feel like I cannot get up." When Xiying, boasting doesn't he incur taxes? Say what you will. I'm heading to bed now. As 18-year-olds, they should understand that saying they're going to sleep does not necessarily mean they are actually going to sleep, but rather that they wish to conclude the conversation. However, when Xing genuinely intended to sleep, it was getting late, and she truly would struggle to rise for driving practice in the morning. Her father promised her that once she obtained her driver's license, he would buy her the BMW she had long desired. She then opened when Xiying's moments. After a brief glance, the posts mostly consisted of selfies, scenic views, and concert outings. Such posts either indicate genuine wealth or an attempt to feign it. However, today, when Xiying's post was rather amusing. The image revealed only a single hand gripping a bottle of Sprite, captioned, "It's hot and tiring. Tomorrow, I shall drink Red Bull." If they happened to meet tomorrow, Liang Can had promised to buy Xiying a drink. Every little action of hers would ignite speculation and enjoyment. After liking this post, Liang Can sought out Yang Lu and to inquire about the progress of the filming. Flirting was merely a side endeavor. Matters of earning must not be delayed. In Liang Can's vision, after releasing the health improvement videos featuring De Mu and Qing Shui, the public account aims to embark on a long-term journey of educational dissemination. Solely relying on text for popular science can render it somewhat monotonous, thus hindering click rates. The target audience for the men's health public account is men. What do men desire? Women. Liang Can opened his Weibo, prepared to traverse the realm of aesthetics. Those who experienced Weibo over a decade ago know that it could easily transform into a bustling social hub by night. Liang Can intended to find a suitable vessel to serve as the health instructor for his public account. Today, the teacher would provide direct assistance to these underperforming students. With a gentle tap of the teaching rod on the black silk-clad thigh, the vessel would tantalizingly lick its lips. Pay attention, class. First, ascertain whether this phenomenon is due to excessive excitement. The vessel would then twist its hips, leaning closer to the camera, finger poised at its lips, with a mesmerizing gaze. Murmuring, "It is quite understandable to be overly excited in the presence of a woman like your teacher." The thought alone was exhilarating. Liang Can immersed himself in the ocean of vessels, searching for one that embodied his ideal image of a health instructor while simultaneously scouting the artistic realm for a suitable candidate to assist him with narrative illustrations. Meanwhile, in another neighborhood, Sheng Shui reclined on her large bed, preparing to scroll through her social media one last time before sleep. She could only lie flat or on her side, unable to rest on her stomach. Her thumb glided across the phone screen when suddenly she stumbled upon a particular post. The identity of the poster was of little consequence to her, and she intended to scroll past swiftly. However, in the likes section below, she spotted a familiar name. Liang Can? Sheng Shui immediately sat up, incredulous, muttering to herself, "Why does he have when Xiying, that insufferable green tea's WeChat?" Chapter 12. Why can't I control my hand? It is not uncommon to encounter scenarios on social media where two seemingly unrelated individuals suddenly show mutual appreciation. The most alarming part is that these two might inexplicably end up together. How do they even know each other? The well-endowed young woman pondered, perplexed, and skeptical. Clicked on Liang Can's profile, entering his homepage. This time, she could no longer dismiss it. Sheng Shui had met when Xiying at the annual banquet of the Business Association, accompanying her parents to broaden her horizons. A gathering of uncles and aunts, upon noticing the two striking beauties, had playfully suggested they form a sisterly bond. Upon comparing their birthdays, Shang Shui discovered she was 2 months older than Wen Xiying. Yet, this impolite woman had never addressed her as sister. Fuming, Shang Shui stared at the post. With such a complex name, it's clear she is not easy to deal with. She was now quite eager to uncover the reason behind this connection. Entering Liang Can's chat interface, her fingers hovered over the keyboard, suddenly pausing. Why inquire? In what capacity should she ask? As a relative of the aggressor. Sheng Shui bit her nails, deliberating for a moment, before finally sending. How is your head injury recovering? On his end, after perusing Weibo for over 2 hours, Liang Can abruptly logged off, feeling quite irritable, and coincidentally, Sheng Shui's message arrived. Liang Can replied, It relapsed. Have your father send over another 50. He was prepared to vent his frustration. Shang Shui responded, send me your account number, and I will transfer it to you. People often laugh when they are left speechless. What do you truly regard noble money as? Liang Can retorted, why are we discussing personal photos late at night? I'm going to sleep. On her side, Shang Shui clenched her small fist and slammed it onto the bed, pulling off the thin air conditioning blanket. Raising her phone to take a photo from above. While taking the selfie, she still covered her chest, then sent it to Liang Can. This selfie was undeniably captivating. Set in a girl's bedroom, on the bed, wearing a nightgown, revealing her legs, all the essential elements were present. Particularly, Shang Shui's expression conveyed a sense of defiance, a feeling of unwillingness yet compliance. She realized that other tactics were ineffective with Liang Can. He preferred the suggestive approach. Especially when she was in the frame. Shang Shui typed, while browsing my social media, I noticed we share a mutual friend. Liang Can replied, sister, we are classmates. Shang Shui countered, not from our school. Huh? Liang Can quickly caught on. Do you know Xiang? Shang Shui replied, yes, but we're not close. TSK. Wealthy individuals tend to band together. Why is it that all the good things belong to you? Good looks, wealth, and friendship. I must disrupt this status quo. Liang Can stated, is that so? I met her while learning to drive. Shang Shui inquired, how did you meet her? Liang Can feigned ignorance. I met her while learning to drive. Shang Shui took a deep breath, her thumbs pounding the screen. I meant, who added whom as a friend? Gasping, Shang Shui leaned back against the headboard, exclaiming, this is infuriating. After several deep breaths, she finally composed herself. Shang Shui asked, never mind that. Are you free tomorrow? Liang Can replied, I recall saying I never want to see you again. Shang Shui insisted, believing she had never heard such words. Tomorrow, my parents are handling paperwork, and I'm afraid to go alone. After sending the message, Shang Shui covered her phone and buried her face in her hands, waiting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. It was a voice call. Shang Shui immediately picked up the phone. On the other end, Liang Can's puzzled voice resonated. Are you really trying to introduce me to your mother? Shang Shui was both amused and annoyed, then calmly replied, well, if you're free, just come over. Consider it a request from me, and after the matter is settled, we can reconnect? Could you please take it easy? Do you think you still hold any credibility with me? Liang Can replied, let us reconcile. I'll show you my chest. What is the point of reconciling? We might as well merge into one. I might just transcend to a higher level. Both fell silent. Only the sound of quiet breathing reverberated through the receiver. It wasn't that Liang Can felt pity for Shang Shui. After all, aside from her tumultuous family situation, she possessed everything else. Nor was it that the sight of her chest was imperative. It was simply that men require a breadth of experiences. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Liang Can slapped his thigh in frustration, lamenting, is this the extent of your character, Liang Can? That night proved to be arduous, as sleep eluded him. Around 5 o'clock, in a daze, Liang Can decided to rise and head downstairs, capturing a photo of the dawn sky to send to Wen Xiang. By 6, Wen Xiang messaged, no way, you're really running away? By 8, Liang Can was awakened by Shang Shui's call, with the young lady stating she was already at the neighborhood entrance. Wen Xiang inquired, what are you eating? Show me. Liang Can replied, I've finished. With his phone tucked in his pocket, he stepped outside. Spotting a sleek black Mercedes at the entrance, Liang Can opened the door and slid into the back seat. Shang Shui, engrossed in her phone, immediately began removing her sun protection garment upon noticing Liang Can's arrival. Liang Can raised his hand. No rush. Shang Shui found this uncharacteristic of Liang Can. Have you lost interest? No, I'm just anxious for my lecherous readers. Shang Shui donned her sun protection garment once more, curiously asking, why the sudden calm? The car started, heading towards the municipal service center. Along the way, it was evident that Shang Shui's mood was notably low. Having witnessed her parents' divorce firsthand, a harsh reality for a child, Liang Can could not bear the oppressive atmosphere and attempted to lighten the mood by asking, after your parents' separation, who will you live with? Shang Shui slowly turned her neck to face Liang Can, exhaling softly. I'm 18. I don't need to live with anyone. Well, you must have a place to stay, right? I have plenty of houses. Liang Can was utterly exasperated. All right, now I'm even sadder than you. Shang Shui inhaled deeply. Gazing out the window, her voice tinged with melancholy. Yes, everyone thinks that way. Money is all that matters. But is it truly so arduous to wish for harmony among parents and for the family to be together? Liang Can cast a sidelong glance at Sheng Shui. Are you aware of the concept of left-behind children? I'm not suggesting a contest of woes. Rather, I believe that since we have reached this point, we might as well think positively. It is certainly better than causing oneself distress. Sheng Shui regarded Liang Can, her face resolute, yet her eyes brimming with tears. Despite her parents being away for half the year, they had always spared no effort in expressing their love for him. It's infuriating. I need comfort, Liang Can said, lifting his arm to gesture towards Sheng Shui, then pulling her into an embrace. Leaning against Liang Can, Sheng Shui wiped her tears. The sorrows of humanity are not universally shared. While Sheng Shui was engulfed in sorrow, Liang Can admired her resilience and beauty. They were soon to reach their destination, and continuing to cry would not serve any purpose. Liang Can looked down at Sheng Shui and whispered, "You yearn for a perfect family and paternal love. I have my own experiences. Perhaps I can assist you." Sheng Shui replied, "I will not cry anymore." How ungrateful. Upon arriving at the municipal service center, they exited the vehicle. Liang Can approached Sheng Shui and placed a hand on her back. "Straighten your posture. Do not let me look down upon you." Chapter 13. Oh, truly a sycophant. Sheng Shui had always felt that Liang Can's former demeanor was excessively somber, bordering on weakness. After the incident, he had become somewhat more abstract. Yet now, Liang Can exuded the aura of a man. Wiping her tears, Sheng Shui strode into the service center, swiftly locating her parents. Liang Can felt a sense of nostalgia as he finally saw his former girlfriend, Sheng Shui's mother, a woman of mature beauty. The process unfolded smoothly. Sheng Shui quietly observed as her parents, accompanied by their lawyers, signed the divorce agreement and received their diplomas. Divorce among the affluent can be quite complicated. Sheng Yufeng noticed Liang Can and sensed that the lad seemed different today. Standing tall and handsome, yet with a serious demeanor, Liang Can exuded an air of aloofness. Liang Can, catching Sheng Yufeng's furtive gaze, smirked inwardly. "Indeed, I am the legendary child-faced wolf. Do not provoke me, for I will reveal to you the depths of my nature." "What are you doing?" Sheng Shui questioned, perplexed by Liang Can's strange smile, as if anticipating trouble. Liang Can grinned mischievously. "You know nothing." His face, it is that of the legendary child-faced wolf, smiling in public but a cold Buddha in private. Before he could finish, he noticed Sheng Shui slowly retreating. From now on, I shall never be abstract again. It was acceptable that no one understood his humor. The real concern was being perceived as foolish. The waiting and processing took less than an hour. In that brief span, over 20 years of marriage came to an end. A round of applause for the efficiency of our administrative service center. The couple, ignoring one another, simultaneously invited Sheng Shui to join either of them. But she declined all offers. In the parking lot, Liang Can and Sheng Shui leaned against a Mercedes, observing the flow of people. Liang Can withdrew his hands from his pockets and touched his nose, saying, "You're about to study abroad and will meet many new friends, embarking on a new life. Everything will improve." Sheng Shui crossed her arms and suddenly turned to Liang Can. "And you?" Liang Can replied, "Me? I will not go to a capitalist country. I find it unclean." Sheng Shui stifled a laugh as the summer breeze tousled her long hair. She tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, "Will you pursue romance while in university?" "Of course," Liang Can blurted out. Sheng Shui raised an eyebrow. "How will you pursue it? Do you even know how?" "In truth, I have always harbored a regret," Liang Can said, gazing at Sheng Shui with earnestness, "that I did not experience a romance during high school." Sheng Shui's expression shifted subtly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Will you seek to remedy this regret?" "Your high school regret?" "Yes. Once I attend university, I shall certainly find a high school girl." Sheng Shui stared at Liang Can in disbelief, thinking she must have misheard. "What did you say?" Liang Can, puzzled by her confusion, replied, "It is simple. Since I did not date in high school, if I wish to make amends, what else would I pursue? An older woman in college?" Sheng Shui calculated that Liang Can have been serious for over an hour. That was quite commendable. One should not demand too much. It seemed that the incident had indeed changed him significantly. A gentle smile graced Sheng Shui's lips. Her tone inexplicably lightened. "Your aspirations are quite lofty. I thought you were preparing to pursue when xieing. When a beauty mentions another beauty in your presence, the matter itself becomes intriguing. Liang Can glanced at Shang Shui, suddenly chuckling coldly. I had originally considered reconciling with you, but how dare you presume to understand my intentions? Do you truly believe you can fathom my thoughts? Liang Can, hands in pockets, asked, is it time to leave work? If not, I shall take my leave. Shang Shui did not expect Liang Can to turn his back so swiftly. Just moments ago, he had comforted and encouraged her. She hurried to catch up. You've worked hard today. Let me treat you to a meal. Liang Can scoffed. Do you think I care about this meal? He quickened his pace, forcing Shang Shui to jog to keep up. Finally, she could no longer contain her frustration. Could you slow down? It hurts. I do not care, Liang Can replied. I was wrong, all right? Is that enough? I was wrong. The pleading tone she adopted was endearing. I am not here to coddle you. I am here to teach you the ways of the world. You may inquire far and wide, but is there anyone as selfless as I? Thus, Liang Can accompanied Shang Shui in her performance, witnessing the pivotal moment of her parents' divorce. This meant that Liang Can would forever remain a part of Shang Shui's life. Such is the nature of exceptional men. So shall we dine? Shang Shui inquired. Liang Can, hands once again in his pockets, replied, let us eat. No need to go out. I will prepare something for you. Once you study abroad, authentic home-cooked meals will be hard to come by. Liang Can thought to himself, during your studies, you bullied me so, regardless of any other emotions involved. You did bully me. Once you leave for abroad, you will find yourself alone, lonely and longing, and then suffer the pangs of love. If you were to immediately seek out a man, I would take out a loan to fly, first class, to confront you. Shang Shui was astonished. You can cook? Are you joking? The fishing platform calls me daily, begging me to work there, but I decline to focus on my studies. Liang Can summon the Mercedes to drive over, stating, my parents are always away. If we dined out every day, we would have to sell the house. Make yourself comfortable if you feel embarrassed. You can help me wash my underwear. Liang Can enter the kitchen with the ingredients, swiftly prepping vegetables, washing, and cutting meat in one go. Is there truly another man as exceptional as I? Today's lunch consists of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. For eggs, stir-fried vermicelli with cabbage, spicy beef strips, steamed Sichuan-style sausages, and a bowl of vegetable tofu soup. As Liang Can set the dishes on the table, he noticed Shang Shui had begun hanging up laundry. Wow, you're serious? It looks quite presentable. Liang Can complimented, surprised. I didn't wash the underwear. I find that too intimate. You have boundaries regarding such matters? Liang Can called Wang Yuan, inviting him to join for a meal. Hey, don't sleep. I personally cooked. Come eat. After agreeing to Shang Shui, Liang Can informed Wang Yuan that he would not be attending driving school today. If Liang Can was not going, Wang Yuan had no inclination to go either. In a state of bewilderment, Wang Yuan pushed open the door and beheld Liang Can seated regally in the main position, while Shang Shui was beside him, arranging bowls and chopsticks. Even serving rice to Liang Can, Wang Yuan rubbed his eyes, thinking to himself, damn, am I hallucinating? Upon noticing Wang Yuan's arrival, Shang Shui greeted him warmly. Staring at the impressively endowed beauty before him left Wang Yuan utterly astonished. Unable to comprehend the situation, he slowly took a seat, hesitating to speak, yet ultimately could not contain himself. Isn't it true, fair maiden, that you are quite the sycophant? Chapter 14. Why didn't you come to practice driving yesterday? Yuan was perplexed. After all, they were both men. What made him inferior to Liang Can? Why have I not had the pleasure of riding in a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, accompanied by a captivating woman with both an alluring appearance and a sweet voice, complemented by an enviable physique? Baffled and perplexed, Wang Yuan clutched his bowl of rice while inquiring of Liang Can, pray tell, why is this so? Liang Can leisurely savored his meal, stating, the principles of being a man are such that even if I were to impart them to you, you would not comprehend. How infuriating! He had once again deceived me. During the time when Wang Yuan was deeply enamored with his girlfriend, he observed the solitary Liang Can and secretly wished for his well-being. Yet, must you transform so abruptly? Jealousy can distort one's very essence, leading to a desire to guide the formidable Santi Taijun. Should my brother thrive better than I would not hesitate to obliterate the entire world. When there are outsiders present, Shang Shui appears particularly serene. She savors each bite, her attention fully devoted to the meal. For the one who cooks, there is a profound sense of accomplishment when others relish their creations. Observing Shang Shui, Liang Can offers a gentle smile. Could you possibly refrain from fixating solely on the beef? The tomato and scrambled eggs might feel neglected. Sheng Shui then picks up a portion of the tomato and scrambled eggs, and upon tasting it, finds herself immensely satisfied. She subsequently samples the vermicelli with cabbage and the preserved sausage, each bite filling her with contentment. Normally, she would consume merely half a bowl of rice. But today, she has devoured a full bowl. Wang Yuan has already moved on to his second bowl, soaking his rice in a broth of greens and tofu, chatting with Liang Can as he eats. Have you decided which university to apply to? Do you have a clear idea in mind? Liang Can has finished his meal and nodded, stating that after estimating the scores, the decision is almost finalized, and there won't be significant discrepancies. Where to go? The provincial capital? Indeed. I shall also join. At that time, we shall continue to mingle together. Wang Yuan has brightened up, arriving in a relatively unfamiliar city where familiar faces abound. The sensation is utterly distinct. In the provincial capital, numerous universities are concentrated in the Xiaxia area. Let us apply to those institutions. Liang Can crossed his legs nonchalantly and remarked, "What good schools can there be in Xiaxia? With my scores, I am certainly bound for the Zhejiang campus of Zhejiang University." Sheng Shui, taken aback, nearly dropped her bowl as she exclaimed, "Your scores are sufficient for Zhejiang University?" Liang Can rolled his eyes at Sheng Shui and remarked, "I was merely jesting. You truly lack a sense of humor. No wonder you struggle to thrive in this country. I ought to apply to Dianzike University." Liang Can then addressed Wang Yuan, saying, "I once discussed this with my parents, and they also believe that Dianzike University is quite commendable." Wang Yuan scratched his head and replied, "I suppose I can only attend a vocational college, perhaps Hangzhou Vocational School, and later pursue a bachelor's degree." He added, "That's perfectly fine. An undergraduate degree is just for show, while the nation truly relies on graduates from vocational institutions. Most parents in our province tend to resist allowing their children to study outside the province. Going to whose city might be acceptable, but venturing farther is out of the question." Wang Yuan chuckled foolishly, saying, "Oh, how wonderful it would be for us to attend university together. If only the young lady wouldn't go abroad. Once we reach Hangzhou, the three of us could gather often." Liang Can hurriedly covered Wang Yuan's mouth and cautioned him, "You mustn't speak carelessly." Sheng Shui glanced at Liang Can, a slight smile gracing her lips, her thoughts a mystery. "Liang Can, and this handsome gentleman," Sheng Shui remarked. Wang Yuan beamed with joy at being addressed as handsome by the beautiful young lady. Such naivety. If you truly were handsome, how could the girl possibly forget your name? Sheng Shui turned to Liang Can and said, "Thank you for cooking for me. It was truly delicious, which is why I have decided." Liang Can interjected, "Am I to prepare dinner as well? I would like to extend an invitation for you all to visit my humble abode." "Then what purpose do you have in inviting Wang Yuan? I could certainly go alone." Wang Yuan, infuriated, retorted, "Liang Can, do you not realize that you can no longer be referred to as a person?" Sheng Shui said with a radiant smile, "It's not just the two of you. There are also 2 children from my relatives. We can enjoy meals and play games together." Wang Yuan, inherently fond of lively gatherings, was evidently somewhat intrigued. Liang Can stifled a yawn and glanced at Sheng Shui, who clasped her hands together and offered a gentle bow. With a pitiful expression, she conceded, all right. The tendency to be soft-hearted was indeed a flaw she could not seem to rectify. Descending the stairs, she accompanied Sheng Shui as she departed. Watching the black Benz drive away, Liang Can's gaze turned contemplative. What was she pondering? Wang Yuan inquired with curiosity, "You must ensure my protection at that time." Liang Can responded earnestly, "I fear that Sheng Shui may seize the opportunity to intoxicate me and keep me overnight." Wang Yuan remarked, "The dishes and dining table were tidied up by me. We must delineate our responsibilities clearly." After a rejuvenating afternoon nap, Liang Can receive the materials sent by Yang Luan. The esteemed teacher Demu and teacher Qing Shui delivered heartfelt performances, resulting in over an hour of footage. The next step now lay in Liang Can's hands. Editing, after all, was a mere trifle. As he efficiently edited on his computer, Liang Can reflected on the task at hand. The title read, "Tony Demu and Qing Shui Jian teach you to activate Berserk mode." Working deep into the night, Liang Can finally completed the inaugural video material for the public account. After stretching languorously, he ventured to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles, adding 2 eggs. A man must treat himself well. The material is now uploaded. Acquire traffic, invest in traffic. Promote, invest in promotion. Without expenditure, how can one earn? There existed a video that later emerged, instructing young men on how to exercise and enhance their health. Despite the scant number of likes, it garnered hundreds of thousands of collections. The barrage of comments, however, uniformly expressed a sense of shame regarding the collection count. Is it truly the case that so many men are inadequate? Although I do not require it, I must collect it for the day I conquer the realm. To unleash a bloody reckoning upon the Xian, Ji Huan Jing, Liang Can tonight has honorably become a master. He is now standing firm, no longer the ineffectual person he once was. With a dual approach, the WeChat public account possesses a formidable monetization capability, as it presents numerous avenues for revenue generation. For Liang Can, it serves as an effective means of attracting traffic. Subsequently, Liang can access the web version of Weibo. Last night, he meticulously selected dozens of beakers that align with his envisioned image of a health mentor and proceeded to send collaborative private messages en masse. The volume of such private messages to the beakers is undoubtedly overwhelming and somewhat unappealing. However, Liang Can firmly believes that the beakers will certainly take notice. Why is that? Monetization is at hand. There are affluent gentlemen desiring to rendezvous for a brief encounter, some seeking to purchase stockings worn for 3 days, and others interested in acquiring private photographs. The beaker signifies a means to profit from such endeavors. Liang Can selected a fan who may not possess the largest following, yet exudes the most potential for development and continued dialogue. This individual appears to be a newcomer to the industry, with few provocative images on their profile, embodying a youthful and plump physique and wearing a mask. The message reads, "Hello, this is the official account of Gigi Shangshang. May I inquire if you're interested in collaboration? What else is there to discuss? Our public account focuses on the domain of men's health, and we are in search of a well-presented health mentor. If you're interested, I can send you some recording materials for your review. Should it meet your expectations, we could establish a collaboration. Oh, is there no need for an in-person meeting? I aspire to earn additional income." Liang Can. Indeed, all collaborations are conducted online. Thus it requires you, dear teacher, to film yourself. Should we reach an agreement, we will provide an extra subsidy. A few minutes later, by Tao Jiang. No problem. Please send the requirements, but I prefer not to show my face. Do not show your face. The urban deity Shui Jiao, who transforms into a fairer figure while sleeping, once proclaimed, "If you desire a woman who is already bare to reveal even more, simply adorn her with stockings." Concealing one's visage is inconsequential. Gently lifting the mask and allowing the tongue to caress the lips creates an even more delightful sensation, does it not? The last person to appear in a mask was the doll sister, and she has certainly profited from it. The artist has also been contacted, and if all goes smoothly, next week we will launch a brand new mode, the comic-style health mentor. Oh, foolish and pitiable men, the divine figure overseeing your health has arrived. Before sleep, Liang Can added white peach jam to his routine. The next day, after practicing reverse parking for a while, he sought refuge in the shade of a tree to cool off. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance wafted towards him. Upon opening his eyes, he found a fully armed Wen Xiangying, adorned with sunglasses, standing before him. "Liang Can, why didn't you come to practice driving yesterday? You promised to buy me a drink, and I didn't bring any money. I've been thirsty all morning. All morning. You have angered me." Chapter 15. What kind of divine being is this man? This is all Sheng Shui's fault. She lured Liang Can with her body. What virgin can withstand such temptation? Although when Xiangying wore sunglasses and a sun-protective outfit that concealed her face, the heaving of her chest clearly indicated that Chun Juling was indeed upset. "My apologies, I was in the wrong." Liang Can retrieved a thermos from behind him and handed it to Wen Xiangying. She removed her sunglasses and glanced at the white thermos, asking, "What is this?" "Chilled sour plum juice," Liang Can replied, "made by myself." When Xiangying was taken aback, pointing to herself, "Is this especially for me?" The proud boy might have said, "Not really, I wanted some for myself and prepared a cup for you as well." "Yes, it is specially made for you." As an apology, Liang Can affirmed. Crossing her arms and tilting her head, when Xiangying asked, "Then why didn't you come?" "It's a secret, not convenient to discuss," Liang Can replied. "You want to chase girls." She stated this as if it were a fact rather than a question. In a certain sense, she had indeed guessed correctly. Liang Can sighed. "Ingza, I have my own unspoken troubles. I hope you can understand." This was, in fact, incorrect. Ambiguity is a process of mutual exploration. Maintaining a certain level of mystery is crucial. After observing Liang Can for a moment, when Xiangying took the thermos, unscrewed the lid, and inhaled its aroma. It is fragrant. She then took a sip. The taste was sweet and sour with a hint of osmanthus. Yet, when Xiangying did not compliment Liang Can, after sitting beside him, she suddenly inquired, "Are you from the second high school?" This was a confirmation of what had been said before, indicating she had made a new discovery. Liang Can confirmed that this new discovery was Sheng Shui. That girl, Sheng, is indeed quite troublesome. The night before last, upon seeing Liang Can's like on when Xiangying's social media, she immediately followed suit. When Xiangying was taken aback when she saw it the next morning. She had been friends with Sheng Shui for a year, and they had never liked each other's posts. Moreover, the post in question was nothing special, just a daily update. Why then did Sheng Shui suddenly act out of character? It was perplexing. When Xiangying took another sip of the sour plum juice, and, in a tone as calm as casual conversation, said, "I have a friend at the second high school. I wonder if you know her." Sheng Shui, a rather good-looking girl. Not to the extent of being stunning, just acceptable. Do you really know her? She is my classmate. The coincidence of them being in the same class was striking. When Xiangying glanced at Liang Can, a smile suddenly gracing her lips as she leaned slightly closer. "What is your relationship like?" Liang Can, curious, looked at her. "Are you asking me to ask her for a favor?" When Xiangying paused for a moment, cleared her throat, straightened her back, and gazed ahead. Then, she spoke in an exceedingly professional broadcasting tone. According to sources from Chunfeng Driving School, student Liang Can has violated an agreement by openly standing up his commitments. When Xiangying's side strongly protests this, while Liang Can's side attempts to obfuscate the issue with abstract arguments, which is quite unwise. To his surprise, she possessed such a hidden talent. Initially, Liang Can thought when Xiangying's Mandarin was remarkably good, but had not considered her potential as a broadcaster. A crucial element of broadcasting is that the voice must have penetrating power, resonating with the listener. Liang Can couldn't help but feel a flutter of admiration. The person standing before him was indeed a female broadcaster. How wasteful it would be if such a fine voice were only used for work. In contemporary society, being a female broadcaster is still a respectable profession, unlike in later times when they were equated with disreputable occupations. "Are you an art student?" Liang Can raised his hand to applaud when Xiangying, "Which university are you planning to attend? Central Academy of Drama or Communication University of China?" "Zhejiang University of Media and Communication," when Xiangying replied, raising an eyebrow. Liang Can, "Speak honestly. Do not say I did not warn you." Liang Can was puzzled and asked with a grin, "Why are you so curious? Are you concerned about Sheng Shui or about me?" When Xiangying scrutinized Liang Can from head to toe, a faint smile appearing on her face, "Is there a difference? If you care about me, I can accept that it is due to your frustration over the missed appointment. If you care about Sheng Shui, I guess your relationship with her is not very good." When Xiangying's eyes sparkled, although she was uncertain of the basis for Liang Can's speculation, he was indeed correct. Ingzhao was not particularly fond of Sheng Shui, primarily due to an incident at the previous banquet where the elders had playfully suggested a brother-sister bond. That average girl genuinely expected her to call her sister. If only Liang Can knew, he would certainly guess that Sheng Shui did not wish to be the elder sister, but genuinely sought a sisterly bond. It was laughable. The attempts to curry favor with Liang Can had failed, and the same went for Wen Xiangying. The young lady was indeed unfortunate. It's not as serious as you say. At worst, it's just Wen Xiangying. Liang Can. Wang Yuan rushed over from a distance, interrupting Wen Xiangying's words. Liang Can pondered for a moment and nodded. "Go ahead, but remember to take safety precautions." "What nonsense are you talking to a pure-hearted boy?" Wang Yuan exclaimed angrily, clearly intending to resolve misunderstandings and move forward together. When Xiangying's attention was immediately captivated, and she exclaimed, "Is that true? You must listen to my advice. Buy roses, a large bouquet of roses, and wrap it with a string of lights." All right. Wang Yuan was equally excited, sitting beside Liang Can and immediately saying, "Liang Can." Sheng Shui said she would come to help. Having a girl present significantly increases the chances of success. When Xiangying was taken aback, "How does she know about this?" Liang Can also wondered. "I told her," Wang Yuan explained. "I added her after having dinner at your house yesterday. Just wanted to consult her for advice since girls understand girls best." When Xiangying felt as though she had been struck by lightning. "So, you were cooking for that girl who wants to be my sister, which is why you stood me up. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable." The sour plum soup was also prepared for her, and I drank what was left. Heavens, do you dislike being a younger sister that much? It's simply absurd. When Xiangying slammed down her cup and jogged away, Wang Yuan was still bewildered, asking, why did this young lady suddenly explode? Liang Can shrugged, glancing at Wen Xiangying's retreating figure, and smirked. It's just a woman's pride at play. Suddenly, Wang Yuan recalled something and looked at Liang Can with a mischievous grin. So now it seems you failed to win over the young lady. Huh? Little Liang, you're not as impressive as you thought. Just say if there's a young lady helping you cheer you on. No matter what, you can't say this time wasn't impressive. In the evening, oh no, I won't drink. When she came out, her mother was changing the aromatherapy on her nightstand. While wiping her damp hair, when Xiangying inexplicably asked, Mom, is Shang Shui about to go abroad? I've heard something, but only a little, her mother replied. It seems so. As she replaced the aromatherapy, her mother casually mentioned, all right, her parents divorced yesterday. Huh? Everyone in the circle seems to know. Wen's mother stood up, shaking her head with a sigh. At the last banquet, I saw that little girl holding her parents' hands. She must have loved her family dearly. The situation has escalated to such a degree that the most heartbroken are the children. Ying, if you're free, why not reach out to Shang Shui and take her out for a stroll? Our family has many collaborations with her mother. After saying this, when Mama exited the bedroom, when Xiang, wrapped only in a bath towel, sat at the foot of the bed, her momentary disdain for Shang Shui completely dissipating. Indeed, Shang Shui was not the easiest person to get along with, often speaking in a slightly commanding tone. Yet, it reminded her of childhood conflicts with classmates. No matter how angry one might feel, hearing the words, my parents are divorced, could instantly evoke a sense of guilt. With this thought, she picked up her phone and messaged Liang Can. Did you know Shang Shui's parents are getting divorced? When Xiang added, why you? Liang Can replied, perhaps because I am a good person. Oh, how he flatters himself. Yes, indeed, I am the most virtuous. Liang Can was indeed performing a good deed, perfectly fitting the phrase, to bear unutterable burdens. When others' parents divorce, should one spread the word indiscriminately? Then, I shall not be angry. Chapter 16. The young lady, don't let your buddy buy the flowers. I will take care of it. You men are unreliable in such matters. After reading Wen Xiaoying's message, Liang Can couldn't help but glance at Wang Yuan, who was sitting across from him. The two were having dinner at a noodle shop, and Wang Yuan, holding a large bowl, blushed shyly when he caught Liang Can's gaze. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare. When Xiang asked, have you already bought them? Liang Can replied, you and Shang Shui thought of it together. She said she would prepare the flowers. Moments later, when Xiang insisted, just buy them. Liang Can set his phone down and, after slurping a noodle, told Wang Yuan, Shang Shui and Wen Xiang have already taken care of the flowers for you. Is that true? Indeed. Just transfer the money to me later, and I will repay them. We want to take advantage of this. Wang Yuan exclaimed, this small amount is nothing to me. How much can 2 bouquets cost? About 10,000. In reality, it wouldn't exceed 2,000 or 3,000 for both. Those who frequently send flowers should know this well. Flowers are exceedingly expensive. If they are of good quality and beautifully packaged, along with some other embellishments, a single large bouquet could easily cost 1,000 to 2,000, with no room for negotiation. Who says men cannot drive the economy? Wang Yuan slapped the table. Quickly tell those 2 spoiled young ladies to stop. I don't want to sell my kidney. Well, it seems the service fee is out of the question. Liang Can scoffed, looking down at Wang Yuan. You're so pathetic. You're losing your cool over such a trifling amount? When you see your girlfriend later, I'll just say you're not even willing to spend 10,000 on her. Wang Yuan stretched his hand out, then lend me some. Liang Can was shocked. Where'd I get money from? What about the 600,000 you earned from that headshot? Don't tell me you spent it all. Well, I did. Liang Can replied nonchalantly. I topped up my car to the foot massage parlor. Now, any technician over 20 is unworthy of touching my esteemed feet. Wang Yuan stared blankly and asked, then why didn't you take me with you? Liang Can cast an inscrutable glance at Wang Yuan and snatched the fried egg from his bowl. Brother, do you think you're worthy? The agreed time was 9 o'clock in the evening. An earlier arrival would be inappropriate. If they went right after dinner, Wang Yuan would look foolish standing there with 2 bouquets while people walked by. Thus, the two decided to head to an internet CAF for a gaming session. And this time, even if Liang Can try to cheat, Wang Yuan dared not complain. Hey, Liang Can, don't play on your phone. We're forming a team. The young lady sent a message asking what flowers Wang Yuan's girlfriend usually liked. I don't know. If you don't know, then be quiet. Liang Can was equally clueless and allowed Sheng Shui and Wen Xieying to take the lead. Such extravagant matters were better understood by those wealthy than by the impoverished. By 8 o'clock, Wang Yuan hurriedly logged off and dragged Liang Can to his girlfriend's apartment complex. They waited at the entrance for Sheng Shui and Wen Xieying. After several minutes, a familiar Mercedes approached from the east, while a black Range Rover came from the west. The two cars halted at the complex entrance, and the rear doors opened almost simultaneously. Sheng Shui and Wen Xieying emerged, each holding a bouquet. At the moment their eyes met, a spark seemed to ignite. Liang Can silently chanted in his heart, "I want to see rivers of blood." The gallant man stepped forward, smiling as he greeted them. "You're all quite punctual." Even a straight man like Wang Yuan could sense the complex dynamics between Sheng Shui and Wen Xieying. If he were in Liang Can's shoes, he would certainly keep his distance. Liang Can had informed Sheng Shui in advance about Wen Xieying's arrival and had even discreetly inquired if there were any conflicts between them. What could Sheng Shui say? Naturally, she replied in the negative. Otherwise, would she tell Liang Can, "She wanted let me be your sister. I'm upset"? Wen Xieying, aware of Sheng Shui's parents' divorce, had no intention of holding a grudge against her and greeted her warmly. "Hello, Sister Shui." "Well, if she is going to call me that, who am I to object? Especially since she is currently in a worse situation." Sheng Shui was utterly taken aback to hear Wen Xieying call her sister today, instantly straightening her back. "Hello, Sister Xieying." After their introductions, both averted their gazes, feeling an overwhelming awkwardness. They then handed their bouquets to Liang Can. The scene was quite peculiar. Two exceptionally beautiful young ladies, in a public setting, presenting flowers with both hands to the handsome gentleman standing in the middle. An elderly man walking his dog passed by and exclaimed, "What an impressive young man." Liang Can laughed heartily, no need for such flattery, after which he took the flowers and stuffed them into Wang Yuan's arms. The three entered the complex and stood downstairs. Liang Can instructed Wang Yuan, "We'll hide over by the climbing frame. If anything happens, signal us." Wang Yuan took a deep breath and nodded. "All right, you go up and bring her down for me." Liang Can retorted, "I might as well help you propose." He added, "What is the use of your phone? Just message her to come down." "All right." Liang Can waved his hand and called out to Sheng Shui and Wen Xieying, "Come on, follow me to the ambush." The three crept into the climbing frame, bending down to peek. Wen Xieying excitedly whispered, "Liang Can, do you think your buddy will succeed?" "It's highly likely." Sheng Shui inquired, "Are you that certain?" Liang Can clicked his tongue and grinned. If they were truly at odds, the girl would have deleted him from WeChat long ago. Not having deleted him means she's waiting for Wang Yuan. Wen Xieying giggled, "Oh, you're quite perceptive. No wonder you're an expert in theoretical discussions." "What theoretical discussions?" Liang Can observed the two, noticing a familiarity that didn't escape Sheng Shui's eyes, causing her to purse her lips in annoyance. She straightened her back, allowing her knees some relief. Liang Can, gazing ahead, casually asked, "It seems your relationship is somewhat nuanced. What happened before?" "It surely wasn't anything major. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the same frame." Wen Xieying smirked and looked at Sheng Shui. "She wants to be my sister." Sheng Shui hadn't anticipated Wen Xieying would reveal her embarrassing moment so openly, quickly retorting, "I'm older than you, by a mere 2 months." Wen Xieying countered, implying that a couple of months hardly constituted a significant age difference. Liang Can interjected, "She is just slightly older." I was referring to age. Poor Cup, facing the tyrannical Cup, could only argue weakly. "Look, she is coming down," Wen Xieying exclaimed, spotting a girl in pajamas walking out of the building. In a moment of excitement, she dared not make a sound but quickly patted Liang Can's shoulder. Sheng Shui noticed and remained silent, puffing her cheeks in response. Liang Can, ever the spectator, was eager to witness the unfolding drama of the four individuals. However, it remained uncertain which bouquet of flowers would capture Wang Yuan's girlfriend's heart. Wen Xieying cheerfully exclaimed, "It must be mine, of course. Roses, what girl could possibly resist them?" Sheng Shui retorted coolly, "As for Mu Jianjin Kue, I have paired it with baby's breath and forget-me-nots. Now, that is a true match. Too much is as bad as too little, Sister Shui." Liang Can interjected, "Monotony can be dull, Sister Xieying." He then had a sudden flash of inspiration. "How about this? When Wang Yuan's girlfriend chooses a bouquet, whoever's flower she picks will be the elder sister. Are you willing to wager?" "Absolutely." Wen Xieying agreed without hesitation. Sheng Shui protested, "Why should I? If I lose, I suffer the consequences while she does not." When Xiang shook her head playfully, "What's wrong? Are you afraid to bet?" Shang Shui bared her teeth in a mock growl, emitting a sound reminiscent of a small beast in fury. Yet, with her youthful voice, it lacked any menace and instead evoked an urge to pat her head. "Let's gamble then," Liang Can whispered, akin to a live commentator. She's reaching for it. She's reaching for it. This was no longer merely about Wang Yuan. It had become a matter of honor between Shang Shui and Wen Xiang. The two beauties widened their eyes, watching intently. Wang Yuan's girlfriend was a strikingly lovely girl who accepted the bouquet of roses. "I mean, call me sister," Wen Xiang shouted, her fists clenched in exhilaration. But wait, something seems off. Sure enough, Wang Yuan's girlfriend tossed the flowers on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Shang Shui smiled with quiet satisfaction. "You are destined to be the younger sister. I am confident of victory." Though she appeared calm, her palms were clammy with sweat. Wen Xiang hung her head in dejection, as if resigned to defeat. "Do you think a few pathetic flowers can compensate for the words you've said before?" Wang Yuan's girlfriend then seized Shang Shui's prepared mixed bouquet and hurled it to the ground as well. Shang Shui and the other girl exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "Why are women so difficult to please?" Chapter 17. Do you think I should go abroad? Thus, one must understand each other and practice empathy. If you are not tasked with charming the ladies, you will never realize how challenging it is. Liang Can chuckled. "Now you see how tough it is for us boys. Remember today's experience when you throw a tantrum in the future." Xiao Xue. At that moment, Wang Yuan took charge. Sweeping his girlfriend into his embrace like a domineering CEO, "I was in the wrong. Wherever you go, I shall follow. If I go abroad, will you go too?" His girlfriend queried. "You couldn't afford it," Wang Yuan replied. Liang Can thought to himself, "Oh no, this is bad. This lad has picked up the worst habits after spending a few days with me. Because I know you are a sensible and dutiful girl. You and T-Bear to leave your parents." Wang Yuan exclaimed passionately. "Unbelievable. He has even learned to be clever." Wen Xiang applaudit Wang Yuan eschwit. Shang Shui nodded in agreement. Well done, well done. Impressive on-the-spot improvisation." Liang Can remarked, "What is the big deal? I brought the beautiful lady to be your comedic relief." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xue, feeling choked up, asked, "What if I go out of province?" "I will accompany you," Wang Yuan declared. "Will your parents agree? If not, I will earn my tuition myself. I'll borrow from Liang Can and serve as his dog." Liang Can laughed, "And what is my business in this? Do you know how I earn my living? With my life." Xiao Xue sobbed. At that moment, Wang Yuan no longer hesitated and leaned down to kiss her. Oh dear. The two girls who had been eavesdropping immediately covered their eyes, but peeked through their fingers. With sparkling fox-like eyes and almond-shaped ones, they gazed intently in that direction. Shang Shui and Wen Xiang held their breath, seemingly regretting their distance. Liang Can cursed under his breath. "What on earth are you two doing with your tongues? Aren't they meant to taste flavors?" "Oh wait, they are indeed meant to taste flavors. I didn't misspeak." The depth of their kiss was truly passionate. Suddenly, a firework exploded with a pop, scattering colorful confetti in the sky. "Congratulations to the couple." Liang Can jumped up, discarding the firework tube. "Let us go eat." Xiao Xue, upon seeing Liang Can, immediately hid shyly in Wang Yuan's embrace. At that moment, Shang Shui and Wen Xiang approached, smiling and applauding. "Congratulations, congratulations." Afterward, they quietly went to retrieve the discarded flowers. "Liang Can, it's been a while," Xiao Xue said, wiping her tears as she greeted him. Liang Can nodded with a smile. Indeed, it nearly became a farewell. Xiao Xue shyly retreated into Wang Yuan's arms. Yuan, look at him. Look at that big-headed fool." Wang Yuan chimed in, "It's all right. Thanks to Liang Can's efforts, we managed to reconcile, so I should treat him." He also took care to introduce Shang Shui and Wen Xiang. Xiao Xue regarded the two beauties with curiosity. They were simply outstanding. "These two beauties," Xiao Xue looked at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan clarified, "Don't misunderstand. They are simply kind-hearted individuals, and there is no other relationship with Liang Can." After hearing this, Xiao Xue accepted, "Of course, I understand Liang Can's character." "What do you understand?" "I'm asking you. Do you think I can attract beautiful girls? Do you believe I could even woo you if I turn dark?" Wang Yuan, having won over his fair lady, declared with joy, "All right then, I'll treat everyone to a late-night snack. Don't compete with me. Tonight, I'm footing the bill." Liang Can, with a straight face, inquired of the two ladies, "Do you know which restaurant is the most expensive?" Wang Yuan replied. Shang Shui feigned sympathy for Liang Can, saying, "Don't be jealous of your brother. That's right. When Xiang added, boys should be magnanimous. Liang Can countered, it's late at night. The expensive restaurants are closed. Thus, they settled on a nearby crawfish restaurant. 1 pound of spicy, 1 pound of numb, 1 pound of boiled, and 2 pounds of 13 spices. Wang Yuan excitedly said to Liang Can, Brother, shall we have a drink? Are you in a rush? Am I in a rush? That's hilarious. I'm a composed man. Wang Yuan laughed heartily, raising an eyebrow. Liang Can look. While saying this, he wrapped his arm around Yishui. Oh, don't do that, Yishui protested. You're driving me crazy. Liang Can, irritated, went to grab crawfish when suddenly, a small hand with a plastic glove placed a peeled crawfish meat into his bowl. Everyone turned to look at Sheng Shui. She calmly peeled another one. What are you staring at? After my father dealt with him, I fed him. Peeling shrimp is no big deal. I'll help you peel, Liang Can. When Xiang tilted her head and quickly peeled a crawfish for Liang Can, even dipping it in the sauce. Liang Can waved his hand, calling out loudly, Waiter, 2 beers over here. Wang Yuan advised, Brother, peeling crawfish makes it inconvenient to drink. Your hands will be greasy. Liang Can flipped his hair, his voice deep, Brother, do you think I need to do it myself? Liang Can, didn't you just say you were underage? When Xiang asked, Sheng Shui interjected, his birthday is in October. Liang Can replied, what is the point of being underage if I can still get a driver's license? But the truth no longer mattered. When Xiang, full of surprise, joyfully exclaimed, Then you are the youngest among us 3. Henceforth, you shall be. She pointed at Sheng Shui, sister. Then at herself, sister. Finally, pointing at Liang Can, she proudly declared, Brother. Yes, I'm the brother. When Xiang was no longer the youngest and felt immensely pleased, I will peel shrimp for my brother. As a younger one, it's my duty to care for you. Younger one is the meaning of Mangni in Korean. In recent years, Korean dramas have been immensely popular in the country, and Liang Can could manage a few phrases himself. He promptly showcased his Korean skills. A group of high school seniors engaged in lively discussions, naturally gravitating towards their future aspirations. Yishui remarked, My parents prefer that I do not venture outside the province. Even if I attend a third-tier university, I can still take the civil service exam after graduation. This news delighted Wang Yuan immensely. If Miss Sheng goes abroad, what about Miss Wen? He inquired. I will attend Hangzhou Vocational College, while Liang Can tentatively plans to enroll at the University of Electronic Science and Technology. Our 3 schools are quite close, she replied. Wang Yuan slammed his hand on the table and raised his glass. I have checked the map. The University of Electronic Science and Technology and Zhejiang University of Media and Communications are directly opposite each other. When Xiang glanced at Liang Can and cheerfully said, Brother, you must be available whenever I need assistance in the future. Liang Can took a sip of his draft beer and responded, of course. The atmosphere was harmonious, filled with laughter and chatter, except for Sheng Shui, who appeared somewhat withdrawn. When Xiang climbed into a Land Rover and waved goodbye to Liang Can. Are you sure you don't want to ride? Sure, see you at driving school. The Land Rover slowly departed, leaving Liang Can waiting for Wang Yuan, firmly stating, No kissing, it's a waste of time. The window rolled down, revealing Sheng Shui's delicate features. She looked at Liang Can and asked in a soft voice, Do you truly think I need to go abroad? Sheng Shui bit her lip, silently observing Liang Can. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, If you do not go abroad, will your scores enable you to attend a university in the country? Chapter 18. White Peach Jam. Sheng Shui's academic performance in class was not exceptional. The top few students had already participated in competitions and secured placements at Tsinghua University or Peking University. Nonetheless, her capabilities were sufficient to gain admission to a reputable university. Can you focus on your studies? Just wait and see. I remember you didn't T-score as well as I did in school, Sheng Shui retorted. Liang Can smiled and asked, Aren't you afraid of living alone? If I weren't, wouldn't I leave quickly? After finishing her shower, she sat at her computer desk and logged onto the platform, where a message promptly arrived. White Peach Jam sent the first version of her audition tape. Liang Can eagerly clicked to view it, whistling in admiration. The video featured a girl with white hair wearing a mask, her large eyes accentuated by striking blue contact lenses and delicately applied makeup around the corners, hinting at a playful allure. Indeed, such professional matters should be entrusted to experts. Liang Can thought. He often encountered comments online from women saying they would resort to being mistresses if their situations became dire, or expressing that they would only sell themselves when they reached an extreme. How amusing. Do they think such money is easily earned? Do they comprehend the implications of being a mistress? Can they even sell themselves? White peach jam. Positive teacher, please critique. All right, I will approach this with a discerning eye. Liang Can responded. He opened the first video, dressed in a white shirt and a leather miniskirt. The girl with white hair wielded a pointer and unexpectedly smacked her own backside. A sweet, melodic voice followed. I wonder which little one hasn't removed their hands from under the desk. No mischief now. Pay attention. Liang Can had written the lines himself, finding the process surprisingly effortless. The phrase perfectly complemented White Peach Jam's well-timed actions and expressions. He was certain she was the one he sought. Then, White Peach Jam shifted her posture, lifting one leg onto the desk, causing her skirt to stretch taut against her curves. Supporting herself with one hand, her tone turned languid. You useless little ones, would you like your teacher to fill your tiny brains with knowledge? Speak, she prompted. Do you want it? If so, you must listen attentively, or else. She lightly cracked the whip against her stocking-clad leg. White Peach Jam giggled. Then I shall have to weaken you further. Why are your hands beneath the desk again? Bring them up. What are you staring at? Do I have words on my chest? Focus on the blackboard. She even sent a voice invitation. Liang Can donned his headphones, connecting to the voice call. Hello, can you hear me? On the other end, White Peach Jam's voice, tinged with surprise, responded, Positive teacher, your voice is lovely. It has a rich resonance. What kind of resonance? Oh, you know what I mean, she giggled. It's a rich, youthful vibe. Hearing your voice feels like basking in sunlight. Let us stick to discussing work, shall we? Can the flirtation wait until we finish? Liang Can said with a hint of seriousness. Understood, private matters. Liang Can continued. Shortly, I will send you the illustrations needed for the educational content. You will present according to the script, and I will handle the editing. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, positive teacher. Refer to me as boss. All right, boss. Liang Can further stated. The costumes and props you require will be calculated into your remuneration at market rates. Additionally, when you share images on various platforms, you may include the QR code for the Positive Outlook public account. That expense will be accounted separately. If you have friends in the industry who might be interested, they can promote as well under the same terms. That concludes my points. Liang Can's tone remained solemn. Now that the business is concluded, you are welcome to flirt with me. A what? The abruptness caught White Peach Jam off guard. After a few seconds, her voice, now slightly bashful yet teasing, responded, Boss. That comes at a different price. But your voice is so pleasant. I would gladly chat with you for free. How professional. Liang Can mused, suspecting she might have other side gigs, perhaps in voice chatting. Boss, why are you pursuing this? With righteous conviction, Liang Can answered. To ensure that young women no longer compromise their integrity for performance. I wish for each cheer to be heartfelt. A sensible girl would accommodate the men by contributing enthusiastically. Yet some, upon uttering a single cheer, would find themselves lost. Should such tragedies be allowed to persist unchallenged? White Peach Jam, slightly stammering, replied then, Boss, you're truly benefiting humanity. Not quite so noble. Primarily, it's about making money. Liang Can sincerely stated, you earn money from men, and I do as well. Let us collaborate harmoniously and reap greater rewards. Indeed, here S to the widespread acclaim of your public account. As Liang Can needed to communicate with the illustrator, he requested White Peach Jam's bank account information before ending the call. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of messages flooded in from her. What arrived was an exceedingly daring set of photographs. White Peach Jam. Hey, boss, this is a little bribe from your employee. A small token of my appreciation. Please do accept it. So considerate. White Peach Jam seemed to prefer anonymity, even in the photos, as she wore a mask. Truly impressive. In Hangzhou, a particular community, White Peach Jam, clad in a white shirt and ultra-short leather skirt, concluded her call with Liang Can, only to receive a notification of a payment deposited. Can this public account really generate income? With her white hair flowing, she curiously clicked on the Positive Outlook public accounts educational video. Upon recognizing the individuals in the video, her eyes widened in astonishment. ISNT that them. Identifying Teacher Dongni and Teacher Qing Shui, White Peach Jam burst into laughter. The boss truly understands men, with these two presenting. Which man would dare to doubt? As she observed the video, showcasing Teacher Qing Shui performing health-boosting exercises, White Peach Jam's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Subsequently, she climbed onto her bed, lying flat, engaging her core, with her feet and back as support, pushing upward with effort. She immediately felt her entire core tighten. After repeating this a few times, her energy waned, and she collapsed, somewhat astonished. Why am I even practicing this? It's not like I need it. Bai Tao Jiang playfully scratched her white hair, amused by her own silliness, and quickly glanced at the feedback. To her astonishment, the comment section was filled with exuberance. Oh my, is this my spiritual mentor? With the dual dragons embarking on their expedition, nothing shall thrive. Where can I offer my gratitude? I owe both teachers an abundance of rightful compensation, while others may doubt. I shall forever cherish the words of my two esteemed mentors. In just 2 days since its launch, the WeChat public account, Xiangshang, has amassed over 1,000 followers, qualifying it for advertisements. Bai Tao Jiang returned to the platform, and to her surprise, it had even graced the homepage, attracting an overwhelming influx of traffic, with various comments flooding the screen, making it nearly impossible to keep up. Such a spectacle signifies the official commencement of profit for Liang Can's public account. Chapter 19. Unyielding resilience. The boss may indeed lead me to substantial financial gains. Witnessing the attention garnered by the WeChat public account, Xiangshang, Bai Tao Jiang believed this would not be a mere one-time transaction. If Liang Can were to rise to prominence, he would not shy away from voicing his thoughts. Oh dear, how embarrassing that I would entertain such thoughts merely due to his youthful voice. Boss, our public account is gaining tremendous popularity. Various collaborations will inevitably follow, including products, holy chalices, and men's health clinics, among others, especially the men's health clinic, which boasts remarkable profits. Meanwhile, the mischievous Yang Luan has been unable to contain his enthusiasm, even selecting products during a recent trip to Tokyo. What do you think of this Utsunomiya Shine mold? She has been quite the sensation lately and is sure to sell like hotcakes. Liang Can could only urge him to remain patient. Returning to his conversation with Bai Tao Jiang, Liang Can picked up a chilled glass of cola, a smile gracing his lips. Noticing the public account's high popularity and the potential for significant earnings, he immediately became proactive and enthusiastic. Very well, I appreciate such pragmatic young women. If you're willing to invest, she will indeed deliver. In contrast, some individuals flaunt their allure to wealthy suitors while maintaining an air of superiority over those who fawn over them, even accepting their gifts. The distinction is stark. Bai Tao Jiang exclaimed, wow, I must work diligently. I cannot hinder the boss's endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Can mused. My vision is to assemble a team of health mentors to rotate in and out, ensuring users do not experience aesthetic fatigue. I did not claim you were the only one. Do not be overly sentimental. Indeed, Bai Tao Jiang promptly sent a crying emoji. Boss, are you preparing to abandon me? Liang Can reassured her, of course not. If your popularity is sufficiently high, your frequency of appearances will certainly increase. Bai Tao Jiang sent a distressed emoji. I lack confidence. I hope the boss can open a back door for me. Liang Can replied, I apologize, but I have a cleanliness obsession. Bai Tao Jiang then sent a voice message. Her voice, imbued with shyness and a touch of grievance, came through the headphones. Oh, what are you thinking? How naughty, Boss Saran. Conversing with a girl like Bai Tao Jiang requires no reservations. To paraphrase the words of the master from Farewell, My Concubine, all are of lowly status. Who is there to disparage him? She is genuinely an audio enthusiast. With her slightly pudgy yet youthful figure, Bai Tao Jiang mused that if the owner of that voice were to whisper sweet nothings in her ear, she might just lose herself. Bai Tao Jiang said, I will be obedient. Liang Can replied, all right, I shall treat you to some chicken soup when the opportunity arises. Bai Tao Jiang inquired, which city are you in, boss? Liang Can answered, I will be in Hangzhou in September. Bai Tao Jiang exclaimed, I am in Hangzhou. Boss, please be my photographer. What a delightful surprise. Otherwise, why would I offer you this job? The role of a photographer is significant, especially for capturing Bai Tao Jiang. It could result in an album that leads to something more. As for not recognizing Bai Tao Jiang's true identity, I desire only her mask. Bai Tao Jiang aknoet unde stole. In truth, she is quite adept at fishing for compliments, having ensnared many wealthy suitors who ultimately only received a few pictures. Yet, for reasons unknown, Bai Tao Jiang felt that this unfamiliar boss was not swayed by her usual tactics. Presently, she eagerly anticipated the feedback once her health mentor video was released. Late at night, Liang Can concluded his work, stretched, and retired to bed. Lying on his side, he perused his phone and admired Bai Tao Jiang's portfolio once more. My taste is impeccable, by Tao Jiang exudes an irresistible allure that is undeniably tied to her soft yet youthful physique. I eagerly await our encounter. As a boss, one of my admirable qualities is resilience and tenacity. Subsequently, he contemplated the future development of the public account. Advertising, merchandise, paid knowledge, even the establishment of an online store. Currently, I can manage the workload alone. However, as we progress, forming a small team will be essential. If the boss works every day, there will be no time left for leisure. Everything shall be addressed once I arrive in Hangzhou. In the following days, Liang can refrain from attending driving school, dedicating himself entirely to matters related to the public account. The health improvement videos featuring Dong Ni Demu and Qin Shui Jian propelled Ji Xiang Shang to new heights, particularly on the platform. Within just a few days, the collection counts surpassed 1,000. As for who collected them, I shall refrain from mentioning. Furthermore, by Tao Zhang's video, featuring her as a comic health mentor, even trended on Weibo after a slight monetary investment. Although its ranking was not particularly high, it demonstrated that in the internet age, with sufficient creativity and a little financial backing, traffic flows abundantly. After the release of the educational video, the comments and bullet screens went wild. Teacher, I can't help but place my hands under the desk. By Tao teacher, punish me, beat me to death, stomp on my face with high heels. Teacher, could you come to my home for tutoring? Is this educational content or a death sentence? After about a week of heightened interest, individuals began reaching out to Liang Can for potential collaborations. One day, while Liang Can was catching up on sleep at home, a phone call jolted him awake. Hello, is this the Ji Xiang Shang public account? This is the official flagship store of AI Mu Wei Ting. What do you sell? Products. The other party responded affirmatively. Absolutely no problem. I will add you. All right. Remember to use Shun phone. Liang Can hung up the phone and turned to by Tao Jiang, sending her a message. Send me an address. I will send you some gifts. By Tao Jiang, whose routine was more nocturnal, had just awakened. Liang Can added, who says the gifts aren't for me? I am selecting a beautifully packaged box for my gift. In recent days, by Tao Jiang noticed her Weibo followers rapidly increasing, undoubtedly a result of the traffic from the platform and the public account. Because the educational video bore her Weibo watermark, Liang Can refer to it as employee benefits. Consequently, her original business has seen an extraordinary boom, leading her to fall behind on orders. With such great kindness, Bai Tao Jiang thought little of it and provided Liang Can with an address. The express delivery was swift, arriving the next day. Upon receiving the package, Bai Tao Jiang opened it and immediately grasped the meaning behind Liang Can's words. It turned out I was the gift. Gazing at the delicate fabric, Bai Tao Jiang felt no embarrassment. Instead, she picked up her phone and messaged Liang Can. Boss, I received the items. Liang Can smiled at her message. This child, so considerate. Do you enjoy milk tea? I am your Mishue. Chapter 20. Do you even deserve to play innocent? In later years, to shatter the constraints of his personality, Liang Can forced himself to embrace the game of life. He understood that girls like her rarely experience normal relationships. Those who draw close are either lustful predators or opportunistic leeches. Thus, is my affection for you a disgrace? The plan for the public account's meteoric rise has been accomplished. Now, I must don my sun protection attire to shield my fair skin from the sun's rays. Upon arriving at the driving school, Liang Can had not yet dismounted from his small electric scooter when a familiar figure appeared, leisurely enjoying the shade beneath a tree. Brother, Wen Xiang exclaimed joyfully. Waving at Liang Can, rolling his eyes, Liang Can approached her and said, there's no brother here. If you have something to say, tell Dad. You're so annoying. Daughters grow up and start to disdain their fathers, Wen Xiang retorted. Her familiarity with Liang Can had notably increased after she learned that he was acquainted with Sheng Shui. While she held no particular interest in Sheng Shui, she recognized that the girl was harmless, albeit a bit dim-witted. The trust she placed in Liang Can indicated that this cheeky young man was genuinely decent. Moreover, he was younger than her. Wen Xiang placed her hands behind her back and circled Liang Can, asking, you haven't practiced driving in days. Where have you been? Liang Can replied, I was accompanying Sheng Shui. Why were you with her? Did she pay you? Are you willing to earn that kind of dirty money? Wen Xiang dismissed Liang Can's words, contemplating for a moment before suddenly inquiring, Liang Can, have you really never been in a relationship? Does handholding count? Liang Can responded, to which Wen Xiang immediately reacted with disgust. Gross. Sheng Shui wouldn't he think I'm gross? Liang Can thought to himself. Casting a glance at Wen Xiang, he pondered. Why are you suddenly curious about this? Are you interested in pursuing me? With her hands on her hips, Wen Xiang clicked her tongue and replied, someone is pursuing me. I want to ask you how to properly reject him. Liang Can immediately place his hand to his forehead and looked around. Who could possibly share my taste? You're impossible. Wen Xiang rolled her eyes playfully. You think I'm hiding in the shade just for fun? I don't want to sit in the car. Liang Can understood. That person was in the same coach car as her? Yes, she confirmed, shrugging her shoulders and continuing. He seems to be from your class too. While you've been absent these past few days, he has been pestering me daily. So could you. Liang Can interrupted. Pretend to be my boyfriend? No. Pretend to be my brother and protect me, she clarified. Liang Can found this a bit perplexing. Why not just be my boyfriend? That role is clearly more convincing. Raising an eyebrow, Wen Xiang smirked. That was the plan, but your girlfriend isn't just a hand, right? I can't just snatch a man from her. Liang Can remained unfazed. Did I ever say whose hand it is? Is it Wang Yuan's? Liang Can realized that the two girls he had been frequently interacting with were not the type to be submissive. You'd think Sheng Shui would feel guilty after that incident, but she only reluctantly showed her chest. He mused. Wen Xiang was even more assertive, not feeling indebted to Liang Can, which made her retorts all the more powerful. This back and forth was what made things interesting. It was akin to a game. A one-sided affair could be rather dull. But from today onward, you would owe me a favor. Liang Can, with his hands in his pockets, shook his head in refusal. I'm not accustomed to being a brother. It's either boyfriend or no deal. Wen Xiang, now with her hands on her hips and tilting her head, asked indignantly, you want to even help with this small favor? Gambling with my integrity cannot be considered small. Just then, the coach car came to a gradual halt, and a boy in a white shirt exited the vehicle, cheerfully waving at Wen Xiang. Upon noticing Liang Can beside her, his smile faltered momentarily before returning to normal. This boy dashed to the supermarket to buy 2 bottles of drinks before jogging back. Xiaowen, let me treat you to a drink. The boy then handed Liang Can a bottle and called out, Liang Can, right? I'm from class 6. Liang Can received the drink, somewhat surprised. You know me? As Wen Xiang prepared to sweetly say, wow, darling, you're quite famous, she overheard the boy say, yeah, aren't you and Sheng Shui a couple? You're quite well known. Wen Xiang, who was about to link arms with Liang Can, swiftly withdrew her hand behind her back. Liang Can rolled his eyes vigorously. On what basis do you all claim that Sheng Shui and I are a couple? The boy replied, that's what everyone says. Many people have caused you trouble because of it. Damn Sheng Shui, no wonder life at school was so tough for me before. Do you have any idea how much chaos you've caused? This truly touched a nerve. It was not something that could be brushed aside. Realizing this, Liang Can sharply detected the fleeting emotion on the boy's face and understood instantly. A scheming brat, attempting to use this tactic to sabotage my relationship with Wen Xiang. You're finished. Liang Can smiled cheerfully and asked, what should I call you? Zhang Jiaoyang. The boy introduced himself with a smile. I was supposed to come to driving school right after the exams, but my parents took me to Europe, so this is our first meeting. This young man had a bit of cunning, yet not excessively so. He seemed eager to showcase something, hoping to gain the girl's attention. This behavior was akin to pretending to shoot a basketball in front of Crush. Liang Can had initially thought that Wen Xiang would come to link arms with him and playfully make the matter disappear. However, upon glancing back, he saw her rolling her eyes at him, refusing to come closer. Liang Can looked at Zhang Jiaoyang with a smile and raised an eyebrow. I heard you have an interest in my girlfriend? Huh. I'm not interested in Shang. I'm talking about her. Liang Can pointed at Wen Xiang. Zhang Jiaoyang's expression changed dramatically. Disbelief etched on his face. How could she be your girlfriend? Xiao Wanyu. Liang Can impatiently interrupted. Who said I could only have one girlfriend? Isn't that unethical? You're the one being unethical? Liang Can narrowed his eyes as a party involved. I've never heard anyone tell me that Sheng Shui and I are a couple. How can you assert it so confidently? Are you trying to tarnish my reputation in front of Wen Xiang? Wearing a white shirt, attempting to play the innocent, he was from the same school. If I were to inquire on the forum, your true character would be revealed in an instant. If I'm not mistaken, you've probably been looking up at Sheng Shui like a rat in a dark alley. Haven't you? Zhang Jiaoyang's face displayed a myriad of emotions. This was pure social experience. Some people are instantly recognizable for what they are. Zhang Jiaoyang was the type to start off amicably, feigning weakness to claim the moral high ground. He would greet politely and then solidify the rumors about Shang Shui and Liang Can with certainty. If it later turned out to be false, he could always say, "Oh, I didn't know. I just heard." Such individuals do not resort to violence, but are far more detestable. To put it bluntly, he was a green tea type among men, playing the innocent to deceive others. Liang Can stepped forward, looking down at the shorter Zhang Jiaoyang, and asked, "Were you among those secretly plotting against me?" "I wasn't. I'm not." "Then what are you?" Liang Can chuckled as he patted Zhang Jiaoyang's shoulder, a mocking smile on his face. "Listen, dog, take my advice. You're not fit to play the innocent." At that moment, when Xiang's disdainful and disgusted gaze became the final blow. Chapter 21. What are you jealous about? Zhang Jiaoyang departed, his face flushed, presumably due to the scorching sun. Wen Xiang craned her neck to observe for a moment before nudging Liang Can with her elbow. "Are you really that accurate in your judgments?" "I don't know. I just made a random guess, and it turned out to be correct," Liang Can replied dismissively, patting Wen Xiang's shoulder. "If you encounter similar troubles in the future, just tell me. I'll only require a French wet kiss as payment." "You're still a minor, and you're thinking about kissing?" Wen Xiang scoffed lightly. "Actually, I'm not afraid at all. Although I look like a good girl, I have a major contrast." Liang Can teased, "So you're a boy?" Wen Xiang huffed again and continued, "In any case, thank you for helping me. Let me treat you to a meal sometime." After saying this, she turned to Liang Can. Liang Can gazed deeply into Wen Xiang's eyes and slowly spoke. "Are you trying to flirt with me?" "Get lost," was rendered speechless with laughter. "Oh, how narcissistic of you. It's merely a simple meal. Surely, one must repay a favor." Liang Can nodded and replied, "Not today. I must visit an elder. Then tomorrow. Tomorrow I have a visit at Shang Shui's home. Then the day after tomorrow." With a finger raised in warning, threatened Liang Can, "Refuse me again, and I shall scream that you touched my backside." Laughing, she remarked, "This little sycophant goes to great lengths just to treat me to a meal." Unable to decline such earnest invitation, Liang Can acquiesced. "Very well then," erupted in laughter. "Wow. I can't shake the feeling that you are reluctantly agreeing. It must be my imagination." Liang Can teased, guess again. Seated beneath the shade of a tree, they enjoyed popsicles, while savoring the crushed ice. Glanced at Liang Can. "Do you truly like Shang Shui?" Liang Can asked, "What makes you say that?" Encouraged. "If you like her, just say so. She's leaving the country soon, and you might miss your chance." Liang Can grimaced, "How sour." Stunned, found it absurd. "Sour? I was merely trying to give you good advice, and you say such ungrateful things." Liang Can looked at her puzzled. "I was referring to the hawthorn-flavored popsicle." "Why are you getting upset?" The esteemed host stormed off in a huff. Liang Can practiced driving in the morning, but skipped the driving school in the afternoon to buy gifts. Gift-giving requires a certain finesse. For instance, the bag for Matai liquor has enough space for 2 bottles and still leaves room for a pack of cigarettes. The bag's height surpasses the liquor itself. Beneath the bottles, one could tuck an envelope to complete the presentation. However, Liang Can felt such ostentation unnecessary. As a minor, yet to reach 18, he would not receive praise for such extravagant gifting. If it were a request from his parents, that would only complicate matters. Thus, he opted for simplicity, 2 boxes of health supplements and 2 bottles of Wuliangya. Liang Can understood that gift-giving was merely an expression of goodwill. What Uncle Zhang truly needed was the support of a younger brother like him in his workplace. At 9 in the evening, in a suburban area, Liang Qiwen and Lin Qing rested in their dormitory. Lin Qing checked the time and said to Liang Qiwen, "Liang Can has been visiting Brother Zhang for over 3 hours. It should be ending soon, right?" "Of course, it must be winding down." Liang Qiwen chuckled. "It's just a casual meal, surely. The senior wouldn't engage in a drinking contest with that kid." "Strange, though. Liang Can would typically call me when he finishes." Liang Qiwen pondered, picking up his phone. "I'll call Liang Can." The phone rang. "Hello, Lao Liang, why are you calling me?" Liang Can's voice came through. Liang Qiwen wondered if he had misheard. On the other end, Liang Can belched, "What's up?" "If nothing's wrong, I'm continuing to drink with Uncle Zhang." A robust male voice chimed in, "What uncle? For now on, in private, just call me Dad." The phone seemed to be taken over as the senior, buoyed by alcohol, exclaimed, "Junior, you've raised a fine son. I haven't enjoyed drinking this much in ages. When is it that social gatherings aren't filled with pretense? Sometimes, I wonder how high one must rise in rank to be considered significant." Liang Can's voice rose, "My dad has suffered enough. I'll drink to that." "I'll join you." Liang Qiwen listened as old Zhang continued, "Don't worry, Junior, tonight Akin will stay with me. I'll have my wife prepare the daughter's room. Liang Can held the phone, remaining silent for a long time. Lin Qing asked, so has Akin come home? He has, Liang Can replied. That's good. This child never thinks to inform us. Liang Can regarded Lin Qing. Now, the senior's place is his new home. In the future, after Liang Can started his business, he discovered that his body had an extraordinary tolerance for alcohol. While he wouldn't claim to be immune to intoxication, consuming a pound of liquor felt like nothing. Drinking with older men in their 50s, he was unfazed. Men's love for alcohol is akin to women's love for beauty. Both seek fleeting solace amidst relentless life struggles. Once sober, as with removing makeup, one must confront reality anew. Meanwhile, sat cross-legged before her computer, playing a few rounds. He can't possibly think I like him, can he? Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes darted around. How ridiculous. This mere younger brother dares to scheme against me. With a huff thought, once school starts, and I'm in Hangzhou, with our schools facing each other, I'll make sure to bully him. Pleased with the thought, she began to hum a tune. With her feet propped on the chair, she scrolled through her social media on her phone when suddenly it struck her. Tomorrow, Liang Can is visiting Shang Shui. Unexplainably, a strong desire welled up within her. I want to go too. Thus, she opened the chat with Shang Shui and pondered before typing. Are you there? Followed promptly by, sister? Well, you're older. You can handle it. Biting her nails, she thought, I can't just say I want to visit your home. That would be too obvious. After a moment of careful consideration, she messaged, Sister, will you be home tomorrow? My mom made wontons, and I'd like to bring you some. Shang Shui responded with curiosity. Replied, don't refuse. It's just a small token of my appreciation, all right? Shang Shui, ever astute, replied, I'll be home until 5. You're eating at 5:30, and you tell me no one will be home after 5? Quite the schemer. Realizing she might be equally cunning, thought, I guess this makes us even. Therefore, she replied, all right, I'll arrive before 5. Could you send me the address? Once Shang Shui sent the address, happily set her phone down. All set. Meanwhile, in Shang Shui's home, the young lady put her phone down and smirked, trying to mooch a meal. Are we? I have so many residences. Any one of them could serve as my address. Not a lie, right? How amusing. Thinking she could outsmart me, the foolish little sister. In Chapter 22, titled This Dinner Gathering is Not Simple. Uncle Zhang's daughter is already married, and he finds it unsettling to sleep in a woman's bed. Yet, he feels invigorated after a night of hearty drinking, with no discomfort to speak of. While brushing his teeth before the mirror, Liang Can glance down at his proud younger brother, feeling a sense of satisfaction. As men reach their 30s, pulling all-nighters can be truly taxing, compounded by work, social obligations, and poor lifestyle choices, which can significantly diminish one's physical capabilities. In contrast, Bai Taojiang's exclusive private photos were irresistible to Liang Can. She wore samples sent from the official store of AI Mu Weiting, posing in various ways and asking for his feedback. Naturally, Liang Can offered a thorough critique, and they exchanged flirtatious remarks. Bai Taojiang found Liang Can's voice utterly captivating, even temptingly inviting, boss, don't you want to have a voice chat? Whatever you wish to hear, I can fulfill. The opportunity has been presented. Once they arrive in Hangzhou, he must address her properly. Hence, the adage holds true. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. With rice, a clever woman will surely prepare a feast. While he was finishing his morning routine, Wang Yuan knocked on the door. This fellow had even sprayed some styling gel in his hair and donned clean attire. What is the occasion? Going for an interview? Liang Can inquired. What nonsense, Wang Yuan explained. Visiting a wealthy family requires one to present oneself decently. We can't embarrass the proletariat. As they descended the stairs, Wang Yuan suggested, shall we buy something to take along? It would be rude to visit empty-handed. Liang Can looked at Wang Yuan. No need for extravagance. Just take me along and present me as a gift to Shang Shui. Wang Yuan fell silent for a moment, then remarked, Liang Can, I truly envy you. With your audacity, there is nothing you cannot achieve. Is that so? Perhaps not. You lack the cleverness of my little mind. Liang Can, accompanied by Wang Yuan, purchased some fruits and arrived at Shang Shui's residence around 5 o'clock. The upscale community was indeed different. The security guards were young and even saluted. It was nothing like our neighborhood, where the guards had a mere dozen teeth, Liang Can mused. Upon reaching the penultimate floor, Liang Can pressed the doorbell. Soon, the casually dressed Shang Shui opened the door, her loose short sleeves covering her backside, and her exquisite legs resembling delicate wine glasses were breathtakingly beautiful. "I tend to dress down at home," she remarked, noticing Liang Can's gaze. Liang Can nodded. "You're still wearing makeup at home?" Shang Shui replied. "It's not a full face. That would be too deliberate." As a striking beauty, she merely applied concealer and a touch of lipstick, which sufficed to radiate charm. After donning shoe covers at the entrance, Liang Can and Wang Yuan entered the living room. "Honestly, this short distance feels like a long trek at my own place." The living room featured a circular sofa partially encircling a coffee table, imparting a sense of spaciousness. Seated on the sofa were a man and a woman. "Allow me to introduce my cousin from my aunt's side, Su Xinyan. This is my cousin, Su Jingyao." Once Shang Shui completed her greetings, Liang Can took the initiative to speak. "Hello everyone, I am Liang Can, with Can meaning brilliance." Wang Yuan, holding a gift, quickly added, "I'm Wang Yuan, with Yuan meaning source." Another handsome fellow," Su Jingyao exclaimed, laughing heartily. "Please have a seat. She hasn't invited her classmates over yet. You're quite the catch." While speaking, he picked up a cigarette from the coffee table, asking, "Care for a smoke?" Liang Can shook his head. "Thank you, I don't smoke, but my friends do." Su Jingyao tossed a black cigarette to Wang Yuan, who held it but hesitated to light it. It was evident that these two came from a well-off family. Their attire and demeanor exuded a confidence that children from ordinary households often lacked. Su Jingyao and Su Xinyan scrutinized Liang Can, noting his composure and poise, devoid of the usual awkwardness that newcomers often exhibit. After dinner, Shang Shui turned to Liang Can, saying, "My cousin suggested we go karaoke after dinner. Is that all right?" "As the guest, I shall follow your lead," Liang Can replied. He then inquired, "When will dinner be ready?" "The takeout hasn't arrived yet," Shang Shui admitted, slightly embarrassed. "Mainly, we don't know how to cook." Su Xinyan chimed in, teasing, "It's odd. If none of you can cook, why not just find a restaurant instead of eating at home?" Liang Can glanced at Shang Shui, narrowing his eyes. "Were you waiting for me?" Shang Shui retorted. "Takeout can be quite pricey, mind you. Who said I invited you to be the chef?" Liang Can asked, "Do you have noodles at home?" "We have dried noodles." "Then I'll prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for you." Shang Shui looked at Liang Can, puzzled. "How did you know?" Today was Shang Shui's birthday. Yet she hadn't mentioned it to Liang Can, nor was there a birthday cake on the table. Liang Can shrugged. "Some things are just naturally known." "Wow, my brother. That is quite impressive." Su Jingyao laughed, clapping for Liang Can. "No wonder Shui invited you. We must have a drink later. Can you handle alcohol?" Shang Shui interjected. "He's still underage." Just then, Shang Shui's phone buzzed. She shot a wary glance at Liang Can before stepping aside to check her screen. "Wen Xiang, sister, I've arrived." "But no one is answering the door." Shang Shui replied, "Sorry, little sister. I'm not home yet. Please leave it at the door." "Thank you." "Wen Xiang." "All right." Then, Shang Shui possessed 2 properties in this community. The other one was larger, but she had no desire to stay there. The door number she gave to Wen Xiang belonged to that larger residence. After a few minutes, feeling that Wen Xiang had likely left, Shang Shui casually mentioned, "I'm going downstairs to pick up a package. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable." With that, she headed to another building. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Shang Shui peeked out, ensuring no one was around before stepping out. This building had 1 unit per floor, and she immediately spotted a bag of wontons at the entrance, along with a box containing a birthday cake. Shang Shui hurried over, crouching down to examine the cake box, which bore a sticky note that read, "Happy 19th birthday, Shang Shui from Wen Xiang." She was surprised that Wen Xiang remembered her birthday. The two had exchanged birthdays when they formed a bond during a playful moment, but Shang Shui never anticipated that Wen Xiang would still recall. "What foolish thing have I done?" she muttered to herself while gazing at the note. She quickly checked her phone and found a message from Wen Xiang. "I wanted to congratulate you in person, but since you're not home yet, let's celebrate next time. Happy birthday." Throwing confetti, the fire escape rang with a cheerful chime. As the door swung open, Wen Xiang leaned out, waving at Shang Shui. "Sister, you're home so soon?" Shang Shui thought, "This little green tea has been waiting for me." Shang Shui picked up the wontons and cake, and after a brief hesitation, sincerely said, "Thank you. No need for thanks. Let us at home for a meal." "All right." They arrived at the entrance of Shang Shui's true home, and the young lady felt a wave of emotion as she said softly, "I didn't expect you to remember my birthday." Wen Xiang replied, "I don't remember." "What do you mean?" "It was Liang Can who told me." "He told you?" Wen Xiang raised an eyebrow, playfully stroking her chin. Don't misunderstand. I didn't inform him beforehand. I just wanted to mooch a meal. Shang Shui looked confused. Earlier that afternoon, Liang Can had suddenly messaged her, saying that if she wanted to come over, she didn't need to overthink it. Just bring a cake. That little brat, he can guess anything. He truly understands you. Chapter 23. Speechless, they all take care of me. So the mastermind behind all this was Liang Can. Before stepping into the house, Shang Shui asked Wen Xiang, "Why is he doing this?" Wen Xiang shook her head. "I'm just a simple girl. I can't fathom it. You, sister, must be quite scheming." "I'm just an empty-headed, sweet-natured fool," Shang Shui replied. Wen Xiang understood that Shang Shui's vulnerability was reserved solely for Liang Can. "Did you perhaps offend Liang Can's family? Today is your birthday. You reign supreme." Wen Xiang agreed. "You must listen to me from now on." "On what grounds?" Shang Shui sighed lightly, her gaze distant. "My parents are divorced." "You've truly made this aloof beauty laugh," Wen Xiang said, lowering her voice. "One should be decent. At the very least." Shang Shui continued, "I'm about to go abroad. With the remaining days, will you still hold these grievances against me?" "All right. I'll endure until you leave for abroad." Liang Can watched as Shang Shui and Wen Xiang entered the house, the orchestrator of it all, smiling nonchalantly. He awaited compliments. Wen Xiang came to join the fun, something Liang Can had anticipated. How to ensure that Shang Shui was not averse to it depended on his finesse. Clearly, Liang Can's approach was spot on. Earning money and navigating relationships boil down to two principles: information disparity and sincerity. Su Jingyao's eyes sparkled upon seeing Wen Xiang. He felt as though she radiated light when she entered. "Who is this?" Su Jingyao exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he rose. Wen Xiang, with her cheerful and outgoing nature, introduced herself. "Hello everyone. I am Wen Xiang. I am Su Jingyao, Shang Shui's cousin." "Su Jingyao, come help me fetch the takeout," Shang Shui called. Su Jingyao obliged, but his eyes remained on Wen Xiang, and he caught sight of her approaching Liang Can, playfully punching him in the chest. Once outside, Su Jingyao couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, I genuinely like her. What's her story?" Shang Shui cast a disdainful glance at Su Jingyao, remarking, "Please tone down the scent of your teddy bear. Is this how one speaks of their elder brother? Share your WeChat or your Twitter with me." Upon hearing this, Shang Shui's eyes brightened slightly. It wouldn't be unfeasible for Su Jingyao to provoke Wen Xiang a little. But wait, why should I be concerned about whether he gets angry? Shang Shui rolled her eyes at Su Jingyao, saying, "If you have the guts, go ask for it yourself." The well-endowed girl, however, hesitated. With 3 large bags of takeout in hand, Su Jingyao quickly entered the house, announcing, "Dinner is served. After we eat, let us go sing. Xiang should join us too." Wen Xiang nodded in agreement. As everyone took their seats, the birthday girl, Shang Shui, naturally found herself in the center. Su Jingyao did not sit down immediately. Instead, he waited for Wen Xiang to adjust her position before promptly seating himself beside her. Liang Can, a boy of simple thoughts, took the seat next to Shang Shui and exchanged glances with Wang Yuan. As expected, when Xiang chose to sit beside Liang Can, Su Jingyao held his breath, keenly watching for the right moment to make his move. Wang Yuan plopped down next to Wen Xiang, thinking, "You dare to snatch my brother's girl? Have you consulted the sword wielded by the wind boy in the canyon?" Su Jingyao, fuming internally, thought, "How could you be so oblivious when I even shared cigarettes with you?" With no other choice, he settled for sitting with his younger sister, Su Xinyan. The takeout was from Zhuangyuan Lu, predominantly seafood. Liang Can particularly enjoyed their scallion oil crab and braised ribbon fish. "Come, everyone gather around. We are here to celebrate my cousin's birthday." Being the oldest present, Su Jingyao raised his glass. "Let us all toast together." He fixed his gaze on Liang Can, preparing to pour him some wine. The group was drinking a low-alcohol fruit beer, but after Su Jingyao downed his, he frowned. "This is overly sweet, not satisfying at all." He then turned to Liang Can. "How about we indulge in some foreign liquor?" Liang Can replied, "I'm not accustomed to foreign liquor. How about some white spirit?" "White spirit." Su Jingyao placed his hands on his thighs. Shang Shui set down her chopsticks. "I'll go fetch some." Their home had a considerable stock of liquor, gifted by former subordinates or partners of Shang Yufeng. Soon, Shang Shui returned with 2 bottles of Maotai aged 30 years, with a rustic yellow clay texture, and placed them on the table. "Let us drink." Su Jingyao declared, "If I back down now, it would be utterly embarrassing. Besides, perhaps this Liang Can is just putting on a show." The 3 men poured themselves shots of the white spirit. When Xiang leaned slightly towards Liang Can and quietly asked, "Are you all right?" Shang Shui busily served herself a portion of food. Yes, fine. Back when the college entrance exams concluded, the class used the leftover funds to organize a gathering. Some boys thought that the delicate Liang Can couldn't handle alcohol and relentlessly forced him to drink. That night, Liang Can remained unfazed, consuming beer like water and out-drinking 4 athletes. Stealing a glance at Liang Can, Shang Shui thought, "You're not the only one who knows me. I know you too." Su Jingyao lifted his glass and boisterously proclaimed, "As the oldest here, I shall lead the first toast." To Liang Can, in his eyes, the white spirit was merely a question of whether it tasted bad or worse. Su Jingyao's drinking capacity, in Liang Can's view, was about half a gene, which was merely the equivalent of 2 servings. "I first wish my little sister eternal youth, beauty, and brilliance." After Su Jingyao finished, he drank a shot. Everyone shared their well wishes, and when it was Liang Can's turn, all eyes turned towards him. "Is it my turn to show off?" Liang Can set down his chopsticks and picked up his shot glass. Everything is in the drink. Under the collective gaze, he tilted his head back and downed 2 liang of white spirit in one go. Su Jingyao's jaw dropped, his expression frozen in disbelief. "Seriously, if you drink like that, there will be no fun left for anyone." Cousin Su Xinyun smiled and asked, "Liang Can, aren't you going to say anything?" Liang Can waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not good with words." Shang Shui glanced at Liang Can and raised her glass. "Thank you." Su Xinyun and Su Jingyao shared similar boisterous personalities. They were relatively mild when not drinking, but once intoxicated, they became quite lively. The 2 siblings had clear roles. One focused on Liang Can, the other on Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan had a moderate tolerance. After a few shots of white spirit, he began pleading, "I can't drink anymore, sis. If I do, I'll have to call my girlfriend to pick me up. Bring her along. The more, the merrier." Shang Shui chimed in, "Wang Yuan, if Xiao Xue is free, let her join us later." Wang Yuan, feeling reassured, steeled himself and downed another shot of white spirit. Su Jingyao was continuously observing Liang Can, determined to see if he could withstand the pressure, especially after the recent game of knocking sevens, where Wang Yuan truly couldn't drink anymore. Liang Can had even taken a few shots for him. When Su Jingyao saw Liang Can exhale a breath and his gaze become somewhat unfocused, he knew the moment had arrived. "Come, Liang Can, I'll toast you one-on-one." Su Jingyao swirled the last bit of white spirit in his cup. "After we finish this, we'll change venues. Once we step outside, a little breeze will hit, and if you're not drunk, who will be? Just go home and sleep peacefully. When Xiang, I'll take care of it." Upon seeing Liang Can resting his forehead in his hand, when Xiang immediately interjected, "Jingyao, don't drink too much. We still have a second half to go." Su Jingyao smiled, "No problem. Liang Can, if you speak up, we won't drink anymore." "Don't provoke my brother," Wang Yuan shouted. Su Jingyao playfully slapped the table, his expression cheeky. "I'm just trying to provoke him. We've all graduated from high school now. We're adults, and drinking should be about enjoyment." Liang Can, with a dazed look in his eyes, replied, "I'll drink." Just as he reached for his glass, Shang Shui snatched it away. When Xiang took a shot glass as well, and they both downed their drinks promptly. "Su Zina et Gulim, Liang Can, you're all on your own. I have someone who cares for me." Chapter 24. A narrow escape from total destruction. Good girls share a common trait, a nurturing instinct. Occasionally, men need not be overly strong. Showing a hint of vulnerability can evoke a girl's maternal nature, making her aware of your need for her. Su Jingyao, with a complex expression, tilted his head back to drink. The so-called bitter wine only deepened his sorrow. Even Su Xinyun felt a pang of sympathy, patting his shoulder. "You look like a clown." Su Jingyao slammed down his cup. "Let us change venues." Grabbing the cake, the group of young people proceeded onward. It was not far from Shang Shui's home, and they walked there. This new place was quite stylishly decorated, with enormous embedded screens on all sides, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Shortly after they settled in, Wang Yuan's girlfriend, He Shui, arrived. "Is everyone here? Let us start dividing into teams." Su Jingyao was quite adept at socializing. Having someone like him to set the mood was fantastic for outings, as it prevented any lulls in conversation. "We'll first play black and white color television, and then the last 2 will choose their teammates and roll the dice." "All right, sound good. Black and white color television." "Okay, Shui and Xiang wait here." Finally, Su Jingyao cheerfully engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors with Liang Can select their opponents. Rock, paper, scissors, yes. I win. Su Jingyao leaped up, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Then pointed, I choose Wen Xieying. Wen Xieying smiled, it's just a game. Let us stick to the rules. Rock, paper, scissors, haha, I win again. Su Jingyao gleefully raised his scissors. Cousin, come over here. After 2 consecutive rounds, Liang Can lost all. Today felt extraordinarily strange to Liang Can. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. Even Wang Yuan's girlfriend, He Shui, was picked by Su Jingyao, resulting in a strong lineup against them. Amidst Su Jingyao's delight, he suddenly turned serious. Let us agree beforehand. No holding back and no substituting drinks. Don't be caught in the enemy camp. The younger brother still had a bit of foresight. On Liang Can's side, there was only Wang Yuan, who had begun drinking moderately during the meal and was now extremely exuberant. He picked up the dice cup. I'll lead the charge. He Shui, face me. Wang Yuan shot Liang Can a confident glance. Don't worry, I know He Shui like the back of my hand. In this round, I will drink upside down if I lose. He Shui shook the dice and softly hummed. You go ahead. Wang Yuan glanced at his dice, then burst into laughter. This round is secure. Liang Can also took a quick look and felt confident. Wang Yuan, with his incredible luck, rolled 3 5s and 2 1s. 3 of a kind. He pretended to frown and muttered to himself, this roll isn't too great. Then he reluctantly looked at He Shui and said, all right, let's go with 3 3s. He Shui responded, open. Wang Yuan was taken aback, stuttering, you're opening for 3 3s? He Shui innocently replied, you said your roll wasn't good. I don't have a single 3, of course. I'll open for you. Wen Xieying, filled with curiosity, remarked, Wang Yuan, your roll is terrible. Let everyone see. Wang Yuan pursed his lips and reluctantly revealed his dice. The room erupted in laughter. He had rolled 3 of a kind. Su Jingyao clutched his stomach in laughter, slapping the sofa. I can't believe it. Even 3 of a kind can lose, 5 of a kind can be beaten. Light-hearted laughter filled the air. Wang Yuan trembled. Looking at Liang Can, sorry bro, I didn't know she'd actually take me seriously. Liang Can replied, this shows her innocence. Your lucky streak has landed you such a wonderful girlfriend. He Shui, upon hearing this, beamed with joy. Exactly. Whatever you say, I believe it. Liang Can speaks so well. You should learn from him. Wang Yuan sighed, worried for Liang Can, but you're the only one left. There are 5 people on the other side. Liang Can took the shaker, flicked it along the edge of the table, and then confidently slammed it down. Bang! Next came the moment of witnessing a miracle. Liang Can looked at the 5 opponents. Su Jingyao crossed his arms, smiling. I admire your courage to take on 5, but alas, that's unrealistic. Indeed, this folks saying about bluffing in dice games makes it difficult to win consecutively, especially when unaware of the opponent's strategies. Even the most skilled would falter. Let us start with He Shui. Liang Can glanced at his dice. 3 1s. Open. I have none. He Shui chuckled. Liang Can lifted the shaker. I'm not Wang Yuan. I don't lie. He indeed had 3 1s. He Shui looked regretful as she passed the shaker. Su Xinyun took her turn, smiling at Liang Can. Let me test your depths. The loser calls first. 3 6s. Add 1. Su Xinyun glanced at her dice and indeed had 3 6s, with 1 2 and 1 3 remaining. She thought at the very least she should have 1, and remembered Liang Can's earlier remark, I don't lie. Thus, Su Xinyun raised her hand over the shaker, giving a thumbs up. Add 1 more. That will make 5 6s. Liang Can replied, open. Everyone turned to look. The dice revealed nothing. No 6s at all. Are you kidding me? Su Xinyun was utterly thrown off. Losing in such a situation where the opponent had none, while claiming a higher number, was humiliating, indicating she had been completely fooled. You said you don't lie. Su Xinyun clutched her chest, exasperated. Meanwhile, Su Jingyao sneered, young one, Su Xinyun, you're still too young. It seems I must take action. He took the shaker. Glancing at Liang Can, I've navigated the nightlife for years. Countless drinking companions have succumbed to my shaker. Think you can outplay me? 3 4s. 7 4s. Liang Can boldly added 4. Su Jingyao's smile faltered. He was used to calling true on the first round and false on the second. But this kid, he boldly added 4. Those experienced knew this was a clear signal. Liang Can indeed had 4, effectively shutting down Su Jingyao's bluff. Su Jingyao, unwilling to concede, insisted. Show me 1. Liang Can lifted the shaker, revealing 4 4s. Wang Yuan leapt up in excitement, shouting. Next up were Wen Xieying and Shang Shui. Neither had much experience. They had only grasped the rules after watching a few rounds. Su Zhengyao, no longer uttering words of leniency, anxiously encouraged, "You too, give it your all. If all 5 lose, we can't show our faces again. I'll go first." When Xiang eagerly squatted at the table, aligning her gaze with the dice, then timidly called, 3 twos? She had no twos, but clever Ingzi had already learned to bluff. Liang Can chuckled, teasingly, "Then I'll say 3 threes. I have that." When Xiang quickly added, "Add 1. And then, add another." Oh no, she was in a dilemma. After much hesitation, when Xiang sighed, "Open," Liang Can revealed 2 threes. He won. When Xiang exclaimed, passing the shaker to Sheng Shui, "He is too good at deceiving." Sheng Shui shook the shaker. Now all hopes rested on her shoulders. Su Jingyao threw a pillow on the ground, kneeling beside Sheng Shui, clasping his hands in prayer, repeating, you must win, sister." The others gathered around, fixated on the shaker. Sheng Shui furrowed her brow, feeling the pressure. She glanced at the dice, took a deep breath, and declared, 5 ones. Liang Can, without a second thought, called 1. "I have 5. Sheng Shui lifted the shaker, and lo and behold, there were indeed 5 ones. A pure 3 of a kind. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Su Zhengyao jumped in excitement. Amazing. Wow. When Xiang joyfully hugged Sheng Shui. Meanwhile, Liang Can had already poured a drink. Su Zhengyao shouted, "You have to drink 2 cups." "No problem." Liang Can down a glass of beer, looking at Sheng Shui. "Congratulations on your victory." For the second drink, Liang Can tilted his head back and finished it in one go. "Happy birthday, Sheng Shui." In chapter 25, it was evident that he treated her with greater kindness. Watching Liang Can solemnly down 2 cups of beer, Su Zhengyao squinted his eyes. Why could he perform with such grace, devoid of any awkwardness? Instead, it felt as though he had deliberately lost to amuse Sheng Shui. Damn, I just knelt for this. Sheng Shui's ability to roll a pure 3 of a kind was entirely due to my heartfelt sincerity impressing the dice gods. Time to cut the cake. Su Xinyan glanced at the time and clapped. "Let us cut the cake first, then we'll continue playing." When Xiang, upon hearing this, volunteered to fetch the cake. Once Su Zhengyao cleared the table, she placed it in the center. He Shui crouched by the side, carefully inserting candles into the cake, 1 for 1 and 1 for 9. Liang Can took Wang Yuan's lighter and lit them. With everyone contributing, Sheng Shui suddenly felt that the faint candlelight enveloped her in warmth. "Here, a little crown." When Xiang pulled out a small garland and placed it on Sheng Shui's head, "Make a wish now." As the birthday song began to play, everyone surrounded Sheng Shui, clapping and singing together. "Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Heap heap holiday!" Sheng Shui clasped her hands together, slightly bowing her head to make a wish. Then she opened her eyes and leaned forward to blow out the candles. "Happy 19th birthday, Sheng Shui. Cut the cake, cut the cake." Liang Can took the cake Sheng Shui had cut, smeared a bit of cream, and looked at her. Sheng Shui blinked, leaning forward slightly, raising her chin. She was surprisingly proactive. Liang Can burst into hearty laughter, smearing the cream on her nose. "Wow, birthday girl, happy birthday. Why are you treating us differently?" Su Zhengyao complained. Sheng Shui took a deep breath. "His is a blessing. Yours is a curse. Can they be the same?" When Xiang suggested, "Sister Shui, sing a song. I'll help you pick one." After taking a bite of cake, Sheng Shui pondered for a moment and requested, "Help me choose Star and Moon Myth." Liang Can was quite looking forward to it. Having been classmates with Sheng Shui for 2 years, he had never heard her sing, because this young lady is not fond of her own cute voice, despite possessing such a captivating visage that even the most unscrupulous characters would shy away upon encountering her. Oh, such a stark contrast. She might be easily deceived. Thus, she is reticent, let alone singing. Wen Xiying selected a song, Xing Yu Shenhua, and even assisted in handing her the microphone. Sheng Shui held the microphone with both hands, quietly listening to the prelude with an air of solemnity. Once when Xing took her seat, Liang Can jested, "Wow, you're truly giving Sheng Shui a lot of face today. After all, it is her birthday." Wen Xiying waved her hand dismissively. Moreover, she is about to go abroad. It is only fitting to send her some warmth and care before she leaves. Upon hearing this, Liang Can thought to himself, "Beauty, you and I are in perfect accord. It appears we share a profound connection." At this point, Wen Xing turned to Liang Can, smiling, "You are also quite generous today. After all, it is her birthday. So, will you also give me such consideration when my birthday comes?" Wen Xing playfully scrunched her nose, asking with a smile. Her birthday is 2 months after Sheng Shu Yi's, around the time when university is about to commence. Liang Can understood. Are you inviting me? It will be my honor. Wen Xing glanced at the screen and suddenly remarked, even when it is not your birthday, you are clearly kindred to her. Liang Can began to quietly listen to Sheng Shu Yi's singing. Xing Yu Shenhua is quite a remarkable song, especially when paired with the narrative of Shenhua. Su Su, my childhood guite munlot. Liang Can recalled the episode when El Su's character exited the story, and Wang Yuan was seen kneeling before the television, tearfully pleading for her not to die. 1,000 years later, where will you be, and what scenery will surround you? If we had bravely been together back then, would the outcome have been different? Would you two have countless words buried within a silent dream? Once Sheng Shu Yi finished singing, applause and clinking glasses filled the air. Liang Can suggested, Wen Xing, why don't you sing a song as well? After contemplating, Wen Xing chose Jolan Tsai's Tua Xia. Once Sheng Shu Yi sat down, Liang Can handed her 2 napkins, saying, here, wipe your face. You still have cream on your nose. Sheng Shu Yi accepted the napkins and gently replied, thank you. I hadn't planned on eating cake today. There could be many reasons, but it is not suitable to discuss them now. Liang Can chuckled, watching her. Besides the cake, have you forgotten something else? Sheng Shu Yi blinked, suddenly recalling something. Liang Can leaned slightly closer to Sheng Shu Yi, though his gaze remained fixed on the screen. I still haven't cooked you longevity noodles. Sheng Shu Yi's pupils suddenly constricted. Earlier at home, Liang Can hadn't prepared the noodles, and she felt a bit disappointed when leaving. However, she thought that Liang Can must have forgotten due to having drunk too much baijiu. It turns out he hadn't forgotten. He had been keeping it in mind all along. Sheng Shu Yi bit her lip, although her eyes were slightly downcast. The corners of her mouth could not help but lift. What were you and Wen Xing talking about earlier? Sheng Shu Yi inquired. She nodded slightly, appearing contemplative. Opposite her, Su Zhengyao watched with a grin. He had witnessed Liang Can chatting and laughing with Wen Xing while she sang. Now, that Wen Xing was singing, he was whispering with his cousin. Why does it seem like she's a bit shy? Damn. Should I seek some advice from him? Su Zhengyao muttered to himself. With this thought, he picked up his glass and, leaning over, approached Liang Can with a bright smile. Can go. Liang Can laughed heartily. What are you up to, Yao? Go. You flatter me. No. You have a good capacity for alcohol, you roll the dice well, and you converse with girls effortlessly. You deserve this title of brother. Su Zhengyao shook hands with Liang Can, stating earnestly, before you arrived, I heard Shu Yi mention that you attended university in Hangzhou, right? I am in my 3rd year there. When school starts, I'll treat you to drinks. That sounds great, Liang Can replied, glancing at Su Zhengyao, thinking that this young man, full of charm and wealth, could certainly benefit from a little encouragement. As 10 o'clock approached, Wen Xing received a phone call. Her parents had sent the driver to wait downstairs. I must be off now, she said, rising to bid farewell to everyone. She casually asked, Liang Can, do Wang Yuan and Xiao Shui need a ride? Liang Can declined. Please drop off Wang Yuan and the others. I have something to attend to. What business do you have at this hour? Matters concerning men are best left to men, said Wen Xing. Wang Yuan and Xiao Shui decided not to hitch a ride, mainly feeling awkward. After bidding farewell to the group, Wen Xing settled into the back seat of the Range Rover, closed her eyes for a moment's rest, then opened them again. Pressing against the car window, she gazed at the fleeting streets outside, murmuring softly, he is just kinder to her. Chapter 26. I still owe you something. There is no jealousy, not to that extent. It is more of an inexplicable feeling. Upon returning to Sheng Shu Yi's home, Liang Can changed into shoe covers and headed straight to the kitchen. He heated the pan, poured in oil, fried an egg, then added hot water, followed by the noodles, and finally sprinkled in some chopped greens. While the noodles cooked, he prepared a bowl, adding chopped green onions, a pinch of salt, light soy sauce, sesame oil, and dried shrimp. Once the noodles were ready, he poured them in. A simple bowl of clear noodle soup was completed. Sheng Shu Yi leaned against the kitchen door, watching Liang Can, pondering. He has made me a meal. Why not find an opportunity to return the favor? Come, let us eat noodles. Liang Can carried the bowl to the dining table and sat down. Sheng Shu Yi had also consumed quite a bit of alcohol today, feeling a chill in her stomach. The moment the noodle soup entered her mouth, she felt immensely better. A plain bowl of clear noodle soup was delicious. After a few bites, Sheng Shu Yi looked at Liang Can. What did you put in noodles? I feel so warm. Did away. I want to occupy your big house, Liang Can joked. Your air conditioning is not turned on, he added, picking up the remote and turning on the central air conditioning in the living room, which Wang Yuan had turned off when they left earlier. Don't laugh. The children of wage earners are used to turning off the air conditioning when we leave. Soon, a gentle coolness filled the spacious living room. Sheng Shu, he rubbed her stomach. I can't finish this. I'll share some with you. You eat the fried egg, Liang Can replied. Then I'll get you a clean bowl. No need to avoid washing an extra bowl. Liang Can took his own chopsticks, took the bowl of noodles, and finished it quickly. Once Sheng Shu saw Liang Can finish, she covered her face with both hands, looking quite troubled. How can you use my bowl to eat noodles directly? Liang Can replied, You've already treated me like your mother's boyfriend. The pleasant atmosphere was shattered by this remark. Sheng Shu rested her chin on her hand, her chest on the table, her lovely face slightly flushed from the alcohol. Gazing at Liang Can, she eventually said, her voice a bit sticky, Thank you. I really had a great time today. That's what matters. All I want is for you to be happy, Liang Can replied with a smile. Liang Can wiped his mouth with a napkin. Let us not be so formal. My friend, I'll take my leave now, Liang Can said as he stood up. Wait a moment. Liang Can blinked, sitting back down with a smile. What? Do I have to clean the table too? Sheng Shu tilted her head, pondering, then looked at Liang Can and winked. Actually, I still owe you something. What? Let us talk after I escort you to the door. Liang Can replied, half believing her, as he walked to the entrance, opened the door, and bent down to remove his shoe covers. Liang Can, Sheng Shu, he called out. Liang Can looked up, only to be greeted by a dazzling sight. Sheng Shu's loose white collar had slipped down to her upper arms, transforming into an off-shoulder style, and the thin straps on her snow-white shoulders slightly constrained the supple flesh. At this moment, the young lady, with her legs bent and arms resting on her knees, tilted her head, her face radiating an undeniable blend of shyness and playfulness. It was known to all that she was naturally more mature than Wen Xiying. Truly unfathomable. Looking at Liang Can, Sheng Shu scrunched her nose. As I mentioned last time, let us make amends. I'll show you my chest. I hope this sincerity will move you. Liang Can gazed up at Sheng Shu, a sudden expression of anguish crossing his face. I feel an ominous force. Have you not noticed it? Sheng Shu, perplexed, inquired, What force? Liang Can replied, This force is desperately trying to press my head against your chest. I can hardly resist it. Sheng Shu, unfazed, responded, If you crave affection, just say so, and spare me the superstitious nonsense. She straightened her posture. Liang Can removed his shoe covers, turned his back to Sheng Shu, and sighed, reminiscent of Yang Qinwan. Even if the girl I admire stood before me in the nude, I would only ask if she felt cold. I apologize. I cannot bear to hurt a girl. I would never utter words that would bring tears to her eyes. Sheng Shu, hesitant, finally asked, I must be dull. What do you mean by that? Liang Can glanced back at her and simply stated, It means we are reconciled. At last, Sheng Shu comprehended. The confusion that had once clouded her expression gradually transformed into joy. She lowered her head, squinted, and smiled for a moment before looking up. Her voice bright and clear. Good. Liang Can, hands in pockets, remained turned away from her. Since we are reconciled, I have a small request. Sheng Shu nodded cheerfully. Go ahead. Liang Can asked, May I touch you for a brief moment? Inside the elevator, Liang Can glanced up at the reflection on the ceiling and sighed regretfully. To be honest, he had been greedy. If it were merely a touch, perhaps they could negotiate. How amusing, if it weren't for the touch. Would he be thought to genuinely desire it? Is this your sincerity? If you refuse, there are plenty willing to oblige. How frustrating. All of this was merely jest. In a spacious 200-square-meter apartment, only Sheng Shu remained. She turned on all the lights, and after showering, lay on the sofa, thoughtfully covering herself with a blanket. I illuminated the room, returning all the darkness to the starry sky. Sheng Shu felt the heavy gloom in her heart dissipate significantly. A notification chimed as her phone lit up. It was not Liang Can, but nonetheless, it brought her joy. It seemed her mother had emerged from her seclusion, which was indeed a cause for celebration. Lying on her side, she messaged her mother, Mama, I wish to discuss something with you. Under the same starry sky, Wen Xiying knelt at the foot of her bed after her shower, gazing intently at the enormous Snorlax on her bedside table, her expression fierce. Her phone, resting on her pillow, played a new song by Wang Sulong titled The Argument Song. Where were you yesterday? Why was your phone off? There must be something wrong. Wen Xiying shrugged and earnestly addressed the Snorlax. I'm not angry, and I certainly won't be jealous. Come on, we've only known each other for a few days. After speaking, she crawled to the head of the bed, raised her hand, and playfully slapped the Snorlax down, using it as a pillow. Holding her phone, she opened it to find new updates on her social media. She clicked on it to discover a post from Shang Shui, featuring several group photos, with the last image showcasing a bowl of egg white noodle soup. Huh, so she really went to cook for him. When Xiang chuckled to herself, then I shall give you a thumbs up. Just then, she accidentally realized she had blocked Shang Shui's posts. Tossing her phone aside, she cradled her head with her hands, swinging her feet. The phone is malfunctioning. It's not my fault. Ding. The screen lit up with a new message. When Xiang glanced at it, then let out a huff before squinting at the screen. Liang Can, are you not jealous? Chapter 27. Sweaty and breathless reading Liang Can's message. When Xiang found it absurd. Huh, this is interesting. Liang Can couldn't quite recall when the meaning of smile had soured, yet he chose to remind Xiang. This expression conveys disbelief and mild disdain. Please resend it. One Xiang replied, that is precisely my intention. Liang Can responded, do not be jealous. When it's your birthday, I will treat you to some too. When Xiang replied, how amusing. Do you think I wouldn't buy myself? What is a bowl of noodles to me? After sending her message, when Xiang felt a twinge of regret. I was too harsh. Children from working-class families often possess strong self-esteem. Longevity noodles symbolize heartfelt intentions, so why did I reduce it to monetary value? With that thought, when Xiang felt anxious, contemplating how to make amends. Ding, Liang Can. What if I fry you 2 eggs? When Xiang couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Liang Can was not the type to be petty. She had guessed correctly. Liang Can was not the kind of man who would be easily offended by a mere comment. On the contrary, Liang Can was now in a position to teach many boys how to undergo desensitization training. Only through desensitization could one achieve the status of a real man in 30 minutes. Liang Can added, I stayed overnight. It would be rude to decline. When Xiang? Liang Can. Just kidding, did you forget? I have to wake up at 5 every morning to make breakfast for my parents. When Xiang? Liar, your parents are not even home. Liang Can promptly sent a photo. When Xiang opened it to find a middle-aged couple sitting on the sofa, enjoying a late-night snack while watching television. No, why didn't you find a better angle for Uncle and Auntie? Liang Can, just off the high-speed train, casually remarked to his parents who were eating and preparing to sleep, Mom, Dad, pose for me. I'm taking a picture. Liang Qiwang, sipping on liquor and enjoying a spicy dish, was perplexed. What else with the photo at this hour? Lin Qing also found it odd. Liang Can, have you been drinking? On the way home, Lin Qing had already caught the scent of alcohol on her son. Liang Can waved his fingers. I'm taking it for a girl. A girl? Liang Qiwang and Lin Qing exchanged glances and immediately set down their chopsticks. Should I put on a tie? I'll go change my clothes and apply some makeup. Let me tidy up the coffee table. Dear, bring me a book. I need to set the scene. Liang Can's parents had always thought their son was somewhat reserved. Although he was decent-looking, a weak character could hinder finding a partner. Yet now, their son was actually going to share a photo of them with a girl. This called for a grand performance. Liang Can waved his hand to stop his busy parents. No need to fuss. I just want to scare her with a photo. Liang Qiwang and Lin Qing exchanged glances and sat up straight. Click. Liang Can sent the photo to Wen Xiang, captioning it. I had my parents cooperate and took a picture as per your request. Wen Xiang sat up on her bed, clutching the Snorlax in her arms as she quickly messaged back. Are you crazy? Why would you have Uncle and Auntie sit so formally for the photo? Liang Can replied, all right, I'll have them lie down for another one. Wen Xiang exclaimed, Wen Xiang, brother, I was wrong. Liang Can, brother? Wen Xiang, what is the matter? He is indeed my brother. Just my brother. Brother, I was wrong. I can't let you off so easily. Liang Can chuckled coldly at Liang Qiwang and Lin Qing. Mom, Dad, lie down. Let me take another photo. Liang Qiwang, holding his drink, said coldly, do you believe I'll make you lie down first? What a nuisance. So what if he got promoted? His attitude had certainly changed. Yet, Wen Xiang was truly adorable. He thought about how, when he went to Hangzhou, they would face each other again in school. There would surely be many opportunities for contact in the future. Yes, I am indeed shameless. I'm simply drawn to her. Returning to his room, Liang Can turned on the air conditioning, wrapping himself in a blanket that left only his head exposed. He lay on his side, holding his phone with one hand, chuckling to himself. Before sleep, Liang Can confidently declared, I will wake up at 5 tomorrow to make breakfast for my parents. If I fail, I shall be a dog. The next day, Liang Can got up to have breakfast. His mother, Liang Can, knocked on the door. Liang Can, groggy, sat up and asked in confusion, "Is it 5 yet?" Liang Can walked over and pulled open the curtains, laughing. 5? It's almost 9. Fortunately, Wincy Ing did not reside at home. Otherwise, the truth would have been revealed. Rising leisurely, Liang Can took a seat at the dining table, where breakfast consisted of youtiao, steamed buns, and the white rice porridge his mother had prepared. "Mom, where's Dad?" Liang Can casually inquired. "It's normal. What aspirations can a middle-aged man have? It's merely about promotions and salary increases," his mother replied. Lin Qing tidied up the living room and asked Liang Can, "Mom is going to the office this afternoon to handle some paperwork. What are your plans?" Liang Can snapped his fingers, just having fun, enjoying a few more days of revelry before the college entrance exam results are released. "Oh, by the way, what about that girl from yesterday? Do you want to meet her? I could have her come over with just a phone call." Lin Qing couldn't help but chuckle. "Stop boasting. Just treat her well." This was undoubtedly sound advice, though it was unclear who it referred to. Wang Yuan entered the room, clutching his laptop, assuming Liang Can wanted to team up for a gaming session. "Close the door," Liang Can instructed. He sat at his desk, signaling to Wang Yuan with a glance. Wang Yuan hesitated momentarily, then flashed a knowing grin. Got it, got it." He locked the door and drew the curtains before joining Liang Can. Grinning, "Which teacher are we admiring today?" Liang Can remained silent, opening the WeChat public account Positive Outlook. "Wow, isn't that a Mu Jie Cho?" Wang Yuan exclaimed, pointing at the screen featuring Dong and I Demu. "What about the other guy who looks a lot like Bai Fujian? He's retired." Liang Can urged Wang Yuan to calm down and subsequently opened a science video featuring Bai Tao Jiang. Watching Bai Tao Jiang in the video, demonstrating desensitization training while posing alluringly, Wang Yuan appeared entranced. "This is my public account, Positive Outlook," Liang Can explain to Wang Yuan, aimed at enhancing men's health. "It's a public account in the realm of male health." Wang Yuan asked, "Is your public account even legitimate?" Liang Can rose, hands in pockets, gazing down at Wang Yuan. Yuan, I've thought it over. We're about to enter university, and with your relationship with Xiao Shui, expenses will increase. I'm planning to help you earn some pocket money. Positive Outlook is merely Liang Can's first venture, but it certainly will not be his last. He needed someone trustworthy who could keep secrets and assist him, and Wang Yuan was a perfect fit. Wang Yuan, both astonished and stammering, asked, "Can this actually make money?" "Sorry, it already is, and quite a bit," Liang Can replied, placing a hand on Wang Yuan's shoulder. "Now I'm asking you, are you willing to join my team?" Wang Yuan's eyes blinked rapidly, about to nod, but suddenly sensed something amiss. "Wait, if I help with this, what about my studies? Is that really what you should be concerned about?" Liang Can found it odd. "You're already in college. What more do you need to study?" Wang Yuan was drenched in sweat. His words seemed to hold some truth. Chapter 28. A serious health science public account. "Although what you said makes sense, why do you look down on us college students?" Wang Yuan asserted, "Come on. You're dragging me into something questionable." Liang Can countered, "What are you acting tough for?" He opened a drawer and tossed Wang Yuan a pack of black Li Kun cigarettes. "Here, employee benefit." "Wow." Wang Yuan quickly accepted the cigarettes. He usually smoked the 10 yuan blue Li Kun. The 45 yuan black Li Kun was a dream beyond his reach. He glanced at Liang Can with mixed feelings and took a deep breath as if making a momentous decision. "Dad," he called out with profound emotion. Liang Can smiled slightly and began teaching Wang Yuan about operating a public account, starting with the basics to familiarize him with the process. Wang Yuan was not slow-witted and learned quickly. It is well known that, due to societal norms, people in the country feel embarrassed to discuss such knowledge. Yet it remains immensely significant. The harmony of a family, the love between spouses, and men's health play a crucial role. While teaching, Liang Can also brainwashed Wang Yuan. We merely present knowledge in a way that men find enjoyable, joyfully disseminating information, rather than engaging in superficial and salacious content. "Does what you teach in the videos really work?" Wang Yuan asked. "With consistent practice, it will surely be effective." Liang Can replied while communicating online with Bai Tao Jiang regarding the next update script, adding, "You can also learn if Xiao Shui is a girl with substantial needs. This could be beneficial for you." Wang Yuan laughed heartily. "I'm a man who can go from start to finish in a video. Do I really need to practice this?" While Liang Can was distracted, Wang Yuan quietly followed the Positive Outlook public account and saved it. After completing these actions, he curiously asked, "Liang Can, who are you chatting with?" "With the health mentor in the video who explains physiological knowledge." "That's a teacher." What is wrong with that? Isn't it all about imparting wisdom? After completing these actions, Wang Yuan leaned closer to see Liang Can's conversation with Bai Taojiang. Bai Taojiang, boss. I'm feeling lonely after a shoot. I want you to film me. Liang Can, where? Bai Taojiang immediately sent a photo, facing away from the camera, bent over. Her curvaceous figure stretched the tight-fitting skirt. Bai Taojiang, is this okay? Wang Yuan's eyes widened. Wow, that's too much. Can I chat for a bit? Liang Can refused. You're in a relationship, so you can't discuss this. But I have no way out now. I will personally handle the coordination with health mentors in the future. You will do other things. Wang Yuan asked dreamily, if you handle everything, what can I do? Liang Can laughed. You could be responsible for pushing from behind. You'll definitely give it your all. Liang Can prefer to entrust significant matters to those he trusted. Noticing that Wang Yuan was behind him, Liang Can keenly observed that he was practicing Kegel exercises. What are you doing? Liang Can asked knowingly. He's a man with a sense of responsibility, Liang Can thought. And what's this? Wang Yuan curiously looked at a securely wrapped, mysterious package. Liang Can's lips curled into a smile as he gently said, Holy Grail. What? The new product from the Aimu Whiting flagship store had been sent to Liang Can as soon as it was released. It was said to have strong functionality, realistic materials, and a heating feature. The sender hoped Liang Can would try it and, if satisfactory, recommend it on the Positive Outlook public account. Remember to write a review. Wang Yuan was utterly astounded, noticing several other packages in Liang Can's wardrobe. He crouched down and asked, what are these? For girls? What a naive question. Haven't you ever watched movies? Of course, they're little toys that help girls find joy. Liang Can had also sent by Tao Jiang an electric toy to see how she felt about it. This health mentor even messaged Liang Can late at night, expressing a desire to both listen to him and play with the electric toy. Liang Can declined, preferring to personally use the toy to amuse by Tao Jiang, ensuring she trembled with delight. Don't feel ashamed of this, Liang Can said seriously. We will promote all of this on the public account in the future. We must be responsible to our users. Therefore, your experience is particularly important. Wang Yuan never anticipated that he would bear such a significant responsibility. Once they finished their tasks, while getting up to pour water, Wang Yuan realized that out of curiosity, he had opened one of the packages. It contained a toy for girls. Crap. If my mom sees this, my pure image will be shattered. Liang Can cursed as he hurriedly concealed the items. However, he suddenly recalled Sheng Shui's visage. He had accidentally discovered that she was a sensitive girl who reacted to even slight intimacy. If she were to use this electric toy, one could only imagine the chaos. The imagery was so vivid that Liang Can found himself lost in detailed fantasies. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. I told you, young lady, you're in quite a predicament in my mind. The following morning, Liang Can received a phone call. Yang Luan, the owner of a travel agency, recently received a significant order. He personally assumed the role of tour guide, accompanying several affluent young heirs on a trip to Tokyo. Those wealthy gentlemen likely took the opportunity to showcase the splendor of our nation to their instructors. Upon answering the phone, Liang Can cheerfully greeted President Yang. I trust you're well. Yang responded, Indeed, Liang. I have just landed. Are you free? Come to my office for a meal. I have a gift for you. Liang Can gladly accepted the invitation. Upon arriving at Yang Luan's travel agency, he noticed the receptionist and saleswoman, Jingzi, emerging from the office, adjusting her shirt into her skirt as she walked. Sister Jingzi, have you just finished your shift? Liang Can smiled. Jingzi merely waved her finger at him, silently heading off to brush her teeth. President Yang, it has been a while, Liang Can said as he entered the office, where he found Yang Luan reclining on the sofa, exhaling clouds of smoke. Seeing Liang Can, Yang Luan burst into laughter. President Liang, please take a seat. The coffee table was adorned with exquisite Japanese cuisine, including fresh sashimi, tempura, and grilled eel. Standing still, Liang Can inquired with a smile. Were you discussing work with Sister Jingzi on that sofa? Yang Luan paused, chuckling. I have a lounge here. Only then did Liang Can feel at ease to sit down. After a few bites, Yang Luan eagerly opened his laptop. President Liang, your public account has garnered significant attention. For our future collaboration, I have prepared something special for you. With a mysterious smile, he played a video. Liang Can was taken aback. The video featured numerous prominent instructors promoting the positive and upward public account in awkward Chinese. After watching, Liang Can couldn't help but chuckle. My goodness, I barely recognize them in formal wear. After closing the laptop, Liang Can raised a glass of water in a toast to Yang Luan. Yang Luan sipped his sake and remarked, President Liang, your intention is to pursue a premium line for the self-operated products of this public account, correct? Precisely, Liang Can nodded. The industry for such products is well developed there, and domestic users subconsciously believe their products are superior. Therefore, we can set a higher price, and you, President Yang, will become my exclusive supplier. Yang Luan pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, could we also promote my popular premium itineraries? Liang Can's expression darkened as he waved his hand. President Yang, let us refrain from discussing such gray markets. This is the premise of our cooperation. Yang Luan expressed disappointment, but understood, sensing that this young man was resolute in maintaining his principles. This was merely one avenue for monetization. Liang Can crossed his legs and asked Yang Luan, given your extensive connections, could you recommend a few renowned male specialists? I wish to invite them for some highly specialized educational videos. That is certainly doable. Yang Luan replied with a smile. Liang Can snapped his fingers. Rest assured, I will not skimp on the payment. After a brief discussion, Liang Can stood up to take his leave, saying, President Yang, I shall be on my way, and let us keep in touch. Leaving so soon? I was hoping to invite President Liang to the club for a visit, Yang Luan said. I do not frequent places that require spending, Liang Can replied, leaving Yang Luan momentarily perplexed, wondering if he was expecting everything for free. Previously, when helping Wen Xiaoying deal with a clingy admirer, she had mentioned wanting to treat Liang Can to a meal. Today, she was going to fulfill that promise, seemingly planning a seaside excursion with jet skis. Exiting the travel agency, Liang Can glanced at a nearby commercial plaza, contemplating whether to bring something for Wen Xiaoying. He preferred the brand Saint Laurent, which carried a beautiful connotation. He realized he was feeling quite hungry. With that thought, Liang Can messaged Wen Xiaoying, can we have something cold to drink today? Wen Xiaoying replied, haha, I get the joke, but no, we can. Then I wouldn't tea buy anything. Let us have our refreshments first. If you cannot have it cold, I shan't bring it, he responded. Taking a taxi to the designated location, Liang Can reach the edge of the beach and purchased a pair of flip-flops from a stall for 50 yuan. After meeting Wen Xiaoying, he vented his frustration. This place is such a rip-off. 50 yuan for a pair of flip-flops? The owner must be out of his mind. Wen Xiaoying waited for Liang Can to finish before giggling. This beach is contracted by my family. She laughed heartily. Liang Can, I quite like your rebellious demeanor just now. You enjoy my cursing? That is quite a peculiar preference, he replied. Today, Wen Xiaoying wore a white tank top, with a loose shirt draped over it and tied at the waist, showcasing her slender figure. Her navel was quite adorable. As they walked, Wen Xiaoying scrutinized Liang Can. You look a bit fatigued. What were you up to last night? Just relaxing, Liang Can chuckled. Actually, I've been working on my public account, aiming to avoid asking my parents for living expenses once I start college. A public account? Wen Xiaoying blinked. What content will it feature? Liang Can mischievously raised an eyebrow. A secret. Once we become close friends, I might consider sharing it with you. Oh, still keeping secrets, as if I'm dying to know, she teased, her playful demeanor radiating like the sun on a hot summer day. Today, she wore denim shorts that accentuated her smooth, shapely legs. Liang Can shifted the topic, noticing something peculiar. Why are your legs wet? Following his gaze, Wen Xiaoying looked down at her legs, which glistened slightly. Dear sir, that is sunscreen. Oh, my apologies. I'm quite the clueless fellow, Liang Can said, then inquired, did you apply sunscreen on your feet? If not, I can help. Just then, a piece of crushed ice was stuffed into Liang Can's mouth. He frowned at the ice, realizing how uncomfortable it was to be interrupted while speaking. Why are you concerned about my feet? I truly don't understand, he said. Wen Xiaoying huffed lightly, leading Liang Can to the jet skis as the waves crashed against their calves. Taking control of the jet ski from the instructor, Wen Xiaoying gracefully swung her leg over it. After donning her sunglasses, she waved to Liang Can, hop on. I'll take you for a spin. Sister, you can ride jet skis too? Liang Can asked as he donned a life jacket and politely asked, the waves are quite strong. May I hold onto your waist? Wen Xiaoying revved the throttle, her eyes sparkling. Be good. No funny business. So, just holding your waist is permitted? Liang Can asked. Once settled, he wrapped his arms around Wen Xiaoying and shouted, let us go. Liang Can, do you take me for a horse? She retorted, my apologies. I got a bit too excited. Instantly, the jet ski surged forward, racing along the coastline. The wind whipped past their ears, the spray of the waves danced beneath them, and the air was filled with the essence of summer. Liang Can leaned closer to Wen Xiang, urging her, faster. Oh, are you fond of your sister's speed? Yes, indeed. Then I shall indulge you. But if you go any faster, I might just suffer from stiffness. Wen Xiang halted the jet ski on the water. Truly a miracle worker. I feel instantly better. Liang Can, feeling a bit bored, embraced Wen Xiang and rested his face against her back. I'm just a delicate little boy afraid of the wind and waves. Sipping from a coconut with a straw, he enjoyed the unique flavor. The weather turned abruptly as summer storms often do, and rain began to fall, prompting beachgoers to rush to safety. Holding her coconut, Wen Xiang glanced at Liang Can. So, did you enjoy today? Liang Can looked up at the sudden change in weather and hummed a tune softly. If possible, do not let this rain cease. Slow down the passage of time and gather the fragments shared with you. Liang Can gazed at Wen Xiang, grinning mischievously. Outside the umbrella is hazy, yet it is undeniably you. Wen Xiang, her eyes sparkling with mirth, turned her gaze toward the coastline. It is rather fitting, isn't it? This mischievous younger brother, sometimes abstract, sometimes whimsical, can stand on his own and create just the right atmosphere. Tilting her head, Wen Xiang remarked to Liang Can, you know, you are actually quite a nice person. Upon saying this, she beamed brightly. What a laugh! Liang Can retorted, his expression darkening. Why the sudden act of kindness? Have I wronged you in some way? Chapter 30. Nougat is sweeter than you. I did not mean it that way. Then what do you mean? Can you not be so sensitive? Sure, unless you want me to apply sunscreen on you. Moments ago, while riding the jet ski, the waves had nearly washed away Wen Xiang's sunscreen. With a playful smile, she looked at Liang Can. I won't let you touch it. As she spoke, she pulled out her sunscreen from her bag and shook it in front of him, pouring some into her palm and applying it to her leg while he watched. Liang Can squinted, feeling a mix of emotions. Truly, this is the ultimate modern torture. You must be dying for it, you foot-loving weirdo. Now finished applying the sunscreen. Wen Xiang packed her things. Let's go eat something. The buffet at the nearby resort is quite lavish. Liang Can stood up. Is the resort hotel also part of your family? Congratulations, you have learned to answer quickly. If I get right, will you give me the hotel? Liang Can slung his shoulder bag over his shoulder and followed Miss One to the hotel buffet. Indeed, it was bountiful, even featuring lobster. After sitting down, Liang Can opened his shoulder bag and took out a box of homemade nougat. Wen Xiang, holding a fork, inquired curiously, what is this? Liang Can gestured with his chin. I made it myself. The taste is decent. With his parents frequently traveling for work, Liang Can had honed his culinary skills. Beyond home-cooked meals, he also made nougat. It was not particularly difficult, but gifting something made by one's own hands was truly touching. In later years, this skill won him the hearts of many girls, from innocent maidens to sophisticated women and even alluring divorced ladies. The nougat contained Liang Can's unique secret ingredient. Combined with a substantial fortune, it was nearly foolproof. Wen Xiang leaned forward to inspect the layers of white nougat in the transparent jar, her tone filled with delight. You made this yourself? Liang Can nodded, of course. One cannot arrive empty-handed on a first date. Wen Xiang picked up the nougat with both hands, squinting as she said, but I cannot have it cold. Still holding a grudge, Liang Can chuckled, surely, you won't be unable to enjoy it forever. Wen Xiang happily accepted the nougat. Well, that can't be guaranteed. Since you mentioned that, I am curious about something else. What is it? Liang Can set down his chopsticks, a mischievous smile playing on his lips now. Who do I treat better? A few days ago, during Shang Shi's birthday, Wen Xiang had muttered to herself, it doesn't count as a birthday. You treat Shang Shi better. On her way home, she had reaffirmed, you indeed treat her better. With a hint of surprise, Wen Xiang looked at Liang Can. Realizing he had remembered, smiling subtly, she appeared a bit proud. Like petting a small puppy, she caressed the nougat jar and then turned her gaze to Liang Can. You treat me better today. Upon hearing this, Liang Can nodded with a smile. That's good. Girls often engage in comparisons. What they desire is the feeling of being favored. Thus, he would provide her with that feeling. If that subtle sense of disappointment lingered within Wen Xiang, she would feel unimportant. If she felt unimportant, would she not consider leaving? This gift served to fill the void of disappointment that had previously surfaced for Wen Xiang. It was quite successful, as the radiant flower had visibly brightened, even her tone becoming more cheerful. Wen Xiang twisted open the lid, took a piece of nougat, and placed it in her mouth, closing her eyes as she exclaimed, so sweet, with a rich, milky aroma. You should try it too. Savor the taste of what you made yourself. Liang Can shook his head. I know what I made. It is not as sweet as yours. Wen Xiang let out a long, playful, oh, her mischievous spirit returning. I have a gift for you as well. Sunscreen? Nope. Wen Xiang cradled her face in her hands, spreading her arms wide with a radiant smile. Look, pick this flower. Let it bloom in the palm of my hand. Liang Can took a piece of nougat and popped it in his mouth, slightly squinting. It really complements the meal. Wen Xiang laughed. Nougat complements the meal? It is not the nougat that complements. It is you. Wen Xiang tilted her head, stifling a laugh as she continued cutting her steak. Sheng Shui's cousin wanted to add me last time. Oh, but I didn't accept. Wen Xiang, holding her knife and fork, sighed. You see, you little rascal, it's quite difficult for other men to want me. Yet you. I was the one who took the initiative to add. Turning to Liang Can, she smiled captivatingly. So do not say, I Haven Tea treated you better. You see, girls hold grudges. You say you treat me better than Sheng Shui now? Well, I'm sorry. From the beginning, I have treated you better. Liang Can wore a broad smile. Wen Xiang furrowed her brow slightly. What are you laughing at? Feeling proud? Not at all. Liang Can replied while eating. If two people are together, it's a competition of who treats whom better. Looking at Wen Xiang, Liang Can smiled. Isn't that a particularly romantic thing? Wen Xiang's eyes sparkled as her heart raced. It was undeniable. This little rascal was quite the charmer. Their first date concluded splendidly. On the way home, Liang Can murmured, if I continue this way, soon Xiang will stop calling me a little rascal and start calling me a bad daddy. In the following days, Liang Can busied himself with obtaining a driver's license, enriching content for his public account, and chatting playfully with Bai Taojiang during his leisure hours. One afternoon, Liang Can took Wang Yuan to visit a local chief physician in the urology department of a top-tier hospital, recommended by Yang Luan. After leaving the hospital, Liang Can received a call from Su Zhengyao. Hey, Can, what are you up to? Su Zhengyao cheerful voice rang out from the other end of the line. Liang Can stood on the street, one hand in his pocket. Not much. What do you need, Yao Ge? I don't really have any demands, but I just met a few younger sisters a couple of days ago, and they insisted on treating me to a meal. Su Zhengyao lauet petite li. So I was thinking of bringing you along. To be honest, I am quite curious about how many younger sisters there are. Su Zhengyao clicked his tongue. Can. We are all on the same side. Why act so cool all of a sudden? Liang Can replied, you were the one who started acting cool first. You don't just randomly ask a few sisters to have a meal with me without a reason, do you? Liang Can laughed. Yao Ge, just say what you need. We are family. To put it plainly, Su Zhengyao, I simply haven't revealed my true identity yet. Once I do, you'll have to call me uncle. Su Zhengyao chuckled on the line. Can is so straightforward. Let me get to the point. All right, go on. Can, I have a good impression of Wen Xiang. Could you help me ask her out? Liang Can replied, no can do. I'm already pursuing her. Su Zhengyao was taken aback by Liang Can's bluntness. What? Aren't you pursuing my sister? Aren't you the one cooking noodles for her? All right, I forgot about that. I knew you were joking. Let me rephrase. Liang Can paused before speaking. I am pursuing your sister as well. Chapter 31. What is meant to be will not be forced after hanging up on Su Zhengyao. Liang Can tucked his phone into his pocket, preparing to take Wang Yuan for a staff meal. Glancing at the KFC across the street, Liang Can said to Wang Yuan, why don't you come home for dinner? My parents should have called your parents. Wang Yuan, indifferent about the food, was more intrigued by Liang Can's phone call regarding pursuing this and that. Liang Can, who called you just now? Wang Yuan, upon hearing this, immediately erupted with profanities. Damn it. I'd already realized he was no good. Why invite you to the silver party, but not me? This kid is quite a character, thought Liang Can. The two crossed the zebra crossing. Wang Yuan initially intended to take the bus, but Liang could dismiss the idea. Let's take a taxi. Can that little savings really get you a chance with the young models at the club? Wang Yuan looked at Liang Can in shock. Puzzled. But Shu Yi is going abroad. Do you really want a long-distance relationship? What is wrong with a long-distance relationship? Liang Can improvised. Have you forgotten what I told you in the hospital? Long distance is beneficial for all four of us. Wang Yuan retorted. Are you out of your mind? Allowing the girl to date another? What a fool. Liang Can turn to Wang Yuan. What I mean is, she will uphold her marital duties abroad while I date two here. That way it benefits all four. Returning to the old house, they accompanied the elderly lady for dinner. Wang Yuan's mother, Zhang Jing, was in the kitchen preparing side dishes. In the living room, their fathers were smoking and chatting. Liang Can remembered that the college entrance exam results would be released tomorrow. Mom, let me help you, he said, moving towards the kitchen. No, just wait for dinner. School is about to start. How many more meals can I make for you? Meanwhile, at Sheng Shuyi's home, Su Zhengyao, who was smoking on the balcony, ended a phone call and muttered a curse. Damn. Snuffing out his cigarette, he turned to the living room and immediately reported to Sheng Shu-yi. Sister, do you know what Liang Can just said? Sheng Shu-yi, engrossed in her book, Dragon Clan, The Black Moon Tide, Volume 2, did not look up. What? Su Zhengyao took a deep breath. He said he not only wants to pursue Wen Xiying, but also wants to include you. Sheng Shu-yi paused, slowly closing her novel. Really? Su Zhengyao stared, astonished. Why do you seem somewhat excited? Could you stop barking? From beginning to end, Sheng Shu-yi was never the obedient girl. Her good temper had thus far only been directed at Liang Can, who had been humiliated by her father. She had never shown any warmth toward Su Zhengyao, a fool whose mind was filled with nonsense. Today, Sheng Shu-yi's mother had invited her own sister, Sheng Shu-yi's aunt, along with Su Zhengyao and Su Xianyun's mother for dinner. With nothing better to do, Su Zhengyao tagged along. Su Zhengyao, grinning, knelt on the sofa and chattered. Aren't you angry? If it were me, I would definitely be furious. Especially since Liang Can is the only man who has ever cooked longevity noodles for you. Besides him, who has ever shown you kindness. Observing Sheng Shu-yi's subtle expressions, Su Zhengyao smirked. I hit the nail on the head. Sheng Shu-yi smiled at Su Zhengyao and slowly replied. Do you think without Liang Can, Wen Xiying would ever fancy you? What do you mean? Although I don't like Wen Xiying, to be fair, her taste shouldn't be so poor as to settle for you. Su Zhengyao felt struck by lightning, furiously retaliating against Sheng Shu-yi. You're so impressive. Why doesn't Ti Liang Can come and hang out with you? Sheng Shu-yi's eyes glimmered with a cold light. She then stood up, her voice cracking, calling out, Annie, Su Zhengyao just called me unwanted. Seeing Su Zhengyao being scolded by his aunt, his cries of distress reaching her ears, Sheng Shu-yi revealed a serene smile. To Su Zhengyao, this smile seemed terrifying. With the noise silenced, Sheng Shu-yi resumed reading Dragon Clan, but after a few seconds, she closed it again. Picking up her phone, she clicked into Wen Xiying's moments. The first post showcased the seaside, coconuts, and a box of nougat. A pair of well-groomed male hands graced the photo. At that moment, her mother, Dai Yuting, approached and sat beside Sheng Shu-yi, asking, Wash your hands. Dinner is about to start. As she spoke, she noticed the moments. Oh, isn't this the daughter of your Uncle Wen Xiying? Yes, Sheng Shu-yi replied. Looking at Dai Yuting, Mom, I mentioned something to you last time. Dai Yuting interrupted. You can make your own decisions. I don't want to force you. It's a great opportunity, but the divorced Dai Yuting smiled. What is meant to be will be. What isn't meant to be cannot be forced. That's what I believe. Is that so? But I believe one should strive for what isn't meant to be. Princess Xiaomin. Matters of the heart can't be forced. I will force them. Everything is uncertain, which is fine, but at least the other party must have some intention, right? Sheng Shu-yi. The college entrance exam results come out tomorrow. At home, Liang Can found the news somewhat strange. What does the college entrance exam result have to do with you? However, he couldn't express that outright. He needed to show some semblance of reluctance to part with Sheng Shu-yi. He wished for her to feel restless and shed tears by the window in New York. Thus, Liang Can replied, Indeed, time flies. Your departure is drawing ever closer. Liang Can had not considered anything else. This was a stereotype that had caused trouble. In his mind, Sheng Shu-yi was a willful, self-centered young lady, unconcerned about others' opinions. Could she ever give up on an Ivy League school? When Sheng Shu-yi received Liang Can's message, a smile graced her lips. He has been remembering my departure. Does that mean unable to think further? She raised her hand and took a picture of her bedroom to send to Liang Can. Yes, I've recently enjoyed staring blankly at my bedroom. Sheng Shu-yi might truly have feelings for me. Liang Can gazed at the poster of Bofeng Shui Men on the wall, contemplating. Otherwise, why would she post a picture of me in her bedroom? This was indeed good news. His childish revenge plan seemed to have a real chance of success. Liang Can lay sideways on the sofa and began casual conversation. You haven't been in touch these days. I thought you had encountered some trouble again. Sheng Shu-yi replied. I told my mom about the previous incident, including having you pretend to be my boyfriend. Liang Can responded, What does that have to do with your absence? Sheng Shu-yi explained. After that, my mom beat me, and I couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. Liang Can, infuriated, exclaimed, Didn't you show her my picture? Why would I be worthy of her? Sheng Shu-yi retorted. Shouldn't the focus be that I nearly got beaten to death? Who cares about that? My looks are being questioned. That's the real issue. Fine. I'll endure for now, Liang Can suggested. Let us meet before school starts. I want to see you alone to say goodbye. Sheng Shui's eyes lit up at the message. Did this mean there would be a surprise? Deep down, he truly couldn't bear to see me go. Thinking this, Sheng Shui couldn't help but smile. All right, since you have a surprise for me, I also have one for you. I'll share the good news with you then. Chapter 32. Did I read the moon? I truly deserve to be called a youthful wolf, quite mischievous. Liang Can chuckled and tucked his phone into his pocket. He aimed to give the young lady an unforgettable farewell, filling her small heart with immense surprises that she would remember for a long time. When she embarks on her journey to New York, residing in a dark, cold apartment, loneliness and desolation would wash over her. And at that time, what could Sheng Shui do but shed tears? Wait, she would be staring at my picture, would she? Thinking this, Liang Can sighed. Damn it, looking like both feng shui men isn't my fault. What did you say? In the bedroom. Wang Yuan was fiddling with Liang Can's computer. Who did you lick? Liang Can glanced at Wang Yuan. I mentioned that Yong Dai Mei is quite something. With such strong red-hair genes in the Vortex clan, he ended up with yellow hair. Wang Yuan laughed heartily, but soon fell silent. Liang Can, I'm a bit nervous. Nervous about what? Wang Yuan took a deep breath. The college entrance exam results are coming soon. Do you think it's possible that I've underestimated myself? And I might actually have the capability to get into university? Liang Can slowly stood up, shaking his head. There is absolutely no possibility of that. Wang Yuan was indeed quite anxious. Anyone who has taken a college entrance exam can relate to that mindset. Even if they have a rough estimate of their scores, they often cling to a sliver of hope. What if the score is even higher? For those mathematics exams that only require multiple choice answers, there is no need for concern. One could simply steal their grandfather's pension to pay for a private college. Is that appropriate? Just a few days ago, I exhausted myself testing a product. Wang Yuan was somewhat overwhelmed. Liang Can waved his hand dismissively. Why fear? After all, I am this way. Are you not? Liang Can smiled. Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then his youthful spirits surged. Do you still need a day to recover? I don't need any. The next day, the college entrance examination results were announced. Liang Can was neither surprised nor excited. Rather, it was Wang Yuan who jubilantly celebrated, sounding drums and gongs in sheer delight. His score was sufficient for Hangzhou Vocational College, meaning he could continue to frequently associate with Liang Can. Liang Can inquired. Have you asked about Yishue's situation? Wang Yuan eagerly nodded. I did, and her score is enough for a third-tier university. Her parents think that even if the tuition is a bit high, it's worthwhile since it's close to home. After saying this, he even became bashful. Liang Can curiously asked, why the sudden shyness? Wang Yuan slowly closed the door, locking it, and spoke furtively. Liang Can, I plan to settle things with Yishue before school starts. Wang Yuan struggled to contain his excitement, trembling slightly like an innocent giant. You know, I've been using it frequently to write a review. Liang Can interjected. Was that really for writing a review? I'm almost embarrassed to call you out on it. The crux is not that. Wang Yuan lowered his voice. If the fake is so exhilarating, how much more pleasurable must the real thing be? I can hardly dare to imagine. Liang Can exclaimed. You don't dare to imagine? You are preparing to take her down. What is there left to fear? You wish to shed your virginity. Dream on. Liang Can's eyes glinted mischievously as he smiled. Are you looking for an opportunity to stay out all night? Yes. Wang Yuan nodded eagerly like a dog. I have a brilliant plan. Liang Can smiled benevolently and whispered advice. After listening attentively, Wang Yuan's face displayed confusion. Is this too outrageous? Are you questioning me? Liang Can found it absurd. I, a man resembling both feng shui men, a figure so handsome that both ladies desire me. And you do not believe my words? Who else could you trust? Wang Yuan, half convinced, pondered for a moment. Then his expression twisted. For the sake of indulgence, what wouldn't a man do? Staring at Liang Can, he gritted his teeth. This time, I am not believing you. I trust Sheng Shui and Wen Xiang instead. Saying this, he promptly called Yishue. Hello, darling. Are you coming out tonight? On the other end, Yishue may have sensed something, asking sweetly what they would do. At that moment, he should have just gone along with it. However, Wang Yuan said, I want to take you to a 24-hour study room. Following Liang Can's advice, Wang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. The exam scores are out. I need to start preparing for my college transfer, and you should begin preparing for your postgraduate studies. Yishue retorted. Wang Yuan, are you out of your mind? Are you so desperate to sleep with me that you resort to such a flimsy excuse? Wang Yuan panicked. Don't misunderstand. This is truly about studying, nothing else. He Shui snapped. Get lost, idiot. Let us not see each other before school starts. Beep, beep, beep. Liang Can lay on the bed, laughing heartily while holding his stomach. Wang Yuan, face darkened, whispered angrily. Liang Can, I will kill you. Don't mess up my hairstyle. I have a date later. Wang Yuan was nearly driven to madness. You ruined my happiness and then went off to your own date. Are you even human? It's not like that, so what? Once we arrive in Hangzhou, I will let Wang Yuan meet the health mentor as compensation. And Liang can send him off. Then he tidied up and prepared to confront Sheng Shui. Today, let me deal her a heavy blow. Mom, I'm heading out. Liang Can called as he changed his shoes at the entrance. Lin Qing hurried after him. Are you going out with a girl? Sort of. Wait a moment. I'll get you some money. Liang Can's previous reserved nature made his mother worry about his future dating prospects, so her excitement was understandable. They had agreed last night that once the results came out, Liang Can would surprise Sheng Shui. Upon reaching the community entrance, Liang Can spotted a familiar Mercedes-Benz waiting. Going out on a date, a beautiful girl arrives in a luxury car. Liang Can opened the car door and got in, greeting the driver. Uncle Zhang, good to see you again. They were old acquaintances. Then, upon glancing over, Liang Can straightened his posture. Sheng Shui had her arms crossed, her expression indifferent. What is up? What about you? I'm not doing anything. If you're dressed like that, what do you intend to do? Dressing like this is for a purpose? Isn't it? Indeed, Sheng Shui was unexpectedly wearing a black strapless short dress, her hair styled elaborately. Even though it was restrained, her allure remained undeniable. Her makeup was exquisite, and she even wore perfume. Liang Can was puzzled. Why the formality? Sheng Shui shifted slightly, coughing lightly. This is just my daily outfit. Your attire certainly makes me wish to stop. Stop. Good omen. Then, let us leave without regrets for New York. Liang Can cross his legs. First, let us have a meal and enjoy a couple of glasses of red wine. All right. Then, hand in hand, they would go to watch a movie. Good. Has she been drinking obedient water? Sheng Shui looked at Liang Can, resting her arm on the middle armrest, propping her chin up, her eyes sparkling. Her expression remained calm, and her sweet voice chimed. Did I not say you could do anything you wish with me? Liang Can's gaze deepened, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Damn, I might have fallen under a spell. This is not the Sheng Shui I knew before. It resembles her future self. Chapter 33. Touching You. Faced with Sheng Shui's unusual demeanor, Liang Can felt somewhat disoriented. No way, sister. You used to treat me like a dog. Why has the situation flipped? Don't even think about it. Liang Can decided to act according to the situation. The two first arrived at a commercial plaza. Before getting out of the car, Sheng Shui threw on a short knitted cardigan to cover her fair front. Today, she paired it with a pair of Mary Jane shoes and ankle-length white socks. Quite nice. It's best to avoid high heels whenever possible, Liang Can remarked approvingly. Sheng Shui walked beside Liang Can, curiously asking, why is that? High heels enhance one's figure and elegance. Liang Can explained, wearing high heels too often deforms the feet, affecting my appetite. Sheng Shui, what? Culinary art emphasizes color, aroma, and taste. It must look good to be appetizing, right? Isn't that the principle? As they strolled through the mall, anyone who caught sight of Sheng Shui couldn't help but glance again. Taking a beautiful girl out is precisely the effect one desires. It greatly satisfies vanity. Otherwise, why would the king of building materials always bring a pretty girl to social gatherings? Besides fulfilling needs, it also demonstrates strength. I want to buy a snowtop ice cream. Sheng Shui told Liang Can. Go ahead and buy it. Will you eat some? I'll just have a taste. Remember to grab 2 spoons. The two entered the McDonald's in the mall, where Sheng Shui queued while Liang Can found a seat to play on his phone. In a bustling area, it's common to encounter familiar faces or classmates. 2 girls out shopping happened to pass by McDonald's and suddenly leaned back in unison. It was Sheng Shui. Oh, Liang Can is here too. One girl was named Su Yudi, and the other was Hu Yang. Both were classmates of Liang Can and Sheng Shui. Thus, they were quite familiar with both. Are they on a date? That can't be right. Liang Can acted as Sheng Shui's dog at school. I bet the young lady is out playing, making Liang Can carry her bag. That can't be right. It's Sheng Shui who is in line while Liang Can is just sitting there on his phone. Maybe today, the roles are reversed for the young lady. Hu Yang, a heavy fan of Xinjiang literature, was preoccupied with yellow literature. In this scene, Sheng Shui procured a cup of snowtop and took a seat opposite Liang Can. She handed Liang Can a plastic spoon. Liang Can, setting down his phone, desired to test the boundaries of Sheng Shui's willingness and said, "Feed me." Sheng Shui silently gazed at Liang Can, as Liang Can scoffed internally, thinking that this woman, who claimed to do anything for him, was lacking in sincerity. Sheng Shui scooped a spoonful of snow top and brought it to his lips. Her habitual calm demeanor contrasted with her sweet, girlish voice that belied her otherwise aloof nature. Liang Can glanced at her and opened his mouth to accept the offering. In the corner, Su Yudi and Hu Yangyang observed everything unfolding, their excitement palpable as they exchanged enthusiastic nudges. "Oh my goodness, they're actually dating," Hu Yangyang exclaimed. "Do you think a domineering woman like Sheng Shui would scold Liang Can for being a dog when she feeds him?" Liang Can watched Sheng Shui delicately savoring her snow top, squinting slightly. Her kindness was evident, even as she consumed something cold before him. The implication was clear. Was this vixen contemplating a rendezvous with him before she departed abroad? After Sheng Shui finished her treat, Liang Can led her to McDonald's. Noticing two figures dart around the corner. "Is Aunt Flo here, rushing to the restroom?" he mumbled. Sheng Shui, clutching her bag, glanced at the luxury goods section and said, "I've always wanted to give you a gift to express my apologies." Liang Can chuckled. "Were you planning to buy me a Rolex?" Without hesitation, Sheng Shui replied, "Certainly. Choose any style under $1 million." It was clear she was no longer jesting about finances. She meant what she said. Liang Can retrieved a small plastic bag from his pocket. "Does this gift lack prestige?" Inside was a handcrafted bracelet, woven from red and black threads, adorned with a small Buddhist bead. "My mother made this herself and sought blessings at Puto Mountain before my college entrance exams. I dismissed it as superstitious, so I never wore it. But since you're going abroad, I want you to have it for your safety." Sheng Shui looked at him, her curious, sweet voice inquiring, "Aren't you dismissive of superstitions?" Liang Can responded, "If it concerns your safety, even superstitions can be believed." He then opened the seal and presented the delicate bracelet. How could one describe Sheng Shui's smile? It resembled a lily poised to bloom on the verge of expression. She raised her arm, asking, "Could you only put on?" Liang Can swiftly adorned her delicate wrist with the bracelet. Sheng Shui waved her arm, admiring it in the best light. "It's lovely. You have nougat, and I have a blessed bracelet. Nougat may expire, but mine will not." At this, Sheng Shui turned to Liang Can, $2 million. "What?" Liang Can was taken aback. "The budget for your gift has increased to $2 million. It was evident that retrieving such a sum was no small feat for her. It was likely her entire accumulation of pocket money over the years. Liang Can could not help but scold. "Must you always discuss money? Do you think I am in dire need of your $2 million? Indeed, he could use it, but that was beside the point. He wished for her not to belittle him further. In the corner, Hu Yangyang and Su Yudi stared in astonishment. Though they couldn't hear the conversation, it was evident that Liang Can was admonishing Sheng Shui. Su Yudi tugged at Hu Yangyang's sleeve. "Is this part of their dynamics?" Hu Yangyang nodded. "Clearly it is. Why else would they switch roles? This is so entertaining." Liang Can sometimes felt that his path to success was inevitable. Who could possibly refuse $2 million? "I can," he thought. If one cannot resist minor temptations, how can they achieve anything significant? Seeing Liang Can's lack of appreciation and his sudden shift in demeanor, Sheng Shui fell silent, feeling slighted. Yet, recalling that Liang Can had surprises in store for her, she pursed her lips, placing her hands before her, swaying slightly, her movements stiff. "I'm sorry. Please don't be angry." "Really? You can tolerate this?" Liang Can frowned. "Are you genuinely remorseful?" "Yes." Sheng Shui nodded hurriedly. Liang Can was slightly perplexed. He glanced around and said, "I need to find a secluded spot to punish you and reward myself." Sheng Shui believed she understood Liang Can well. He was merely jesting and would never truly act out of line. Thus, she sniffed. "How about we go to the car? Uncle Zhang should be nearby, soaking his feet. No one will be inside." Inexplicably, the two of them, probing each other's limits, found themselves in a precarious situation, inside the luxurious back seat of a Mercedes. The tinted windows concealed their activities from the outside world. Liang Can rested his chin on his hand. "You always claim I can do anything to you, so I want to touch your chest." Sheng Shui smiled knowingly at his request. She gracefully removed her knitted cardigan, the sleeveless skirt accentuating her allure and sensuality. She looked at Liang Can and said, "You can." After all, he wouldn't dare. Liang Can slowly lifted his hand, approaching the forbidden territory. Surely, she would shy away, he thought. Shang Shui held her breath, straightening her posture. The hand was tantalizingly close. Liang Can pondered, why wasn't she retreating? Was he truly going to touch her? Would she really allow it? Did she think he was without temper? The atmosphere within the car was suffocatingly silent, save for their breaths. In an instant, Shang Shui's breathing became erratic. She stared at Liang Can's hand, her expression filled with confusion. His long, graceful fingers, as if disbelieving, gently squeezed, confirming its reality. He grasped it firmly and did not let go. After a while, Liang Can awkwardly broke the silence. Shang Shui, you really do keep your promises. Chapter 34. Will surprises bring regret? Humans are peculiar. In youth, they possess everything. The fullness of a girl is the most beautiful gift of time. To put it bluntly, it is youthful vitality. Shang Shui's chest rose and fell slightly, goosebumps visibly appearing on her arms. She was utterly anxious. Gazing at Liang Can, her breaths uneven, she asked, how long do you intend to continue this? Liang Can replied, as long as you don't say, how long do you intend to continue this? I will stop. With that, he withdrew his hand. Alas, I, Bo Feng Shui Min, cannot utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. She noticed my touch. Liang Can observed Shang Shui, noticing her entire being had flushed with warmth. What sort of personality did this young lady possess? She loved to tease and flirt. Yet if one were to genuinely pursue her, she would flee. To put it simply, what just occurred was merely an accident. The two stubborn individuals had become locked in a standoff. However, it was clear that Liang Can had the upper hand. After a moment, Liang Can softly suggested, how about you put your clothes back on? Shang Shui abruptly turned to him, her cheeks flushed, putting them on one T change anything. Liang Can raised his hand. I swear, I will never touch you without permission again. Upon hearing this, Shang Shui blurted, does that mean I will have to beg you? Liang Can found it odd. Why would he need to beg me? Does that situation truly arise? Curiously, he anticipated it. Shang Shui remarked, true. I would have to be in quite a submissive position to even consider begging you. Liang Can reassured her, do not worry, I won't touch you anymore. Noticing her discomfort, Shang Shui began to explain. That was not merely touching. With her small face tense, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Suddenly, she asked, then let me ask you, why is my head so pointy? You're crazy, Liang Can exclaimed. All right, go ahead. Shang Shui took a deep breath. Fixing her gaze on Liang Can, would Wenqing allow you to do such things? But I'm not your girlfriend, she added. Liang Can responded, yet she never promised me that I could do anything I wanted. You did. Shang Shui's expression was stiff, her gaze hollow, imbued with a hint of despondency. She lowered her head and murmured, yes, it's my fault, all my fault. I should never have enrolled in Erzhong. How'd I end up like Tong Xiangyu? Shang Shui deemed it utterly absurd, questioning, do you truly believe this is compensation for me? Is it not? The one benefiting is still you, after all. It's impressive that you've noticed this. Liang Can lean closer to Shang Shui, observing the flushed countenance of the young lady. Aren't you curious where I would allow you to touch? Shang Shui could even feel Liang Can's breath, his alluring fox-like eyes glistening. Indeed, she was quite intrigued. Where exactly? Liang Can's eyelashes fluttered as he lowered his gaze, prompting Shang Shui to follow his line of sight. What on earth? Why are you hitting me? I merely glanced. Her instinctive reaction was the truest. He merely wanted her to help him strike Shang Shui's mouth shut. Unable to continue. It was only their 2 years of camaraderie as classmates that permitted such bold banter. Liang Can mused to himself, this girl, seemingly aloof, is actually quite flirtatious. In the parking garage, behind a load-bearing column, Su Yudi and Hu Yangyang peeked out. They had been in the car for about half an hour. What could they possibly be doing? Could it be they're engaging in a car rendezvous? Hu Yangyang cast a disdainful glance at Su Yudi, retorting, you lack common sense. If it were a car rendezvous, why would the car be shaking? Su Yudi pondered, realizing there was some truth to that. Then what are they up to? Hu Yangyang squinted slightly, shaking her head in disbelief. How naive. There are countless ways for boys and girls to express their feelings, but I can't elaborate. Hu Yangyang adhered to a principle of merely observing, never interjecting her own fantasies. They exited the vehicle. Shang Shui's makeup remained impeccable, suggesting that Liang Can had not engaged in any intimate acts with her. It was also plausible she had merely retouched her makeup. After all, a man who could only leave a face smeared with saliva was utterly useless. They needed to leave quickly, lest they be discovered. Liang Can and Shang Shui emerged from the car, hands tucked into their pockets as a gesture of innocence. Shall we go eat? Shang Shi scrutinized Liang Can. Are you suggesting I let you touch me when I want to eat? Have I been too generous with my good graces? Liang Can lowered his voice. Keep talking and forget about eating. You can feast on me instead. Feast on what? Shang Shi was momentarily taken aback, but upon realization, she raised her hand and struck Liang Can's back forcefully. Ouch, that hurts. Shang Shi shook her hand, her voice slightly choked. Liang Can, with genuine concern, grasped Shang Shi's hand. Let me blow on it. Shang Shi replied, but no licking. A refined girl's hands were fragrant, having been treated with lotion. Liang Can thus held Shang Shi's hand, striding forward. Shang Shi stumbled slightly, quickening her pace to match Liang Can's stride. Once they had moved a distance away, the reporter Su Yudi peeked out, gasping in awe. This scene feels so much like a romantic drama. Hu Yangyang remained composed, in a novel. This is precisely when the domineering CEO would drag the female lead into a hotel. Let us follow. The two stealthily trailed behind, gazing up at the daunting restaurant before them, filled with trepidation. This was the very establishment Liang Can and Shang Shi had just entered. However, Su Yudi and Hu Yangyang could not enter, as they could not afford it. This restaurant was known for its elegance, catering primarily to couples on dates, or to those who despise cilantro. The reservation had been made in advance by Shang Shi. As the red wine breathed beside them, Liang Can and Shang Shi took their seats across from one another. Raising a tall glass, Liang Can cheerily proclaimed, "Let us indulge in a slight inebriation. When dining out, a little wine adds to the merriment." The cuisine featured Huayang flavors, delightful and palatable, without overwhelming seasonings. Liang Can took a sip of red wine and inquired, "Have you set the date for your overseas journey?" Shang Shi, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, lowered her head to sample a dish. "Yes, it's nearly settled. Just a few days, really." Her response was rather vague. Liang Can set down his glass, his tone calm. "Are you seeking a host family? Or does a mother have a residence in New York?" "I must have been overly concerned," he mused. Shang Shi lifted her gaze to Liang Can, softly responding, "It isn't mere overconcern." "What do you mean?" "It's nothing." Shang Shi placed her chopsticks down, resting her hands on her lap. "Liang Can, since I am about to leave, there are some matters I wish to clarify with you." "Go on." "The bullying during school was predicated on the belief that only you were deserving of my torment. Please, spare me. There isn't a single word I wish to hear. Allow me to speak." All right. Is this your way of suppressing me?" Liang Can took a sip of red wine, gazing intently at Shang Shi. "In truth, I didn't feel particularly wronged at the time. You had no friends, and I thought, being so beautiful yet silent, if no one teamed up with you, you would be bullied. But who would have expected that I would be the one bullied?" Shang Shi couldn't help but chuckle. "I should thank you, and I apologize. I was rather immature back then." Liang Can nodded. "So, let us reconcile our grievances." Their glasses clinked together, producing a melodious sound. Shang Shi scrutinized Liang Can, asking, "What are your plans after university?" "First, to win over Wen Xiang. As for me, I intend to study diligently, attempt entrepreneurship, and perhaps engage in a romantic relationship." Shang Shi felt a flutter of intrigue, lowering her head to eat, pretending to be indifferent. "I am quite curious about the type of girl you would date. Someone attractive, kind-hearted, and cheerful," Liang Can replied, expressing his hopes. "Isn't that a description of me? I often feed stray dogs, and am quite open with you. I even trusted you to pretend to be my mother-s boyfriend," Shang Shi thought. "But what if there are challenges, such as distance or future prospects?" she softly inquired, as if genuinely contemplating Liang Can's situation. Liang Can thought to himself, "I will attend Dianke University. The living area is just outside Zhujiangchuan. If it gets any closer, I would have to move into Wen Xiang's dormitory." Yet, voicing this would disrupt the ambience. He needed to maintain his FAAD, creating a persona that would leave Shang Shi yearning for him, even after she departed for New York. Thus, Liang Can inhaled deeply, his expression turning solemn as he gazed out the window. "Have you ever heard a saying?" "What is it?" As he turned to face Shang Shi, Liang Can's voice seemed to resonate deeply. "The love we cherish can transcend mountains and seas. Mountains and seas may be leveled." Chapter 35. The return on a summer night. The love between friends is still love. "You truly are a clever concept god." Liang Can. Shang Shi raised her glass, wishing to toast to this statement, only to discover Liang Can had ceased drinking. "You have a good tolerance. Why have you stopped?" Shang Shi inquired. "What?" Liang Can grinned, Studies indicate that girls in a mildly intoxicated state are more receptive to surprises, and their emotions soar. Shang Shui propped her chin with one hand. Gazing at Liang Can, I am genuinely curious about the nature of this surprise. It isn't anything grand. Liang Can contemplated before continuing. It could be described as a farewell wrapped in surprise. Farewell? Aren't you the one going to New York? Oh yes, I may indeed be quite tipsy. Liang Can quipped. May I continue to touch your chest? Shang Shui retorted. Absolutely not. I am not drunk at all, for heaven's sake. Their dining time was early, and the summer night arrived late. As they exited the restaurant, they looked up to see an endless expanse of fiery clouds, illuminating the entire block in a rosy hue. Shang Shui was bathed in a thin veil of golden light from the sun, her cheeks slightly flushed. She appeared to be enveloped in a syrup of amber, even her shadow radiating a sweet scent of caramel. Liang Can retrieved the electric scooter keys from his pocket and pressed the button, eliciting a beep from a nearby scooter. Shang Shui inquired curiously, Didn't you arrive in my car? I had Wang Yuan ride over, Liang Can replied. Where's Wang Yuan? Dining upstairs, otherwise. Why would I not have asked the waiter to pack the leftovers? Liang Can glanced at Shang Shui, embodying the persona of a cheerful boy today. In my limited understanding, a wealthy girl like you usually lives a life filled with beautiful dresses, champagne bubbling in glasses, macarons, and iced Americanos. Had it not been for the high school entrance examination that brought us together as classmates, I reckon I would never have crossed paths with you. Liang Can gestured toward the scooter. I've caught a glimpse of your life. Now, I wish to let you experience mine. So, Liang Can inquired of Shang Shui, considering the potential risk of wardrobe malfunction. Have you donned your leggings? Shang Shui clasped her hands behind her back and let out a soft chuckle. With her back to the sun, Liang Can could only discern a vague silhouette and a hint of her beauty. At that moment, if a Hitchcockian shot were to occur, it would undoubtedly be spectacular. Wait for me a moment. Let's go. Liang Can mounted the electric scooter, and Shang Shui gracefully lifted one long leg to sit behind him. She placed her hands on either side of Liang Can's shoulders and raised her hand. Let's set off. The electric scooter sped away, and Liang Can expertly navigated through the evening rush hour. Why are you going so fast? Have you become accustomed to riding in a Mercedes? Shang Shui asked curiously, holding back her bangs with one hand. The summer evening in the city presented a striking scene. A handsome youth in white jeans riding an electric scooter with a delicate, long-haired beauty adorned in an expensive dress. Her flowing hair danced in the wind, as if they were eloping. Shang Shui felt the caress of the wind by her ears and the faint scent of laundry detergent from Liang Can. She suddenly recalled a passage from Long Zhu, a grand escape towards the sunlight. In that tale, Lu Mingfei took Hui Li Yi to see the sea, only for her to meet her demise afterward. It bore a resemblance. Lu Mingfei had prepared a perfect date for Hui Li Yi, yet he faltered in the end. He fled from what he disliked, but why, upon witnessing her death, did he sacrifice a quarter of his life? A twisted man is unworthy of fervent love. Liang Can. What? If I encounter difficulties in the future, will you assist me? I've always been helping your mother. I mean me. Help. The two arrived at a coastal line, dismounting from the scooter to behold the sandy beach and golden ocean from above. My mother had never seen the sea or a boat before attending university, Liang Can remarked. Glancing at Shang Shui, she told me that the sea she encountered at 18 was not merely water. For her, it represented freedom. Upon hearing this, Shang Shui bent down to slowly remove her sports pants beneath her skirt. Do you know what this scene signifies for a man? Even someone on the brink of death could sit up straight. The effect is akin to adrenaline. What do you mean? Liang Can asked, fixating on Shang Shui's legs. She smiled, embraced the surprise. Let us make it formal. She then removed her knitted cardigan, revealing a hint of redness on her chest. Who did this? I did, and it's no problem. With her hands clasped behind her back, she savored the sea breeze and the warm air. Shang Shui turned to Liang Can. The freedom in New York is an unknown, but do you not think I would feel lonely going alone? Liang Can stroked his chin. That is indeed a question. Originally, yes, but now. Shang Shui raised her left hand, showcasing a hand-woven prayer bracelet on her delicate wrist. She directed the bracelet towards the crimson sun on the horizon. It will accompany me. The two descended the stone steps, treading on the soft sand towards the sea. The waves crashed rhythmically upon the shore, retreating once more. Liang Can, we're all adults now. There's some things. Liang Can raised his hand. I'm still a minor. Shang Shui retorted. Have you adapted to this persona yet? Liang Can, hands in pockets, inquire, what things? Shang Shuyi turned to face him. Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Liang Can clicked his tongue. It's true, I have some affection. After all, you possess an alluring demeanor and a sweet voice, which is quite the contrast that captivates me. Moreover, your skin is as fair as milk, and during PE class, your movements are quite distracting. Stop right there. Fine. Shang Shuyi's purpose for this outing was previously mentioned, to ascertain Liang Can's intentions. If he was uninterested, she did not wish to become a pitiful Hui Li. If Hui Li boarded the train to Seoul, then she too would take the first-class cabin to New York. The sky darkened swiftly, as if in an instant. The oppressive heat seemed to dissipate somewhat, and Shang Shuyi asked Liang Can, is there anything else you wish to say? Liang Can shook his head. Then with a bang, a red firework erupted from the mountainside, bursting into a splendid display. Bang, bang. Shang Shuyi observed the bustling figures with a puzzled expression. Liang Can laughed. I spotted Su Yudi and Hu Yangyang trailing us long ago. Their excuse to visit the restroom during dinner was merely a ruse to catch them in the act. They confessed to their crime of following us, and I had them labor as penance. Shang Shuyi perceived that he had summoned classmates to witness this day. A can, I've arrived. From the back seat of a luxury car, Wang Yuan dashed onto the beach with a box, only to stumble and fall into the sand, scattering its contents. What is this? Shang Shuyi asked, her embarrassment evident as she pointed at Wang Yuan. A thought crossed her mind. Realizing the situation, she approached the disheveled and startled Wang Yuan, kneeling to meticulously place each candy into a pink box. The past blooms anew. The bond that began in high school now found the courage to confront it. Liang Can brushed the sand off Wang Yuan's clothes, gesturing towards the still celebrating Hu Yangyang and Su Yudi. What I do is meant to convey that enjoying solitude is refined, yet mingling with friends possesses its own vibrancy. Shang Shuyi stood up, cradling the box, and gazed at Liang Can. The colorful fireworks adorned her beauty like rouge, weaving intricate strands of hair as if a crown. She looked down at the candies in the box, only to realize they were obscured from view. Raising her gaze, beneath the fireworks, in the moonlight by the sea, she smiled and winked at Liang Can. Chapter 36. Yellow moonlight, why does the white moonlight linger in one's memory? Its greatest power lies in the fact that when the sands of time settle, even the white moonlight itself loses its charm. Liang Can define this psychological phenomenon as self-glorification. One does not love the person, but rather a perfect persona imagined through their appearance. The Can believed he might not qualify as a genuine white moonlight, yet being a yellow moonlight was still within reach. For girls, impressions of a male with whom they have had physical contact are often the most profound. As the four stood in a row, gazing up at the fireworks illuminating the sea, a Range Rover parked behind the luxury car on the embankment. The rear window descended halfway, and when Xieying grasped the glass, her beautiful eyes reflecting the vibrant colors. Oh, what a good relationship, she mused, shaking her head. Observing the distant scenery, when Xieying whispered, they say it's a farewell, yet all the proceedings feel like a confession. After speaking, she propped her head on one hand, gazing at the fireworks in the sky, murmuring, why isn't it finished yet? Here it comes. Buddy, do you know what it means to kill two birds with one stone? I just wanted to make Wen Xieying jealous, intensifying her emotions. But one cannot genuinely be jealous, right? If true jealousy arises, it indicates a lack of maturity. After all, why would you squabble with someone on the verge of leaving? Therefore, Wen Xieying's psychological shifts should be failure in expression management, overly active concealment, and a subtle displeasure awaiting self-soothing. The ultimate secret of courting is emotional value. It turns out it wasn't a confession. It was a farewell. Wang Yuan rolled his eyes at Hu Yangyang, whom he had only just met. Shang Shuyi, holding the candy box, looked at Hu Yangyang and Su Yudi, then back at Wang Yuan. Were they the friends he had chosen for her? If she had friends, then what reason did she have to journey afar? Everyone, I, Shang Shuyi, believe the atmosphere has arrived. I should share the good news. Mina-san, I'm coming. Upon hearing the familiar bright voice of the spirited girl, Shang Shuyi instantly rolled her eyes. As she glanced back at the approaching W.N.X.Y.ing, S.H.ing.S.H.Y tilted her head, casting a questioning look at Liang Can. Liang Can shrugged and remarked, aren't you two sisters? It's quite normal for your younger sister to come and support you. S.H.ing.S.H.Y narrowed her eyes slightly. Well, it's not like I shared the good news with you. Observing the cheerful W.N.X.Y.ing, she said indifferently, so you are here too. WNX Wang nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I am here. What is the matter? Am I not welcome, Sister SHY? Li ne se en inquit? What were you about to tell us earlier? SHY replied. Nothing much. I was just too excited and was preparing to bow to everyone. It seemed a bit sarcastic, didn't it? Then SHY noticed that, led by Liang Can, everyone, including WNXY, had silently positioned themselves opposite her, standing in a row. The earnest smiles of the young boys and girls made SHY feel a warmth within her. No way. I merely learned from Liang Can to be a bit abstract. Are you all really expecting me to bow? Liang Can laughed mischievously. Oh, the atmosphere has reached this point. SHY's lips twitched, and with one hand clutching her chest, she slowly bowed. 1 bow, 2 bows, 3 bows. Who on earth needs to bow 3 times? She directed her bows solely at Liang Can. This woman has quite the vengeful spirit, thought Liang Can. In any case, the plan orchestrated by Director Liang to send SHY off was a resounding success. The air was still tinged with a hint of excitement as everyone stood on the beach, gazing at the moon shimmering on the sea. SHY remained silent, her head bowed in contemplation, while WNXY observed her, seemingly lost in thought as well. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the crowd dispersed. WNXY settled into the car, crossing her arms as she pondered. No, she furrowed her brow, exhaling softly as she touched her chin, muttering to herself. I always feel that SHY is a bit strange. What she intended to say to Liang Can could not possibly involve bowing. If that were the case, then what did she truly wish to convey? After a moment's thought, WNXY suddenly slapped her forehead, her eyes widening in realization. Could it be that SHY wanted to leave? With this thought, WNXY chuckled softly, then scoffed, her gaze deepening. The situation seemed to be taking an intriguing turn. The father-son relationship in a Chinese context, in Liang Can's view, resembles a love-hate dynamic between romantic partners. Despite the profound significance of the other person in their hearts, they seldom express their emotions in a proper manner. Liang Can and Liang Qwn were no exception. Their sporadic interactions throughout childhood rendered their relationship rather delicate. It was only when Liang Can reached the age of 30 that he gradually began to realize how much Liang Qwn had selflessly invested in him. Old man, it's time for a midnight snack. Liang Qwn, watching television, chuckled helplessly. I'm just having a drink with my son, and you, boy, are making it sound like the end of the world. Sharing a glance with LNQing, Liang Qwn burst into laughter, slapping his thigh as he stood up. All right then, let's have a couple of drinks. Liang Can's college entrance examination scores secured him a place at DNKD-SU. The school's reputation may not be stellar, given that most academic talent in the province was drawn to ZHD. Yet those with high school graduates and their families recognized the strength of a D&K degree within the province. The table was laden with spicy snail stir-fry, peppery potato cakes, braised chicken wings, and a seafood medley, accompanied by a bottle of MOP liquor. Savoring a sip of the liquor, Liang Qwn asked with satisfaction, Liang Can, what are your plans during college? Liang Can replied, to pursue romance. Indeed, that's essential. LNQing interjected immediately. What happened with the girl you went out with today? Liang Qwn's eyes lit up. Is she the girl from the last time I showed you, and your mother? Teenage affairs are best kept discreet. Zuzaskan, Linesenovin. You really don't need to worry. I've gained insight into the psychology of girls. Oh, LNQing teased, then enlighten us. Liang Qwn grunted. What do you know? When I was pursuing your mother, she would never say what she meant, making me guess. Liang Can listened with great interest as his parents recounted their past. This family atmosphere was truly delightful, exactly what he yearned for. Liang Qwn leisurely took a sip of his drink and reminisced. Back then, I was a strong contender for a government-sponsored study abroad opportunity. Your mother, of course, did not want me to go, but she also didn't want to hinder my future, so she ignored me. I tried to reach out to her several times and was on the verge of despair. Then, guess what your mother did? She knitted several sweaters and left them in the dormitory duty room. At that moment, I decided not to go. Whatever happens, it's not a big deal to go abroad. No way is that true? Exclaimed in disbelief. Dad, you were quite the romantic. LNQing blushed slightly. Liang Qwn burst into laughter. Liang Can, as long as one is a good person, irrespective of gender. Witnessing the efforts of the other naturally compels one to reciprocate, even if it means relinquishing seemingly monumental opportunities. When you meet such a girl one day, you will understand what destiny truly means. Liang Can clapped his hands in appreciation, but suddenly his expression changed. Oh no! Chapter 37. Men should prioritize their careers. I might have messed up, or perhaps I haven't. His father's words indeed served as a reminder to Liang Can. I have been meticulously planning to evoke a sense of regret in SHY as she departs for New York. But what if she becomes overly moved and decides not to leave? Then, would I truly have to pursue two relationships? He mused playfully. In his recollections, SHY was quite formidable, pursuing her studies abroad until she attained her doctorate, and later, occasionally, he heard that she had taken over her family's business and was thriving. She was decisive and efficient, starkly contrasting with the second-generation heirs who mismanaged their family enterprises. She was not someone easily burdened by emotions. Perhaps I have overestimated my own charm, thought Liang Can, rising to his feet and stroking his chin. But if she truly decides against going abroad, does that mean I still have a chance with SHY? This indeed presented a difficult choice. The young lady was undeniably enigmatic. Liang Can murmured to himself. Turning off the bed, Liang Can opened the Positive Outlook public account, momentarily setting aside his wandering thoughts to focus on his work. Yun had already sent his feedback on the Holy Grail, written in an impressively detailed manner. It was hard to fathom just how many times Yun had used it to produce such an impactful review. After reviewing the content, Liang Can posted the feedback on the public account. In any business, identifying the target audience with precision is crucial. Otherwise, no amount of promotion will yield results. Thus, as the positive outlook in the male health sector, where should it be promoted? Several nights later, nearing 30, Zhang finished his shower, rubbed his face, and sat down at his computer. He was an office worker, ordinary in both appearance and background. His earnings were modest, and his lack of charm had led him to remain single. As he aged, he increasingly felt weary. With a sigh, Zhang thought, I can't continue like this. I need to pull myself together. I can't let myself become a shell of a man. Once a man crosses 30, he truly feels his limitations. Coupled with the sedentary office life, even climbing a flight of stairs left him breathless. Zhang opened the forum, logged into the quit pornography section, and created a check-in post. Day 1 of quitting check-in. He had set up such check-in posts several times before, each ending in failure. But this time, he vowed not to falter. As he scrolled through the forum, he muttered, let me see what suggestions my fellow members have. After browsing for a while, he suddenly noticed a pinned advertisement. The male health public account, Positive Outlook? That is a catchy name with a nice connotation. Intrigued, Zhang clicked on the advertisement, and after settling into bed, he searched for Positive Outlook. Then, he followed the account. Upon entering, the first post caught his eye. What the hell? ISNT that DNDM. As he watched the video, Zhong quickly stood up and followed along with 2 sets of squats, soon feeling his legs grow exceedingly weak. Oh dear, my thighs feel quite warm, he murmured. Turning slightly, he scratched his backside and continued watching, following the instructions in the video to practice the techniques presented. Even after exiting the instructional video, he did not cease his practice, and his attention was soon captured by the tutorial featuring by Tao Jiang. The video's thumbnail showcased by Tao Jiang in a white shirt and a fitted skirt, wearing a mask, leaning over a desk. Intrigued, Zhong clicked on the video, suddenly feeling a surge of confidence. The video began with a comic strip, where the male protagonist, looking forlorn, lamented, I'm sorry, I'm just too tired tonight. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a whip echoed, and by Tao Jiang appeared on screen. Students, pay attention, she commanded. Zhong silently wondered, does this really help men improve their health? Something feels off. Clearly, he had misused the video intended for health enhancement. Yet, it was undeniably entertaining, and he thought it would be unfair to keep it to himself. With that in mind, he promptly shared the positive energy post in his thread, tagging many familiar friends. Continuing to scroll through public account content, he mused, rounding up, I've effectively begun to restore my health. The logic was impeccable. Soon after, he came across a review of the Holy Grail. After reading it thoroughly, his curiosity piqued. Can it really be that realistic? He quickly placed an order, thinking, ISNT this cheaper than going for a foot bath? After purchasing toys from the Aimu Whiting flagship store, Zhong Chong checked the forum and found numerous responses already posted. What the hell? Is this public account genuinely about enhancing health? Or is it trying to drain me dry? I persevered for a week, and upon seeing Teacher by Tao, I'm instantly tempted. While you all struggle, I've already bought the original flavor from Teacher by Tao. He thought the public account was impressive, as the knowledge shared was indeed rooted in science, employing a method that challenged their endurance to help them resist temptation. I followed it. Let Teacher by Tao thoroughly test my resolve. It must be said, Liang Can promoting positive energy in the abstinence forum was a perfect match. Who here ISNT trying to break free from the shackles of lust? And for those unable to resist by Tao Jiang's allure, is it my fault? If you can't withstand such temptations, how can you expect to tackle lust? No amount of shopping will save you. This innovative approach to popular science, after a brief period of fermentation, even sparked a peculiar trend in the abstinence forum. After watching the video, how many can articulate the content explained? Damn, my attention was entirely fixated on Teacher by Tao's figure. I wasn't listening at all. I must quickly rewatch it. I came here to learn, yet I ended up purchasing a holy grail. Liang Can held a deep respect for the forum's veterans. The combat power of those trolling in short videos pales in comparison to the seasoned veterans of the forum. After all, the eloquence of the forum's elder statesmen is akin to honeyed words. Moreover, this place is teeming with talent. Not only the abstinence forum, Liang Can also had his sights set on the legendary, the Emperor Forum. As the birthplace of the term loser, Liang Can had mingled there for quite some time. How describe it? Everyone here is exceptionally gifted, and conversations are incredibly engaging. As the heat rose, the content must keep pace. There are countless individuals creating health-related content. Why should they choose to view yours? It is precisely because it is distinct that I shall engage in a battle of wits with my most captivating content against your willpower. Seated before his computer, Liang Can opened a private message on Weibo. It was time for the new health mentor to make an entrance. Chapter 38, Teacher. He burned my backside with a Liang Can cigarette. Men are inherently fickle, without exception. Bai Tao Jiang's talent is indeed exceptional, and Liang Can firmly believes that even as more health mentors are introduced in the future, she will remain among the most popular. Nevertheless, a plethora of talents is essential. Standing on the balcony, Liang Can held a can of ice-cold cola from last week, gently shaking it, enveloped in a faint air of melancholy. Indeed, I'm putting on airs. It seems prudent to make arrangements in Hangzhou ahead of time. Liang Can's plan was to rent a small office near Xiaxia and hire a couple of employees to manage the daily operations of the public account. Without hesitation, he called Wang Yuan. Hey, in a few days, accompany me to Hangzhou. I'll cover all expenses. No, I don't want to go. I'm feeling too weak and need to recuperate. Wang Yuan, a user of the Holy Grail, sounded quite feeble. Liang Can had a way to deal with him. You can bring a family member. Huh. On the other end, Wang Yuan clearly sat up in bed. Liang Can chuckled. Now that the college entrance examination results are out, you can find a reason to invite He Shui out under the pretense of familiarizing yourself with the campus environment and shopping in Hangzhou. I'll book 2 rooms. You and He Shui can share one. Wang Yuan, evidently only hearing the last part, excitedly exclaimed, Dad, I'm coming. This lad still had some conscience, nervously asking, what if He Shui and I become a couple? What will you do? I'm fine with it, Liang Can sighed. You enjoy yourselves, I'll handle my own business. What business? To face the health mentor directly. Thus, after preparing adequately, Liang Can selected a few dates to book hotels online, casually mentioning to his parents that he was going to Hangzhou for a few days. Liang Chuan and Lin Qing naturally did not object. His mother even asked, Are you going with a girl? On the day of departure, Liang Can dragged a small suitcase to the station. From a distance, he spotted Wang Yuan and He Shui. Their demeanor indicated they both understood what awaited them in Hangzhou, filled with both tension and anticipation. Let us go. Let us roll. The 3 boarded the high-speed train to Hangzhou. In about 40 minutes, they arrived after a brief nap. Taking the subway to Xiaxia Station, Liang Can said to He Shui, I'll take Wang Yuan out to handle some matters first. I promise to return him to you by evening. After dropping He Shui off at the hotel, the 2 set off. Liang Can's requirements for the office were simple. It need not be large, just reasonably priced. Such locations abound in Hangzhou, thanks to Alibaba, fostering a vibrant entrepreneurial atmosphere supported by the authorities. Hence, various startup parks flourished and numerous small office spaces were available. In the afternoon, Liang Can led Wang Yuan to a startup park in Xiaxia, heading straight to the official office. Hello, I'm the entrepreneur who inquired about renting an office previously. My name is Liang Can. The staff member reviewing the records looked somewhat surprised. You're quite young. You flatter me. I just look youthful. Not only youthful, but also rather handsome. Once seated, Liang Can spoke candidly. Miss, I did some research before coming. Our startup park offers rent subsidies for fresh graduates, correct? The staff nodded. Yes, are you graduating this year? I'm entering my first year. Liang Can cheerfully replied, but I can still be considered a university student. Here are my college entrance exam results and my intended major. If all goes well, I will surely be admitted. Electronics, Science University? The staff member looked at Liang Can with surprise. I graduated from there too. I'm speaking to a senior. Liang Can chuckled. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Liang Can, soon to become your junior. I'm Jia Yining, the staff member replied, her attitude warming. Though she appeared somewhat troubled, the policy exists. But your situation is a bit special. Strictly speaking, you don't meet the criteria for our discounts. Wang Yuan, who had not managed to interject a word, grew tense upon hearing the staff member's words. Liang Can, however, remained unfazed, smiling as he said, Miss, what if my project has already achieved some success? Could we make an exception? Oh, Jia Yining blinked, clearly harboring a sense of skepticism. Hangzhou City exhibits significant support for internet entrepreneurship. These public entrepreneurial parks are subject to evaluation. Each year, they assess how many projects have received support and how many have achieved success. Moreover, if one possesses genuine potential, they may even assist in negotiating bank loans. Liang Can, having visited numerous places in his past life, ultimately concluded that Zhejiang province excels in efficiency concerning public welfare. This style had already been established before he even initiated operations there. Thus, should Liang Can achieve results, it would also serve as a highlight of their efforts, worthy of inclusion in a year-end report. Consequently, Liang Can promptly shared his public account. Xuejia, look, this is the official account I'm currently managing. Jia Yining, familiar with public accounts, quickly rose. Let me take you to meet our supervisor. 2 hours later, Liang Can and Wang Yuan exited the entrepreneurial park. The issues appeared to be resolved. Once the formal contract was finalized, recruitment could commence. Liang Can remarked to Wang Yuan, you should post a recruitment notice online in the next couple of days. There are plenty of job seekers around here. It will be quite easy. All right. Wang Yuan nodded vigorously, inhaling sharply. Liang Can, you truly are remarkable. How can you converse so amiably with the supervisors? That person is not much younger than our fathers. Liang Can glanced up at the blazing sun. You could be like this too. Just engage with more people. Liang Can has always detested being a know-it-all. He dislikes putting on airs and lecturing others. Although he and T contributed much, Wang Yuan still felt a sense of accomplishment and cheerfully asked, now that the office location is settled, what is the next step? You should go find Yishui, Liang Can replied. Wang Yuan was puzzled. Aren't you even going to look for a health mentor by Taojiang? I'll wait for her to approach me. In a certain apartment in Hangzhou, Bai Taojiang gazed at the recruitment information posted on her Weibo account, feeling a sense of inevitability wash over her. Although she had anticipated that the rising popularity of the public account would prompt the boss to seek new health mentors, the reality of it still left her with a tinge of disappointment. There would undoubtedly be many envious individuals. The boss's private messages were likely overflowing. Bai Taojiang murmured to herself, feeling a mixture of gratitude and mild resentment towards her yet-to-be-met boss, who possessed such a pleasant voice. Opening the chat with Liang Can, she noticed that despite her frequent messages in recent days, he seemed somewhat aloof. Bai Taojiang pouted. In this collaboration, she was undeniably the beneficiary. The surge in traffic to the forums and the explosion of followers on Weibo had brought her tangible gains. Thus, she truly did not wish to lose this benefactor. Boss, do you want to use Li Kun to give someone a hard time? After a lengthy wait of over 10 minutes, Bai Taojiang lay on her bed, utterly bored. A notification chimed, and she immediately flipped over to grab her phone, opening the message and sitting up in astonishment. Liang Can, I'm in Hangzhou. The boss had arrived in Hangzhou. Bai Taojiang blinked rapidly, her heart racing. Oh no, could it be that she was truly going to be in for it? Chapter 39. Meeting Bai Taojiang offline. Bai Taojiang. Boss, you come to Hangzhou. Welcome, a warm welcome. Upon reading the message, Liang Can thought to himself that she indeed ought to welcome him with enthusiasm. Bai Taojiang, boss, what brings you to Hangzhou? Liang Can, to settle the office for the public account and interview new health mentors. Oomph. So she was indeed being replaced. Bai Taojiang shook her chubby legs, lifting them high. She wore white over-the-knee socks. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Taojiang inquired, "Is the boss very busy?" Liang Can, Bai Taojiang. "Then do you have time to meet up?" After sending the message, she felt a wave of nervousness, her gaze fixed intently on the phone screen. Suddenly, a message arrived. "Liang Can, remember to wear a mask." Following this, he sent the hotel location, 9 p.m., 7th floor bar. Bai Taojiang glanced at the time. It was currently 5 p.m. She swiftly leaped up, jogging into the bathroom, shedding her clothes along the way. After a refreshing wash, she wrapped herself in a towel and approached her wardrobe, pulling out a small box. Inside were the undergarments sent by the flagship store of AI Mu Weiting. During their last conversation, she had noticed the boss listening to Su Song's excessive explanation. With this in mind, Bai Taojiang immediately selected a set of purple lace lingerie. After all, her sister had said that purple was quite charming. Regardless of whether it would be needed, it was certainly wise to be prepared in advance. Following this, Bai Taojiang commenced drying her hair, applying makeup, and selecting an outfit for the outing. After 3 hours of preparation, she grabbed her car keys and hurriedly left the house. Bai Taojiang owned a Beetle for transportation. Following the navigation, she arrived at the designated location. Standing at the entrance of the hotel bar, she looked down and messaged Liang Can, "Boss, I've arrived." "Liang Can, I'm at the bar." With her mask on, Bai Taojiang lifted her gaze and immediately spotted Liang Can at the bar. There were indeed other patrons, but the figure clad in simple white and black casual trousers perfectly matched her mental image of her boss. His thick hair, youthful, well-proportioned physique fit, and the way he sat on a high stool with his long legs firmly planted on the ground made him all the more appealing. With a flutter in her heart, Bai Taojiang cautiously approached, inhaling deeply before softly calling out, "Boss?" Ah, that familiar youthful voice. It was him, truly him. So handsome, with delicate features and a somewhat rebellious charm. Bai Taojiang suppressed her excitement, her voice instinctively rising. "Boss, you look so handsome. Have a seat." Liang Can gestured to the adjacent chair. Bai Taojiang was dressed in a white fitted short sleeve that had a slightly sheer effect, subtly revealing the purple lace underneath. Her lower half was clad in white hot pants, her smooth and fair legs accentuated by transparent, strapped high-heeled sandals. These shoes, later dubbed as business casual shoes, were a common sight among waitresses. They weren't a standard, yet they were indeed comfortable, unlike typical high heels that torture the feet. Noticing the car keys on the table, Liang Can ordered, "Please bring a non-alcoholic beverage." Bai Taojiang quickly responded, "No worries, I can call a designated driver." Liang Can chuckled, saying, "It's not safe for a young lady to drink alone at night." Bai Taojiang, "It's fine. I can just book a room here. Be careful, or others might think I'm the one hunting you," she teased. The bartender, a young man, surveyed Liang Can and Bai Taojiang before smiling and suggesting, "Let us go with a special cocktail. It's delicious and one tea leave you with a hangover." "All right, thank you," Bai Taojiang replied. While waiting for the cocktail, Bai Taojiang noticed that aside from the drink and a phone, Liang Can had nothing else on the table. Her eyes sparkled. "Boss, don't you smoke?" "Liang Can, I don't smoke." Bai Taojiang began to speak about her previous message, but stopped midway, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "Oh dear, I seem to have spoken out of turn." Liang Can thought to himself that while she didn't need to be burnt, he and T said she wouldn't be reprimanded. "The main reason for inviting you here today is to express my gratitude," Liang Can said, handing her a small gift box from the empty chair beside him. "The public account has gained such rapid popularity in a short time, largely thanks to your efforts." It was a necklace from Bao Shillong, a classic design featuring a chain with a ring. "Oh, I feel undeserving," Bai Taojiang replied, surprised. "The compensation you've already provided is quite fair. Please, no more." Liang Can broke into a smile. "So do you want it or not?" "I do." Bai Taojiang accepted the gift box, opened it in front of Liang Can, and held the necklace in her palm. "It's truly beautiful." She then looked at Liang Can. "Boss, could you let me put it on?" "Of course. You don't need to move. I'll turn around." After speaking, Bai Taojiang turned her back to Liang Can. As she did so, Liang Can's eyes lit up. My goodness, she truly is a scheming little sister. Today, Teacher Bai Tao's fitted white outfit not only features a low neckline at the front, but also boasts a deep arc design at the back. The smooth, delicate skin of her back was suddenly revealed before Liang Can's eyes. While fastening a necklace around Bai Tao Zhang's neck, Liang Can inquired, "You must be quite young, right?" Once Liang Can finished his task, and Bai Tao Zhang sat up straight. She looked at him and replied, "Yes, but I should be a bit older than you, boss." As she spoke, she pulled a long-sleeve coat from her bag and draped it over herself. Liang Can asked, "Is the air conditioning too cold?" Bai Tao Zhang wrinkled her nose, her tone playful. "Not really. It's just that I don't want other men to see my back." Upon hearing this, Liang Can chuckled softly. "Do you see me as someone with a strong possessive streak?" Bai Tao Jiang blinked innocently and cheekily responded, "It's my possessiveness. I only want to show it to my boss." Quite something. Her operation is impressive. At that moment, cocktails were served, and Bai Tao Jiang raised her glass. "Boss, I'm very pleased to meet you offline. Thank you for your recent support and assistance. Mutual benefit and prosperity." Liang Can replied. Bai Tao Jiang held her glass, her voice sweet and lingering. "So, can I take off my mask now?" Liang Can rested his chin on one hand, leaning against the bar. "This is what I have been looking forward to the most since I arrived in Hangzhou. Oh, now I feel quite pressured." "What pressure?" Bai Tao Jiang held her cocktail in one hand and gently tugged at the mask strap behind her ear with the other, then slowly removed it. A round and adorable face emerged. Some female internet celebrities wear masks partly due to social anxiety, fearing being recognized in person. However, for many, it is simply a matter of feeling overly apologetic about their appearance. Bai Tao Jiang clearly belonged to the former category. Her looks leaned towards a sweet and rounded style. And based on Liang Can's experience, even without makeup, her natural beauty would not be lacking. After removing her mask, Bai Tao Jiang appeared slightly shy, biting her lip and softly asking Liang Can, "So are you disappointed?" Liang Can maintained a cheerful smile, gazing into Bai Tao Jiang's eyes without a hint of hesitation. Handsome individuals do not shy away from making eye contact. Observing Bai Tao Jiang closely, Liang Can inquired, "Are you willing to work overtime tonight?" Bai Tao Jiang took a sip of her cocktail, nibbling her lower lip, her fingers tracing circles on the rim of her glass. Liang Can chuckled, lightly tapping the bar surface. "Let us change locations and discuss work." Chapter 40. Liang Dao's strict requirements. Upon first seeing Liang Can, Bai Tao Jiang instantly understood. The boss was surely not very old, and likely even younger than herself. Youngsters tend to prefer obedient and compliant individuals. Before leaving home, Bai Tao Jiang had envisioned various scenarios, questioning herself about Liang Can's looks, and she was quite pleased. Therefore, even if things progressed, who would truly benefit was still a question. Bai Tao Jiang noticed Liang Can downing his drink and gently asked, "Where are we headed?" Liang Can, noticing her unflinching demeanor, smiled lightly and replied, "Actually, I'm not particularly interested in those who are too obedient." "Oh, so the younger brother prefers the wild side?" Bai Tao Jiang felt herself nearly losing control. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "So what does the boss really want?" "You're making me anxious." Bai Tao Jiang asked to test, "Is there an exam?" She paused, cautiously inquiring, "If I can't answer, will I be punished?" Liang Can, hands in his pockets, replied, "Submitting a blank sheet would indeed hurt the teacher's feelings." Bai Tao Jiang gently tugged at Liang Can's shirt. "Can we skip the parent-teacher conference, teacher?" Liang Can chuckled. "Speak up," his tone a bit firmer, aimed to elicit a satisfying response from her. Bai Tao Jiang pondered carefully before replying. Aside from being sexy and suggestive, the most important thing is acting skills, especially micro-expressions. Otherwise, the user's immersion will be greatly diminished. Liang Can nodded in agreement. Continue. Gaining recognition, Bai Tao Jiang grew bolder. "Also, I believe that having good Mandarin is essential. If the accent is too strong, users may find it jarring." "Indeed," Liang Can affirmed. "I also thought that if we choose well-built men, it might attract another demographic." Liang Can raised his hand and applauded, grinning, "You're nearly perfect. Now, let's move on to the next round." Bai Tao Jiang squinted her eyes, smiling. "Are we giving employee benefits?" "Congratulations, you are about to be promoted." In the hotel lobby, after 10 o'clock, the number of people entering and exiting dwindled. A taxi pulled up outside, and a young woman stepped out, glancing around as she approached the revolving glass door. Spotting Liang Can and Bai Tao Jiang, she hurried over. "Hello. Are you the owner of the Positive Outlook public account?" Liang Can stood up, extending his hand. "That's me. Please have a seat. We will begin the interview now." Bai Tao Jiang glanced at Liang Can, then took a seat beside him, asking, "Can I start now?" "Go ahead," Liang Can replied, crossing his legs. Bai Tao Jiang found it quite fascinating. She had imagined Liang Can might pounce like a hungry tiger, that he could be unattractive, or that the evening might be filled with fiery passion. However, she never anticipated he would be so resourceful. You want me to help you interview new health instructors? How is that different from having me push from behind? Nevertheless, Bai Tao Jiang complied, sensing that this might be his self-breakthrough. Then let us begin, Bai Tao Jiang said, directing her gaze at the young girl across from her. The interview continued until past midnight, with 4 girls coming in for discussions. Liang Can stretched and asked Bai Tao Jiang, "Which one do you think is suitable?" Bai Tao Jiang quickly waved her hands. "Boss, I really can't make that decision. It's up to you." "Then let us try them all. They all meet the appearance criteria." Liang Can instructed Bai Tao Jiang, "You will be responsible for training. Adapt your teaching to each individual's image. Big cities are indeed great. There are plenty of job opportunities. In smaller towns, those wanting to pursue men must resort to massage and foot bath establishments." The low-alcohol cocktail Bai Tao Jiang had sipped earlier had long lost its flavor. Liang Can stood up, hands in his pockets. "It's quite late. I want to keep you." "Is he really letting me go just like that?" Bai Tao Jiang playfully shot Liang Can a glance, shouldering her bag, her tone light-hearted. "Boss, are you really letting me leave just like that? You must be feeling cheated." With gifts exchanged and drinks consumed, she felt he was the one at a loss. Liang Can regarded Bai Tao Jiang, the corners of his mouth lifting. "Keep pretending, you little cup. I still have a few days in Hangzhou. Once I finish my office matters, I will come to find you." Upon hearing this, Bai Tao Jiang stood straight. "All right, Director Liang, you direct, and I promise to cooperate. Little white hair, don't get too cocky." Liang Can teased. "Once I have high-quality health instructors available, you'll have to compete with them. Healthy competition is essential for obtaining better resources." Liang Can couldn't remain in Hangzhou frequently at present, which is why he entrusted the training to Bai Tao Jiang. When he has time in the future, he will carefully cultivate several competitors and see if she can still maintain her smile. In fact, Liang Can had observed that Bai Tao Jiang seemed quite relaxed around those interviewees who appeared overly flirtatious. However, she was exceedingly cautious around a certain female college student, indicating that she possessed some intelligence. With this sense of urgency, Liang Can thought there was no way she wouldn't give her all during the upcoming shoot. Accompanying Bai Tao Jiang to her beetle, the little cup suddenly extended her hand. "Boss, see you in a couple of days. Of course, if you miss me, I will be at your service anytime." Liang Can grasped Bai Tao Jiang's hand, and just as he was about to let go, he saw her lean in and peck the back of his hand lightly. If he wasn't mistaken, her tongue had even brushed against him. Having completed her tasks, Bai Tao Jiang cheerfully opened the car door and slid inside. After starting the engine, she waved at Liang Can, exclaiming, "Boss, it's not too late to regret letting me go." Liang Can regarded her with a bemused smile before replying, "Next time, remember to tie your hair up." With that, he turned and walked into the hotel. "Tie my hair up?" Bai Tao Jiang blinked, quickly realizing, "He thinks I lack decorum." This thought ignited a flicker of excitement within her as she began to anticipate the upcoming shoot. The following day, Liang Can arose, completed his morning routine, and sent a message to Wang Yuan before descending to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. He grabbed a couple of buns, several spring rolls, and a bowl of wontons. Just as he was about to take a few bites, he spotted a drowsy Wang Yuan descending the stairs. "Oh, alone today?" Liang Can teased. He gave a pat of approval, saying, "Truly, you're a man trained by the Holy Grail. It's astonishing how formidable you are right from the start. Your future is limitless." Wang Yuan appeared dejected, tapping his head. "Don't mention it, Sai. Did something go awry?" Liang Can inquired. Wang Yuan lamented. "I was a bit nervous last night, and he Shui was too, so we decided to buy a bottle of white wine. She downed almost half the bottle in one go, got tipsy, and only fell asleep after throwing up until dawn, which left me utterly exhausted." Liang Can burst into laughter, showing no mercy to Wang Yuan's embarrassment. Wang Yuan, feeling humiliated, remarked, "Stop laughing. It's quite awkward." "What about you?" Wang Yuan asked. "Did you see Bai Tao Jiang last night?" Liang Can replied, "Indeed, I did." "So how was she? What does she look like?" Wang Yuan inquired excitedly. "She is quite round and very radiant." Chapter 41. The shoot in progress in the subsequent 2 days, Liang Can roamed around the Electric Science University. He was unfamiliar with the campus, having never attended it in his previous life. Standing at the northern entrance of the residential area, he gazed longingly at Sichuan. After classes, Wen Xiying would come to pick him up in her large Land Rover, and they would joyfully venture out together. Only a fool would rely on luxury cars to woo women. True strength lies in being pursued by beautiful girls driving luxurious vehicles. Liang Can mused in his non-parasitic style. Next came the approval process for the Entrepreneurship Park office. A significant reason for Hangzhou's vibrant entrepreneurial atmosphere is the robust support from the authorities. They do not inexplicably hinder you. Many staff members have a simple mindset: finish quickly and clock out. If others grant you favor, you ought to be discerning. When senior sister Jia Yining called Liang Can to notify him about signing the contract, he was still wandering around Electric Science University. He immediately called Wang Yuan, instructing, "Go buy 2 boxes of tea, not Longjing, but De Hongpo, 2 packs of Wang Jinya, the kind that costs 1,000 pack. And also pick up 2 lipsticks in the best-selling shades." The tea and cigarettes were for the supervisor at the Entrepreneurship Park who was hosting Liang Can, while the lipsticks were, of course, for senior sister Jia Yining. At the entrance of the Entrepreneurship Park, Wang Yuan awaited with the items. Liang Can asked him to hold on a moment, tucked the lipstick box into his shoulder bag, and headed to Jia Yining's office. "Senior sister, I'm here." Liang Can greeted warmly, tapping on the open door. Jia Yining was focused on her computer, but looked up with a smile, saying, "So soon? The contract process is already completed. I'll fetch it." "Really?" Liang Can feigned surprise, exclaiming, "The efficiency in Hangzhou is truly remarkable." As he spoke, he approached Jia Yining, positioning himself to obscure the view of the entrance, and discreetly placed the lipstick gift box in front of her computer screen. Jia Yining, taken aback, smiled broadly and remarked, "Junior, your parents must either be business people or leaders. You handle things so adeptly at such a young age." Liang Can, grinning, offered no explanation. "Senior sister, may I visit Director Lin's office? Is he in?" Jia Yining nodded. "Yes, he is." "Go ahead." "Great," Liang Can replied, employing the same tactics, complimenting Director Lin before quietly saying, "Director, I brought some local specialties. Where would you like me to place them?" "My friend is waiting at the entrance." Director Lin adjusted his glasses, smiling as he waved a hand. "Xiao Liang, you don't need to go to such lengths." Liang Can quickly responded, "I will need your guidance in my work moving forward. Young man, you are quite perceptive. Just look at those in the entrepreneurial circle. They boast but achieve little. They spend their days discussing lofty ideals in cafes, claiming to have attended lectures by Ma, all with an air of grandeur. Yet, many are running away at night. Unable to pay their rent, Director Lin said, raising his hand with a smile. "All right, have your friend leave it at that tobacco shop across the street." Liang Can understood immediately. Originally, they would have to wait until the afternoon to officially sign the contract. Now, however, everything was signed on the spot, and Liang Can directly paid a year's rent, with utilities billed separately. "Am I short on funds, Xiao Liang?" Before leaving, Director Lin patted Liang Can on the shoulder, smiling. Typically, in November, the entrepreneurial circle invites many venture capitalists for lectures. You might just catch a lucky break. "Thank you for the reminder, Director." The two stood in the office, surveying the area. It was modestly sized, around 40 to 50 square meters, fully equipped with desks and chairs, and internet access was available. "You will be responsible for recruitment," Liang Can told Wang Yuan. "If you have any questions, consult senior sister Yining, and feel free to drop by our office. There are 3 people in our office. Remember to bring milk tea or coffee, and if you see anyone smoking, don't forget to offer them a cigarette." Wang Yuan noted everything, exclaiming, "Liang Can, when you're not abstract, you actually seem quite human. Abstract thinking depends on the occasion, you fool." "Wait, I'm in charge of interviews. What are you doing?" "I have important matters to attend to." "Going to play with Baitao Jiang?" "Nonsense, it's all for work." In the afternoon, they procured several computers and purchased a few potted plants. Hishua also came to help, and the 3 of them tidied up the place inside and out. The next day, Liang Can awoke feeling invigorated and sent a message to Baitao Jiang. "Today's the shoot." Hangzhou was already developing a somewhat trendy city vibe. With so many influencers on Weibo, it was unclear how many filming bases they had supported. Baitao Jiang was familiar with the area and chose a photography base with themed studios. Liang Can arrived as promised, and Baitao Jiang was already waiting in the studio, exuding charm. Upon seeing Liang Can, she eagerly approached, asking, "Boss, how are we shooting today?" Liang Can glanced at her suitcase and asked with a smile, "Did you bring your battle attire?" "Yes, I wasn't sure what style you preferred, so I brought everything," she replied. The housewife aesthetic. In the future, short video platforms would feature a shooting style dubbed boyfriend perspective, where the camera remained close to the female influencer throughout the scripted performance. Amusingly, netizens even created an image depicting a man with a phone strapped to his head. Liang Can began to explain the scene to Bai Taojiang. Today, you will portray a caring young wife, comforting your inept husband while imparting knowledge to enhance male health. How should I go about it, boss? The camera will focus on the kitchen. I will embrace you from behind, and you will tilt your head back, displaying shyness. Don't make a fuss. I'm preparing a heartfelt dinner for you. Oh, that's annoying. Not there. Listening to Liang Can's vivid description, Bai Taojiang couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, men understand men best. Liang Can smiled, his voice dripping with allure. Then you will turn to face the camera, and since you're wearing a mask, your eyes and tone must convey the right sentiment. Since my husband has been so busy with work lately, it's my duty as a wife to comfort you. Even if it's an unreasonable request. Next, you will slowly crouch down, and the shot will abruptly end there. Liang Can smiled when the scene resumes. Give the camera a look filled with understanding, compassion, and reassurance. Then you can proceed to share your professional knowledge. Bai Taojiang was taken aback. After explaining the scene, Liang Can snapped his fingers. Got it? If so, let us officially commence filming. To be honest, I can hardly wait. Liang Can settled onto the sofa, playing on his phone as he awaited Bai Taojiang to change outfits. The curtains were drawn open, and Liang Can's gaze shifted away from the screen of his phone. Bai Taojiang, today, portrayed an adorable young housewife. She donned a snug white knitted cardigan over a spaghetti strap top and a soft pink bodycon skirt. Her hair elegantly styled into an updo. Liang Can activated the camera, declaring, "Let us commence our work." Following the script, the filming proceeded in an orderly manner. However, Liang Can soon detected Bai Taojiang's subtle intentions. This charming young lady, due to the nature of the shoot requiring close proximity, often found ways to engage in unintentional physical contact with him. During a kitchen scene, she would lean closely against Liang Can, her voice laced with allure as she recited her lines. Holding the camera, Liang Can chuckled and remarked, "We are filming. Do you realize?" Bai Taojiang pouted slightly. "Did I do something wrong, dear husband? You're really getting into character, aren't you?" Liang Can, who despised a lack of focus during work and firmly condemned such behavior, retorted, "I'm here for a meeting. What are you doing?" He then leaned in, whispering softly in her ear, "Yet I can't help but notice your impatience." The sound of his voice sent a shiver down Bai Taojiang's spine, her legs almost giving way. She found it unbearable, the sensation of Liang Can's melodious voice exploding in her ear. Unrelenting, Liang Can continued, "Ah, why are your ears so red? Have I struck a chord?" Chapter 42, Boyfriend Perspective Mode. In his heart, Liang Can held a particular view regarding girls like Bai Taojiang, a mere album. Everyone knows this, but let's not dwell on the unwelcome responsibilities. This level of filming inherently exuded an atmosphere of ambiguity. As the scenes unfolded, it was plausible that pretenses might blur into reality. After all, why do so many men aspire to be indoor photographers? Because they can indulge while they work. With her mask on, Bai Taojiang's breathing became slightly heavier. Boss, typically when faced with an inept husband, shouldn't the subsequent plot involve a repairman coming to fix the plumbing? She observed, "I can tell you're in dire need of one." Liang Can chuckle while scolding her. "We are creating a serious educational video. Do you really think we are filming something else?" Bai Taojiang pouted and let out a soft hum. She simply craved more sensory experiences. Hearing this, Liang Can wrapped his arm around her slender waist and urged, "Let us continue filming." Bai Taojiang understood, tilting her head towards the camera, her eyes glistening with innocence as she began to immerse herself in her role. "Dear husband, I am cooking." As she spoke, she subtly twisted her body, feigning a slight resistance. Liang Can adhered to the script, knowing his voice would later be muted and replaced with subtitles. It wouldn't do for someone he knew to overhear. "Please don't let this slip. My family is unaware of my activities." However, to fully envelop Bai Taojiang in the moment, Liang Can's words during the shoot were strikingly explicit. For instance, when the script called for Bai Taojiang to crouch down, Liang Can leaned in again, whispering directly into her ear with words that were undeniably straightforward. As expected, Bai Taojiang stiffened, her brows slightly furrowed in bashfulness as she cast a coy glance at Liang Can. "My naughty husband only knows how to tease." But alas, who could blame him for working so hard? Cut! Bai Taojiang, with her chin resting against Liang Can's chest, began to crouch slowly, prompting him to call for a halt. "I am not torturing myself. I'm torturing you. Do you really think I'm the kind of man who drools over women?" Bai Taojiang sat on the sofa, cradling her face with her hands, taking a deep breath. She had removed her mask, uncertain whether it was the confinement of the mask or some other reason. Her cheeks were flushed. How can a vigorous young man like my boss endure this? Bai Taojiang pondered in confusion. The central air conditioning in the studio was less than optimal, providing only mediocre cooling. To achieve an authentic boyfriend perspective, making the audience feel as if they were truly conversing with Bai Taojiang, Liang Can initiated numerous physical interactions with her. The delightful sensations of a youthful body could only be embraced for the sake of their work. Oh dear, my heart aches the greater the ability, the more playful one becomes. For instance, hugging her waist or caressing her legs. Oh yes, my husband is correct. You are the boss, she replied. But how can you call me husband? You are better suited to address me as master. This boyfriend perspective mode indeed offered a stronger sense of immersion than typical videos, as no third party ever appeared in the frame. The female lead was perpetually engaged in a private dialogue with the viewer. It is no wonder that this filming technique has since been applied across various artistic realms. After being thoroughly exhausted, Bai Taojiang appeared somewhat lethargic once the filming concluded. Liang Can observed her condition, teasingly questioning, "Is that all you can manage after such a brief period?" Bai Taojiang shot him a playful glare. Though she felt she had not performed her best, overall, Liang Can was satisfied. To illustrate, if Shang Shui were to gift Liang Can a Ferrari, would he be upset that it was red instead of the white he preferred? No, Liang Can would graciously overlook this minor flaw. It will suffice, after all. Who would refuse such a gift? Bai Taojiang's driving skills were commendable. She did not exhibit the typical shortcomings of female drivers, such as only focusing ahead without observing her surroundings. Consequently, Liang Can felt secure throughout the ride. Her steady driving, combined with the recent hectic days, lulled Liang Can into a brief slumber against the car window. When the traffic light turned green, Bai Taojiang gazed at Liang Can, her eyes sparkling. His eyelashes are so lovely, and his profile is so handsome, she mused silently. The petite Bai Taojiang gently lifted her hand, attempting to smooth Liang Can's slightly tousled hair. She rested her hands on the steering wheel, leaning her side profile against it as she looked at him, remaining silent. Does he perceive me as unrefined? Yet, he has also taken advantage of me, so surely he doesn't harbor any particular disdain. As they arrived at the hotel where Liang Can was staying, he opened his eyes, stretching comfortably. Your driving skills are impressive, Liang Can complimented Bai Taojiang. With a beaming smile, she responded, well, if that's the case, next time you visit, don't stay in a hotel, come stay at my house. Liang Can retorted, only a dog wouldn't be allowed to stay. Bai Taojiang playfully barked, woof. Oh, so you're a little puppy. With a smile directed at Bai Taojiang, Liang Can turned and entered the hotel. In the following days, Wang Yuan recruited two individuals, one to edit videos and the other to manage the daily operations of their public account, installing a time clock in the office. Liang Can prefer to handle business negotiations himself for peace of mind. Both employees had prior experience and adapted quickly. Upon leaving the entrepreneurial park, Liang Can patted Wang Yuan's shoulder, saying, son, work diligently for your father. This is a family enterprise. If you don't work hard, you might not even have money for hotel stays. Are you prepared to stay in a shabby motel? In August, the sky was a brilliant blue, and the sun blazed fiercely. Liang Can lay soundly asleep in bed, his acceptance letter from Dianji University resting on his desk. The air conditioning gently circulated cool air, and the bedroom was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a soft chime resonated. On the bedside table, a brand new phone lit up with an incoming call. This phone was a delightful surprise from his parents, celebrating his acceptance letter. Although another month remained until the 6th round of results would be released, his parents were unaware of such matters and were unfamiliar with the various models. They only knew this was a present worth showing off, intended for their proud son. With his eyes still closed, Liang Can reach for the phone, and as soon as he answered, when Xieying's melodious voice rang out, "Come downstairs. I'll take you for a drive." Liang Can, I passed my driving test. Liang Can sleepily wandered to the balcony and gazed below. A white Porsche 911 was parked beneath, and beside it stood Wen Xieying, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt tucked into a black pleated skirt. With a bow at the collar, her fair legs clad in black thigh-high stockings. A beautiful young girl sported a high ponytail, with soft bangs gracefully framing her cheeks. Mom, there's a stunning girl in a sports car downstairs. Wen Xieying tilted her head, one hand holding her phone, while the other shielded her eyes as she gazed upward. Upon spotting Liang Can, she immediately waved her hand, calling out, "Come down, come down. Wait for me." Liang Can waved back at Wen Xiang, hung up the phone, quickly freshened up, and changed into a clean outfit. "Mom and Dad, I'm heading out," he announced. It was the weekend, and Liang Kaiwen and Lin Qing sat upright on the sofa, exchanging glances before rushing to the balcony as soon as Liang Can left. They crouched down, peering discreetly below. "That girl is truly beautiful," Liang Kaiwen remarked breathlessly. "That car is incredibly expensive." He gasped, then lowered his voice to ask, "Do you think your son is being kept?" Lin Qing shot him a glare, retorting, "Watch your words. It's your son who might be kept." Chapter 43. The Clever Little Rascal. In his youth, Liang Can was already driving a Porsche, and the passenger seat was never lacking a pair of long, graceful legs. "Apologies, but this level is beneath Brother Can," he jested. "I'm merely enjoying the view from the passenger seat." As Liang Can descended, he saw Wen Xiang with her hands behind her back, tilting her head with a playful smile directed at him. The white short-sleeve blouse she wore was tailored to accentuate her waist, giving a snug fit that made her figure appear quite alluring. "You look stunning," Liang Can said with a hearty laugh. Wen Xiang stepped to the side, her fingers deftly dancing, "Right? This car is truly eye-catching." Liang Can clarified, "I was referring to you." Wen Xiang blinked, then feigned anger, playfully exclaiming, "What's with you this early in the morning?" Liang Can continued to compliment, "Your ponytail is perfectly styled as well." "Really?" "Hee, I just threw it up like that," she replied, channeling her inner swordsman. Liang Can gave her a thumbs up, praising, "You exude a heroic spirit." Wen Xiang stared at Liang Can with a blank expression, then pointed at him, teasingly asking, "You want to mess with my feet, huh?" "Hee, I've been exposed. How embarrassing." Liang Can circled the striking white Porsche 911, affirming its charm. "Let us go for a drive," Wen Xiang said, crossing her arms with a grin. Liang Can responded, "Not in a hurry. Let's take a stroll around the community first." Wang Dehua, the police chief, stepped out of his vehicle, yawning while wearing a tank top and clutching his summer uniform. Suddenly, a roar of engines echoed nearby. Wang Dehua looked over, pondering how a sports car had arrived in their ordinary neighborhood. Which girl has caught the eye of a wealthy man? "Hey, Uncle Wang, just finishing your shift?" The Porsche 911 rolled by slowly, and upon recognizing Liang Can in the passenger seat, Wang Dehua was taken aback. "Liang Can." Liang Can chuckled, "That's me. Just out for a drive." Wang Dehua retorted, "Did I ask you?" Liang Can waved goodbye. "See you, Uncle Wang. I'm off to see if there are any familiar faces ahead." Inside the car, Wen Xiang grasped the steering wheel, grinning widely. "Should we head out of the community for a drive?" Liang Can raised an eyebrow, asking, "What's wrong? Did you steal his car?" Wen Xiang quickly countered, "Nonsense, it was bought outright." Liang Can teased, "If it was purchased with real money, why act like it's something to hide?" "Don't worry, I'm here." Wen Xiang looked at Liang Can, her smile returning. "I'm worried. I feel embarrassed." "Embarrassed of me?" he inquired. "Just a tad," she admitted, giving him a playful glare and shaking her fist. "It's a beautiful day. Don't push me to slap you." Liang Can, with a playful grin, inhaled the pleasant scent of the car air freshener, reveling in it. "You know, when a beauty like you slaps, the fragrance comes first. The moment the scent enters my nostrils, the pain on my face transforms into pleasure." Wen Xiang remarked, "You're not acting." Days apart had created a slight awkwardness, but Liang Can's playful banter erased it. "Wang Yuan, remember what I told you about timing?" At Wang Yuan's home, he sneezed in his sleep, rubbed his nose, and scratched his belly, drifting back into dreams. "How can you still be sleeping before an important exam? Wake up and get ready for your college entrance." Wang Dehua, who had spent his life in grassroots work, was in a foul mood. Confused, Wang Yuan replied, "Dad, even a pig deserves to sleep. Right? Still sleeping? Liang Can is already in a Porsche, driven by a pretty girl, and you're here." Wang Yuan was infuriated. "Who told you and Mom not to make me as handsome as Liang Can? Are you implying I'm less handsome than Uncle Yang? Laughable. Is there no mirror at home?" As the Porsche arrived at Wang Yuan's building, Liang Can rolled down the window, frowning at Wen Xiang. "Did I just hear Wang Yuan wailing like a pig?" Wen Xiang shrugged. "You must have misheard. I didn't catch anything." Perhaps missing her son too much, she decided. "Forget it. Let us go. I'll treat you to the richest soy milk." Liang Can pressed the window button, grinning. "And then I need you to take me to the immigration office." "Immigration?" Wen Xiang asked, puzzled. "Are you going abroad?" Liang Can planned to visit Japan with Yang Luan before school started to select product for his public account store. Yang Luan, experienced in overseas travel, quickly handled all the necessary procedures. Brother Can was about to invade Tokyo. Glancing at Wen Xiang, Liang Can teased, "Yes, I'm accompanying Sheng Shui abroad. I don't trust her to go alone." Wen Xiang appeared alarmed. "You're leaving your mom alone here, and you feel okay about it?" "My mom is quite supportive. When we're out, I'm your mother." "Mom, I want milk." "Get lost." Wen Xiang calculated the time before telling Liang Can. "That might cause you to miss saying goodbye to Sheng Shui." Speaking of which, she looked at Liang Can. "Stinky little brother, don't you feel regretful?" Liang Can replied, "I'm so sleepy. I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive." Wen Xiang patted Liang Can's shoulder, gently saying, "Just don't sleep yet. I think my headlights are a bit dirty. Could you help me wipe them?" "What a ridiculous excuse." Liang Can laughed. "Just say you want to kill the king." She was set to attend a business dinner with her parents, dressed casually in cropped jeans and short sleeve after a shower, lounging on the sofa waiting for them. Wen Xiang's mother, adorned in sparkling attire, curiously asked, "Ying, why are you dressed so casually?" Wen Xiang, bored, was fiddling with her phone and replied, "I've always dressed casually when going out." Caught off guard, Wen Xiang felt embarrassed. "Let us go. Your dad is waiting for us downstairs." The atmosphere in Wen Xiang's family was always harmonious, which made her willing to accompany her parents to such social gatherings. She was adept at receiving compliments from unfamiliar uncles and aunts with a smile. Upon arriving at the banquet, Wen Xiang sat down and began to play with her phone, indifferent to her surroundings. "Oh, the little sister has arrived." She looked up to see Sheng Shui appearing beside her with a teasing smile. Pulling out a chair, she sat next to Wen Xiang, cheerfully saying, "Let us sit together. It's nice to have someone to chat with." Wen Xiang set aside her phone, donning a polite smile. "Sister Shui, what brings you to such a tedious occasion? You must have a lot on your plate before going abroad." Sheng Shui blinked, pouring herself a drink. "It's not that busy." This was indeed peculiar, Wen Xiang thought. "What is strange?" she asked, her brow furrowing. "Why is Liang Can particularly busy before going abroad?" Sheng Shui inquired. "Going abroad? What is he going abroad for?" Wen Xiang smiled, then voiced her confusion. "I don't know. After all, you two are closer." Suddenly, she had a eureka moment, her eyes widening in realization. "Could it be he's going with you to study in New York?" Sheng Shui felt as if her entire being had gone numb, her mind nearly losing its capacity for rational thought. "Studying abroad, Liang Can? For me? No. How could he possibly obtain a visa?" Sheng Shui managed to retain a semblance of composure. Wen Xiang recalled their earlier conversation with Liang Can, where he had mentioned a partner involved in overseas travel. It seemed Liang Can was acquainted with someone who specialized in such matters and had maneuvered his way through connections. Sheng Shui's eyes widened. Could it be that he set sail on a fishing boat right after paying homage to Ma Zhu? Wen Xiang chuckled. That surely cannot be the case. "Wait a moment." Sheng Shui raised her hand, staring at Wen Xiang in shock. "What about the finances? How would he manage his tuition? He comes from a working-class family." Wen Xiang maintained her innocent demeanor. "Sister, don't you know? Liang Can has a public account that is said to be quite profitable." Sheng Shui. You. Sheng Shui's breath grew heavy, observing Sheng Shui's anxious demeanor. Wen Xiang suppressed her laughter. Clearly, if she had taken a moment to think calmly, she would have realized that this was utterly impossible. But why was she so unsettled? Why did she lose her composure upon receiving this news? The two exchanged silent glances. Initially intending to tease her, they had inadvertently soured the mood for everyone. At that moment, a wealthy acquaintance of Sheng Shui and Wen Xiang approached confidently, a drink in hand. He had long harbored an interest in these two beauties and often bragged to his friend about how he would eventually win over one of them. Which one? It mattered not. He was not picky. Today presented a splendid opportunity. The young man smiled and greeted. "Shui, Xiang, you both seem a bit bored. Shall I keep you company for a while?" Sheng Shui and Wen Xiang looked up in unison and almost instinctively exclaimed, "Leave, leave." The young man, sensing the tense atmosphere, thought to himself, with the mood already sour, why did he have to enter a veritable minefield? Chiding the ill-intentioned fool away, Wen Xiang asked in a calm tone, "Sheng Shui, what has you so anxious?" Sheng Shui's thoughts were in disarray, and she struggled to find the words to explain to Wen Xiang. She even overlooked the fact that she had not called her sister. Picking up her phone, Sheng Shui dialed Liang Can's number. "Hello." Liang Can's familiar, clear voice echoed through the receiver. Sheng Shui immediately sat up straight and blurted out, "I heard you're going abroad. Where to? Without hesitation, Liang Can replied. New York, the same place as you. Sheng Shui. But here, Sheng Shui's composure shattered. Why are you suddenly going to New York? I'm not going. What do you intend to do there? Wen Xiang, sitting beside her, gently tapped the table and remarked. I noticed something was off with you earlier. I knew it. Sheng Shui was indeed not going abroad. Liang Can's voice, tinged with confusion, came through. You're not going to New York? On the other end, Liang Can continued. I have known for a long time. Sheng Shui was taken aback, incredulously asking. Known for long? How did you know? Liang Can chuckled lightly. If I couldn't see this, wouldn't it mean I wasted 2 years as your classmate? Sheng Shui's mind momentarily faltered. So you just said you were going to New York to jest with me. This evening was not merely a playful exchange between Wen Xiang and Liang Can. It was a genuine coincidence. Wen Xiang had initially harbored doubts, but soon recalled Liang Can's earlier mention of going to Japan and his playful remark about accompanying Sheng Shui abroad, thus whimsically teasing her. She never expected it would lead to Sheng Shui appearing so foolish. Meanwhile, before Liang Can could finish his sentence, Sheng Shui abruptly ended the call, covering her face with both hands, clearly wishing to hide beneath the table. The young lady crouched down, unable to face Wen Xiang. Wen Xiang let out a cold laugh, propping her legs up with an air of authority. You better watch yourself, deceiver. What did I deceive? Sheng Shui shot up, meeting Wen Xiang's piercing gaze, only to soften again in an instant. She cleared her throat and murmured, I merely wish to surprise you all. Wen Xiang, so, if you aren't going abroad, we will all become wealthy? Sheng Shui, upon seeing this, Wen Xiang scolded. Look at the situation now. You've been exposed. They already guessed it. How embarrassing. Sheng Shui, with one hand covering her face, peered through her fingers, her beautiful fox-like eyes blinking rapidly. This is so awkward. Is there a way to resolve this issue? Suddenly, Sheng Shui fixed her gaze on Wen Xiang. Amaterasu. Wen Xiang. Huh? Goodness. Even Amaterasu cannot burn you. So, I'll unleash my full-body Susanoo. When people find themselves in awkward situations, they often act contrary to reason. Wen Xiang, grinning, crouched down and tilted her head. You should not be contemplating how to face me, but rather how to confront Liang Can. What do you mean by that? Which university sent you your acceptance letter? Electric Science University. Do I need to even ask? Sheng Shui began to argue. This requires an explanation of our National College entrance examination system. The process for acceptance letters generally involves. How wonderful it would have been to reveal my grand entrance on the first day of school at a bustling university, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Then I would make a dazzling appearance to give Liang Can a grand surprise, repaying the kindness he showed with fireworks by the sea that night. Alas! Now everything is in tatters. Wen Xiang clucked her tongue in mockery. Sheng Shui let out a dry laugh. Regardless, our universities are quite close. We can keep in touch often. Wen Xiang turned direct. Sheng Shui, are you doing all this because you like Liang Can? Sheng Shui. Even if a knife were at her throat, she could not confess that it was to accompany her mother. Sheng Shui firmly declared, I have never liked anyone nor ever considered dating anyone. Today, having lost face before Wen Xiang, I must say something resolute to maintain my aloof persona. Under the same starry sky, Liang Can set down his phone and reviewed the new educational video sent from the Hangqing Public Account Office. While appreciating it, Liang Can muttered to himself, Sheng Shui is a seemingly aloof yet secretly passionate beauty. Still pretending, I have long seen through your fade. The hallmark of being aloof yet passionate is to simultaneously question what someone intends to do while unbuckling your belt. Tough words, yet a compliant body. For Liang Can, the events currently unfolding felt refreshingly new. He even began to anticipate the upcoming college life. Ding dong, a message arrived. Wen Xiang, I helped you extract such a significant secret. How should you thank me, dear brother? Liang Can glanced at the message, unable to suppress a chuckle. I can almost smell the jealousy wafting through the screen. Chapter 45, A Free Bird, A Lonely Island. Brother Can is skilled in medicine, fond of administering fever-reducing injections to flasks, and with one jab, the flask becomes bright-eyed and pleading for mercy. However, when it comes to pure-hearted flirtation, Brother Can possesses his own unique insights. Have I ever mentioned anything about managing a public account? Have I ever mentioned studying abroad? No, I have only confided in you. With you, I harbor no secrets. In a different scenario, Liang Can has never feared having his phone scrutinized. The contents within are yours to peruse. After all, There is more than one device. In a young girl's bedroom, when Xieying reclined against the wall, her legs elevated. She practiced this daily, claiming it optimized her leg shape. Upon seeing Liang Can's message, when Xieying's previously expressionless face began to thaw. Hey, hee hee. Liang Can, are you feeling happy now? When Xieying glanced around, sometimes wondering if Liang Can had installed surveillance in her room. When Xieying, self-indulgent. Such topics should be broached delicately, for when Xieying had already acquired the attitude she desired. Liang Can, I'm going to Japan on a business trip. Is there anything you wish for? When Xieying, nothing really. Liang Can, all right, then I will buy something anyway. Just because she said she wanted nothing. When T truly refrained from giving? In such moments, one becomes a docile and obedient child. When they express reluctance in bed. Why is it that you do not exhibit such compliance? When Kingu interacts with the beautiful maiden, he employs 3 strategies: surprising behavior, strategic pauses in conversation, and an emotional lingering that leaves her wanting more. This approach will render a girl, already intrigued by you, utterly captivated, compelling her to feel that this opportunity must not be missed. As the days leading up to the new semester approached, Liang Can remain busy. Accompanied by Yang Luan, he took a trip to Tokyo, where he seized the chance to obtain his driver's license. He also planned to rent a place off campus, seeking a bit more freedom. I am a free bird, absolutely unwilling to confine myself to a solitary island. Coexisting and soaring together is the undeniable truth. Parents, I am departing, Liang Can announced, dragging 2 hefty suitcases as he bid farewell to his parents at the high-speed rail station. Liang Chuang and Lin Qing initially intended to take leave to accompany Liang Can for his enrollment, but he declined their offer. Liang Can, as you embark on this collective living experience for the first time, remember to foster unity among your classmates and roommates. Avoid forming cliques, cultivate numerous friendships while minimizing adversaries. Listening to his father's words, Liang Can could not help but chuckle. Lin Qing shot her husband a glance, reminding their son, make sure to eat well. And even in the heat, don't indulge in cold foods. If you run out of living expenses, just call your mother. Liang Can nodded and turned to his father. Is there anything else you wish to say? Liang Shuang scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. What I want to convey is much the same as your long-winded mother. And thus, the moment for their brief farewell arrived. Liang Can embraced his parents and flashed a peace sign, reminding them of the old adage, when parents are nearby, one need not wander far, yet one must venture with purpose. I love you, Mom and Dad. Off I go. I do not favor unspoken love. I desire fervent expressions, whether directed towards a maiden or family and friends. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, Wang Yuan greeted Liang Can at the high-speed rail station. He had arrived a few days earlier, stationed at the public account office, and had already become well acquainted with several staff members from senior sister Jia Yining's office. I bought some gifts at the duty-free shop. Please deliver them to Jia Yining and the others. Inside the taxi, Liang Can inform Wang Yuan, I also brought some cosmetics and perfume for Yishui. I'll give them to you later. Oh wow, Dad, you are too generous. Wang Yuan expressed his gratitude and proceeded to update Liang Can on the recent progress of their office work. Their conversation flowed easily as they chatted in the car. When Xiang arrived yesterday to enroll and even sought out Yishui, suggesting they all go out for a meal together. You don't understand. Liang Can replied with a subtle smile. Now that everyone is studying in a different city, feeling unfamiliar, right? Indeed, Wang Yuan concurred. With familiar family and friends absent, surrounded by strangers in the dormitory, one inevitably feels homesick and inexplicably emotional, especially for sensitive girls. Liang Can raised an eyebrow at Wang Yuan, so, during such times, when a familiar person appears with gifts, enthusiasm, and kindness, would this have the same effect back home? Wang Yuan stared blankly for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh. Now I understand. Liang Can continued. Yishui's mindset is similar. Although she has you as her boyfriend, she is ultimately not at the same school. If you present her with gifts and exchange some playful banter, do you grasp my meaning? Wang Yuan chuckled in a silly manner. Liang Can was off to the school to complete his enrollment procedures, leaving the remaining tasks to Wang Yuan. The enrollment period for new students was staggered from that of returning students, and, aside from the few returning students who had been roped in as volunteers, the campus was bustling with first-year students. The vibrant energy of life is palpable. Liang Can remarked with a smile as he rolled his suitcase through the gates of the Electronic Science and Technology University. In any comprehensive university, even one with a name that includes terms like electronic technology or industry, there would be no shortage of female students. For instance, at the Electronic Science and Technology University, aside from the male-dominated faculties of mechanical engineering and electronic information, there were also departments such as management, accounting, humanities and arts, and digital media. Such fields surely wouldn't lack for female students. As Liang Can walked along, he confirmed that the Electronic Science and Technology University was abundant in lovely girls. Liang Can. Amidst the bustling crowd, he turned at the sound of his name. Dressed in light blue jeans, with her long hair elegantly styled, Sheng Shui appeared, holding a sunshade. Beside her stood a male student clad in a volunteer's red vest. Even with the simplest attire, Sheng Shui's striking beauty and poise immediately captured the attention of those around her. Passers-by couldn't help but glance back. Such an exceptional girl must be well known throughout the campus. Yet the volunteers soon realized they did not recognize her, indicating she was indeed a newcomer. The volunteers, resembling hungry wolves, stirred with eagerness. A senior with such beauty must be acquainted immediately. After being exposed that day, Sheng Shui had been absent from the public eye for a long time, likely believing that her concealment of the overseas study matter had angered Liang Can. Encountering an acquaintance in a foreign land was truly heartwarming. Liang Can waved cheerfully at Sheng Shui. Upon hearing his words, Sheng Shui sighed in relief. Although he could be abstract and rather cheeky, he was genuinely a magnanimous young man. Perhaps a bit flirtatious, but no one is perfect. "Allow me to assist you," she said, taking one of Liang Can's suitcases. Liang Can glanced at the male student beside her in the red vest. "And who might you be?" The student seized the opportunity to introduce himself. "Hello, Junior. I'm Xia Zhihao, a sophomore from the Mechanical Engineering Department." Sheng Shui subtly raised an eyebrow at Liang Can. Instantly, Liang Can understood. The mischievous Sheng Shui had likely experienced countless male attentions, and she was certainly aware of Xia Zhihao's intentions. Keeping him around was merely a way to await Liang Can's response, a free laborer. As expected, when Sheng Shui offered to help Liang Can with his luggage, Xia Zhihao rushed forward. "Let me handle that." Taking both suitcases, he casually inquired, "Junior, what's your relationship with this classmate?" Liang Can replied, "We are high school classmates." "Fellow classmates, how wonderful. Classmates should assist each other." Xia Zhihao immediately called out to nearby volunteers. "Two people, help this junior carry his sleeping mat and daily necessities." As long as they were not romantically involved, he wouldn't feel his efforts were wasted. This was an opportunity to engage with the newcomer and ensure he spoke well of him in front of the junior. Within the campus of the Electronic Science and Technology University, Liang Can and Sheng Shui walked behind, sheltered by the umbrella. Xia Zhihao led two volunteers, carrying Liang Can's suitcases and other essentials under the blazing sun towards the dormitory. In the sweltering summer heat, Liang Can, having walked from the school gate, was already beaded with sweat. Observing this, Sheng Shui handed him the sunshade. "Here, you take this." Then she pulled out a pack of wet wipes from her pocket, carefully wiping Liang Can's face. Liang Can looked down at Sheng Shui, noticing her focused expression. Seeing Xia Zhihao gazing in astonishment, he smiled and clarified, "Don't misunderstand. We are merely classmates." "Yes, classmates," Sheng Shui echoed. "Is this really just a classmate relationship?" Chapter 46. There can only be one handsome guy in this dormitory after receiving a phone call. Xia Zhihao excused himself, claiming a teacher was looking for him, and led the other two volunteers away. As Liang Can watch the free laborers depart, he muttered, "They could at least pretend to be more convincing. I saw your wallpaper featuring Li Riba." Turning to Sheng Shui, he added, "Couldn't you wait until they moved the things upstairs before wiping my sweat?" Sheng Shui looked innocent. Who knew they would be so pragmatic? The Electronic Science and Technology University certainly had its own standards. The boys here knew how to cut their losses promptly. Glancing at the two large suitcases and various supplies, Liang Can sighed. "It seems it's up to you to carry them." Seeing Sheng Shui's incredulous expression, Liang Can shrugged. "What? Do you expect the esteemed Liang Xiao to do such laborious tasks? You still think of yourself as esteemed?" Sheng Shui, accustomed to a life of luxury, lacked the strength to relocate even if she wished to. Her eyes sparkled with a sudden idea, and she raised a finger, beaming with confidence. "A trivial matter. I shall recruit a few more willing participants. You go ahead first. Otherwise, they might misconstrue the situation." Liang Can inquired, "How will you explain?" Sheng Shui replied, "I will simply tell them you are my brother." "Are you aiming to be a supportive brother?" Liang Can regarded Sheng Shui with admiration, surprised by her cleverness and audacious ambition. With a playful blink and a cleared throat, Shang Shui felt it was an opportune moment for sincerity. I regret not informing you sooner about my decision to stay domestic. That was my oversight. Moreover, I owe you many favors. So assisting you is the least I can do. Her heartfelt words conveyed genuine intent, leaving a profound impression. Liang Can even contemplated that if he were to message Shang Shui one evening about her legs, she might even lift the covers to reveal them. Very well. I shall meet my roommates first, he declared, strolling leisurely upstairs to his dormitory on the third floor, room 306. The dorms at Liang Can University were shared among 5 or 4 students, and Liang Can was fortunate to be assigned to a 4-person room. As he approached the slightly ajar door, the sounds of animated conversation reached his ears. While the university might not boast a plethora of beauties, they were fortunate to have Zhujiangchuan University nearby, teeming with lovely ladies. I have a classmate studying there. In a few days, I'll take you all for a visit and arrange a social gathering, Liang Can suggested. Upon entering, he spotted a handsome young man lounging casually on the bed, engaged in lively discussion with 2 other roommates. The boy on the bed frowned slightly upon seeing Liang Can. Hello, everyone. I'm Liang Can. We are now roommates. He introduced himself, smiling warmly and shaking hands with the 2 seated at the desk. Hello, I'm Tao Yingjia, from Hubei, one replied. I'm Zhou Yu, from Anhui, the other added. The handsome lad on the bed stood up, introducing himself as Fei Ku from Shaoshan. Fei is a local. His family benefited from the housing redevelopment, owning over a dozen properties. A true tycoon, Tao Yingjia chuckled. Indeed, it's quite wealthy. Shaoshan has many collective enterprises that distribute profits each year, Liang Can remarked, glancing at Fei Ku with a teasing tone. So, do we proletarians need to take down the bourgeoisie? Let us gather tonight. Fei corresponded boisterously, of course. I'll treat tonight. Liang Can chuckled. Just kidding, everyone. Fei waved dismissively. Nonsense, it's on me. Anyone with a girlfriend should bring her along. What is a dinner table without some ladies? Zhou Yu replied, I'm bringing mine. Tao Yingjia scratched his head. My girlfriend is still in kindergarten. Fei, with your good looks and wealth, you must have had your fair share of relationships. Fei glanced at Liang Can, casually lighting a cigarette and raising an eyebrow. Liang Can politely declined. I don't smoke. You 2 can indulge if you wish. Fei tossed the cigarette onto the table, exhaling smoke. I'm single too. It's just that there are too many suitors. Some are after my money, others my looks. Genuine affection is rare. The 3 turned their gazes toward Liang Can, who, with his superior features and an enigmatic charm, drew their attention. With a grin, Liang Can replied, I'm also without a girlfriend. Fei sighed in relief, then laughed heartily. I thought you had plenty. You must have focused solely on your studies in school, right? Pretty much, Liang Can acknowledged. Looks like it's up to me to attract the ladies then. At that moment, 2 volunteers in red vests entered the dorm with various bags. Shang Shui's melodious voice chimed in. Yes, this is the one. Upon her entrance, the 3 young men instinctively rose to their feet. They exchanged glances before looking at Liang Can. The volunteer smiled at Liang Can. You must be the younger brother of our classmate. Liang Can, surprised, asked, How did you know? The younger sister mentioned that the most handsome one in the dorm is her brother, the volunteer replied. Fei interjected, but that is not the main point. Zhou Yu and Tao Yingjia internally gasped. Wow, Liang Can's sister is stunning. Shang Shui slightly lifted her chin, as if seeking praise. Brother, wipe my sweat. Liang Can understood instantly. The charade had to end. He retrieved a wet wipe and meticulously cleaned her face. Goodness, even without makeup, she looks incredible. Fei was puzzled. He too had a sister, but she had always been rough with him, leaving him with a psychological scar. Wiping her face? Which good brother does that? One should take the opportunity to slap her instead. The volunteer chuckled awkwardly. Sister, you and your brother share a close bond. Shang Shui replied, Indeed, I cherish him dearly and wish to spare him from fatigue. Liang Can added, Shang Shui, what is that black spot on your nose that one teeth come off? That is a mole, she clarified. Oh, Fei noticed the discrepancy. You both share the surname Liang and Shang. You're not biological siblings, are you? Just cousins? We're just close, Shang Shui replied. Close siblings? Ami kiskiviko grinet. What tone is that? The 2 volunteers immediately turned and left. Liang Can shook his head with a smile. You're quite mischievous. Shang Shui winked, quickly regaining her poised demeanor. And you're no saint either. Let us have dinner together tonight, Liang Can proposed. Sure, she agreed. Liang Can turn to Fei. Cool. I've already arranged for the girl on my end. How about you, young Master Fei? Fei paused, then laughed. I've sorted that out long ago. I'll just go to the water room to get some hot water. Coincidentally, he turned away to make a phone call. She, are you free tonight? I'm treating my roommates to dinner. You should join us. After chatting for a few minutes, he seemed relieved. Great. I'll pick you up at your school gate. Do you need anything? I'll bring it along. Once Fei ended the call, Liang Can feigned surprise. Fei, who was that? Fei was startled, but quickly regained his composure. A classmate from Zhejiang Financial University. I posted about a dinner invitation on social media, and she called immediately, insisting on joining. It's quite annoying. After a brief pause, Fei added, I initially wanted to invite more girls, but since you're only bringing one, let us save it for next time. Liang can feign understanding. Oh, I see. You're quite the romantic. Not all. Fei retorted, I'm a bad boy. Liang can smiled. Little Fei, I heard everything. Fei's expression stiffened, and he stammered, you misunderstood. This is a strategy of allure. She used to treat me well. But glancing at the silent Liang Can, Fei faltered. With a pleading look, he implored, brother, please don't tell anyone. Chapter 47. To fawn over one is to be a dog. Many believe that being handsome and wealthy exempts one from being a sycophant, but that is not the case. Lashi once remarked, rich families breed love-struck souls. In most instances, a man's affection manifests as, I pamper myself, I indulge in youthful models. Yet I love only you. Love is love, yet does not preclude play. However, it is evident that the newly minted college student, Fei is a quintessential sycophant. Don't be shy. I empathize with your plight. Liang Can reassured him. Fei's eyes lit up, realizing that even someone as handsome as Liang Can faced similar experiences. Really? Who did you fawn over? Liang Can replied, I was the one being courted. Fei fell silent for a moment before quietly asking, what was that like? Liang Can succinctly responded, disgusting. Those two simple words shattered Fei's faade. He quickly added, but she is different. She gives me positive feedback. Recalling the breathtaking Sheng Shuyi, with her unparalleled beauty and grace. Fei realized there was much more to Liang Can than met the eye. He turned to Liang Can, brother Can, could you offer me some advice? I find myself utterly powerless in this situation. Will you engage in a game? Indeed. Liang Can smiled at Fei Gongzi, saying, then you must realize that when you call for assistance from the jungler, it signifies that your lane has collapsed. With that, he picked up his water bottle and headed back to the dormitory. I am thoroughly annoyed by sycophants. They disturb the market dynamics. The Buddha only aids those fated to receive his grace. There is no reason to take on the burdens of others. I am not your father. Then let her not come. However, with such words, during mealtime, it would only be your sister remaining, and I fear it would create an awkward atmosphere. Liang Can patted Fei's shoulder, his tone warm. No worries, I can always call another sister. Fei responded, yours, it seems, gives no room for escape. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhou Yu and Tao Yingjie immediately surrounded Liang Can. Brother Can. You are truly remarkable. Wow, having such a stunning beauty assist you with your luggage is simply impressive. What is your relationship with her? At that moment, Fei also entered the dormitory and, upon hearing Liang Can's words, felt a pang in his heart. Damn, she seemed to have uttered similar sentiments. Zhou Yu excitedly proclaimed, I believe that beautiful lady certainly does not regard brother Can as an ordinary classmate. Otherwise, she wouldn't go to such lengths. Fei could not help but interject. Perhaps she is simply kind-hearted. Tao Yingjie replied. Then why don't we encounter such kind-hearted beauties? Damn it, spit out the smoke you just inhaled. Fei retorted. She is also very beautiful. You'll see her tonight. She is the belle of our high school. Fei suddenly grew anxious. I did not lie. Why else would I be so enamored with her? Oh, so you're indeed enamored. The group prepared for their midday rest, and after waking, they went to eat. Liang Can drew the curtains and switched off the light. Hey, brother Can, why are you turning off the light? I haven't even gotten into bed yet. In this dormitory, having one shining star like me is sufficient. Fei and the others silently thought, brother Can is indeed quite flamboyant. Has the world changed? Do beauties no longer favor good men, but instead prefer the flamboyant? Fei was baffled. He sat up in bed and asked, brother Can, this makes no sense. Shouldn't one be gentle with girls? Why does it seem to be the opposite with you? Liang Can thought to himself, if I were the moderator of a foolish group, the first thing I would do is silence you. Because a foolish group does not welcome genuine fools. Indeed, no teaching. Damn, the dormitory quieted down. And Fei Ke tossed and turned in bed. He pulled out his phone and conceived a bold idea. Fei Ke, come over by yourself tonight. I cannot pick you up. She, then I won't come. Fei Ke, question mark. Following the question mark was a bright red exclamation mark. Fei Ke, in the dormitory, Tao Ingjie, who was connected to Fei Ke's bed, had almost fallen asleep, but suddenly sensed a strange noise. He groggily got up and saw Fei Ke under the blanket, trembling. Damn, Fei Gongzi, you don't even know how to hide it from others? Hey, are you crying? Tao Ingjie quickly crawled over to comfort him. If you miss your mom and dad, just give them a call. Get lost. Fei Ke threw off the blanket, crying out, I live in Shaoshan. What do I miss about home? Liang Can, still awake, asked, then why are you crying? Liang Can, who had been lying comfortably, suddenly sat up straight as if resurrected. Fei Ke then recounted the entire story. Tao Ingjie, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, what does this woman want? Just because of a disagreement, she resorts to such tactics? Afterward, Tao Ingjie consoled him. Little Fei, don't cry. At worst, we can remain single together. Fei Ke looked at Tao Ingjie. Guarantee you just calling me Fei Gongzi? Your actions certainly do not befit the title of Gongzi. Fei Ke cried even harder. Damn it. Zhou Yu, disturbed by the noise, woke up in confusion, looking around. Is it meal time? The group could not help but burst into laughter at Zhou Yu's bewildered expression, and even Fei Ke stopped crying. Fei Ke scratched his head. So isn't that still being a sycophant? Liang Can, propping his head up, winked at Fei Ke. To fawn over one is a dog. To fawn over 10 makes you a wolf. Fei Ke's eyes suddenly cleared, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Seeing this, Liang Can proposed. Let us not call any girls tonight. Let us gather and have a drink to celebrate our fortuitous encounter. What about that stunning beauty? Let her stay quietly in the dormitory. Awesome, Brother Can. Fei Ke began to salvage his reputation. Actually, I used to be just like Brother Can, very cold toward women. I just happened to stray on the wrong path. Damn, are you even listening to me? Everyone had already settled down. Fei Ke angrily got out of bed and went to the balcony to smoke. Below, new students were coming and going, often passing by in revealing outfits, laughing. White arms, curvy hips, and beautiful melodious voices. The world is so beautiful, yet I am troubled by my own thoughts. To fawn over 1 is a dog. To fawn over 10 makes you a wolf? Fei Ke recalled Liang Can's words, gazing at the various beauties below, murmuring to himself. What if I were to fawn over 100? That evening, the 4 in the dormitory found a restaurant near the school and began their first gathering. Initially, everyone wanted to find a budget eatery, but Fei Ke adamantly disagreed. My brothers have all been heartbroken. I must indulge in some revenge spending. No more arguments. Let us choose a high-end place. Tonight, I'll treat. Liang Can was perplexed. Bro, have you ever been in a relationship? Fei Ke had matured significantly in a short time, sneering, don't be cocky. I'll make you cry when we drink later. 2 hours later, Zhou Yu and Tao Ingjie were in the restaurant's private room, casually leaning on each other. Brother, listen to me. No, you listen to me first. Meanwhile, Fei Ke, hands clasped together, pleaded, Brother Can, let us not drink anymore. I'm begging you, if we drink more, I'll cry for you. Liang Can raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, then exhaled deeply. The luck was good. The roommates were all to his taste. Next, it depended on whether there were any female classmates or seniors who piqued their interest. Chapter 48. This is quite lifelike. The next morning, Liang Can and the others rose on time to gather in the classroom. Fei Gongzi, are you still using perfume? Zhou Yu, having just washed his face, emerged from the bathroom, astonished. Fei Ke not only applied perfume, but also styled his hair with mousse in a trendy manner. He gazed into the small mirror, boasting, what does a little virgin know? Today I must make an astonishing appearance, dazzling all the girls in the class. This fellow is too mischievous, always aiming to blind the eyes of the girls. I am different. I merely wish to close their eyes. Liang Can's clothing style emphasized a clean and fresh look. Waiting for Fei Ke to finish getting ready, they all exited together, heading towards the Electronic Information College at Liang Can University. Along the way, they encountered students heading to their respective colleges, chatting and laughing, creating a lighthearted and joyful atmosphere. For the vast majority of students, the moment they truly experience freedom begins the moment they step through the university gates. The freshmen are filled with hopes for the next 4 years. Even Liang Can, back in the day, felt an overwhelming excitement upon seeing the university gates while holding his suitcase in the car. As they approached the classroom, Fei Ke, with a flair for the dramatic, turned to his roommate beside him and asked, What if a girl confessed to me on the very first day? Tao Yingjie glanced at Fei Ku. I think Brother Can has a higher chance of being confessed to. Zhou Yu wholeheartedly agreed. Absolutely. Girls tend to favor guys like Brother Can, who seem stable but are actually quite flamboyant. Liang Can, who had been smiling, suddenly changed expression. Who the hell are you calling flamboyant? Zhou Yu was quite perceptive, Liang Can mused. Fei Ku was furious, chasing after Tao Yingjie and Zhou Yu in playful banter. The three of them laughing heartily. However, as soon as they entered the classroom, their demeanor shifted to one of aloofness. They fell silent, staring ahead, putting on a facade. Just like I did back in the day, Liang Can stifled a laugh behind them. He also noticed Fei Ku's cold expression as he raised his hand to make a cool basketball shooting gesture. A girl nearby stifled a laugh. Everyone settled in groups, according to their dormitories, scattered across the seats. After Fei Ku settled down, he lowered his voice and said to Liang Can, I have already taken the lead in attracting a girl. Did you hear that melodious laughter just now? Liang Can replied, that was laughter of ridicule. Fei Ku refused to believe this, insisting, Brother Can, you are simply jealous. Liang Can, puzzled, asked Fei Ku, why do you always compare me to yourself? Fei Ku replied nonchalantly, you're the only one in the class who is more handsome than me. If I don't compare with you, who else should I compare with? Zhou Yu glanced around, filled with delight. Looking around, there are quite a few girls in our class. I was initially pessimistic, thinking that electronic information engineering was a monk's major. He continued, there are at least 7 or 8 girls. There's a girl by the window who looks quite nice. Have you seen her, young Master Fei? Fei Ku smirked. I've seen her long ago. Otherwise, do you think my carefully prepared entrance was for whom? Liang Can added congratulations. That laughter was indeed from her. Fei Ku was taken aback and shook Liang Can's arm. Brother Can, harsh words can freeze a person in June. Liang Can raised an eyebrow. What, are you smitten? Fei Ku crossed his arms, gazing at the girl by the window, trying to play it cool. She looks rather sweet. Fitting into the pure category. She's passable. He continued, if you're interested, go ask for her contact information. I, the illustrious young Master Fei, with several properties, can't just ask for her number. He chuckled, just kidding, I'm too scared. Liang Can glanced at Fei Ku and proposed, how about this? I'll help you get her contact information. If I manage to do that, you treat the 3 of us to dinner tonight, deal? Boys often prefer pure and innocent girls because they believe such girls are easier to deceive. As the classmates who were initially chatting or engrossed in their phones noticed someone on the podium, they turned to look. Liang Can showed no signs of nervousness and smiled. Hello, classmates of Electronic Information Engineering Class 1. My name is Liang Can. Since we will be together for 4 years to facilitate communication and emotional bonding, why don't we create a WeChat group? A few students nodded in agreement, and some voiced their approval. Everyone agrees, right? Liang Can took out a QR code printed on a piece of paper and said, no need to move. I'll come over for you to scan. Afterward, Liang Can approached the girl by the door and said, you go first. The girl glanced at Liang Can, smiled, and took out her phone. Okay. In no time, Liang Can made a round of the classroom, allowing everyone to scan the code to join the group. This impressive maneuver left Fei Ku and his friends in awe. Seriously, when did you get the QR code? Returning to his seat, Liang Can raise an eyebrow at Fei Ku. The first one to join the group was her. If you're interested, go message her. Fei Ku fell silent for a moment and took a deep breath. Brother Can, if you keep this up, I might just have to acknowledge you as my big brother. The first girl to join the group was named Jiang Yuni, and she had already changed her note to her real name. Just then, a man in his 30s walked into the classroom. Hello, students. I am your advisor, Zhuang Jichao. For the next 4 years, I will be responsible for your daily study and life. Zhuang Jichao surveyed the students and smiled. How about we start with some self-introductions? Those who wish to come up can do so. Those who prefer to speak from their seats may do that as well, but do stand up to face your classmates. Not many students chose to go to the podium. Most stood in their seats and simply stated their names and places of origin. Zhuang Jichao nodded with a smile beside the podium. Now that we have a preliminary understanding of each other, let's create a group. Any future notifications will be sent to the group. Teacher, we already have a group. Oh, who created it? It was Liang Can. Zhuang Jichao was somewhat surprised. He had specifically created a WeChat group before coming, but he did not expect the students to have already taken care of it themselves. Liang Can? Zhuang Jichao had already noted this tall and handsome boy during the self-introduction. Looking at Liang Can, he chuckled. Please add me to the group as well. Oh wow, I remember this guy. Yesterday, I saw a stunning beauty holding an umbrella for him, escorting him to the dorm. Yes, that's him. He was walking with the beauty while several senior students helped carry his luggage. You don't know, that beauty became famous as soon as she enrolled. There are photos of her in the forum, and I hear she's from the accounting department. Students of the same major tend to cluster in one dorm building, so being seen together is quite normal. Seeing this, Fei Ku gritted his teeth, lowering his voice. Brother Can, do you think Xiao Jiang seems to be interested in you? Liang Can clicked his tongue. That's normal. So doesn't that mean I have no chance? When have you ever had a chance? Listening to the students' discussions, Zhuang Jichao smiled. It seems we have a celebrity in our class right from the start. Liang Can, please stand. Liang Can rose. You have good execution skills, and everyone knows you. During military training, you will serve as the acting class leader, and we will formally elect a class leader after the training. In such cases, as long as the acting leader doesn't cause trouble during military training, typically everyone will vote for them when the training concludes. After pondering for a moment, Liang Can nodded in agreement. Thank you for your trust, teacher. I will do my best. Fei Ku was left dumbfounded. Wait, how did you end up as class leader? Chapter 49. I just like making friends thus. Liang Can became the acting class leader, enjoying the privileges of a formal class leader. Damn it. Sharing a dorm with Liang Can is truly the greatest misfortune of my life. Fei Ku sighed dramatically. Why is there a Zhuge Liang when there's a you? A few extroverted classmates approached Liang Can to congratulate him after Zhuang Jichao left. The girl named Jiang Yuni, who had a pure appearance, also came over. Class leader, there are few girls in our class. You need to take care of us more in the future. Of course, Liang Can replied earnestly, for now. I am still only the acting class leader. Whether I can become the official one depends on teacher Zhuang's decision. Jiang Yuni smiled and glanced at Fei Ku, who was sitting beside Liang Can. Classmate, that move you just did was very cool. She even mimicked a basketball shooting motion. Fei Ku did not expect Jiang Yuni to engage him directly, and he became excited, trying to suppress his enthusiasm as he said, it was just a casual move. I'm a basketball enthusiast, skilled in long-distance three-pointers and powerful dunks. Zhou Yu bluntly exposed him. Young Master Fei, with your height, can you really dunk? Fei Ku snapped back. I may be short, but my jumping ability is exceptional. In reality, Fei Ku was not short. He stood at a height of 1.76 meters, and with slightly thicker shoes and styled hair, he could easily appear to be 1.80 meters tall. After a brief exchange, Jiang Yuni left with a few of her roommates. On the way back to the dorm, Fei Ku, with his hands in his pockets, remarked, Jiang Yuni seems like a nice person, quite polite. As everyone turned to look at him, Fei Ku coughed lightly. However, she isn't pretty enough for me to pursue actively. Zhou Yu smirked, yet you secretly added her. Fei Ku, feeling exposed, cursed, did you just spy on my phone, Zhou Yu? To prove his prowess. Fei Ku huffed and said, let me tell you, if we're talking about beauties, we have to go to Sichuan. My buddy said that once he settles in, he'll invite me over to play. That's when I can truly showcase my skills. Tao Yingji yawned, lacking enthusiasm. What's the point of going to hang out with guys? Weren't you supposed to arrange a social event for us? Fei Ku blinked and began to explain. School just started. Where would I meet girls? Don't even mention me. Even Liang Can couldn't manage that. Putting his phone in his pocket, Liang Can spoke. You all have free time in the afternoon. I need to go find a friend at Sichuan. Fei Ku's eyes widened, thinking, what kind of person is he? Brother Can, is it a boy or a girl? Zhou Yu asked excitedly. Liang Can smiled the girl. Tao Yingjie immediately applauded enthusiastically. Young Master Fei, look at our brother Can's prowess. You still doubt him? It's just one girl. Fei Ku waved dismissively. Fei Kahua spoke mysteriously, saying, do you know that this year, among the new students at Sichuan, there's an absolutely stunning beauty? Tao Yingjie and Zhou Yu immediately leaned closer to Fei Ku, inquiring, how stunning? She is on par with the beauty of Shengda. The two were taken aback, exclaiming, wow, that is indeed quite stunning. Fei Ku crossed his arms, seemingly proud, and added, so, that Frenican Gu could never know such a top beauty. How could one possibly know two top-tier beauties? What is the name of that stunning beauty you mentioned? Liang Can asked. What was her name again? Fei Ku pulled out his phone, opened the Sichuan forum, and said, Wen Xieying. Her name is Wen Xieying. Just hearing the name suggests she is a great beauty. Is this her? Liang Can swiped his phone, showing a photo to Fei Ku. Yes, that is her. Fei Ku's eyes lit up, and he chuckled while patting Liang Can's shoulder. Kingu. It turns out you also save photos of beautiful girls. Seems we are all the same. I didn't save it, Liang Can replied. Then where did you get the photo of Wen Xieying? I was browsing her social media, he said. Fei Ku exclaimed, Whoa, Can Go. Do you know a beauty from Sichuan? Zhou Yu was overjoyed. Liang Can replied nonchalantly, I just enjoy making friends. Fei Ku stammered, You really know Wen Xieying? Liang Can thought to himself that he had been in Hangchang for 2 days, and it was time to meet Wen Xieying. Thus, before Fei Ku and the others, he dialed Wen Xieying's number. Can Go. Put it on speaker. Let us hear the voice of the beauty. Zhou Yu clasped his hands together. Although Fei Ku pretended to be indifferent, his ears were perked up. Liang Can relented and switched to speaker mode. Hello, are you free? I came to Sichuan to see you. On the other end, Wen Xieying's melodious voice replied, I am immediately available. What? I said, I'm immediately available. Fei Ku's face turned blank, and in despair, he raised his middle finger at Liang Can, exclaiming, F. Can Go, are you not bringing us along? The beauty is uninteresting. Let Fei Ku take you to find some men to play with. As Liang Can was about to leave, Fei Ku clung to his thigh, raising a pack of He Li Kun cigarettes high. Can Go, just take us to broaden our horizons. Liang Can contemplated for a moment and told the trio, I need to step out first. Wait for my notification. After speaking, he departed from Dian Kuda. As he walked along, Liang Can nodded repeatedly. Truly, it is one of the top media universities, and indeed, beauties abound. However, it seemed that the anticipated scene of luxury cars at the school gate at night was not as it was rumored. Liang Can recalled a friend from his past life who had dated girls from art schools. According to her, if a beauty were to date a tall, rich, and handsome man, it would be quite open and above board. Women are quite clever. Upon arriving at Wen Xieying's dormitory building, Liang Can called her again. I have arrived. Come down. A few minutes later, Wen Xieying descended in pajamas and sleep pants adorned with a crayon Xinqiang print. Quite adorable. Though she appeared somewhat low-spirited, her cheeks flushed, likely still recovering from sun exposure. She approached Liang Can, hands on her hips, saying, I was almost asleep, you naughty brother. Her tone seemed somewhat lethargic. Liang Can asked, Are you very tired? Wen Xieying nodded. Yes, I've already started military training. What about your school? We start tomorrow. Oh. The two found a bench to sit on, and Wen Xieying looked up at the night sky, yawning softly. Liang Can glanced at her. Not in a good mood? Wen Xieying pouted, not really. I just haven't adapted to collective life yet. With the start of school and so many things to do, I miss home a bit. As she spoke, Wen Xieying rested her hands on the bench, staring at her holy shoes in a daze. Suddenly, a pack of He Li Kun appeared before her. Wen Xieying slowly turned her head, looking at Liang Can with a blank expression. Liang Can smiled broadly, saying, If you're feeling troubled, have one. I hear it can be quite effective. Go away. Wen Xieying playfully pushed Liang Can sitting back down. Liang Can said to Wen Xieying, You open it. What? You will know once you open it. Wen Xieying turned her legs toward Liang Can, opened the box, revealing a small birthday cake inside. With the words Happy Birthday to you, Miss Wen written in cream. Miss Wen looked at Liang Can in astonishment. Liang Can chuckled. Did you think I forgot? Happy birthday. Dear sister. Wen Xieying stared at Liang Can, then slowly turned her head, covering her mouth with the back of her hand and laughing joyfully. She then looked at Liang Can, her eyes sparkling with laughter. The earlier trace of gloom between her brows completely vanished. Chapter 50. I just love a bit of sour today is Wen Xieying's birthday. Back when she was still at home, her parents had already celebrated her birthday in advance. However, Liang Can was in Tokyo at the time and could not attend. Following that, with the start of school and military training, to be honest, even Wen Xieying herself had nearly forgotten about it. It was only in the morning when her parents called her that she remembered, and after a full day of military training, she felt exhausted, causing her mood to drop suddenly. Did you make this cake yourself? Wen Xieying inquired, sniffing the cream. Liang Can raised an eyebrow. What a sharp eye. How did you figure that out? Wen Xieying replied, The words happy birthday are terribly ugly. Do you believe I would lick your feet in front of all these people? Liang Can rolled his eyes at Wen Xieying and suddenly shouted, Come here. Wen Xieying, taken aback, looked around. Who are you talking to? Suddenly, a figure emerged from the bushes. Fei Ku appeared, carrying candles and a lighter, looking serious, his hands trembling slightly. He inserted the candles into the cake and lit them. Liang Can said, Off you go. Fei Ku turned and jumped back into the bushes. Wen Xieying asked, Who is that? Liang Can chuckled, My new roommate. He is a bit eccentric, but he is a good person. Wen Xieying smiled and looked at the lit candles, clasping her hands together and closing her eyes to make a wish. Then she puckered her lips and blew. Phew. Liang Can also puckered his lips. You're ridiculous. Wen Xiang playfully scolded, removing the candles and using a plastic knife to cut the cake, giving Liang Can a piece. The two sat beneath the vast starry sky, enjoying the cake. Wen Xiang took a bite, licking her lips. The cake was sweet, and her heart felt sweet as well. Liang Can sat casually with one leg crossed, looking quite relaxed. Stop it, my friend, don't say such formal things, Liang Can said proudly, but I am indeed quite busy. I just became the acting class monitor. He spoke seriously. The student council is meaningless. It's merely a thankless task for the committee teachers. If you want to develop yourself, you must be a class monitor. Acting class monitor. Quite eloquent. Do you want a kiss? Wen Xiang lightly huffed and then made a frustrated sound. Military training is exhausting. Standing all day has made my legs sore. Liang Can was delighted. Really? I just love a bit of sour. Wen Xiang burst into laughter. Just eat your cake. As she spoke, she glanced at the large remaining portion of the cake. With so much here, we want to finish it. Wen Xiang shook her head. They need to maintain their figures. They hardly drink water at night. That's not a problem. Liang Can nodded slightly here. Fei Ku jumped out of the bushes again. Wen Xiang asked what? Liang Can handed him the cake. Take this and share it. Yes. Fei Ku took the cake. And then Zhou Yu and Tao Yingjie poked their heads out as well. Wen Xiang felt as though she were at a zoo, witnessing a diversity of species. Liang Can, why do they listen to you so well? Because I'm a class monitor. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were the mayor. Liang Can laughed heartily. I told them that if they help me this time, I will bring them along to Sichuan for a gathering next time. With whom? Wen Xiang asked curiously. Liang Can looked at Wen Xiang and said earnestly, that will depend on who you bring along then. Wen Xiang rolled her eyes at Liang Can in disdain. Don't be so petty, Liang Can admonished. Someone as excellent as me gives plenty of benefits to the younger ones. Otherwise, why would others be willing to work for you? After a brief pause, Liang Can smirked, stating that even with my striking looks, one must have a clear sense of rewards and punishments to attract followers. Wen Xiang shrugged her shoulders, lamenting that she had yet to make any friends here. Go out and make some, Liang Can urged. But that would be harassment, she retorted. Liang Can suddenly turned serious. Harassment only comes from failure. When successful, it's called strong social skills. He saluted the class monitor, Kaka, proclaiming loyalty and sincerity. Wen Xiang waved her hand dismissively. All right. If it doesn't work out, I'll join a club with more girls. At least I can invite a few to hang out. You need to invite several. Liang Can pointed at Fei Ku, who was squatting across the way, indulging in cake. This guy aims to woo 10 girls in college. He has one already and needs 9 more. Upon noticing Liang Can's gesture, Fei Ku quickly stood up, his eyes sparkling. Were you talking about me? Wen Xiang smiled warmly at Fei Ku, then leaned closer to Liang Can, whispering, why does he set such lofty aspirations? Liang Can shrugged nonchalantly. If the kid is willing, we as parents should not meddle too much. After finishing a piece of cake, they realized it was almost time for the dormitory supervisor, i.e., to lock up. The dorm supervisor, clutching a hefty bunch of keys and crossing her arms, was watching them. Wait a minute, Wen Xiang said as she took the gift bag, peering inside with delight. Thank you. When your birthday comes, I'll prepare a big gift for you. Do you think a portion 9/11 would suit my temperament? Liang Can coolly replied, hands in pockets, I don't celebrate birthdays, so don't worry about it. We'll celebrate it anyway. Go on. All right. Liang Can could no longer contain himself. Wen Xiang, she halted and turned to face him, noticing him striding towards her. Yes, are we going to hug? Wen Xiang bit her lip, her eyes fluttering with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Liang Can looked at her. I have a somewhat unreasonable request. Wen Xiang shrank back slightly, lowering her head and murmuring, is that appropriate? There are others watching. What is the big deal? It's a normal need. Well, that makes some sense, Wen Xiang replied, taking a deep breath. Then go ahead. Go ahead with what? Liang Can scrutinized her curiously. Do you have enough sanitary pads? Huh. Liang Can extended his hand. If you have enough, bring me a few packs. I need them for tomorrow's military training. You're crazy, Wen Xiang exclaimed. After a few minutes, the window on the 5th floor opened, and Wen Xiang leaned out, spotting Liang Can catch. A pack of high-quality sanitary pads fell from above, and Liang Can caught it deftly. Looking up, he called out discontentedly, why is there only one pack? Wen Xiang, amused yet irritated, promptly shut the window. Ding dong. Liang Can received a message, with Wen Xiang's irritated voice chiming in. Do you think this is a snack? Why would I hoard so many sanitary pads? That made sense. One pack would suffice. If it ran out, he could always ask Shang Shui for more. After all, this was a necessity for girls. In Chapter 51, titled Pure Bystanders, Fei Ke was once again engulfed in gloom. Standing on a balcony, he took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, still perplexed. Why, despite my looks being on par with Can Ge, do I struggle so much with the opposite sex? He was baffled. Is this for real? Fei Ke's eyes brightened. Of course it is. Liang Can reassured him, patting his shoulder. You've only just begun, so don't be too critical about quality. Focus on the quantity. As the gourmet Kai Lan once said. Fei Ke eagerly interjected. What did he say? Kill the ugly ones. Tomorrow marked the first day of formal military training, and everyone chose to retire early. Time for bed. We need to rise early tomorrow. I'll turn off the lights then. As the flight took off for the bathroom, the dorm creaked with every movement. Clunk. In the pitch-dark dormitory, 4 faces illuminated. No one was asleep. They lay on their sides, engrossed in their phones. Conversations among men inevitably began with women and ended with world affairs. Fei Ke ignored Tao Yingjie, instead engrossed in a chat with Jiang Yui, integrating Liang Can skills. What are you up to? Fei Ke asked. Reading a novel, Jiang Yui replied. Upon seeing the question mark, Fei Ke smirked, thinking, women. It seems I've successfully piqued your interest. He sent another message, and Jiang Yui responded, I'm going to take a shower. So you're preparing to freshen up before chatting with me. Huh? Getting all ritualistic now. Among them were good young men. Who would dare cross that line? Previously, massage parlors lined the streets, with ladies in nightgowns seated in rows on sofas. Every time I passed by, I couldn't help but glance at their legs. Suddenly, Liang Can, who had been silent, broke the darkness with a voice. Though I'm still a virgin, I have touched a girl-less. Fei Ke and Tao Yingjie sat up straight. Fei Ke tossed a cigarette to Tao Yingjie, lit one for himself, and looked deeply into Liang Can's eyes. Elaborate. Liang Can's voice was tinged with embarrassment. I felt that you 3 were trustworthy individuals, which is why I'm sharing this. I've never told anyone. Come on, Can Ge, hurry up and tell us. You're killing me. Tao Yingjie fidgeted. Liang Can leaned back against the wall. She was my tutor in high school, working at a local teacher's college. She was exceptionally pretty, wore glasses, and spoke softly. One time, she wore a white shirt and sat beside me. I was inattentive and kept stealing glances at her buttonholes. When the tutor noticed, she asked me if I wanted to see what was underneath her clothes. Fei Ke and Tao Yingjie held their breaths, the cigarettes nearly burning their fingers. The sound of swallowing echoed as Fei Ke rasped. And then, Liang Can replied. My brain froze, but I nodded and said I wanted to see. The tutor said, if you want to see, you need to score above 90 on this test. Tao Yingjie anxiously scratched his head. Can Ge, what was that feeling like? Liang Can paused for a moment, unforgettable. After that, she used this method as motivation for my studies, and by my senior year, she disappeared. What? Tao Yingjie exclaimed, distressed. Did your parents find out? No. Liang Can shook his head. She left to pursue her master's degree in another city. I frantically searched for her, asking why she had to leave. The tutor cried, I don't want to leave, but do you know where I'm going? Could it be she got into a prestigious graduate program? Liang Can softly shook his head. She was accepted into Electronic Science and Technology University, which is why she had to leave. It's a renowned institution, rich in history, with numerous national research projects and a strong faculty, currently hosting a substantial student body. Can Ge, what are you talking about? I'm using a unique approach to ensure everyone remembers the history of our school. And what about your tutor? I just crafted a short story inspired by a teaching-themed film I watched earlier. Fei Ke paused, then erupted in frustration. Damn it, why are you telling me this? Liang Can flipped over, satisfied, and prepared to sleep. Before drifting off, he exchanged a few light words with Shang Shui and Wen Xieying. Wen Xieying, having recently celebrated her birthday with Liang Can, was visibly happy, her words reflecting her joy. Xieying, I'll be sure to step on your sanitary pads well. As for Shang Shui, Liang Can was slightly surprised. She had taken the initiative to invite her roommates out for dinner tonight. Oh, what is this? The young lady is becoming more approachable? Liang Can teased. Because you said I should make more friends? Shang Shui replied. Friends should be quality over quantity. Otherwise, they are merely fair-weather friends. I understand. You are a wise mentor. A wise mentor who wants to see your legs? Liang Can joked. Haha, how interesting. Shang Shui quipped. Only the legs? If I take a picture from above, you might see my chest too. Does she know I've become the class monitor? Testing the class leaders with this? Liang Can, forget it. What is the point of just looking without touching? He sent a selfie wearing a white tank top and real trousers without hesitation. Due to the rapid internet speed, Liang Can realize something was amiss too late. Sheng Shui, did I ask you to refuse? Liang Can. Voice message 60, Liang Can. Voice message 60, Liang Can. Voice message 58, did I ask you to refuse? Who do you think you are, the queen? Liang Can paced anxiously in the dormitory, itching to take action. If I were to shoot, I could certainly make it wider and larger. In the female dormitory, Sheng Shui leaned against the head of her bed, her smile bright. What's this? I kindly show you a private photo, and you send messages to scold me. Opposite her, a girl with delicate features was also playing on her phone. Shui, I saw your post on Tieba, the one where you walked with a boy under an umbrella. Her roommate curiously asked, do you know him? Upon hearing this, Sheng Shui opened the Tieba for the Electrical Science University and found the post. Then your relationship must be very close. Yes, we are indeed quite close. He even played the role of my temporary father for a day. Previously, their mode of interaction was that she would speak in one direction, and Liang Can would dare not venture in another. Now, however, Sheng Shui feared that as soon as she opened her mouth, Liang Can would stuff something inexplicable into it. Scrolling through the post, the comments were varied, mostly expressing astonishment at Sheng Shui's beauty. A thought crossed her mind, and she commented, why is everyone praising the girl? A mere passerby. I think the boy and she are quite a match. Chapter 52, Liang Banzhong's display of might. Sleep, sleep, in the future. As long as I wish, I will often see him. This man is truly intriguing. Meanwhile, Liang Can tossed and turned in the dormitory, grappling with his thoughts. How dare Sheng Shui treat him this way? Does she not fear my retaliation? Just one post? The youth is indeed a ludicrous species. To prove themselves, they will engage in health-endangering acts. You say just one? Today, I will show you what a blue flame Gatling gun looks like. How amusing. Have you forgotten what I do? I am here to help men enhance their vitality. Thus a night passed. The following morning, with the sound of a resounding whistle, the corridor erupted with a loud clamor of students waking and preparing. The instructors had come to call the students. Liang Can and the others woke up, with Fei Ku rushing into the bathroom, while Zhou Yu and Tao Yingjie brushed their teeth on the balcony. This thing is a bit thin. Let's add a couple of layers. Liang Can tore open a package of high-quality sanitary napkins and stuffed them into his military training shoes. After fastening his arm belt, he grabbed his hat, and the students surged out of the dormitory building, lining up to gather on the playground. Next was the military training opening ceremony, where the school leaders took turns speaking, followed by the military leaders in charge of the training, a lengthy affair. Fei Ku craned his neck, excitedly looking around. Now is truly a great time to seek out treasure girls. They're all barefaced, showcasing their true beauty. That girl with twin ponytails looks quite appealing. Liang Can reminded him. Have you forgotten what I told you? Don't focus on quality yet. You can't grasp the kind of beauty. After saying this, Liang Can pointed. I think that plump girl is quite good. Fei Ku glanced over. Brother Can, is that plump? That's a far cry from it. Quiet down. No whispering in the ranks. The stern-faced instructor reprimanded. Fei Ku shrank his neck, but soon resumed his furtive glances. After the leaders finished speaking, the instructors led the teams to begin training on the playground. It was nothing more than standing at attention and marching in time, with plans to teach some military boxing later. As the morning training concluded, the freshmen flocked to the cafeteria like a swarm. Don't push. My shoes have been stepped off. Who just bumped into me? Auntie, stop shaking your hand. There's hardly any meat on it. Liang Can speared 3 buns with his chopsticks, sat down with the few dishes he had managed to get, and began to eat. I'll have a bottle of iced red tea, just taken from the freezer. Guijiao refreshing. Liang Can, Liang Can. At that moment, a girl in military training attire hurried over to find Liang Can. He recognized her as a classmate. What's wrong, Sun Chi? Don't be anxious. Have some water first. He handed her his bottle of iced red tea. Sun Chi looked at it. You've already drunk from it. Liang Can, it's fine. I don't mind. Hurry, come with me. Jiang Yuni just got cut in line. Sun Chi gasped. What? Liang Can exclaimed in shock. Sun Chi explained. She got cut in line. Liang Can expressed his dissatisfaction. Little son, in the future, try to speak coherently. I was ready to call the police. As they walked, Sun Chi recounted the situation to Liang Can. Just moments ago, after finishing military training, Jiang Yuni and her female classmates were at the window getting their meals. They were in line quite well when suddenly someone cut in. Jiang Yuni certainly would not allow that to happen, saying, "Hello, senior, please do not cut in line." Since the other party was not wearing military training attire, Jiang Yuni naturally assumed they were a senior. Jiang Yuni was not willing to yield. This innocent girl had a bit of spirit and retorted a few times. The other person, unable to save face, began to grapple with Jiang Yuni. They were still exchanging barbs at that moment. Meanwhile, the scoundrel grinned. "If you don't want to join, then don't. Do you really think you're some virtuous maiden? If you're not looking for me, you'll find someone else. ISNT at the same sleeping with someone else?" Jiang Yuni, just having transitioned from high school, had never encountered such a rogue. Her eyes instantly reddened with anger. "You." Jiang Yuni raised her hand. The scoundrel patted his own face. "Want to hit me? If you can afford it, go ahead." Jiang Yuni was directly brought to tears from rage. Seeing this, the scoundrel continued to taunt, completely disregarding his companions who were trying to pull him away. "Why don't you hit me? Can't afford it? If you don't have money, just tell me. I can support you." Bang! Liang Can approached from behind and slapped the scoundrel on the head. The scoundrel was momentarily stunned, unable to react, staring blankly at Liang Can. Liang Can shielded Jiang Yuni and the other two girls behind him, looking at the scoundrel with a mocking smile. In a teasing tone, he said, "I can afford it. I'll do the hitting." Coming back to his senses, the scoundrel was furious. "What the hell? Are you, Sima Yongwei, capable of that? Are you a donkey-s dung that has turned into a spirit, thinking you're humorous like a paramecium? You dare to cut in line? Are you filled with garbage or your father's hemorrhoid cream? You can't truly think you're handsome, right? I see you're just the most foolish of fools, spinning around with nothing but filth in your brain." For a moment, the originally noisy cafeteria fell into a deathly silence. Only Liang Can's booming voice resounding as he berated the scoundrel. The scoundrel was utterly bewildered by the onslaught. "You!" The scoundrel, furious and red-faced, charged at Liang Can. Liang Can erupted. "Are all the men in class want a telecommunications engineering dead? Do dozens of boys not protect 8 girls?" As soon as these words left his mouth, a wave of 20 to 30 boys rushed over. Feiko had even grabbed a large iron spoon from the soup pot, and a group of them stared intently at the scoundrel and his two companions. "Let us go, let us go." The scoundrel's companions tugged at him. The scoundrel continued to shout, "Just you wait." As he turned around, amidst the chaos, someone stuck out a foot, causing the scoundrel to fall flat on his face. Puffed. How could there be such a disgraceful person? Some people chuckled, while others burst into laughter, watching the clown flee in a panic. Such is the nature of commotion. After it ends, the onlookers quickly disperse, and soon the cafeteria returned to its original clamor. Jiang Yuni's eyes were red, and she sniffed. "Thank you, class leader. You really ought to be grateful to me." Liang Can glanced around and admonished his male classmates, saying, "When it's time to take action, do not hesitate. The more timid you are, the more the opponent will think you are easy to bully. Of course, if you can resolve it with profanity, do so." "Understood, class leader." "You are our anchor," replied a classmate. "Indeed, class leader, none of us can curse as effectively as you." After dismissing the classmates, Liang Can stepped aside to voice call his advisor, Zhuang Jichao, to report the recent incident. "Are the girls in our class all right?" Zhuang Jichao asked anxiously. Liang Can reassured him they suffered a slight grievance and shed a few tears, but their physical well-being is intact. "Good. You handle this well. Our girls must not be bullied." "Teacher, I did hit someone. If you encounter any difficulties, I can handle it myself." "I have no difficulties. The dean is my uncle. You should have mentioned that earlier." "Zhuangzi, I underestimated you. Who was so quick to take my lunch away?" Chapter 53. The gynecological specialist, upon learning that Liang Can's lunch had been taken by the cafeteria staff, Jiang Yui proactively offered to treat him. "Let me take care of it." Fei Gongzi eagerly sought to demonstrate his worth, stating, "This time, our class leader has taught us a valuable lesson on how to protect the girls in our class. This meal is rightfully ours to treat." Fei Gongzi was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, Xiao Jiang, you seem to have developed feelings for Kenge. However, it appeared that in this scenario, flattering her might enhance my own standing," Fei Ku thought. Thus, he declared to Jiang Yui, "I will cover the cost of your meal for the class leader." Liang Can, who was just about to enjoy his meal, looked up in astonishment at Fei Ku. "Young man, you're heading towards a dark abyss at such a young age." After the military training concluded in the evening, Liang Can was summoned to Zhuang Jichao's office. Upon entering, Zhuang Jichao picked up a pack of cigarettes from the desk. "Teacher, I don't smoke. Not smoking is good. I don't have a strong craving either. After speaking, Zhuang Jichao lit a cigarette and opened a metal tea box nearby, revealing discarded cigarette butts. You're completely denying any chance for cravings to arise. After taking a puff, Zhuang Jichao informed Liang Can, I've looked into the matter. Those students are from another school trying to take advantage of us. I have already spoken to their advisor. Following this, Zhuang praised him. You handled this splendidly, keeping the situation from escalating and fostering unity among the classmates. Liang Can humbly waved his hand, saying, before I came to university, my father taught me to cultivate many friends and minimize enemies. Your father understands the importance of unity. I have only grasped the basics. Zhuang Jichao chuckled. What I want to discuss with you is just this matter. Do not feel pressured. You did excellently. Zhuang's demeanor at that moment was quite impressive. In fact, the first time Liang Can saw Zhuang Jichao, he realized that this individual must come from a substantial background. On the first day in class, he wore a combination of Dolce & Gabbana and Armani, and on his wrist was a Rolex Submariner. A strong advisor often leads to a resolute class leader. As the old saying goes, let bygones be bygones. As Liang Can prepared to leave, Zhuang Jichao suddenly asked, are you dating a beautiful girl from the accounting school? Turning slowly, Liang Can shook his head seriously. No, I am currently single. Still shy about it? Zhuang Jichao laughed heartily, patting Liang Can on the shoulder. Strive to win her affection and bring glory to our major. Teacher, she is pursuing me. Zhuang's chubby face exhibited indignation. If that's the case, you must not be taken in, otherwise, it would bring disgrace to me as a teacher. I have long been displeased with those female teachers from the accounting school. They act as if they are superior. Liang Can squinted at Zhuang Jichao and lowered his voice. Did your confession fail, teacher? Zhuang Jichao blinked and affectionately pulled Liang Can closer. Don't let this get out. Zhuang had attempted to win over a female teacher from the accounting school, but was unsuccessful, leading to resentment. After leaving the advisor's office, Liang Can strolled towards his dormitory, hands in pockets, humming a tune. His phone chimed. Sheng Shui messaged, I saw on the forum that you got into a fight. Are you okay? Liang Can replied, don't message me anymore. My advisor doesn't allow me to associate with you. Sheng Shui responded, how could they not have finished you off? Sheng Shui called him directly. Is everything all right? Liang Can, in a light-hearted tone, replied, does my tone sound like I'm in trouble? When I strike, I eliminate future troubles. Sheng Shui sighed in relief. It seems our class leader is quite secure. Hearing this, Liang Can raised an eyebrow. You seem quite concerned about me. Miss Sheng. Sheng Shui's tone suddenly shifted. I can't afford not to be concerned. After all, you don't speak to me as openly as you do to Mimi. What do you mean? You go to Japan and discuss things with her, and you also tell her about your public account. Liang Can responded, why not? I only tease you, not her. This glory belongs solely to you, Sheng Shui. You should be grateful. Liang Can chuckled. Oh, please. Sheng Shui retorted. I'll go wash up and then call you back. Sheng Shui paused, realizing his implication, and erupted in anger. Liang Can. Liang Can laughed heartily and hung up. In the girls' dormitory, Sheng Shui sat cross-legged on her bed, taking deep breaths, with calming mantras playing through her headphones. She slowly opened her eyes, slightly dazed. There are indeed many ways to play. You must often sneak a peek at adult films. As for why Miss Sheng knows about the various uses of a mouth, that is none of your business. Returning to the dormitory, Liang Can climbed into bed with his laptop after showering. Having not left campus for several days, he maintained contact with his online work and public account studio. Reviewing videos, negotiating business, and editing drafts remained Liang Can's responsibilities. Moving forward, he must enhance the professionalism of the public account and recruit experts. Previously, back in his hometown, he had contacted a local male health expert through Yang Luan, but the materials provided were too complex and difficult to understand, leading to a low readership. A change in format was necessary. Liang Can suddenly recall the urologist he had seen on a short video platform, whose style was characterized by abruptness. No introduction. Just diving straight into topics like what to do if a man's duration during intercourse is too short. This style often embarrassed first-time viewers, especially those who had their speakers on, and became his trademark. While his roommates were busy sharing videos and playing games, Liang Can was dedicated to promoting the physical and mental health of men. He was not merely aiming to sell male toys. Did they not understand the earnestness of his intentions? If only the professor could don a white coat and earnestly deliver educational content. Just then, as Liang Can pondered, A notification flashed on his Weibo private messages. Ever since the positive and upward public account had gained traction on both Weibo and other platforms, his private messages have been incessant. Clicking on a message, he saw one from a user named Gynecological Specialist. Gynecological Specialist. Hello, I am a practicing doctor specializing in public health education on women's health. May I use your platform to disseminate knowledge about women's health? Liang Can replied, Hello, doctor. My account focuses on male health. How did you come to seek collaboration with me? Gynecological Specialist. I found that simply adding this will make girls feel more comfortable before women's health information engages men's attention more effectively. This promotional method allows men to gain relevant knowledge, thereby benefiting women, and promotes harmony between the sexes. Why not? Wow, this person is talented. Liang Can instinctively thought that if this market opened up, he could sell not only toys for men, but also those for women. His gaze fell on the unopened pack of sanitary napkins on his bedside. It appears that this is indeed a promising avenue. The gynecologist. My name is Shui Fu, and of course I can share it. The fact that she is willing to disclose her real name signifies authenticity. Liang Can. Dr. Shui has progressive thoughts. Many believe that my account is merely frivolous. The gynecologist. I too think you're being frivolous, but your grasp of boundaries is so adept that I have no evidence to prove it. Liang Can. Goodness, do doctors speak so directly? Chapter 54. The world is abundant with chickens, ducks, cows, and horses. Liang Can developed a keen interest in a gynecologist named Shui Fu. Upon visiting her Weibo homepage, he noted that it was filled with textual insights on women's health, with few likes or shares. However, a closer examination revealed that her content was substantive. In essence, Liang Can's actions constituted a form of marketing. While Shui Fu's valuable insights went unheard, he aimed not only to ensure they were seen and heard, but also to entice others to click on links and purchase the Holy Grail, after which they would be grateful to him. Who could he turn to for justification? Previously, Bai Tao Jiang had inspired him. If he could engage a female health mentor to explore the male market, why not seek a male health mentor to penetrate the female market? Many male users, after all, prefer male figures. As for selecting health mentors, that was a straightforward task. Liang Can was currently in Hangzhou, known as a hub for internet entrepreneurship and internet celebrities. This place lacked nothing except for a shortage of cows, horses, and chickens. After confirming a meeting time with Shui Fu, Liang Can called Zhuang Jichao. Director, I wish to take a day off tomorrow. Earlier, I resorted to violence, and I was startled by my own ruthlessness and impulsiveness. I wish to consult a psychologist for guidance. Zhuang Jichao. Our school has a psychologist. You can simply go. Liang Can. That is not the type of psychologist I desire. Zhuang Jichao's tone turned serious. Are you implying you wish to visit a massage parlor? If not, I require a reasonable explanation. Zhou Zi, you've truly perplexed me. Liang Can sighed. A beautiful girl from the accounting department has been persistently bothering me, claiming she will deliver water to me tomorrow. I need to avoid her. That is harsh, he added. She likely has a strong affection for me. Surely, I wouldn't sever ties with her. Consider this leave approved. It seems I made the right choice in attending this school. The feng shui here is rather intriguing. The following day, Liang Can rose and left home. Before departing, he called Sheng Shui. Miss, have your family not provided you with a car for your studies in another city? On the other end, Sheng Shui, brushing her teeth, replied incomprehensibly. What's this about? I need a car for some errands. If you don't have one, I shall borrow one from Wenxiang. Come and collect the car keys. It was still early for military training assembly when Liang Can arrived at the girls' dormitory, where he spotted Sheng Shui, clad in military training attire, waiting for him. One could say she was indeed a beauty. Even in military gear, her stunning visage was unmistakable. The belt was pulled taut, almost as if it had surplus material. What a remarkable waist, he thought. Sheng Shui handed Liang Can a key to a Mercedes. The car is at the dealership. You can take it directly. I've already made a call. Looking at Liang Can, Sheng Shui suddenly sighed. You know, I'm glad you sought my assistance. I've always felt a sense of guilt towards you. After saying this, Sheng Shui curiously inquired, what business do you have that requires a car? Liang Can twirled the car key, not lifting his gaze. I'm going to pick up another girl. At the Mercedes dealership, Liang Can drove a brand new black Mercedes onto the main road. That woman was ruthless. I nearly lost my hair, he thought, rubbing his head. To be honest, you may not wish to hear this, but women can truly be unreasonable. Although he had been grabbed by the hair, Liang Can was not a loss. A playful jab landed on Shang Shui's chest. Ultimately, he excused himself for a visit to the public account office, prompting Shang Shui to release her hold. Upon arriving at a tertiary hospital, Liang Can messaged Xue Fu. Dr. Xue, I have arrived. Liang Can, I'm in a black Mercedes. It's quite identifiable. From their conversation the previous night, Liang Can surmise that Xue Fu had recently begun her career belonging to the category of beleaguered resident doctors. In the medical profession, age brings greater prestige, with emphasis on pedigree and experience. While there is certainly income to be earned, it is predominantly claimed by department heads and seasoned attending physicians. A resident like Xue Fu lacks even the qualification to hold independent consultations or prescribe medication, thereby limiting her earning potential. Liang Can thought highly of Xue Fu's aspirations. Knock, knock. Without needing to look, he recognized her as a capable doctor. When Xue Fu appeared, Liang Can's mind conjured an image reminiscent of Bai Xiaola, portrayed by Chun Yao in the Story of Roses, knowledgeable, elegant, and aloof. She exuded an aura that discouraged intrusion, a stark contrast to the assertive demeanor of Shang Shui. Clad in a purple sleeveless silk top and black wide-leg jeans, her hair styled in an elegant updo, with a fringe cascading down the left side of her face. She wore rimless glasses that seemed to inscribe the words ascetic across her petite visage. Liang Can lowered his car window. Dr. Xue? Xuefu, Mr. Liang? Both spoke with palpable skepticism, taken aback by the disparity between their real and imagined appearances. Please get in. Xue Fu opened the car door, settled into the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, placed her bag on her lap, and gazed straight ahead, silent. After a brief drive, Liang Can finally broke the silence. Dr. Xue, are you not very talkative? Xue Fu stiffly nodded. I type quickly, but I speak slowly in reality. Many are like that. They stir up a tempest online, yet become increasingly socially anxious in person. Very well, Dr. Xue. I shall first take you to our public accounts filming base. All right. Driving with one hand, Liang Can glanced at Xue Fu and joked, Dr. Xue, do not be anxious. I am a refined, knowledgeable, and exceptionally handsome man. Quite easy to get along with. Xue Fu regarded Liang Can, leisurely asking, which school did you attend, Mr. Liang? I attended Hangzhou Dianzi University. Oh, I am from Zhejiang University. Noting Liang Can's silence, Xue Fu continued. Mr. Liang is quite distinguished. I had assumed you were also from Zhejiang University. After this, she offered Liang Can what she believed to be a warm smile. Liang Can paused momentarily. Dr. Xue, you are a resident in gynecology? Yes. All right. I shall file a complaint against you later. Where did this ascetic fool come from? Has studying turned them foolish? Liang Can guided Xue Fu to the filming base whereby Tao Jiang and the others worked. Upon entering, he introduced Xue Fu to the 3 health mentors present. This is my specially invited consultant in female health. You may refer to her as Dr. Xue. Xue Fu politely inclined her head. Greetings, everyone. Doctor? Bai Tao Zhang's eyes lit up, enthusiastically suggesting, Boss, should we wear white coats and black stockings? Liang Can frowned. What is that supposed to mean? We are conducting serious work. He still wishes to maintain some decorum. Mr. Liang. Xue Fu turned to him. The avenues of scientific dissemination should not be judged by status or prestige. Oh, Liang Can looked at Xue Fu with surprise. It appeared that Dr. Xue was quite open-minded regarding this matter. Chapter 55. Cleanliness is paramount. In the studio, Liang Can was instructing by Tao Jiang and the 3 health mentors on their roles, while the gynecologist Xue Fu observed and learned. I was quite dissatisfied with your performances earlier. Liang Can began his critique. Surveying the trio, he remarked, It is not that you lack flair. Rather, you have gone overboard. Bai Tao Jiang and the others could not help but chuckle. Be serious. Liang Can turned to Bai Tao Jiang. In this regard as a senior, you have set a poor example. Bai Tao Jiang retorted softly. But you previously praised her for being adorably flamboyant. What did you say? Liang Can shot a glare at Bai Tao Jiang. I concur that the boss's admonition is indeed justified. Liang Can glanced at the other 2 health mentors. One appeared rather innocent, while the other, as one might put it, was rather pronounced in stature. The white shirt he wore was taut across his chest, nearly bursting at the seams. Coincidentally, the primary subject of today's video was to instruct men on how to derive mutual pleasure during intimate encounters. Liang, along with the esteemed instructors present, was taken aback when Xue Fu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly raised her hand, expressing her desire to speak. Fu stepped forward from the corner of the studio to the center, gently stating, from the perspective of female anatomy, esteemed instructor. As she spoke, she assisted in adjusting the posture of the rather well-endowed health mentor at the podium. She then addressed the audience. This will enhance the experiential aspect. Liang Can remarked. While the instructor adjusted himself, Dr. Xue, you seem quite knowledgeable in this area. Fu replied, Mr. Liang, this is all grounded in science. If only scientific knowledge could be acquired in such an engaging manner, I might have improved my scores in comprehensive examinations back then. The traditional education system has hindered my progress significantly. Observing Fu's rigorous commitment to scientific accuracy, Liang Can's mind began to wander uncontrollably. Dr. Xue possessed an intricate understanding of the human body and its pleasures. Should someone become her partner, they could indeed claim to be self-sufficient. It was more than mere self-sufficiency. It was akin to a fully automated experience. As this thought crossed his mind, Liang Can couldn't help but feel a profound sense of self-loathing. While Dr. Xue was ardently disseminating knowledge for the sake of education, he found himself dwelling on unseemly thoughts. Clearing his throat softly, Liang Can addressed the three individuals present. Dr. Xue is a trained professional, and all her knowledge is rooted in scientific theory. We ought to learn from her. The well-endowed mentor quietly descended from the podium, somewhat bashfully approaching Fu. Bai Tao Jiang blinked and asked, why mention this to your boyfriend? The robust mentor raised an eyebrow, of course, to encourage him to learn, rather than solely seeking his own gratification. This remark elicited hearty laughter from the group. Fu nodded in agreement, stating, this sentiment is valid. A fulfilling intimate life requires mutual effort to foster harmony. Another somewhat innocent health mentor raised her hand to inquire, Doctor, what qualities are most essential in a partner? Fu regarded her and replied, cleanliness is paramount. This statement resonated with Bai Tao Jiang and the robust mentor, as Liang Can wholeheartedly agreed. Cleanliness is crucial. Encountering an unsanitary individual would be disastrous. Noticing that the innocent mentor appeared quite young, likely still a university student, Fu took extra care in her advice. The naive instructor, eager to learn, nodded vigorously, understood. First is health, then looks. Being handsome and clean is essential, even if the encounter is brief. Upon hearing this, Fu pursed her lips and remarked softly, one must keep things in perspective. Bravo, Dr. Xue. Liang Can laughed heartily. The robust mentor chuckled, wiping away tears of laughter with her fingers. Dr. Xue is truly delightful. Feeling a touch of nervousness, Fu earnestly asked, I'm being realistic, am I not? She glanced at Liang Can, who nodded affirmatively. Indeed, your insights are correct. With Dr. Xue's expertise as our consultant, I am resolved to launch a second public account dedicated to women's health education. I intend to earn money from men, and I also wish to profit from women. Liang Can had already conceived a name for the account, Tao Hua Duo. The rationale behind this title was due to the vitality of women. They are, after all, healthy. The presence of Fu further solidified Liang Can's resolve. On the way back, after a moment of contemplation, Liang Can said to Fu, Dr. Xue, I will expedite the development of the Women's Health Public Account. Please lend your support in the future. Rest assured, I am not a miser when it comes to consulting fees. Fu adjusted her glasses gently. Mr. Liang, I am not particularly concerned with monetary matters. It was apparent that when you entered the car, a luxury vehicle worth millions, you displayed no emotional reaction. Perhaps either wealth was not an issue for you, or you were devoid of such mundane desires. However, whether there existed other worldly desires remained to be observed. Fu sat quietly in the passenger seat, her brow furrowed. After a prolonged silence, she could not resist voicing her curiosity. Mr. Liang, I have a question. Please go ahead. I recognize that in terms of methods of popular science, you far surpass me, but how did you conceive this innovative approach? Being addressed as you by a woman felt rather pleasant, unlike the crude references made by Sheng Shui and Wen Xiang. Oh, let me illustrate. Take, for instance, the filming we just completed. This episode's theme is about how men can effectively serve women during nocturnal activities, correct? So, how do we attract viewers to click and watch? The video is one aspect, but the title is equally important. Hence, I have named this episode, Size Alone is Insufficient. Fu was momentarily taken aback, her delicate lips instinctively parting slightly. Liang Can chuckled. This is what we call clickbait. Those who are well-endowed will wonder why I claim that size is inadequate, compelling them to investigate further. With increased clicks, we gain traction. After reflecting on this, Shuefu sincerely expressed, I have learned much, Mr. Liang. Not at all. We are all progressing together. After dropping Shuefu off at the hospital entrance, Liang Can bid her farewell and proceeded to his studio. Sheng Shui had messaged him, indicating that after Liang Can completed his engagements, the vehicle would be parked near a residential area adjacent to the university, where parking was available. This residence was purchased by Sheng Shui after deciding to stay in the country for university, claiming it provided a personal retreat during weekends. Liang Can found this declaration amusing, albeit somewhat exasperating. Upon arriving at the entrepreneurial park, before Liang Can had even parked his car, he received a phone call. Hello, is this the Positive Outlook public account? This is Du Lei Si from marketing. We are interested in collaborating with your account. Do you have time for a detailed discussion? Upon hearing the caller's introduction, Liang Can narrowed his eyes. A significant opportunity had arrived, the chance for Positive Outlook to truly break out of its shell. Chapter 56. The public account on the verge of breaking through currently. The majority of traffic to Positive Outlook derives from several sources. Users from Weibo drawn to provocative female content, various forums like Gbar and Bar, as well as traffic generated through public account promotions. The traffic from the website and Weibo is commendable, but it remains limited in scope. To illustrate, a video featuring Tony Damu and Qing Shui Jian aimed at enhancing health suddenly went viral, garnering a substantial number of saves. Yet, the conversion rate of traffic is unsatisfactory. People merely join in the excitement. If they could leverage the name of Mr. Du, a titan in the umbrella industry, for publicity, it would represent an entirely different narrative. To be precise, Liang Can's title for the upcoming video, Size Alone is Insufficient, was inspired by Mr. Du's clever use of the Guangda Securities incident to generate buzz and self-promote. How timely! Moreover, Mr. Du's collaborations with other brands have been remarkably impressive. Thus, as a brand representative, Mr. Du's attention to Positive Outlook, an emerging force in the realm of men's health, was unsurprising. Do not assume that major brands are exempt from marketing. Every prominent brand allocates astronomical sums for promotional endeavors annually. With this in mind, Liang Can turned off the engine. In what manner does your company wish to collaborate with us? The representative responded, We have noticed that your account enjoys considerable popularity on both the website and Weibo, and your approach to educating about sexual health is particularly captivating. Would it be possible to utilize this method to promote our brand? We will calculate fees based on your account's current reach. Liang Can nodded, that seems fair. But the video must premiere exclusively on Positive Outlook. Your company can only share it on their platform. Currently, the traffic is minimal and the associated costs are not exorbitant. However, Liang Can has no intention of monetizing this advertisement. Rather, he aims to leverage the substantial brand of Mr. Du to help break through its limitations. As steadily progresses, Liang Can then contemplate a transformation. Concluding the call, Liang Can thumped the large steering wheel, realizing the urgency of navigating the gray areas. In this relatively lenient era, platforms like Weibo can serve as mysterious websites, but in a few years, with increasing regulation, such freedom will no longer be permissible. Exiting the vehicle, Liang Can strode into the office and noticed Wang Yuan was also present. Aren't you undergoing military training? Liang Can inquired, surprised to see Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan ambled over like a crab, giving Liang Can a thumbs up. I had a circumcision done and took a leave of absence. Impressive. Liang Can marveled, about to commend Wang Yuan for enduring such pain for work, when suddenly his brow furrowed. You, my friend, Liang Can raised an eyebrow. Did you do it because you know that it reduces sensitivity? Wang Yuan chuckled mischievously. Let's not speak of it. The implication is clear. Such is the nature of men. They may be deemed poor or unattractive, but question their capabilities, and they will become defensive. Setting that aside, let us convene. Liang Can adopted a serious demeanor, prompting the two other employees in the office to cease their tasks and turn their attention to their boss. The two employees, Zhang Chu and Wu Junlong, were responsible for video editing, text editing, and other daily duties. The studio still operated like a small workshop with vague divisions of labor, everyone working collaboratively. Team, I've just secured a significant contract. Liang Can crossed his arms and surveyed his three employees. I received a call from the Du Lei Si brand, inviting us to conduct a marketing campaign for them. This is an invaluable opportunity. We must work in unison to promptly develop a proposal based on my directives. Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances and applauded. Being recognized and collaborating with a major brand is indeed a validation of in the market. Liang Can raised his hand to quiet them, indicating, this time, we cannot follow the usual patterns. While the health mentor comic style is eye-catching, it ultimately remains trivial. To break through, we need a captivating and memorable approach. The three exchanged puzzled looks. You lot only know how to applaud, right? Of course, this was anticipated by Liang Can. He smiled and asked, has anyone among you heard of Yin mountain songs? The three shook their heads in unison. Liang Can took out his phone and played an audio clip. Old driver, take me along, I want to go to Kunming. He turned off the audio. The Yin mountain song possesses an extraordinary power, a captivating sound. The people from this region, perhaps due to an abundance of mushrooms, exhibit a uniquely abstract state of mind. Much like their province's abbreviation, there is an eccentricity to it. Thus, the comment section often reads, Yin people can dominate short videos with just a flick of their wrist. Do they receive national subsidies for their videos? They always manage to break through in unexpected ways. This particular song has transcended boundaries, birthing a widely recognized internet catchphrase. Old driver, take me along, can be employed for various requests, whether seeking connections, websites, or someone to accompany you to a foot spa. Its ubiquity is astounding. The song itself has been humorously dubbed the father of divine songs and the king of hundreds of songs. Shaking his head vigorously, Wang Yuan raised his hand. Liang Can pointed to him. Speak. Wang Yuan stood up, scratching his groin. Brother Can, this song is indeed captivating. But how do we integrate it with the Du Lei Si brand? Zhang Chu and Wu Junlong also turned their gaze toward Liang Can. Liang Can's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the three. What do you think about changing old driver? Take me along to old driver. Let me wear. What? Oh my goodness, that flavor just hit me. Incredible, Brother Can. Furthermore, we cannot overlook the well-established style label of the health mentor. With this in mind, Liang Can called Bai Tao Jiang. How is the filming progressing? Bai Tao Jiang replied, Oh boss, what a surprise to receive your call. Liang Can stepped out of the office, slightly puzzled. I'm currently in the office. If you finished filming, bring the others over so we can have a meeting. Understood. Bai Tao Jiang responded cheerfully. I thought you and Dr. Shui had a second session. Stop with the nonsense. He is a serious doctor. All right. I'll bring my friends over shortly. The playful banter continued, with Liang Can noting the undercurrents of curiosity regarding his personal life. Chapter 57. I shall bestow all my skills upon you. Old driver. Let me wear old driver. Let me wear, otherwise it's not safe. Regardless of safety, the brother desires the ultimate experience. Cut. In the closed office, Liang Can slammed the table and stood up. He frowned at Bai Tao Jiang and the other two mentors. Let loose a bit. Why are you all so timid? Sing with passion. There's no emotional depth. Haven T, I shown you the original version? The pure minner complained. Boss, these lyrics are too embarrassing. Liang Can shot her a glare. Didn't you flirt with me on Weibo with even bolder words? Liang Can replied tersely. If you can sell original content, surely you can utter a few lines. Otherwise, when you were the Du Lei Si mascot costume, wouldn't that be even more mortifying? Huh. We have to wear props too? Haven't you been wearing less than usual? Glancing at his three mentors, Liang Can suddenly smirked. From now on, I will be grading you. The one who ranks last in rehearsal will don a brand's costume. Oh no, that's harsh. Though humble in origin, as the saying goes, simplicity to the extreme becomes exhilarating. These days, those wishing to compare abstractness with Brother Can are unaware of the countless stands and short videos he has mastered. Continue. Liang Can resumed his seat, producing a long, slender stick, striking it against the table with a loud clap. Whoever shows embarrassment next, Liang will unleash the whip. The pure mentor and the super large mentor pouted, while Bai Tao Jiang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Liang Can, we can't let you enjoy this too much. In the corner, Wang Yuan and the others held their breath, afraid to make a sound. The pure mentor is truly enchanting. Why did she pursue this path? Stop complaining. If she didn't take this route, you wouldn't even have the chance to speak with her. Super large mentor. Wow, she is so talented. She must have a title by now. Listening to Zhang Chu and Wu Junlong's hushed whispers, Wang Yuan scoffed. You know nothing of Brother Can's capabilities. This is nothing. Even the wealthiest heiress is within my brother's reach. After more than 2 hours of rehearsal, the three health mentors were thoroughly exhausted, and the resolute Liang Can finally called a halt. Checking the time on his phone, noting that there was still some time before the dormitory curfew. Liang Can said, "Everyone has worked diligently for. We haven't tea gathered for a meal yet. Tonight, let us celebrate. I'll treat everyone to a working dinner." There are many restaurants near the entrepreneurial park, and the group settled into a private room sequentially. At this moment, it became apparent who the true stalwarts were. The slightly older Wu Junlong proactively helped Liang Can pull out a chair and even prepared hot water for the utensils. "Longa, you're married, right?" Liang Can inquired. Wu Junlong chuckled. "Indeed, my wife has just completed her confinement, and my mother has come from her hometown to take care of her. Now, I am the sole breadwinner at home. Truly, those without children and loans dare to speak back to the boss, while those burdened with both would rather ingratiate themselves." Previously, Lao Wu worked at a certain internet company, but the company recently went bankrupt and the boss absconded with the investment funds. Finding himself suddenly unemployed, he decided to come here. As dishes of food and drinks were served, Wu Junlong raised his glass. "Let us first toast to General Manager Liang, thanking him for bringing us all together. After all, our gathering is a matter of fate." The crowd responded enthusiastically. The three health coaches were all quite young, and the boss, being a youthful figure himself, spoke without any reservations. They could also tell that, during their idle moments, this handsome boss had a way with words that was both entertaining and engaging. After downing a glass of ice-cold cola, a wave of relief washed over him, alleviating some of the sweltering heat of Hangzhou. "If you approach your work earnestly, once we complete this project, our accounts will soon be on the right track. At that point, everything will align with the benefits and welfare of major corporations, including transportation subsidies, housing allowances, and team-building trips." The supersized mentor's eyes lit up. "Is that for real? Will we really be corporate employees? What do you think?" He replied, "Hey, will we get Social Security?" Of course. Any company that doesn't provide Social Security is simply unscrupulous. Both the pure mentor and the supersized mentor were delighted, finding the arrangement to be highly advantageous. They would not need to adhere to a strict office schedule. They could come in whenever the boss called, and their followers on social media would surely increase, bringing them immense satisfaction. "You won't have such freedom in the future," Liang Can thought with a smile. As they chatted and dined, Liang Can became quite curious about the supersized mentor. "Bae, what does your boyfriend do?" "He serves drinks." "A gigolo, you say?" The supersized mentor chuckled heartily. "Although he lives off me, he is quite a sturdy man." "That's splendid. Everyone has a bright future ahead." "And what about you, Chun?" "My father owes quite a sum of money." Hold on. I just heard that line from a technician while I was getting a foot massage the other day." Laughter erupted among the group. Liang Can, holding his glass, smiled broadly. "We are all here to make a living. I disregard any past grievances. As long as we work diligently for our accounts, I won't forget you all when new opportunities arise." The supersized mentor wholeheartedly agreed. "I've noticed that General Manager Liang truly has a gift for this line of work. Indeed, after all, seduction is the primary productive force." "Don't sit in the passenger seat," Liang Can warned before they got into the car. The three obediently moved to the back seat, and seeing Liang Can's luxurious Mercedes, they became increasingly convinced that their boss was indeed a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur seeking to prove himself. With this thought in mind, they felt more assured. First, Chun instructed the driver to stop at an intersection from where she would proceed on foot. The supersized mentor, however, was much more straightforward and had him drop her off right at her doorstep. Once they arrived at the residential complex where Bai Tao Jiang lived, Bai Tao Jiang leaned forward from the back seat, her eyes sparkling. "Boss, would you like to come to my place for some tea?" "No need for tea," Liang Can replied. Bai Tao Jiang's eyes dimmed slightly, but Liang Can continued, "We can sit in the car a little longer." Upon hearing this, Bai Tao Jiang burst into a joyful laugh. "Oh, so the boss enjoys spending time in the car. No wonder you bought such a spacious vehicle." Liang Can moved to the back seat and glanced at Bai Tao Jiang. As Xue Fu had said, in matters of intimacy, compromises can be made, but cleanliness must be paramount. Liang Can had been observing Bai Tao Jiang for quite some time and could now preliminarily ascertain that she was indeed a pure individual. Liang Can possessed this discernment, for in his past life, he had been quite the rogue. Bai Tao Jiang's soft, fair thighs brushed against Liang Can as she cheerfully said, "Boss, you don't let us sit in the passenger seat because that spot is reserved for someone special, right? You could say that the whole car belongs to someone." "Now I understand." Bai Tao Jiang nodded and opened the door to step out. Suddenly, she stumbled, and her rear was sharply struck. sending a jolt of pain and a tingling sensation coursing through her body. Bai Tao Jiang was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. She leaned against the car door, half of her body still inside, her elbows resting on the seat as she tilted her head playfully. "Boss, my schedule is completely free, but my—" Her voice was soft enough that only she and Liang Can could hear. What was she referring to? Chapter 58. I want to make him marry me upon returning to school. Liang Can called Sheng Shui. "Come down. I'm returning your car keys. If you need it again, just ask." Hee. Liang Can, are you looking for an opportunity to meet me? Sheng Shui quipped. You actually have quite a knack for humor. In no time, Sheng Shui, dressed in her pajamas, came downstairs. Liang Can approached her and handed over the keys. The car is parked in the garage you specified, and the fuel tank is full. Also, here's this. Liang Can offered her a bag of snacks. The cafeteria food is too poor. Thought I'd bring you some nourishment. Sheng Shui received the snacks and keys, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Liang Can. Something seems off about you. The young lady clicked her tongue. You're being unusually nice. Something must be amiss. Are you feeling tired today? A little. The young lady smiled slyly, stepped closer, and gently touched Liang Can's forehead, saying, a little pat on the head and your fatigue will fade away. Liang Can was somewhat speechless. Are you treating me like a child? I think you are quite childlike. Always wanted me to pamper you. Liang Can, with a hint of negotiation in his tone, remarked, you're right. I'm just a rather immature young boy. A pitiful little bird. Would you be willing to provide me with a warm nest? Sheng Shui grinned mischievously, beckoning him with her finger for a chance to be pampered. I might even be willing to bow down. Just call me Mama, and who knows, perhaps Mama, Liang Can blurted out. Pervert. The young lady couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly retreated into the dormitory building. Watching her leave, Liang Can scoffed in disdain. At that moment, Sheng Shui suddenly leaned back out, half her body visible, waving at Liang Can with a quirky expression. Good night, you little rascal. After saying that, she excitedly swayed her body and scampered up the stairs. Zhou removed his headphones and approached. There's been an incident. Liang Can sat down, kicked off his shoes, tossed his stinky socks into the laundry basin, and cleared his ears. What's the rush? Speak slowly. Fei Ku was preening in front of the mirror, but turned to Liang Can. People outside are saying that you're being supported by Sheng Shui from the accounting department. Tao Yingjie handed Liang Can his phone. It's posted on the forum. Take a look. Liang Can took the phone with a puzzled expression, glanced at it a few times, and then exploded in fury. Who the hell spread this? I'm gonna make them pay for it. Calm down, brother Can. We know this isn't true. No, it's true. The trio of Fei Ku were prepared to soothe Liang Can upon hearing this, but their expressions turned blank. Liang Can returned the phone to Tao Yingjie. So I'm going to silence him. His sincerity was such that no one knew how to respond. Why is this happening? What is the basis for it? Fei Ku anxiously scratched his head. I can't even find 10 worthy girls to fawn over. And you're being supported by a beautiful girl? Fei Gongzi squatted down in front of Liang Can, his face pleading, bro, I beg you. You really have to teach me how to do this. The more you fawn, the more likely it is that someone blind will take a liking to you. Liang Can patted Fei Ku on the shoulder, draped a towel over his shoulder, and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Fei Ku stood there, suddenly recalling the image of Fan Debiao. Learning is a never-ending journey. Rumors are quelled by the wise. However, the world is full of fools, or those who lack the ability to discern right from wrong, or simply don't care about the truth. They just wish to vent their emotions. Such trivial gossip will not cause any real harm. Let it be. Many individuals, succumbing to the tide of rumors, often innocently exclaim, everyone is saying it. So I merely echoed a few words. With each utterance, the collective voice morphs the benign into the monstrous. Every casual remark sharpens the blade of deception, ultimately piercing the heart of its unsuspecting victim. However, Sheng Shui evidently dismisses the detrimental nature of this rumor. After sharing snacks with her roommates, she tore open a packet of cookies, savoring them when she received a call from Hu Yangyang. Hello, Shui. I was browsing your school S forum and saw someone claiming that you're funding Liang Can. Sheng Shui abruptly straightened her posture, demanding, who said that? How can one tarnish another's reputation without basis? There was a moment of silence on the other end before Hu Yangyang replied, her tone laced with confusion. Shui, you just laughed, didn't you? Of course I did. Why would I smile when an old classmate calls me? Really? Hu Yangyang expressed her skepticism. Sheng Shui, puzzled, asked, Yangyang, why are you so concerned about me and Liang Can? Did you intentionally visit our school S forum? Well, since I'm studying in Hangzhou, I thought I'd keep an eye on things, haha, Hu Yangyang awkwardly explained. In truth, she had been quietly observing the dynamic between Liang Can and Sheng Shui since their high school division. The aloof and harsh young lady, the humble and earnest little pup. My goodness, how delightful. Before school commenced, she and Su Yudi had been caught trailing behind, only to be enlisted by Liang Can to set off fireworks for Sheng Shui. Hu Yangyang felt a tinge of emotion, a sense of gratification at seeing the couple she had been rooting for finally together. So it's not true, right? Hu Yangyang inquired. Why do you sound a bit disappointed? Do I? No way, haha. Sheng Shui took another bite of her cookie, clarifying, of course not. I merely lent him my car to drive, casually, gave him a pat on the head for encouragement when he was tired. We were old classmates. That is perfectly normal. Hu Yangyang perked up, affirming, right. Completely normal, please keep it up. With a smile, Sheng Shui proposed, Yangyang, once military training is over, let us have dinner with Su Yudi. Which school is she at? She is at Jagongda, all right. See you then. Hu Yangyang readily agreed, then cautiously asked, will you bring Liang Can? Since you mentioned it, I'll ask him. If he can come, he'll join. After ending the call with Hu Yangyang, Sheng Shui opened Liang Can's chat window. Hu Yangyang said she wants to have dinner with me after military training and asked me to bring you along. Quickly, Liang Can replied. Sheng Shui perched her feet on the chair, delicately tapping the screen with her fingers. You said we should make more friends. Liang Can responded, why refuse a free meal? Just let me know the specific time in advance. Sheng Shui chuckled, holding the voice button, her joyful tone reaching new heights. All right, good night. Dear, Liang Can, already settled in bed, listened to the brief voice message, fell silent for a moment, then tossed his phone aside, flipping over in annoyance to sleep. Damn, you're the first to insist on firming things up. The book cover truly aligns with my envisioned image of Sheng Shui. Because of Sheng Shui's affectionate dear son before bed, Liang Can dreamt throughout the night. In his dreams, they engaged in fervent academic research, delving deeply into their subjects, tirelessly probing the core concepts. The next morning, Liang Can woke up resolutely. Zhou Yu, sleeping in the bed behind him, yawned and marveled, Brother Can, you're so disciplined. Last night, in my days, I think I saw you doing push-ups on your bed. From the opposite bed, Fei Ku sprang up, still in shock. What? You were exercising at night? Damn, I learned something new. Liang Can, maintaining his composure, replied nonchalantly. Our male idols are like this. We adhere to extreme discipline. After getting out of bed and freshening up, Liang Can sought out Zhuang Jichao to request leave. Another leave request? Zhuang Jichao immediately refused without a moment's hesitation. No way. Military training counts towards credits. If you skip, you 1T even graduate. Teacher, actually stop looking for excuses. Hurry to the assembly. Seeing Zhuang Jichao's firm stance, Liang Can had to relent, but not before asking instructor, are you aware of the rumor on the forum that Sheng Shui from the accounting department is funding me? Zhuang Jichao blurted out, I didn't say that. Noticing Liang Can's piercing gaze, Zhuang Jichao cleared his throat and chuckled. Well, I might have boasted a bit to some female teachers in the accounting department, saying that the new female students are pursuing my student. Zhuang Jichao's voice grew softer. Liang Can sighed, shaking his head. Instructor, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Zhuang Jichao, embarrassed, mumbled, how was I to know it would turn into you being funded? Liang Can beamed with pride. To be fair, there is some truth to it. Zhuang Jichao was puzzled. Liang Can approached him with a grin, whispering, Instructor, I'm actually starting a business off campus, an internet project. You? The initial funding came from Sheng Shui. Upon finishing, Liang Can pulled out his phone, displaying his bank statement. This is the advertisement fee for my public account. Let me see. That is not the main point. Liang Can raised his hand, focusing on Zhuang Jichao. The point is, the student you personally nurtured is already seeing some success in his entrepreneurial endeavors. What does that have to do with me? Do you really wish to remain just an advisor forever? Liang Can pointed upwards. Are you content to remain oppressed by the dean? Liang Can laughed. As long as you facilitate things, once I grow and thrive, I 1T enjoy this glory alone. Then, Liang Can proclaimed, renowned young entrepreneur, Liang Can, an exemplary student of Hongdian, recently gave an interview where he emphasized that the most unforgettable aspect of his entrepreneurial journey is the unwavering guidance from his advisor, Zhuang Jichao. During challenging times, his success is inextricably linked to Zhuang Jichao's support. As Zhuang Jichao listened, his eyes gradually lit up. Oh, Zhuang Jichao slowly rose. staring at Liang Can in astonishment. Wait. Liang Can remained silent, smiling. Liang Can, you're reliable, right? If you're lying, don't expect your graduation certificate. After pondering for a moment, Zhuang Jichao waved his hand. Go ahead. Liang Can didn't rush to leave, leaning closer to Zhuang Jichao. Teacher, about that class representative? What class representative? Zhuang Jichao patted Liang Can on the shoulder, the class leader, of course. Once Liang Can departed, Zhuang Jichao sat alone in his office for a long time. He stroked his double chin, squinting. I need to find an opportunity to report to the leaders that our class has produced a young entrepreneurial talent. Haha, when the time comes to feature his entrepreneurial project in the school magazine. If I don't get promoted, who will? Coincidentally, that evening, the dean's uncle invited Zhuang Jichao out for drinks, and the gathering included prominent leaders from school. In the evening, at a hotel private room, a group of school leaders raised their glasses in merriment, with Zhuang Jichao, the youngest among them, inevitably bustling about. A certain vice dean from another faculty boasted, "We have a student who just received a national scholarship, aiming for graduate studies at Qingbei. Truly outstanding." Another professor chimed in, "One of my graduate students published a paper and voluntarily credited my name. Such exemplary students deserve cultivation. You all can't compete. Mine is my beloved disciple, Zhuang Jichao." Listening to the elders bragging, could only find it noisy. Aha! The crowd paused. Zhuang Jichao's uncle shot him a stern look. Chaozi, everyone is having a good time. Why are you being sarcastic? Understanding his nephew's nature, his uncle, with a good family background, feared he might offend someone at the table. Zhuang Jichao shot his uncle a glance, signaling him to calm down. Next comes the moment when I, Chaozi, shall display my prowess. Esteemed leaders, I bear no malice towards anyone. With a smile, Zhuang Jichao shook his head and remarked, "What I mean is, your students pale in comparison to another student." A certain professor, intrigued, set down his wine glass and inquired, "Xiao Zhuang, do not boast. Pray tell, what remarkable feats has this student accomplished?" After pouring a drink for the professor, Zhuang Jichao rose, surveying the gathering with an enigmatic smile. "Is nothing earth-shattering. That undistinguished student is merely dabbling in internet entrepreneurship, perhaps earning a few million. In truth, it was far less." Really? The leaders exchanged skeptical glances. Xiao Zhuang, donotist. If that were true. The dean furrowed his brow. The atmosphere for internet startups in Hangzhou is so vibrant, with the higher-ups encouraging various policies. If this were indeed the case, Zhuang Jichao turned to the dean and dropped a bombshell. "Uncle, he is a freshman in our College of Electronic Information." The dean was taken aback. "A freshman?" "Indeed, he is my student." The dean downed his drink with fervor, brimming with excitement. If he is willing to channel his achievements into campus support projects, it could certainly stir up a sensational event. Who knows? Officials from the provincial or municipal governments might come to investigate. The dean looked at Zhuang Jichao. "Quick, you must speak with him. I wish to meet this sleeping dragon." "Chaozi, you have not disappointed your uncle." Zhuang Jichao felt a surge of excitement. "Uncle, you never allow me to call you that at school. From now on, you shall be my proud nephew. After years of obscurity, I, Chaozi, finally feel vindicated." As he approached the dormitory building, he spotted a rotund figure swaying below. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to see Liang Can. Upon meeting Liang Can, the inebriated Zhuang Jichao embraced him without hesitation. "Good lad. You must be exhausted after a long day. Your teacher feels for you." Liang Can appeared bewildered. Zhuang Jichao released him, brimming with excitement. "Liang Can, I shared your accomplishments with my uncle and several leaders, and they were profoundly impressed. My uncle said he would support you vigorously, establishing you as a benchmark for our university." Zhuang Jichao then clasped Liang Can's shoulder, both gazing at the night sky as if crafting a grand blueprint. Liang Can, after a moment of reflection, replied, "Having expressed my sentiments." Zhuang Jichao chuckled. "I did not have the chance to ask earlier. Now that we have time, show me your entrepreneurial project. Come, dazzle me." Seeing Liang Can silent and gazing at him with a hint of pity, Zhuang Jichao sensed something was amiss. After a brief silence, he asked, "You do have a startup project, correct?" Liang Can nodded. "And it is profitable, yes?" Another nod. "Then what is there to fear? We are not deceiving anyone." Liang Can remain silent, then pulled out his phone to open the Positive and Upward public account and played a video. Zhuang Jichao leaned in. "Oh, this is Dong and Ida Mu?" Liang Can interjected. "Haha, I almost did not recognize him with his clothes on. Zhuang Jichao laughed heartily. Now is not the time for watching videos. Where's your project? Liang Can, expressionless, suddenly broke into a smile. This is my entrepreneurial project. Chapter 60. A rogue ship in the male dormitory. At the steps outside, Zhuang Jichao wore a serious expression, squinting as he smoked. Liang Can kindly reminded him, Chao Ge, we are a no-smoking civilized campus. Do not concern yourself with that. If you do not care, then so be it. It is a chronic throat condition that plagues you. Zhuang Jichao finished his cigarette, perplexed. Liang Can, why did you choose to delve into the realm of male health accounts, and to such an extent? Teacher, making money knows no distinctions of high or low. But you, Dong and Ida Mu, how does your trio of health mentors make it to the school publication? Ha! Revealing your shortcomings, are we? Liang Can unabashedly retorted, Chaozi, it is unbecoming for a student to speak so. Why are you so impatient? Blowing your own horn without understanding the situation. Who can you blame? Zhuang Jichao felt equally frustrated. How was he to know Liang Can was involved in this? Sensing Chaozi's discontent, Liang Can asked, have I deceived you? Chaozi shook his head, his features jiggling as he did so. Am I not engaged in entrepreneurship? Indeed. Is my Weibo, my stance, my public account, not significant achievements? Indeed. Liang Can smiled. So, I have done nothing wrong. Can you find fault with this? Zhuang Jichao opened his mouth, then clasped his head in disbelief. My goodness, you truly are a benefactor to society. Good lad. Just then, Zhuang Jichao's phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was his uncle, the dean. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, Chaozi, have you spoken with my esteemed student? Will he come to my office for tea tomorrow? Zhuang Jichao stammered, Uncle, I have met him. That is good. Is the entrepreneurial project genuine? Yes. Profitable, right? Yes. I knew it. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Jichao moved aside. Uncle, I need to tell you. Moments later, the dean's furious voice erupted on the line. What male health account? Are you running a pornographic operation? Zhuang Jichao immediately clarified, absolutely not. The content is merely a bit bold and aligns with youth sensibilities, unsuitable for widespread promotion. After a pause, he sheepishly added, Uncle, Liang Can's entrepreneurial achievements are indeed legitimate. They're just not suitable for the school publication. The dean fell silent for a moment before replying, but I have already reported this to the principal. The principal expressed that he would pay close attention and actively promote it. Zhuang Jichao felt utterly speechless. Why are you so impatient? The dean, now angered, shot back. Your empty words are what you uttered. Let me tell you, when the principal inquires, you shall explain. Uncle? Who is your uncle? I certainly am not. The line went dead. Zhuang Jichao covered his face, feeling despair. Liang Can, I may lose my job. Liang Can consoled him, do not worry. After all, your family is wealthy. Noticing Chaozi's deep despondency, Liang Can gazed up at the starry sky, speaking in a reflective tone, but if you grant me some time, perhaps the situation can be turned around. Really? Zhuang Jichao abruptly looked up, grasping Liang Can's arm. Are you serious? Liang Can smiled brightly at him. Chao Ge, the reason I confided in you about my entrepreneurial endeavors is to give you a heads up. He then added, in due time, I plan to launch a new project within the school. After speaking, Liang Can grinned widely at Zhuang Jichao. Chaozi felt as though he had fallen into a bottomless pit. What do you want me to do? Just a bit of support. Liang Can winked. After all, we are all in this rogue ship together. You, me, and the dean. We must provide an account to the principal, do we not? A well-connected advisor and a boastful dean. A perfect gift package for newcomers. Originally, Liang Can was pondering how to establish an account matrix after positive and upward and peach blossoms blooming. Now, it was no longer an issue. The entire Hongyan would serve as his garden. Zhuang Jichao narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating before looking at Liang Can. My decision to support you is not born from fear of losing my job, but rather, I aspire to be a brother whom my sister can take pride in. She is still in high school, at an age filled with anticipation for the world. Zhuang Jichao gazed deeply at Liang Can. Do you understand? Liang Can nodded. I understand. You have a younger sister in high school. That is not the point. No, that is precisely the point. Liang Can grasped Zhuang Jichao's hand and spoke with deep affection. I have always yearned for a sister, but alas, my parents' public duties rendered this dream unachievable. Chaozi, in the future, your sister shall be mine. First, let me have a glance at her photograph. Zhuang Jichao, still a bit tipsy, did not think much of it and activated his phone screen. This is my sister. No misunderstandings. I am an 18-karat gold sister Can. Liang Can focused his gaze and immediately gasped, marveling. Brother Chow, I never anticipated your esteemed parents to be so benevolent as to adopt a little girl. No, she is my biological sister. This revelation was indeed peculiar, truly perplexing. The girl on the phone screen, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, seemed to have won the genetic lottery. All right then, bring your sister to school to play together next time. By the way, how about your new entrepreneurial project? Norus, sleep comes first. The following day, Zhuang Jichao brought forth delightful news. The principal would soon lead a team abroad for research at foreign universities, as well as attend off-site conferences, remaining away from school for at least a month. Then there is no need to hurry. A few days later, Positive Energy launched an abstract promotional video for Durex, featuring by Taojiang dressed in a Durex mascot costume, passionately performing Old Driver, Take Me. Meanwhile, Liang Can attended the military training graduation ceremony. According to Zhuang Jichao, merely participating in the beginning and the end would round up to a full participation. You see, as long as one has connections, any standard can be suitably adjusted. Promises made must be fulfilled. Positive Energy leans towards adult content, while Peach Blossom Buds caters to a female audience. Thus, a campus-themed account must be abstract. The goal is to train users, integrate resources, and inject social and e-commerce attributes. Once a substantial number of outstanding online influencers are cultivated and a mature platform is established, an account matrix can be realized. Ideally, team members should bring their own equipment and join with a learning mindset, so when they eventually enter the workforce, they can thrive like fish in water. This can be considered Liang Can's contribution to society by producing exceptional talents. No need for flattery. This is merely the duty of us affluent individuals. Where can one find an affordable filming team? Liang Can stood at the entrance of the living area, gazing towards Zhichuan. He then took out his phone and called Wen Xieying. Ingza, are you at school? I miss you. Chapter 61. No need to pretend you're coming to play with me? Wen Xieying's voice on the other end was filled with excitement. Then hurry up. A senior wants to treat me and a few girls to dinner. I was going to decline, but now I can bring you along to enjoy a meal. The restaurant is quite nice. Do I really care about that meal? If you don't want to go, just refuse directly. I want to join the model team. Liang Can was puzzled. Why the sudden interest in a model team? Wen Xieying replied, because during my last birthday, you mentioned introducing me to beautiful girls to help your little brother socialize. I thought there couldn't be a more beautiful group than the model team. Wow. Ingza actually took it seriously. If this socializing works out, I'll have Feek wash my underwear and socks for 4 years of college. With this thought, Liang Can said, if someone is treating, why not go? Count me in. Wen Xieying chuckled. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Liang Can went upstairs to take a shower and changed into clean clothes. Noticing the day had grown late, he retrieved his glasses case from the drawer. He had slight myopia, which was manageable normally. But now that he was heading to Sichuan to admire beauties, his vision must be impeccable. After putting on his round-frame glasses, Liang Can looked in the mirror and felt a scholarly, yet rebellious charm. Damn, I'm getting more handsome by the day. This life is unbearable. Not long after leaving the house, Liang Can encountered Jiang Yui from his class. The class monitor, Jiang Yui, came running with a bright smile. Liang Can? She asked. With a cheerful demeanor, she invited him. Last time you saved me, I haven't repaid you yet. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. She added playfully, that Feek is quite strange. He insisted on paying for me, but I didn't take it. Liang Can laughed. You should take it. It would make the meal even more exciting for me. Jiang Yui's eyes sparkled with confusion. Oh, if only Shuyi were here, she would definitely understand. Liang Can waved his hand. I have prior engagements today. There will be other opportunities, perhaps next time. Jiang Yui clearly wanted a specific date and tilted her head, asking, Class monitor, when is next time? As he sang, when the mountains have no edges, when the rivers cease to flow, when time stands still and day and night are indistinguishable, when all things dissolve into nothingness, Liang Can turned into Sichuan. Jiang Yui stood frozen in place, stomped her foot, and angrily walked away. The two schools were so close that Liang Can felt that Hangdian should merge with Sichuan, renamed Liang Can University. After a few steps, Liang Can spotted the eagerly awaiting Wen Xieying. After days of military training, she had not tanned much, indicating her diligent sun protection. You're so slow. I've been waiting for ages, Wen Xieying complained upon seeing Liang Can finally appear. Liang Can adjusted his glasses. Sorry. I just rejected a troublesome admirer. Troublesome admirer? Is it Sheng Shui? When Xieying instinctively blurted out. That a good admirer, Liang Can thought, but it was not significant. With his hands in his pockets, Liang Can inquired, "Where's the person treating you to dinner?" When Xieying stood beside Liang Can, slightly tilting her head to scrutinize him. With the round glasses on, Liang Can exuded a somewhat aloof and stoic vibe, resembling a cold, domineering character from a novel. As expected from Zhichuan, "There are so many beautiful girls that I can hardly keep up." Liang Can burst into laughter. When Xieying rolled her eyes, "I shouldn't have indulged in such fantasies." Aloof? This boy is clearly indulgent. They should be here soon. Look. When Xieying handed Liang Can a bottle of iced red tea. "Is it cold?" "I don't drink room temperature. Brother Can is a man of taste. Indeed, my hands are freezing. Let me warm them on your fiery chest." "Shaowen, we've arrived." A clear male voice rang out from a distance. Liang Can took a sip of the iced red tea while turning to look. A well-proportioned young man, accompanied by two fair-skinned, beautiful girls with long legs, approached. One Xieying began the introductions. "This is my senior from the same major, Shi Junshin. And these are Wang Yimin and Lu Mengxian, both sophomores." Then, when Xieying's voice brightened as she introduced Liang Can to the three. "This is my friend from my hometown, Liang Can, studying at Hangdian." When Wang Yimin and Lu Mengxian saw Liang Can, they exhibited a hint of surprise. While Zhichuan is not lacking in handsome guys, Liang Can wasn't extraordinarily striking, yet his mischievous smile was quite captivating. Shi Junshin politely greeted Liang Can and then said, "Let's go eat." On the way, Shi Junshin observed Liang Can discreetly, noticing how when Xieying and Liang Can walked ahead, laughing and chatting without any sense of distance, he felt a twinge of envy. As the captain of the model team, he had heard about when Xieying during military training and initially thought about how to create opportunities for interaction. Yet, she had surprisingly taken the initiative to apply for an interview with the model team. This thrilled Shi Junshin, but upon getting to know her better, he realized that this beautiful girl had a strong boundary with outsiders. For instance, during military training, many boys tried to curry favor with her, but she remained polite yet distant, even refusing to accept a bottle of water. This only made him admire her more. Initially, he thought she treated everyone the same, but today he witnessed when Xieying proactively offering Liang Can an iced red tea. After all, it is only natural for a friend from one's hometown to be a bit more familiar. Shi Junshin reassured himself in his heart. Wang Yimin glanced at Wen Xieying and teased softly, "Captain, it seems your competitor has emerged." Lu Mengxian clearly was not particularly friendly towards Wen Xieying and sarcastically remarked, "What else with the pretense? Do you really have to bring outsiders to dinner? Afraid we might eat her?" Shi Junshin chuckled and said to Lu Mengxian, "Don't forget, the reason we invited you today was to assist, so why feel jealous?" Lu Mengxian pouted and remained silent. Shi Junshin came from a well-off family, and Lu Mengxian had intentions towards him. The group arrived at the restaurant Shi Junshin had reserved. Once seated, Shi Junshin cheerfully said, "Shaowen, the model team is about to recruit new members. With a little preparation, you'll surely be fine." When Xieying nodded, "I will definitely take it seriously." They were dining at a Western restaurant, with steak as the main dish. Liang Can was engrossed in a conversation with the studio, his gaze lowered, not participating in the discussion. Let us start eating. Shi Junshin observed Liang Can's demeanor and thought less of him. A man who only knows to look at his phone when out has little potential. The group picked up their knives and forks to begin cutting their steaks. Wang Yimin glanced at Wen Xieying and smiled. "Shaowen, the recruitment for the model team is limited in numbers and fiercely competitive, with many formidable opponents." Lu Mengxian chuckled, her words laced with barbs, with the captain around. "Surely Shaowen will be let in, right, Captain?" Shi Junshin remained calm, his tone gentle. "Shaowen's overall conditions are outstanding. She doesn't need my help. Please eat." When Xieying quietly said to Liang Can, "You should eat," Liang Can smiled at her. "There was a minor error with the business liaison at the studio. I'll be right with you. You go ahead." Shi Junshin interjected, "Is anyone even listening to me?" "Liang Can, are you working at the studio?" Wang Yimin asked curiously. Lu Mengxian could not stand Liang Can's arrogant demeanor. Starting a business is risky. It's better to be like the captain, whose family has been running a large company for over a decade. Seniors can just gain experience and take over. Shi Junshin smiled without responding. He turned to Liang Can and, speaking from experience, said, "Xiao Yang, I have also attempted entrepreneurship, but the risks are indeed substantial. My advice is to refrain from making large investments at the beginning. When I was a sophomore, I recklessly lost nearly $1 million. Lu Mengxian remarked. That amount is trivial for you. Shi Junsheng shook his head. One cannot underestimate the weight of my parents' hard-earned money used for my trial and error. Though it's not much, it's still quite distressing. Hence, it is essential to have self-awareness, focus on studying while in school, and for those from less affluent families. Do not take your parents' money lightly. Liang Can, I see you dress quite simply, so your family background may not be very affluent. Thus, do not emulate my reckless approach, which has family support. As they bantered back and forth, Liang Can raised his head and adjusted his glasses, looking at Shi Junsheng in confusion. Who uses their parents' money to start business? Furthermore, how could one lose money in entrepreneurship? Chapter 62. Although the results were achieved, the process. When Xieying cupped her face in her hands, her bright eyes gazing at Liang Can with admiration. This simple gesture and expression caused Shi Junsheng, seated across from her, to feel slightly unsettled. As the saying goes, one cannot hide their affection in their eyes. Could it be that when Xieying truly harbors feelings for this insufferable Liang Can? No, he appeared to lack decorum. Even if he earned some small profits from his venture, he remained far beneath the level of someone like Wen Xieying. Shi Junsheng mused that the junior was merely captivated by Liang Can's roguish charm and slight capability. Dear junior, awaken. Men who rely solely on their abilities have no future. If one wishes to seek a partner, it is better to choose someone like me, who has familial support. With these thoughts, Shi Junsheng composed himself and with a forced smile said, It seems our junior is quite a thriving business out there. Who the hell are you calling junior? I'm from Hongyan. You, an art student, trying to tussle with a science student? Do you know the importance of technology in nation building, young man? Lu Mengxian calmly remarked while slicing her steak. How large could it be? Senior, didn't you just get an Audi? Shi Junsheng replied cheerfully, just a means of transportation. I'll get a better one after graduation. However, it has a sporty feel. Much better than my previous 3 series, perfect for cruising. Oh, my thighs are so sore. Wen Xieying set down her knife and fork. Concern etched on her face as she addressed Liang Can. You must be tired from walking here. Let me massage your legs. Liang Can rubbed his thigh, frowning. Just feels off. Something's pressing against my leg. Earlier, when Shi Junsheng was showing off, Xieying had discreetly slipped her Porsche 911 keys into Liang Can's pocket. As expected, Liang Can, not wanting to disappoint his sister, immediately started laying the groundwork for further interactions. When Xieying promptly exclaimed, If it's bothering you, then take it out. Liang Can waved his hand. Forget it, it's inappropriate. If it's appropriate, I'll help you take it out. When Xieying reached into Liang Can's pants pocket and pulled out the car key, slapping it onto the table, raising an eyebrow. Feeling much better now? A Mercedes? Wang Yimin blurted out instinctively. Lu Mengxian feigned ignorance about cars. There are many models of Mercedes, right? The cheaper ones are around 3 to 400,000. Which model is this key from? Implicitly suggesting it pales in comparison to Shi Junsheng's Audi. Shi Junsheng chuckled. A Mercedes ISN T2 shabby. A Mercedes? When Xieying looked at Liang Can in surprise. ISN T this a Porsche? Where's the key for the 911? Shi Junsheng noted with concern. Liang Can silently cursed himself. In recent days, he had been avoiding military training and frequently asking Sheng Shui to borrow her car, eventually deciding not to return it. He had completely forgotten about the Mercedes key in his pocket, failing to take it out. With the situation as it was, Liang Can felt immense regret, having learned a youthful lesson the hard way. Due to his desire to show off, he had allowed Wen Xieying to rummage through his pocket. A mistake, a grave mistake. Moving forward, he must force himself to frequently show off. Practice makes perfect, and he would not commit such a novice error again. Discipline is essential to becoming a better version of oneself. The expressions of Shi Junsheng and the others changed slightly. A Porsche 911? Now that truly qualifies as a luxury vehicle. Yet, why did Liang Can appear as if taking the key out was a source of embarrassment? When Xieying pressed, tell me, where is the key to the Porsche? Liang Can sheepishly retrieve the 911 key, placing it gently on the table, forcing a laugh. Here it is, ha. When Xieying fixed her gaze on Liang Can, a playful smile forming. Oh, Liang, you bought a new car? Liang Can maintained his composure, just taking it for a spin. When Xieying's smile widened, her expression inscrutable. If she guessed correctly, when Xieying straightened her posture, picked up her knife and fork to cut the steak, cheerfully saying, if I'm not mistaken, it should have been sponsored by Sheng. It seems Sheng truly has high hopes for your future. Clever girl, Xiang, I must have you. After cutting a plate of steak. When Xiang placed it in front of Liang Can, which model of Mercedes is it? After saying this, she speared a small piece of steak and held it up to Liang Can's mouth. Watching the smiling Wen Xiang, Liang Can opened his mouth to eat the steak, laughing. It's just a Mercedes. He was so impressive that the investor directly gifted him a Mercedes. Sure, Junsheng gazed at Liang Can. The combined value of the Mercedes and Porsche 911 amounted to several million. Even Wang Yimin and Lu Mingxuan's expressions towards Liang Can underwent a significant transformation. Who had just called Liang Can insufferable? That was humor. The three of them were internally speculating about Liang Can's terrifying net worth. At this moment, when Xiang lost interest in the three across from her feelings complex and unexplainable. She did not delve into possessiveness, but rather felt a surge of competitive spirit. Having never held a positive opinion of the woman who wished to be her sister, she thought, what, you think the Porsche isn't good enough for you? Liang Can, while savoring his steak, solemnly promised Wen Xiang, I assure you, do not guarantee. Wen Xiang raised her hand and shook her head, saying to Liang Can, President Liang, remember to alternate between driving the 911 and the large vehicle. Leaving a car in use for too long can lead to damage. Liang Can sighed, noticing the bewildered expressions of Shi Junshin and the others, and suddenly recalled an important matter. I am indeed putting on airs. Thus, Brother Can adjusted his round glasses and stated in a deep voice, my apologies, there are just too many cars, I hope you can forgive my display. No need for forgiveness. No need for forgiveness. Wang Yimin immediately waved her hand. Liang Can, you truly are a remarkable young talent. Liang Can humbly replied, in truth, both the large vehicle and the 911 are rather ordinary. If we're to discuss driving experience, it must be. Turning to Shi Junshun, Liang Can inquired, Senior, which car do you drive? Shi Junshin responded. Lu Mengxian perked up, chiming in, an Audi. Oh right, Liang Can solemnly remarked, in terms of driving experience. It must be the Audi. Come, let us raise our glasses to congratulate Senior Shi on acquiring an Audi. Liang Can was the first to lift his glass. Shi Junshin's face darkened. Why must the teasing continue? When Xiang remained seated, and Liang Can reminded her, why aren't you raising your glass? Everyone else has. Ingzi smiled sweetly, cupping her face, her voice dripping with sweetness. I want to ride in Brother's Benz. Liang Can advised. The large seat is quite firm, and the view is too elevated. Opening the door is quite a hassle. When Xiang responded, oh, so you prefer the high ones because you like them tall. Sheng Shuyi is 1.72 meters, while Wen Xiang is 1.68 meters. Liang Can firmly disagreed. Although the 911 is a bit lower, it has excellent handling. Each has its merits and unique characteristics. So, does Brother prefer the large one or the 911? I might as well sell both and switch to a Ferrari. Shi Junshan fidgeted in discomfort. This is simply unbearable. The pretense is endless, isn't it? He covertly rolled his eyes at Liang Can while catching a glimpse of Lu Mengxian beside him. To his astonishment, he noticed that the usually composed Lu Mengxian was gazing at Liang Can with a glimmer in her eyes. Mengxian? Shi Junshan called out. Lu Mengxian glanced at Shi Junshin. Senior, in public, please call me by my full name. Otherwise, I fear Liang Can might misunderstand. Finally, when Xiang clinked her glass, drank her beverage, and Liang Can stood up to head to the restroom, having not had the chance to flaunt himself thoroughly and feeling quite irritable, he unexpectedly ran into the infatuated Lu Mengxian. This fair-skinned, beautiful girl, with a hint of flirtation, gazed sweetly at Liang Can Jr. Shall we connect? Get lost. Chapter 63. The brother of Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Mouth. What level is this? Dreaming of connecting with me. When Xiang had initially not intended to come, but upon Liang Can's sudden invitation, she thought to accompany him for a fresh steak to replenish her nutrients. Now that she had eaten the steak, it was indeed time to make her exit. All right. Ingzi stood up, politely bidding farewell to Shi Junshin and the others before leaving the Western restaurant with Liang Can. The staff at the studio had recommended an incredibly delicious ramen shop to me. Liang Can gave a thumbs up. It is located near the entrepreneurial park. When Xiang nodded, sure, let us head there. Liang Can placed his hand on Wen Xiang's shoulder, saying sincerely, I am genuinely touched that you want to join the modeling team for me. When Xiang brushed Liang Can's hand away, stop it, at 1.68 meters. I'm not qualified for the modeling team. I believe 172 meters has a better chance. Liang Can shook his head, dismissing Wen Xieying's sarcastic remarks, and stated, but I don't want you to join the modeling team. I understand, short and squat do not deserve it. It is those people who do not deserve it. Seeing you, radiant and brilliant, subjected to their judgment and ill intentions makes me quite upset. Liang Can gazed at Wen Xieying, expressing, I do not want you to suffer even once. Wen Xieying quietly listened as Liang Can spoke, her eyes flickering. He spoke with such earnestness, as if from the depths of his heart. No, it truly came from the heart. Liang Can placed both hands on Wen Xieying's shoulders and said earnestly, You do not enjoy extracurricular activities like modeling and runway shows, do you? Wen Xieying replied, Yes. I do not like it at all. It is all to fulfill my promise to you. But I believe you certainly enjoy photography. Liang Can remained serious, stating, Many students at Sichuan have engaged in photography and directing since their secondary school days. If you go, you will definitely excel. Wen Xieying's expression was indifferent as she slowly crossed her arms and smiled, asking, Can, how did you know I like photography and directing? Liang Can chuckled. I guess you liked it. He, congratulations to me. Yes, congratulations to me. Wen Xieying's pretty face darkened. You guessed wrong. After saying that, Ingzi turned her head and strode forward. Liang Can shouted, Stop. Ingzi turned around, looking incredulously at Liang Can. Are you yelling at me? Liang Can quickly waved his hands. No, the ramen shop is in this direction. I'm just walking this way. Go ahead. If you get tired, I will give you a foot massage. The two walked together, covering nearly half an hour. Wen Xieying's breath became a bit uneven, and she asked, How much farther? Liang Can pulled out his phone and opened a map. About 7 or 8 kilometers. Wen Xieying stomped her foot in frustration. Why didn't you say so earlier? Because I will support you unconditionally, no matter what you do. Liang Can began to speak earnestly again. Who made me pamper you? Huh? Wen Xieying paused, then could no longer keep a straight face. You have made me laugh despite my anger. Brother Can raised an eyebrow in delight, then snapped his fingers with a swagger, extending his hand towards the roadside. A car is coming. Inside the taxi, the air conditioning gradually cooled the fine sweat on Wen Xieying's forehead. The rosy hue on her cheeks began to fade as she asked Liang Can, Why should I like photography and directing? You don't have to like it. I was just joking. Liang Can took off his round glasses and tucked them into his collar, saying, I want to create a campus account and am currently forming a team. Students from Sichuan have an innate advantage in this regard. Moreover, the school is nearby, so it is convenient to recruit them. Wen Xieying suddenly understood. I see. You approached me for this reason. No. Liang Can shook his head. I came to find you, which led to this matter. Seeing Wen Xieying tilting her head and scrutinizing him, Liang Can grinned widely. He shrugged. It's true. Our school also has relevant majors. Why would I go far when I have nearby options? Wen Xieying gazed out the window, her tone languid yet endearing. Perhaps because you are tired of the large ones and want a Porsche. Ingzi, Liang Can grew irritated. Enough already. If you keep this up, even if you beg me, I want to give you a foot massage. Wen Xieying looked at Liang Can, finally unable to maintain her composure, bursting into laughter. Upon reaching the noodle shop, Liang Can pushed the door open. Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles, both with a poached egg. He then asked Wen Xieying, Do you eat scallions and cilantro? I eat both. I want scallions and cilantro. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Liang Can slurped happily, while Wen Xieying took a sip of broth with a spoon, her eyes lighting up as she nodded repeatedly. It is indeed good, rich in flavor, and just right. The petite girl's appetite was already small, and having just eaten steak, she could barely eat a few bites before feeling full. Full? Liang Can looked up. Yes, my stomach feels bloated. Liang Can pulled the soup bowl closer, pushing the remaining noodles into his bowl. Wen Xieying rested her chin on her hand, smiling. Hey, you don't mind eating what I've eaten? Liang Can replied, I would dare to eat your feet, let alone saliva. Wen Xieying scoffed, clearly not convinced. If I were to stuff it in your mouth, you wouldn't be willing. Brother Can was overjoyed, but managed to contain himself. It was still too early to be overly bold. Otherwise, he risked scaring Ingzi away. Liang Can relished his noodles, while Wen Xieying simply watched him, feeling inexplicably amused, suddenly chuckling lightly. His rough eating style looked surprisingly endearing. Thinking of this, Wen Xieying tapped the table. How about this? I will help you inquire. When I find a suitable candidate, you can negotiate yourself. Liang Can looked up. Is it not a bother? Inquiring about a few individuals. W and X Y Ing proclaimed with pride, I do not wish to boast, but I genuinely possess an excellent rapport with people. Gathering information is a mere trifle. Liang Can, having finished his ramen, dabbed his mouth with a napkin and replied, YNGZ, I must ask for your assistance. W and X Y Ing retorted with dissatisfaction, beckoning Liang Can with a finger and assertively declaring, address me as sister. Their gazes locked, igniting a spark of competitive spirit in W and X Y Ing's eyes. Will you call me or not? Liang Can fixed his gaze upon her, and just as the atmosphere threatened to grow tense, he suddenly pouted. W and X Y Ing dismissed the matter, thinking it unworthy to bicker with the ramen-loving brat, feeling that it would reflect poorly on her generosity. Let me put it this way. 3 minutes before the dormitory doors lock, students from HNDN can still steal kisses with girls at ZH2N's entrance. After a quick kiss, they can dash away without fear of being left outside. Liang Can mused about trying it himself, contemplating a challenge to his physiological limits. Upon returning to the dormitory, Liang Can felt in his pocket. Glancing at the 2 luxurious car keys on the table, he was engulfed in contemplation. What on earth? FIK exclaimed as he approached. These are the keys to ADH911. C. Ng. Liang Can was somewhat taken aback. Oh, you've got quite the discerning eye. FIK's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a wave of emotions. C. Ng. It turns out you're the richest in this dormitory. I was truly blind. Liang Can shook his head. The car does not belong to me. What? The illustrious Ing SHY's 911 is WNXY Ing's. FIK was left speechless, stammering. She gave him to you? She insisted. Liang Can stated matter-of-factly before rising to take a shower. Chapter 64. Liang Can's redemption in summer. Showering twice a day became a routine for Liang Can, transforming him into a fragrant and soft-spoken young man. Feeling refreshed, he sat before his computer in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, arms crossed in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. CHO. I have something to discuss. Could you come by? FIK, holding the 2 car keys, admired them under the light with an intoxicated expression. FI Gongzi, keep your eyes peeled. It's our turn next. ZHUYU and TOY Ng eagerly awaited. These are the keys to a magnificent vehicle, heavy and reflective of my steady demeanor. FIK marveled, never expecting to behold the keys to ADH911 in his lifetime. FIK cast a dismissive glance at his 2 roommates, boasting, I'm not exaggerating. Without me, would you 2 ever see keys to a luxury car? ZHUYU wiped the keys with a wet wipe, rolling his eyes at FIK. It's not even your car. Hey, if I sell a house, I could have one too. FI retorted. Huh. FI Gongzi thinks selling a house can afford him a luxury car. Give me a thumbs up. And our CNG has a beautiful girl buying him a house. Liang Can turned to his roommates and cautioned, let us keep this conversation private. Don't let anyone else hear, especially Ing SHY. ZHUYU patted his chest in assurance. Understood, CNG. I was just joking. Liang Can looked at him. No, I worry that if Ing SHY hears it, she might actually buy me a house. His roommates exchanged glances, and FIK grinned, thinking Liang Can quite remarkable. While others might boast, FIK would scoff, thinking, don't let your bravado burst. Yet when Liang Can boasted, FIK pondered, are you serious? Even so, CNG must be somewhat composed around the teachers, right? FIK thought to himself, now that Liang Can is the class monitor, he will have to run errands for the counselor daily. He too must experience a bit of urgency. Who did you just call to come to our dormitory? CNG. It's almost time for the doors to lock. FIK inquired with a grin. Liang Can, without looking up, replied, the counselor. I need to discuss something with him. FIK asked, CNG, you're inviting the counselor to the dormitory? Will it disturb your rest? Liang Can's eyes sparkled with concern for his roommates. The 3 exchanged glances and immediately shook their heads. All having just graduated from high school, they still held a healthy respect for teachers. After a brief wait, Zhu Ingzhcho arrived at the dormitory in a flurry. Upon seeing him, FIK and his companions paused their game, greeting, hello, teacher. Be casual. Continue with what you were doing. Zhu Ingzhcho reassured them, displaying an amiable demeanor. He even shared cigarettes with Fik and Toyang, who promptly retreated to the balcony to smoke, while Zhuyu, scratching his head, followed suit. Inside, Zhu Yingzhcho excitedly pulled up a chair beside Li Yingxian, asking, "So, have you made progress on the campus entrepreneurship project?" "Sort of." Li Yingxian replied with a hint of concern. "I'm forming a filming team at ZHUN, but I want the technical team based at our school. You must assist me in finding a few tech-savvy individuals." Zhu Yingzhcho chuckled. "Is that all? I can arrange that by tomorrow." There is no shortage of graduate students eager to graduate smoothly. Li Yingxian nodded, recognizing this as a trivial task for Zhu Yingzhcho. "We can agree on the remuneration in advance. I'll handle their salaries." After a moment of thought, Li Yingxian added, "However, there will certainly be a probationary period. If they prove capable, I'll set their salaries according to market rates." Zhu Yingzhcho laughed heartily. "What salary?" They wouldn't dare complain even if they worked for free. Li Yingxian scrutinized Zhu Yingzhcho, questioning, "Is this something a teacher should say? Shouldn't this be the words of a capitalist like me?" Choz blinked, suddenly realizing he did seem somewhat unscrupulous. Indeed, the dragon-slaying youth has become a dragon of evil. Zhu Yingzhcho reflected wistfully, recalling his former self, an idealistic youth who once despised injustice. After detailing his requirements to Zhu Yingzhcho, Li Yingxian made it clear that he needed more than mere errand runners. He was planning for the future. As the account matrix took shape, the platform must be developed alongside it, considering social media, e-commerce, and live streaming as potential avenues. Zhu Yingzhcho felt a surge of joy upon realizing Li Yingxian was genuinely embarking on a campus entrepreneurship project. He patted Li Yingxian's shoulder, sincerely advising, "Li Yingxian, work diligently. Your future is promising, and this is also a splendid opportunity for your redemption." Li Yingxian responded with a puzzled expression. In Zhu Yingzhcho's view, the account in the male health sector had a somewhat dubious connotation. Li Yingxian, however, was disinterested in engaging with such narrow-minded perspectives. "I also require an office and several computers. Is that feasible?" "No problem." Zhu Yingzhcho agreed readily, leaning closer to Li Yingxian and lowering his voice. "Originally, if you hadn't embarked on this entrepreneurial venture, the boastful dean and I would have only faced a few jabs from the principal. But now that you are fervently preparing for a new project and requiring so many resources, if it ultimately yields no results, my uncle may very well hold a grudge against you." Li Yingxian glanced at Zhu Yingzhcho before returning his gaze to the computer screen. "That's fine. If the dean tries to undermine me, I'll ensure everyone knows the male health sector account is his initiative." Zhu Yingzhcho exclaimed, "What? If you do that, I'll look forward to it." Suppressing his excitement, "Then let us not just say he supported you. Let us claim it was led by my uncle." Zhu Yingzhcho was still harboring resentment over the dean's previous attempts to distance himself. Li Yingxian chuckled and added, "And you too." "Why me?" "That is how I operate. I believe in equitable distribution." This young man dared to threaten me? A freshman, boldly laughing while threatening a counselor with connections. Zhu Yingzhcho stroked his chubby chin and suddenly burst into laughter, quite bold. "I believe you can pull it off." The following day marked the commencement of classes, and Li Yingxian, along with several roommates, arrived at the classroom with new textbooks tucked under their arms. Li Yingxian had established a personal rule: attend classes that should be attended and avoid those that should not. Fik, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Li Yingxian, "It seems your licking path truly has something to it." Li Yingxian regarded Fik thoughtfully for a moment, reflecting that perhaps this was quite agreeable. To live is to learn to amuse oneself. "Gongzi, what kind of girl do you like?" Li Yingxian suddenly inquired. His eyes lit up. "Are you really going to introduce me to someone? Zhanga? Please do tell." With a playful giggle, he shyly added, "She is fair-skinned and speaks softly, looking fragrant and tender, making one feel an irresistible urge to kiss her." As he spoke, fake Gongzi became increasingly flustered, fidgeting with his pants and adjusting his demeanor. "That's indeed appealing. I share your taste," Liang Can concurred. He then inquired, "What type of girl do you despise the most?" Chapter 65, Friendships on Campus Streets, What Type Do I Despise? Fake replied, as a matter of course, "It must be those who are stocky and whose voices are thicker than a man's. devoid of any femininity. Understood, Liang Can chuckled, patting Fei Ku on the shoulder. I'll come find you later. Wait, Zhangge, why did you record a video of me just now? No need to worry. Just follow the plan. And once it's done, I'll introduce you to a sweet and charming girl. You won't be able to resist. After class, Liang Can swiftly made his escape, heading straight to Zhuang Jichao's office. Zhao, please adjust the student files. The film The Social Network is a biopic about Facebook's founder, Mark Zuckerberg. While at Harvard, he accessed personal information from a social network spanning 7 dormitories, rating girls, and garnering over 20,000 clicks in just 2 hours. This behavior led to the inception of Facebook. Liang Can, of course, had no intention of replicating Facebook. The market was saturated, and he wasn't about to engage in such futile labor. Everything was in service of the account. Zhao, how is the technical team you recruited? Liang Can asked while browsing student information. Zhuang Jichao, lounging with his legs crossed and smoking, proudly replied, I've found them. If you want to meet them, I can have them line up for you right now. Oh, the Electronic Business College in Hangzhou? No rush. Let us discuss it in a couple of days. After narrowing down a few candidates, Liang Can exited the counselor's office and called Sheng Shui. Hey, if you're free, I'll come find you. If not, make yourself free. On the other end, Sheng Shui's voice brimmed with skepticism. Liang Can, am I your maid? Expected to be at your beck and call? After a moment's thought, Liang Can lowered his voice. I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Perhaps my old ailment is flaring up. Where are you? I'll come find you. After they met, the two stood beneath the girls' dormitory, waiting for an opportunity. The young lady crossed her arms, frowning. Why should I help you with this? I've never interviewed anyone before. If when Xiang were not busy with other matters, would anyone seek you out? Liang Can teased. You truly are a dog. Sheng Shui retorted. Scanning the area, Liang Can spotted their target and promptly tapped Sheng Shui on the shoulder. Here they come, Pikachu. Sheng Shui remained unmoved, clearly resistant. Liang Can casually pleaded, Sister, I beg you. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Shui stomped her foot and approached the girl approaching them. The robust girl strode with an air of authority, and Sheng Shui immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Excuse me, senior, would you be willing to accept an interview? The sturdy, dark-skinned girl looked at the beautiful girl before her with curiosity. What interview? Oh, I'm busy right now. I need to eat. What if it fails? The athletic girl inquired. If it fails, I'll give you 300. You should have said so earlier. My meal card is out of money. Why not just help me recharge it? The dark-skinned athlete beamed with delight. No problem. All right, let us proceed with the interview. With the robust girl's agreement, Sheng Shui gathered her courage and asked the question Liang Can had taught her. What type of boy do you like? One as robust as I am, preferably even stronger. So he can keep me in check, the dark-skinned athlete replied, flexing her biceps. Goodness, even bigger than Liang Can. Sheng Shui gulped nervously and cautiously asked, What type of boy do you dislike the most? Definitely those skinny, bragger types who love to show off, she answered. After a pause, the athletic girl glanced at Liang Can, adding, Someone shorter and thinner than him is pretty much my type to avoid. The smile on Zhang Ji's face froze for a moment. Ah, so that's how we're playing it, he thought, as his guilt dissipated. Just wait here. We'll bring the person over right now. Liang Can pulled out his phone and called Fei Ku, come to the girls' dormitory, building 2, quickly. Fei Ku, eager to assist Liang Can in finding his ideal girl, rushed over without delay. Zhangge, where is she? Fei Ku asked immediately upon arrival. Don't rush. Just stand over there, Liang Can instructed. He waved at Sheng Shui, who was standing a bit further away, while the athletic girl had her back to them. All right, you two, let me reiterate the rules. On the count of 3, please turn around. 1, 2, 3. Fei Ku excitedly turned around, only to feel as if he had encountered a wall. Slowly raising his gaze, he found himself facing a girl who towered over him, his mouth agape in astonishment. Sheng Shui maintained her cool demeanor, but Liang Can noticed that she was suppressing laughter. So, Fei Ku, what do you think of this girl? Sheng Shui asked, her fists clenched, taking a deep breath before smiling. Fei Ku blinked, swallowing hard before chuckling nervously. She's quite nice, presenting a healthy image that instills a strong sense of security. And the girl? The athletic girl pondered for a moment, making an effort to articulate her thoughts. Well, she looks quite delicate and has a strong artistic vibe. Liang Can, then played the video of the types they each disliked. Fei Ku, athletic girl. The girl immediately placed her hands on her hips, glaring, What do you mean by stocky and lacking femininity? Is that why you'll be single for life? Fei Ke quickly waved his hands. No, that is not what I meant. Ignoring him, the athletic girl launched into a tirade. You really think you've got a chance? You're a scrawny little thing. I could crush dozens of you with one hand. The term scrawny little thing cut deep, and Fei Ke became infuriated. Hey, you think you can crush me? With your tank-like build? Just touching the hem of my clothes would be impressive. Say that again. The athletic girl snapped. Fei Ke, undaunted, began to circle around her provocatively. Catch me if you can. His speed was so quick that Shang Shui could only watch in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. The athletic girl grabbed Fei Ke by the collar, her tone fierce. Who are you calling a tank? With his toes barely touching the ground. Faith Gongzi trembled, but maintained a defiant front. If you have the ability, let me go. We can discuss this calmly. The athletic girl retorted, tanks don't talk. They just fire. Fei Gongzi sensed the situation spiraling out of control and hurriedly interjected. Stop. Don't fight, please. Liang Can, say something. Liang Can handed his phone to Shang Shui and stepped forward. This is the purpose of this interview. The athletic girl glared at Liang Can. If you don't clarify this, you'll be included in the scuffle too. Shang Shui's eyes brightened. Then don't hit his face. It's too handsome. Liang Can cleared his throat and proclaimed. The reason I brought forth the two individuals who represent such contrasting ideals is to remind everyone that we should not judge solely by appearances. This senior has received numerous awards in high school and has brought much honor to our university. Moreover, she has participated in charitable activities, donating sports equipment to children in mountainous regions. The athletic girl glanced at Liang Can in surprise, slowly loosening her grip on Fei Ke. Liang Can continued with a smile. And my roommate here. The scene fell into silence for several seconds. Fei Ke tugged at Liang Can's sleeve. Zhangge, come on, say my merits out loud. Why aren't you mentioning them? Liang Can glanced at Fei Ke and, after a moment of contemplation, smiled. You have so many merits that I hardly know where to begin. Chapter 66. Night visit to Shui Fu in the following days. Liang Can systematically advanced the campus account. These matters were merely a passing phase, before achieving any significant scale. A broken account could hardly yield profits. To truly earn money, one must focus on the accounts, which cater to the whims of older gentlemen. I reiterate, sensuality is the primary productive force. Do you think female predators are scarce? They abound in abundance, while men may require wealth to indulge in their desires. For women, it could be a matter of life and death. I must take the time to meet Dr. Shui Fu and nurture our relationship, thought Liang Can. Although he had only met Dr. Shui once, Liang Can felt a persistent sense that beneath her delicate, lilac-like appearance lay a fervent heart. Given her profound understanding of pleasure, could it be that she had never contemplated experiencing it herself? Some young women are indeed like that, intelligent, eager to learn, and possessing an especially strong desire for intimacy. Liang Can was genuinely curious about whether Dr. Shui possessed any hidden attributes and was determined to explore this further. With the approaching National Day holiday and the school break, Liang Can devised a plan. In the male dormitory, Liang Can leisurely reclined on his bed, updating Zhuang Jichao on the status of their campus account, assuring him that everything was under control. Recently, Chaozi had been a bit anxious, so he needed to be reassured. As Liang Can leapt from his bed, he noticed Fei Ke staring blankly at his Alienware laptop, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, his gaze deep and contemplative. What's going on with you, Fei? Liang Can inquired of Zhou Yu and Tao Yingjie. This senior, XN Li, was quite renowned. Rumors suggested that she had a tumultuous on-again, off-again relationship with a male student from another school, a tale of love and strife that was widely circulated, earning her the title of the most passionate at Hongyan. Tao Yingjie chimed in. Fei is so infatuated that even she can't handle it anymore. She told him not to waste his time on her, as she wouldn't reciprocate. Liang Can became intrigued. And then, at this moment, Fei Ke spoke with a nonchalant tone. I say, liking you is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Liang Can gave Fei Ke a thumbs up. Fei, you're really maturing. Yet, that very senior had the audacity to tell me today that she was open to getting to know me better. Fei Ke exclaimed in indignation. This is utter nonsense. I merely showed a hint of affection, and she betrayed her love. He scoffed. Women, what a bore. It appeared that Fei Ke now possessed the audacity to make such statements. Grasping his mouse, Fei Ke murmured, this is far too easy. I need to seek out a more challenging girl. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with determination. This is what is often referred to. If a queen loves me, she is no longer my queen. Initially, Xian Li held a sacred place in Fei Ke's heart, embodying devotion, which fueled his ardor. However, upon discovering her other side, she fell from grace. If you already like me, what worth do you hold? Fei Ke mused while searching for a new target, shaking his head. So what is love? Really? I truly don't understand. Hearing this, Liang Can remarked, Fei, the fact that you can contemplate this indicates your talent. But do not let it go to your head. Liang Can snapped his fingers. The fact that Xian Li and her boyfriend have a tumultuous relationship suggests that she is emotionally complex and a romantic at heart. You essentially took advantage of her vulnerabilities, opting for the easy route. If you genuinely wish to hone your skills in affection, seek out a top-tier green tea girl, for they see only interests and no emotions. The day you can extricate yourself from their grasp and scathe, Fei, your triumph will be complete. To be fair, those who gain affection simply through warmth and companionship are indeed rare treasures. Such girls typically follow whoever treats them well. Tao Ingjie brushed his hair back. Brother Can, is there a way to pursue love without engaging in modeling or economics? I wish to experience romance too. Liang Can pondered briefly. There is, but it might involve some legal troubles. Who dares to think of avoiding both modeling and economics? I wouldn't even dare to entertain such thoughts. I'm heading out. Don't wait up for me tonight. Liang Can adjusted his hairstyle in front of the mirror. Brother Can, where are you off to? Mind your own business about handsome affairs. The taxi halted at the entrance of the prestigious hospital where Dr. Xue worked, and when Liang Can arrived, it was already past 9 in the evening. He entered the inpatient building and took the elevator to the gynecology floor. Hello, could you please direct me, Dr. Xue Fu's duty room? I tried calling her, but she didn't answer. Liang Can asked softly at the nurse's station. The duty nurse looked up at Liang Can, puzzled by the sudden appearance of a handsome young man seeking Dr. Xue. What do you need with Dr. Xue? Oh, I'm Dr. Xue's brother. I've never heard Dr. Xue mention she has a brother. Liang Can maintained his composure. Distant relatives. I came to Hangzhou for university this year, and haven't had the chance to visit my sister yet. As he spoke, Liang Can pulled out his phone to show his call history. The nurse, upon seeing Dr. Xue's number, nodded. Dr. Xue is in the operating room assisting the chief. You can wait for her in the office. Thank you. Liang Can glanced at the office across the way, then placed the small cake he had brought on the table. Sister, thank you for your hard work. Please accept this small token of appreciation. The nurse beamed. Oh, your brother is quite thoughtful. A thoughtful brother ensures his sister enjoys her life sooner. It seems Dr. Xue will have a good brother to rely on in the future. The nurse gestured. That office over there is Dr. Xue's. Liang Can approach the office, locating the workspace adorned with Dr. Xue's nameplate, placing the cake on the table, and patiently awaiting her arrival. Mr. Liang? Upon seeing Liang Can, Dr. Xue appeared somewhat surprised. Liang Can stood and smiled. I was in the vicinity and thought you might be at the hospital, so I took the liberty of dropping by. Dr. Xue noticed the small cake on the table and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Liang. Liang Can shook his head. Please, don't call me Mr. Liang. It feels too formal. Although I've achieved far more than my peers in academics and career, I'm still just a shy boy at heart. Dr. Xue blinked, her voice soft. Then how should I address you? Just call me brother. Brother? Dr. Xue quickly responded. Forget it. I'll just call you by your name from now on. How does that sound? Liang Can? No problem. Liang Can opened the cake box and pushed it towards Dr. Xue. You just stepped off the operating table. You must be drained. Have some sugar. Dr. Xue sat down, took a spoonful of cake, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Desserts truly bring comfort. Noticing Liang Can's gaze fixed on her, Dr. Xue pondered for a moment and pushed the cake towards him. Would you like to take a piece? Liang Can waved his hand. I don't eat at night. I must maintain my physique. Brother, what about me? Seeing Dr. Xue pause with her spoon, Liang Can grinned. Go on, you're not gaining weight. If you were truly overweight, it would be too late. Indeed, no girl is indifferent to her figure, and Dr. Xue was no exception. Oh, by the way, Dr. Xue recalled something, clicked her mouse, and said, I've prepared several content drafts for. Is that so? Let me take a look. Liang Can leaned in. Dr. Xue tilted her head slightly and suddenly asked, Liang Can, do you smoke? No, not smoking is wise. It severely harms male health. Dr. Xue looked at Liang Can. Moreover, there's a common notion that as women age, their desires increase, but research shows otherwise. Ultimately, It stems from a misconception that men's abilities decline with age. Liang Can, after a moment of silence, quietly inquired, "Why is Dr. Shui telling me this? What does she mean? Is she trying to seduce me?" In the late-night hospital, the beautiful female doctor, Dr. Shui, contemplated that Liang Can held a highly popular account in the male health domain, which should focus on educating the public in this regard. He was intelligent enough to deduce this. Thus, Dr. Shui looked at Liang Can with anticipation and asked, "What do you think I mean by saying this?" Liang Can scrutinized Dr. Shui, frowning. "In my prime, I encounter you in your prime. The ultimate essence of the relationship between the sexes is siblings?" Dr. Shui, Chapter 67, discussing the nature of relationships. The ultimate essence of the relationship between the sexes, siblings. Shui Fu fixed her gaze upon Liang Can for a moment, perceiving the impurities that clouded his eyes, devoid of clarity. She coughed lightly. If viewed solely from this perspective, that is indeed the case. Yet it does not align with reality. Having spoken, Shui Fu instinctively grasped a spoon and resumed indulging in her cake. When one feels awkward, they often seek to engage in an activity to divert their attention. He had merely followed the thread of Shui Fu's discourse. But the distinction lay in the fact that Shui Fu approached it from a scientific standpoint, while Liang Can quite evidently cloaked himself in the guise of science while harboring base intentions. Thus, Dr. Shui could indeed feel bashful. She was not the emotionless medical enthusiast one might expect. Liang Can mused. However, Brother Can knew when to back off. The first time might be considered unintentional, but second occurrence would reflect poorly on his character. Although his demeanor had always been somewhat questionable, he could not afford to display that now. With a more earnest attitude, Liang Can addressed Shui Fu, "Dr. Shui, I would like to invite you to conduct a health seminar at our school. What do you think?" Shui Fu's head snapped up. Absolutely. Perhaps she had rushed her cake too eagerly, as a bit of cream lingered on her lips, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Her natural elegance, combined with a hint of fatigue, created an intriguing aura that rendered Shui Fu both innocent and alluring. Liang Can silently offered her a tissue. "Wipe your mouth." "What?" Shui Fu failed to comprehend. "Cream, you have some on your lips?" Liang Can gestured with his chin. Only then did Shui Fu realize, instinctively extending her tongue to lick her lips before accepting the tissue. "I can participate. I am always available for such educational public service activities. Then let us coordinate our schedules, with yours taking precedence, as your primary duties, Dr. Shui, are of utmost importance." Liang Can shifted his chair closer to Shui Fu, his expression turning grave. "In my few days at school, I have observed a severely misguided romantic culture on campus. I even came across advertisements for abortions on the school forum. This deeply disturbs me, and I am determined to rectify this situation," Liang Can declared earnestly. Initially expecting Shui Fu to commend his chivalrous spirit, he was taken aback when he noticed her incredulous expression. Glancing around, Liang Can asked, "What is the matter?" Shui Fu raised her hand to cover her mouth, astonished. "You just started school. You're only a freshman?" "Yes." "Are you 18? If you mean my age, then yes." 18. Shui Fu was utterly taken aback, scrutinizing Liang Can closely. "I assumed you were at least a junior." "Which means the account, Ji Xiangshang, was created during your senior summer." "That is correct." Liang Can proudly puffed out his chest. Brother Can was speechless. A younger brother is still a younger brother. What does little brother even mean? Don't women in society prefer older men? Back to the topic, Dr. Shui. Liang Can cleared his throat and continued. "The seminar's theme will primarily focus on women's health and the promotion of healthy relationships between the sexes." "That is indeed true." Shui Fu nodded. "During my doctoral studies, I conducted research and found that many girls, even those in university, lack substantial knowledge in this regard." Liang Can agreed, yes. While boys can watch films to gain knowledge, the number of girls who do so is certainly fewer. The delightful aspect of conversing with Shui Fu was her earnest engagement with topics that would typically cause embarrassment for other girls. She approached them with a scientific curiosity. Sensing Shui Fu's alignment with his views, Liang Can smiled slightly, then suddenly recalled something. "By the way, Dr. Shui, may I take the liberty to remind you of something?" "What?" Liang Can lowered his voice. "It would be best not to discuss sensitive topics during the seminar. While I believe it is natural, the school may not be receptive to it." Shui Fu glanced at Liang Can, her tone somewhat reproachful. "How could I possibly discuss such matters? I am aware of the appropriateness of the setting." Liang Can nodded with a smile. Shui Fu continued, "Topics like that would certainly align more with your kind of account. I am well aware of that. Now let's find a secluded spot to discuss what you mean by your kind of account. You wear colored glasses, don't you? I can see that you are wearing colored glasses on your nose, Liang Can exclaimed, slapping the bed with a resounding thud. Moreover, there is also the content promotion for Tao Hua Duo Duo. Liang Can leaned on the desk, propping his chin on his hand. Dr. Shui, I believe you have noticed that the audience I initially attracted with that kind of account are. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Can lowered his voice. Women with stronger desires. Shui Fu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, thinking to herself, why is he so close? He smells rather pleasant. What brand of laundry detergent does he use? So, Shui Fu inquired. Looking at Liang Can himself was unsure of the validity of his statement. Shui Fu observed Liang Can, nodding. I sense that while viewing the content of the account, G. Xiangshang. Dr. Shui, you have discerned that I am a serious person? No, it's just that the style of the videos is rather intense. Suddenly, a duty nurse knocked on the slightly ajar door and entered. Dr. Shui, Shui Fu promptly stood. Is there a situation with a patient? The duty nurse shook her head with a smile. No, everything is quite stable tonight. I just came to check on your distant brother. Distant brother? Shui Fu paused, then turned to Liang Can. Liang Can smiled in response. Sister, this nurse is very kind. She was the one who told me where your office is. The nurse waved her hand dismissively, grinning. Oh, it was nothing. I even had some of your cake. You two continue your conversation. I will go do my rounds. The nurse waved goodbye, adding before she left, Dr. Shui, your distant brother is quite handsome. He must be very popular at school. If he seeks a girlfriend, you, as his sister, should help him out. With that, she departed. Shui Fu sat back down, suddenly looking at Liang Can with curiosity. Do you have a girlfriend? No, you should find one. Why? Without speaking, Shui Fu thought, with your skills and extensive theoretical knowledge, you should be eager to put them into practice. However, she could not voice this thought and instead shifted the topic. Why did you tell Sister Zhang that I am your sister? Because having a beautiful sister is quite a status symbol. Liang Can chuckled. I was worried that showing up unannounced might lead to gossip about you. Students at school love to gossip, and even more so in a hospital setting where there are certainly many idle tongues. That is true, Shui Fu agreed deeply. She then cast a slightly surprised glance at Liang Can. This young man, with such thoughtful considerations, had even taken her feelings into account. In that case, Liang Can looked at Shui Fu, his eyes seeking permission. When I return to the hospital, shall I call you sister? Sister? Shui Fu pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right. It was not merely okay, but rather all right, indicating that she had not forced herself. Very well. Chapter 68. The classic campus antagonist. Student council Liang Can stood to take his leave, with Shui Fu accompanying him to wait for the elevator. Sister, this is where I will stop. You need not see me off, Liang Can told Shui Fu. She nodded. Be careful on your way. Brother Can had indeed encountered countless beauties, yet the blend of melancholy and allure was quite rare. By this count, I now have 3 sisters. In the taxi, Liang Can crossed his arms and gazed out the window, murmuring, I wonder if any of them would be willing to be a supportive sister. Whether they were willing to help was inconsequential. Merely assisting in finding the right position would suffice. The next day, Liang Can approached Zhuang Jichao and shared his intention to hold a seminar. You need to approach the Youth League Committee for that, Zhuang Jichao replied, holding a cigarette, his expression somewhat troubled. Liang Can was taken aback, whispering, What is the matter? Has the dean changed? Zhuang Jichao surprisingly deflected the matter. Shocking Liang Can. There are rumors that my uncle will soon no longer be the dean. Liang Can turned and left immediately. He is set to be promoted to vice president. Liang Can expressed his heartfelt sentiments. Our uncle should have been promoted long ago. Zhuang Jichao laughed heartily and replied playfully, This matter is still in the works. It must not be disclosed. I understand. It is crucial to remain discreet before the announcement. Liang Can then took a seat on the sofa and remarked, If that is the case, why must I still approach the Youth League Committee? Zhuang Jichao's expression became somewhat peculiar, and he chuckled awkwardly. I did not quite get along with those teachers at the Youth League Committee. Afterward, Zhuang took a puff of his cigarette and began tidying up the documents on his desk. Liang Can scrutinized him, and after a moment, he slowly inquired, Brother Chao, did you fail to confess to a female teacher from the Youth League Committee? Children should not meddle in adult matters. Liang Can stroked his chin, intrigued. Our school's female teachers seem utterly uninterested in progress. Are they truly so fearless of authority? I have always said, Hongyan has its peculiarities. Therefore, I cannot interfere too much. At most, I can give you a heads up. Zhuang Jichao suggested. I have a proposal. You might consider joining the student union. If you hold a minor position, organizing such events will become much more convenient. I can manage it myself. Zhuang Jichao could certainly shamelessly approach the Youth League Committee for favor or even exaggerate by inviting the dean to intervene. The issue would undoubtedly be resolved swiftly. However, the crux of the matter is relationships should not be exploited in such a manner. If every issue is resolved through connections, what significance do you hold? Proving one's own capabilities is what solidifies those connections. Following military training, as per tradition, the student union's recruitment schedule was announced, and Liang Can promptly visited the Youth League Committee. He knocked on the door of the office. Hello, teacher. I am here to apply for a classroom for a health lecture. Inside the office, a young female teacher looked up, her expression somewhat puzzled. What health lecture? It is akin to a social practice. The speaker is a doctor from a top-tier hospital, a medical PhD from Zhejiang University, mentored by an authority in the field of gynecology. Liang Can entered the office and approached the female teacher. Excuse me, teacher. What procedures and permissions are required to advance this matter? The teacher assessed Liang Can, and suddenly her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Oh, weren't you featured on the campus diary account? That video was hilarious. This is the advantage of having a bit of fame. Everything is more convenient. Liang Can smiled at once. You have a keen eye. That account is indeed managed by me. I see you're planning to expand the account, correct? Yes. The female teacher turned towards Liang Can, smiling as she asked, Which college are you from? I am Liang Can from the College of Electronic Information. What major? Electronic Information Engineering. Which class? As Liang Can noticed the female teacher's tone gradually becoming subdued, he inwardly cursed his luck. Before he could fabricate a lie, the teacher's voice had already grown somewhat cold. Liang Can, you are from Zhuang Jichao's class, aren't you? Oh no, Chaozi, so this is your target. Liang Can's heart burned with frustration, and he hastily replied, My relationship with Zhuang Jichao is not very harmonious. I'm currently considering changing my major. Do you not get along with Zhuang Jichao? Yes, that person is truly quite unpleasant. But my information indicates that you are the class representative of Class 1 in Electronic Information Engineering. It won't come with a pay raise. Why are you being so meticulous with your work? The teacher observed Liang Can for a moment before bursting into laughter. I really enjoy the campus videos you produce. When will the next one be released? Soon, teacher. Liang Can took a seat and glanced at the nameplate on the teacher's desk. Peng Chunxian, Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee of the College of Electronic Information. Teacher Peng, my account does not solely focus on humorous content. I also wish to provide valuable knowledge for the students at Hongdian. For instance, this health lecture. Liang Can elaborated for a good 10 minutes. Peng Chunxian listened attentively, nodding in agreement from time to time. When Liang Can concluded, Peng Chunxian twirled a pen and pondered aloud. This indeed is a good initiative. Using the college's meeting room should not be a problem. However, there is no precedent for this under an individual name. Peng Chunxian suggested, Why not join the student union first and host this event under the Youth League Committee's name? What do you think? The Youth League Committee desires the credit. Liang Can had no objections, as this was essentially his bargaining chip. Of course, Teacher Peng, Liang Can readily agreed. Shall I go register now? Teacher Peng smiled and nodded. Not so fast. I suspect Zhuang Jichao will definitely support your endeavor, right? Liang Can replied. Teacher Peng sees through everything, but my relationship with Zhuang Jichao is purely transactional. Huh, no need to be so serious. Peng Chunxian chuckled. Looking at Liang Can, there will be many such activities in the future, correct? And I will personally cover all expenses, but the Youth League Committee will be listed first on the press releases. In this new era, one of the essential responsibilities of the Youth League Committee is to enhance new media development and guide students' online public opinion. If Campus Diary gains popularity and is nominally under the guidance of the Youth League Committee of the College of Electronic Information, it would equate to a windfall for them. Peng Chunxian was somewhat surprised, thinking how Zhuang Jichao had such incredible luck. She then informed Liang Can, the student union registration is on the first floor. You can go there. Liang Can descended to the first floor and arrived at a classroom where new students were being received for student union registration. Hello, I would like a registration form. A senior, without looking up, handed him a form. Fill it out here and then give it to me. All right, Liang Can, too lazy to find a seat, leaned over the table to fill out the information. The senior organizing the forms glanced over and immediately recognized Liang Can. You're the one from that video on Weibo, aren't you? Liang Can nodded. That's me. Huh, that video was quite funny. Do you want to join the student union? Yes. The senior, smiling, sat down in front of Liang Can and said after he finished filling out the form, I remember that the accounting college's Sheng Shui was also featured in that video. Are you friends? High school classmates. Is that so? The senior's eyes lit up, leaning closer to Liang Can with a tone of suggestion. How about this? Junior, introduce me to Sheng Shui, and I'll recommend you for the student union. How does that sound? Liang Can straightened up slowly, hands in pockets, and replied, Senior, you're putting me in a tough spot. It's not difficult. Just introduce me to Sheng Shui. Liang Can chuckled. What if I refuse? The senior sat back down, holding Liang Can's registration form, and said quietly, well, there are plenty of freshmen wanting to join the student union. The senior, displaying a bit of cunning, spoke without leaving room for rebuttal. I think you are quite exceptional. Think it over. Then, in front of the senior, Liang Can crumpled the registration form into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. He turned to the senior and smiled. I've thought it over. Chapter 69. Using strategy in the last semester, the foolish senior, witnessing Liang Can discard the registration form right before him, found himself embarrassed. After all, everyone around was watching. He glared at Liang Can from his seat. Junior, you are showing a complete lack of respect for our student union. Liang Can replied with a smile. What are you? A mere dog, to even ask me for Sheng Shui? I could arrange for someone else for you. How dare you insult me? I did not insult anyone. I merely spoke about dogs. Liang Can raised an eyebrow. What are you getting worked up about? Are you a dog? With that, he turned and walked away. A nearby student union officer approached as Liang Can departed. Vice President, do you think you will report this to the Youth League Committee? This foolish senior was actually the vice president of the student union, named Wei Dong. Wei Dong scoffed. We are all university students. Who would casually run to the teacher to complain? He is just a freshman. Do you think the teacher would believe my words over his? After hearing this, the officer felt it made sense and returned to his tasks. A few days later, Liang Can ran into Zhuang Jichao on his way to the cafeteria. Hello, teacher. Liang Can tucked his textbook under his arm and greeted his classmates. Zhuang Jichao blinked and remarked, Why is it that you're always so diligent in attending classes every day? I heard you even audited a course in mechanical engineering. Liang Can responded with a sense of righteousness. As the class monitor, I must lead by example. It is only natural. Zhuang Jichao found it curious, saying, It's rare to see someone like you, who is starting a business while still in school, attending classes consistently. Liang Can advised, You should refrain from reading those rebirth novels. They could distort your perception. He elaborated on the pitfalls of online literature in those dreadful novels. Every female character seems to desire the protagonist. Do you think that's realistic? Even someone as handsome as I am would find it implausible. Zhuang Jichao laughed. You have a point. Suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, you should have joined the student union by now, right? Liang Can replied nonchalantly. Not yet. Not joining the student union does not hinder my ability to organize lectures or manage accounts. At this, Zhuang Jichao sensed something amiss and pulled Liang Can aside, asking, Is there something wrong? Liang Can shook his head. No, I simply chose not to join. Zhuang Jichao urged, You should be honest with the teacher. Liang Can reassured him. There is truly nothing to worry about. I promise I won't embarrass you in front of the dean. He waved goodbye to Zhuang Jichao, saying, I'm heading off campus to find a venue. I have limited time, so I cannot chat any longer. Zhuang Jichao watched Liang Can's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. After pondering for a moment, he headed straight to the Youth League Committee. Teacher Peng, are you busy? Zhuang Jichao opened the door and inquired. Peng Chenxian. Upon recognizing Zhuang Jichao, rolled her eyes slightly. What brings you here this time? He replied, I'm here for one of my students. Zhuang Jichao entered the office and settled onto a sofa a bit away from Peng Chenxian, crossing his legs. He gazed at her and sighed, Teacher Peng, I realize there has been a misunderstanding between us, but you shouldn't transfer your biases onto my students. Peng Chenxian raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Zhuang Jichao cut to the chase. I have a student named Liang Can. You must be aware of him. Peng Chenxian paused, then seemed to connect the dots. Liang Can wasn't he selected by the student union? Was he? Zhuang Jichao scoffed. I never expected you to be so petty. This remark infuriated Peng Chenxian. Petty? Weren't you the one who kept bothering me? Zhuang Jichao replied coolly. That was merely due to your captivating beauty. Peng Chenxian was momentarily speechless. Zhuang Jichao appeared slightly astonished. Have the selection criteria for the student union become so stringent that even an outstanding class monitor like me cannot be accepted? It seems impossible. With a face like his, the girls in the student union would surely be eager for him to join. Peng Chunxian expressed her confusion. So Liang Can did indeed apply. Is that your implication? Zhuang Jichao confirmed. Yes, there must have been some sort of mishap. He pondered deeply and mused aloud. Liang Can is quite astute. Although he speaks flamboyantly, he acts with great steadiness. I asked him earlier, but he was rather vague, indicating he did not wish for me to intervene. Or perhaps. Zhuang Jichao raised his gaze to Peng Chunxian and stated clearly, he is disappointed in your student union, hence his decision to withdraw. Peng Chunxian frowned, remaining silent. Zhuang Jichao stood up and, before departing, told her, Vice Secretary Peng, since your committee does not wish for Liang Can, I shall take over the subsequent affairs related to his account establishment. Peng Chunxian responded crisply, Zhuang Jichao, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with a response. Just give Liang Can a response, Zhuang Jichao said as he prepared to leave. Stop right there. It sounds as if I'm seeking revenge. Peng Chunxian picked up her phone and said irritably, I will now call the student union officials who were responsible for the applications the other day, and we will confront them directly. When Wei Dong received Peng Chunxuan's call, he was initially unconcerned, as she hadn't mentioned the reason for summoning him. However, upon encountering the dean and several student union ministers on his way, he sensed something was amiss. Could it be that the kid actually went to lodge a complaint? Wei Dong sneered, feeling unperturbed, as freshmen often lack the audacity to confront teachers. This fellow frequently tidied up the youth league office and assisted the teachers, earning high praise from them. Even if the matter reached the committee, he doubted he would face any substantial repercussions. Vice Chairman Wei, you have a good rapport with the teachers. What is this all about? A minister inquired curiously. Everyone turned their attention to Wei Dong, the current chairman of the student union, who was in his third year and would be stepping down next semester. It was common knowledge that, barring any unforeseen events, Wei Dong would undoubtedly be the next chairman. It's nothing. I suspect that during the recent recruitment, a freshman we did not select went to the teachers to complain. Wei Dong replied nonchalantly. The group recalled the minor conflict that had occurred that day. Seriously? They complained about such a trivial matter? All he had to do was ask for a girl's contact information. If she didn't want to share, then that was that. His attitude was so poor, and yet he had the audacity to complain. Exactly. Vice Chairman Wei, rest assured, if the teachers ask, we will all support you. Hearing his companions say this, Wei Dong felt more at ease. The group arrived at Peng Chunxuan's office, with Wei Dong leading the way. He knocked on the door and announced, Teacher, we're here. Wei Dong had a cordial relationship with Peng Chunxian and, in informal settings, would refer to her as Sister Xian. He entered and cheerfully asked, Sister Xian, what important task do you have for us? Peng Chunxian maintained a serious expression. Stop with the frivolousness. I have something to ask you all. Speak the truth, understood? Wei Dong's smile faltered, and the other student union officials sat up straight. This is Teacher Zhuang from the electronic information class. Peng Chunxian introduced Zhuang Jichao to the students and continued. A few days ago, one of Teacher Zhuang's students, named Liang Can, applied to join our student union. Is that correct? Zhang Ziren, the student union chairman, was the first to speak. Yes, Vice Secretary Peng. Peng Chunxian scanned the room and finally fixed her gaze on Wei Dong. Then, why was Liang Can not included in the list you submitted? At this question, everyone turned to Wei Dong. Chapter 70. The well-connected freshman Zhuang Jichao held his teacup, gently blowing on it, remaining silent. Peng Chunxian glanced at the chubby student, not directly questioning Wei Dong, but turning her attention to Zhang Ziren. Zhang Ziren, were you present at that time? Zhang Ziren promptly nodded. I was there, teacher. Wei Dong hastily interjected. Vice Secretary Peng, Peng Chunxian shot him a glare. Did I ask you? Zhang Ziren swallowed hard, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. So my words no longer hold any weight. Is that it? Peng Chunxian chuckled. Zhang Ziren took a deep breath and stood up, saying, Actually, it was not a big deal. Liang Can did come to apply and then had a little conflict with Wei Dong. He seemed particularly angry at that moment and threw his completed application form into the trash can, arguing with Wei Dong for a few moments before leaving. After a pause, Zhang Ziren quietly added, In truth, Liang Can meets our recruitment criteria. Wei Dong glared at Zhang Ziren, mentally cursing him. Zhang Ziren, what the hell? Just wait for me here. After Zhang Ziran spoke, he quietly sat down, glancing at Wei Dong and noticing that he was becoming increasingly restless. Damn it, Wei Dong. I still have a semester left in my term, and you're already acting like the chairman, occasionally opposing me. This is a golden opportunity. I want to let you off lightly. Zhuang Jichao smiled pleasantly, like a cunning tiger. Now, what exactly transpired during the conflict? Just as Wei Dong was about to explain, Zhuang Jichao directly called out, Zhang Ziran, you're the student union chairman and are more objective. You tell us. He turned to Peng Chunxian and said in a nonchalant tone, Deputy Secretary Peng, you truly manage the cadres of our college well. Peng Chunxian was instantly infuriated, her chest heaving with anger. This matter was trivial, merely a conflict among boys. The teacher's perspective is inherently different from that of the students. They view them as mere children. When children play and quarrel, adults tend to chuckle and overlook it. However, if your child brings you shame in public, the situation becomes entirely different. What vexed Peng Chunxian the most was precisely the behavior of the student council, which caused her to lose face before Zhuang Jichao. If it weren't for her self-imposed dignity, she would have liked to point her finger at Wei Dong and berate him. Unfortunately, Wei Dong stood up at that moment and took the initiative to admit his mistake, saying, Deputy Secretary Peng, I was just joking with Liang Can, who knew he would take it seriously and left no room for leniency. Shut your mouth. This retort was almost squeezed out between Peng Chinchuan's clenched teeth. Zhuang Jichao continued to smile meaningfully. Look, Xiaoxian, your student is still rebutting. Where is your authority as a leader? Peng Chinxian glared at Wei Dong and coldly remarked, Wei Vice President, what a grand display of authority you have. During the recruitment, you asked new female students for their contact information. What did you intend to do? Crown yourself as the emperor of the school? Wei Dong's face darkened instantly. How did such a trivial matter escalate to such absurdity? Moreover, why were the teachers so furious over new students? Wei Dong was utterly perplexed. This was merely a limitation of perspective. Was Peng Chunxian truly angry over such trivialities? No, her anger stemmed from the loss of face. Deputy Secretary Peng, please calm down. Zhuang Jichao said cheerfully. In that case, my student does meet the criteria for the student council recruitment, right? Zhang Ziran quickly nodded. Yes, Teacher Zhuang. Liang Can excels in all aspects. Wei Dong thought to himself, are you kidding me, Zhang Ziran? Have you ever even spoken to Liang Can? Peng Chunxian looked at Wei Dong and said, whoever caused the trouble must make amends. Wei Dong, go find Liang Can and let him join the student council. All right, I'll go right away. Wei Dong replied promptly. Peng Chunxian continued, if he is unwilling, then you can forget about being the vice president. All problems in this world stem from perspective. If Wei Dong graduated and entered the workforce, he would understand that being the vice president of the student council is nothing significant. Yet, at present, he was merely a student, and this position held immense importance in his mind. Clutching the application form, Wei Dong rushed to the boys' dormitory to find Liang Can. I am Wei Dong, the vice president of the student council. Is Liang Can here? Upon entering, Wei Dong directly proclaimed his identity. The three students in the dormitory, who were engrossed in a game, turned their heads in unison toward this unexpected visitor. What the heck? Can the vice president of the student council just barge into someone else's dorm? One of them exclaimed in shock. Wei Dong looked incredulously at the rude students and said, how can you freshmen be so uncouth? You didn't even knock. Who is uncouth? You barged in without knocking. The student retorted. Wei Dong thought to himself, what a bunch of rascals. All of Liang Can's companions are troublemakers. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down. Freshman, I'm looking for Liang Can. Where is he? After speaking, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered them to the three students. The student who had been gaming lowered his head and replied, Liang Can is in the library. You are quite amusing, leader, the student remarked, mocking him. This title, leader, was a slap in the face for Wei Dong. He gritted his teeth and quickly left. As soon as Wei Dong departed, the three students exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Wow, Brother Kim was right. There is nothing to fear about the student council. I used to think they had so much power. So refreshing. No wonder Brother Kim enjoys showing off. Tao Lingjie said with a look of intoxication on his face. In the library, Liang Can was perusing a textbook on integrated circuit design, which he had previously studied, allowing him to review and refresh his knowledge. Liang Can? Liang Can looked up, removing his glasses to see Wei Dong, who was drenched in sweat, and asked, Who are you? Wei Dong replied, I'm Wei Dong. We met during the student council recruitment. He said anxiously. Liang Can looked puzzled. I don't recall. I only remember some fool asking for Shang Shui's contact information. That was me. Liang Can suddenly realized, oh, you are that fool. Wei Dong took a deep breath and placed the application form on the desk, saying, Liang Can, please fill out this form. Liang Can glanced at the form, put his glasses back on, and continued reading. I won't fill it out. This is a request from Deputy Secretary Peng. Then let her call me. Seeing Liang Can's indifference, Wei Dong grew increasingly anxious. If Liang Can refused to fill out the form, how would he explain it to Peng Chunxian? After this incident, how could he establish himself in the student council? He might even lose the position of student council president that he had nearly secured. This was utterly unacceptable to Wei Dong. He squatted beside Liang Can, resting his hands on the desk, and pleaded desperately, Freshman, I beg you. His plea attracted the attention of numerous students in the vicinity. Wei Dong was somewhat of a celebrity at school, and many students recognized him. The vice president of the College of Electronic Information was pleading with someone. Didn't he usually act so arrogantly? The students were all curious and peered over, some even standing on tiptoes to get a better view. Wei Dong was panting, disregarding his pride at that moment. Liang Can, with one hand supporting his chin, watched him with a smile. Remember what I said. Next time, ask men less about the beautiful girls they know. Chapter 71. Shooting at Bai Taojiang's house. Once Liang Can finished filling out the application form, Wei Dong's expression shifted to one of relief. He hurriedly took the form, as if fearing Liang Can would change his mind. You can leave now. Don't delay my studying, Liang Can told Wei Dong. Wei Dong took a deep breath and turned to leave. Did you think I would be bored enough to play student games with you? Sorry, mate. I'll crush you with overwhelming force. Liang Can reopened his book, The Annoying Integrated Circuit. Ding dong. The phone screen lit up, revealing a message. Upon opening it, he saw some behind-the-scenes footage sent by Bai Taojiang for his review. Bai Taojiang had sent a pitiful emoji. Shooting in the studio is a bit shy. Liang Can replied. The studio is indeed not private enough. Bai Taojiang responded, exactly, and there are too many distractions which affects my performance. The last time you shot for me felt the best. The essence of this was that Liang Can's previous shoot was the best, and she preferred fewer people around. Ideally, just the two of them. Liang Can replied, you want me to personally handle the camera and ensure privacy. Where can we find such a place? Bai Taojiang replied, at my place. There was no other option. Since it was for work, Liang Can had to venture into the shadows and visit Bai Taojiang's little nest. The last video shot from a boyfriend's perspective, which Liang Can had directed, was met with an enthusiastic response, so he was preparing to launch a second installment. Currently, Positive Vibes remained Liang Can's most profitable account, with the highest update frequency. After confirming a time with Bai Taojiang, Liang Can continued to immerse himself in his studies. After a while, he slowly stood up, returned the books to the shelf, and sighed softly. I can't concentrate. I want to go in. Meanwhile, Bai Taojiang, far away in her apartment, immediately booked an appointment at her regular beauty salon. She planned to undergo a full body treatment to ensure her skin remained supple and radiant. The next afternoon, Liang Can left the school, first stopping by a supermarket to buy some gifts before heading to the location Bai Taojiang had provided. It wouldn't be polite to visit someone's home empty-handed. I'm here. The door opened, and Bai Taojiang peeked out with a smile, her head bobbing in greeting. Liang Can's automatic targeting mechanism kicked into action. Today, Bai Taojiang donned a delicate spaghetti-strap mini-dress, crafted from soft, form-fitting fabric. The snug hemline barely reached her thighs, adorned with a subtle slit on the left side. Furthermore, her makeup was flawlessly applied, presenting an alluring sight as she awaited Liang Can's arrival at her home. The significance of a young woman fully made up in her own abode need not be elaborated upon. Liang Can, feeling overly courteous, arrived with gifts in hand. Upon allowing him entry, Bai Taojiang knelt to place his slippers at his feet, remaining in her crouched position, gazing up at him with a beaming smile. The neckline of her gray dress was already low, and Liang Can, towering above her, felt a rush of admiration for her thoughtfulness. For first visit, it was customary to bring a small token. After all, Liang Can slipped into the slippers and stepped into Bai Taojiang's domicile, a cozy duplex apartment of approximately 40 square meters, featuring a living room on the first floor and a bedroom above. His gaze fell upon a clothing rack by the window, laden with Bai Taojiang's various outfits, enough to accommodate countless changes. As long as the owner was satisfied, that was what mattered. With her hands clasped behind her back, Bai Taojiang tilted her head and asked, Boss, would you like to freshen up first? Observing Liang Can's puzzled expression, she playfully stuck out her tongue and added softly, "After your shower, we can enjoy a meal." She gestured towards the prepared dishes on the coffee table. "No need." Liang Can waved his hand dismissively. "Do you think I lack manners? I already bathed before coming." Bai Tajiang chuckled, her voice trailing off playfully. "Shall we get down to business then?" Indeed, it was important. Today marked Bai Tajiang's inaugural attempt at directing, a request she had fervently made. Liang Can readied the filming equipment and settled onto the sofa. Bai Tajiang approached with petite steps, whispering, "Boss, can you spread your legs a bit wider? My hips are somewhat ample." With such specific requests, Director Bai, you must guide well today. Liang Can adjusted his stance, and Bai Tajiang nestled herself in the gap between his legs. The filming commenced, depicting a scene where the charming young wife fed her hard-working husband. Bai Tajiang donned a mask, her hairstyle carefully crafted into a braided ponytail adorned with a red bow, a departure from a simple Japanese housewife bun. Liang Can kindly brushed her braid behind her, as it obstructed the camera's view. As he filmed, he provided her with guidance, praising her expressions while also suggesting improvements. Bai Tajiang, holding a piece of cold beef salad, supported it with one hand and offered it to Liang Can's mouth. "I feel relaxed when you are filming," she whispered, leaning close to his ear, her breath warm. Liang Can smiled. "It seems you have been diligently honing your skills lately." Indeed, Bai Tajiang's desire for validation was palpable, and Liang Can indulged her by savoring the beef. The next scene unfolded with Bai Tajiang, the clumsy yet endearing wife, inadvertently spilling food on Liang Can's lap. "Oh dear, I'm so clumsy," she lamented, kneeling before him to dab at the stains with tissues, her eyes filled with remorse. Liang Can, holding the camera, assured her, as long as the husband isn't angry, everything is well. Bai Tajiang, gazing up with apologetic eyes, responded, "I've disappointed you again." Their eyes locked for a moment, and after a few seconds, Bai Tajiang removed her mask, while Liang Can set the camera aside temporarily. "Boss, I'm truly delighted that you visited today." Bai Tajiang hesitated. "I can't recall." You're quite the master of feigning ignorance," Liang Can teased, seizing her arm and adding, "After spending so much time together, you must have noticed that I lack decorum. I often interrupt when others speak." He recalled the canine tooth effect he had mentioned before. Even if a girl's playful bite caused discomfort, one would not feel anger, for it was a sign of her affection. Though Bai Tajiang struggled to immerse herself in her role during her first attempt, Liang Can patiently taught her techniques. As the atmosphere warmed, he nestled deeper into the sofa, arms spread wide against the cushions, occasionally reaching out to affectionately ruffle Bai Tajiang's hair. She truly was a resilient girl, with a keen desire for affirmation, he mused. Observing her unexpressed feelings, Liang Can placed his hands at the back of her head, imparting wisdom. Communication between people sometimes transcends words. As he watched Bai Tajiang dash into the bathroom, he began humming Lin Yujia Xiangzio. The mouth is a vessel for emotional exchange. There are some individuals who, without uttering a sound, can convey their feelings simply by parting their lips. Bai Tajiang's warmth was overwhelming. It seemed she would often invite him over in the future. Realizing this, Liang Can called out to the bathroom, "Hurry up, the filming isn't finished yet." Bai Tajiang, washing her face, pouted in feigned annoyance. "What a tyrant of a boss you are, working me to the bone until I become mere pulp." When she finally emerged, she found Liang Can had already set up the camera to capture additional footage. Watching him adjust the lens with utmost concentration, Bai Tajiang leaned against the doorframe, her lips pursed in determination. "All right," she said, stepping forward with dainty strides. Liang Can, holding his phone, recited the script verbatim. "Do you desire?" "Yes," she replied. "What do you wish for?" "To be loved," Bai Tajiang thought quietly. Yet how could one expect affection from someone who does not love you? Thus, she resolved to be a carefree companion, one who would not burden him. After the filming concluded, Liang Can opted not to stay over, merely utilizing Bai Tajiang's bathroom to freshen up before taking his leave. Before departing, he even took the initiative to dispose of the trash at her door. "I truly am considerate," he mused. An adept dentist, Liang Can specialized in remedying the communication struggles of various girls. Where'd he lend his expertise next? As twilight approached, the campus buzzed with the anticipation of the upcoming holiday. Liang Can waved dismissively. "No need, I have other matters to attend to," having negotiated a lucrative deal worth billions. He had yet to secure the investment. Boasting, he thought. Just then, his phone screen illuminated silently. Liang Can had a habit of silencing his phone during class to maintain focus. Upon checking, he discovered Su Zhengyao had initiated a group chat. Sheng Shui, what are you up to? Sheng Shui invited Wen Xieying to join the group. Liang Can invited Wang Yuan to join the group. Wang Yuan invited He Shui to join the group. He Shui invited herself. Wen Xieying, what is this group? Su Zhengyao, brothers and sisters, let us gather. Tonight, Su Gongzi will cover the expenses. Silence ensued. Su Zhengyao, everyone. Still no response. Su Zhengyao, damn, I lost my internet connection, right? Liang Can, I'm available. Wang Yuan, my girlfriend and I are free too. Sheng Shui, Wen Xieying, all right. Su Zhengyao, Chapter 72, they should be the ones in a panic. Su Zhengyao likely hoped to invite Xieying out, while the rest of them were merely along for the ride. How amusing. I'm set to play the fool again. Liang Can contemplated. It had been a while since he had ventured out, consumed by the busyness of the new semester. Last night hardly counted as a leisure outing, as it was more of a work commitment. Propping his head up with one hand, Liang Can noticed Fei Ku had been chatting throughout the lecture, prompting his curiosity. Who are you enamored with this time? Someone from the computer science department, Fei Ku replied, glancing up to show Liang Can the chat logs. Maisie, I'm working on it. It's due this afternoon. Feek, all right, you carry on. Maisie, I don't intend to stop chatting. It won't hinder my work. Liang Can, after reviewing the chat records, nodded and remarked, not bad, but why did the conversation cease? Feek tucked his phone into his pocket. I'm afraid if we continue chatting, the task will fall to me. Liang Can complimented. You've got quite a strong sense of crisis. Brotherkin, this is basic instinct. You still manage to invoke basic instincts. Whom have you ever invoked them with? As the school bell rang, students swiftly vacated the classroom. Liang Can initially intended to wait for Wen Xieying and Sheng Shui to exit together, but both were still preening. Disinterested in waiting, he, along with the already present Wang Yuan and He Shui, headed to the nearby McDonald's to enjoy the air conditioning. Wang Yuan and He Shui shared a serving of snow-top dessert, taking turns to indulge. Liang Can grimaced, thinking it was better to wait for Sheng Shui and Wen Xieying. He remarked, can't you afford a second serving? If you're short on cash, just tell me. I'll treat you both. Wang Yuan shot Liang Can a glance. You don't understand this feeling, man. This situation is somewhat akin to filming a movie titled The Classmate's Mother, where you portray a student who has been writing homework for 2 hours beside you. A wave of heat rushed in as someone pushed the door open. It was Sheng Shui, and she had also invited her high school classmates from Hangzhou, Hu Yangyang and Su Yudi. Hello, Liang Can greeted Hu Yangyang and Su Yudi. You all say hello too. Liang Can replied cheerfully, raising his hand. Have you started dating in college? Hu Yangyang, sitting down with enthusiasm, asked bluntly, who would a homebody like me date? Have you and Sheng Shui gotten together? These two were witnesses to Liang Can's version of grand escape into the sun. Sheng Shui rolled her eyes. I wouldn't date even a dog. Su Yudi chuckled. Yet you're so nice to Liang Can. That's my penance, she retorted. Liang Can laughed heartily. Penance, huh? I sentence you to life imprisonment. You'll have to atone for a lifetime. After their playful banter, Liang Can turned to Wang Yuan. Let us go order some more food. After ordering 2 servings of snacks, Liang Can and Wang Yuan awaited at the counter. When Wen Xieying arrives, you make sure to keep her company and chat with her. Liang Can gestured. Hu Yangyang and Su Yudi are my high school classmates, so they'll naturally be closer to Sheng Shui. Wen Xieying will be left alone. Wang Yuan found this reasoning sound but still smirked. Why don't you accompany her yourself? Liang Can replied nonchalantly. I have too many people to attend to. I might not manage. If you keep this up, you'll be thrown into the Warhammer universe, and even in death, you'll end up in a fearless mech. Wang Yuan glanced at the table of girls, winking at Liang Can. Sometimes I truly admire you. How can you remain so unfazed? What do you mean? Wang Yuan added. When Wen Xieying arrives, these two will be in the same frame. He seemed to revel in Liang Can's predicament. You might not have noticed, but both Sheng Shui and Wen Xieying have their eyes on you. Wow, my friend, you've uncovered a hard-to-spot secret. Wang Yuan noticed Liang Can was staring at him intently. Yuan suddenly felt a chill. I'm not jealous. I have no feelings for you. What if you did? Liang Can teased, pointing at Wang Yuan. Dude, I would turn my back on you. Liang Can, hands in pockets, glanced at Wang Yuan. Yuan, do you think I'm clever, or are you the clever one? In terms of academic performance, you are cleverer. What about other aspects? In those two, you are the clever one. Wang Yuan, being the more perceptive one. Liang Can laughed. So I can certainly see that both of them have a bit of interest in me. Then why aren't you worried? If they like me, then it's they who should have a sense of crisis. Why should I be worried? Liang Can feigned innocence. Is it a crime to be liked? If so, then I truly deserve 1,000 deaths. Wang Yuan clenched his fist and then relaxed. No, why are you so shameless? Liang Can patted Wang Yuan's shoulder. We share everything, but the troubles of a handsome man, even if I share them with you, you cannot empathize. Once again, the heat from outside surged in as when Xieying arrived. Wang Yuan watched as when Xieying walked in with a smile, then glanced at Sheng Shui. For a simple gathering among friends, both had dressed rather elaborately, with full makeup, styled hair, and meticulously coordinated outfits adorned with accessories. They made quite the impression. Upon seeing Wen Xieying, Sheng Shui lifted her gaze and said calmly, "You're here." Wen Xieying sat down, slightly raising her chin, and nodded. "I'm here." Sheng Shui remarked, "You look quite beautiful today." "You too," Wen Xieying replied. "Then tell me specifically where I look beautiful." Wen Xieying said, "I'm just being polite." Wang Yuan fell silent, quietly murmuring to Liang Can, "Look at the trouble you've caused." Liang Can thought this was unrelated to him, as the two had always been at odds. However, today was a day of joy, and with everyone gathered, it would be disappointing if Sheng Shui and Wen Xieying clashed. To maintain harmony, Liang Can approached Sheng Shui and whispered, "Behave yourself, or I'll reveal how you begged me to be your stepfather." Sheng Shui, seeing the astonished expression on the young lady's face, Liang Can smirked internally. "Now you realize how wicked I can be, right? I've always said I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing. That time, I commanded you, not begged." Sheng Shui corrected him. "Oh, so that is what you care about. Well, I'll give you credit for that." Clearly, the young lady was wary of this leverage and decided to remain silent. Liang Can had her well in check. Observing Sheng Shui suddenly compliant, Wen Xieying cast a discerning glance at Liang Can. To Liang Can, these two girls were distinct. One was aloof and enigmatic, while the other was lively and cunning. Neither was easy to handle. Hu Yangyang and Su Yudi whispered conspiratorially, suddenly finding themselves in the midst of the excitement. They were utterly thrilled. "Did you see that?" Liang Can turned Sheng Shui obedient with just one sentence. "If they had no issues behind the scenes, I'll eat my hat. Then I'll do it for you. Brothers and sisters, I'm here." Su Zhengyao made a dazzling entrance, apologizing as he entered. "Sorry, I was getting my hair done and doing skincare, so I'm late." He then attempted to sit next to Wen Xieying with flamboyance. Liang Can looked up, grinning. "Brother Yao, now you truly are late." Liang Can sat between Wen Xieying on his left and Sheng Shui on his right, with both girls accompanied by others, filling the small table. Su Zhengyao. Sheng Shui glanced at Su Zhengyao and suggested, "Why don't we head to the place we reserved? Everyone is here now." "All right. Does anyone want to ride in my car?" 8 people, 3 cars, plenty of room. Sheng Shui took Su Yudi and Hu Yangyang, while Wen Xieying accompanied Wang Yuan and He Shui. Su Zhengyao drove his Audi 7, expressionless as he focused ahead. Liang Can sat in the passenger seat, equally expressionless. As the car waited at a red light, Su Zhengyao finally couldn't hold back. "Liang Can, let us speak candidly as men." "Sure," Liang Can replied, reaching to press a button, opening the sunroof. "I didn't mean that sunroof." Su Zhengyao huffed, closing it with irritation, then continued seriously. "Wen Xieying has quite a cold personality. That's directed at you, Brother Yao. That's the issue. How can I change that? I actually have a suggestion for you." Su Zhengyao, brimming with anticipation, eagerly asked, "What is your suggestion? Hurry up and tell me." Liang Can replied, "Just don't think about pursuing her. Just because I can't pursue her doesn't mean you can." Su Zhengyao scoffed, pressing the accelerator, and the high-performance Audi 7 surged ahead. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the dishes had been pre-ordered. Ordering food is an art, and Su Zhengyao had yet to master this art. Everyone enjoyed their meal, and aside from Su Zhengyao, all were fresh college students, engaging in lively discussions about their experiences at various schools, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Su Zhengyao today reserved a restaurant with private rooms. After dining, everyone proceeded to the karaoke room, where the waitstaff brought an array of beverages, snacks, and fruit platters. The establishment, indeed, boasted a commendable ambience. Having learned from the previous experience of Shang Shui's birthday, Su Zhengyao recognized that Liang Can was a master of dice games. So he refrained from rolling the dice this time. He thought to himself that he needed something more thrilling to elevate everyone's spirits. He resolved to showing Za just how charming and witty he could be. With determination, Su Zhengyao clapped his hands and announced, ladies and gentlemen, let us start with a little game to warm up the atmosphere. Hu Yangyang, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What shall we play?" Su Zhengyao glanced around, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Of course, it shall be truth or dare." He mused that if someone were to ask, "Brother Yao, do you like Wenxiang?" he would boldly admit, "Love is hard to express." Feeling exhilarated by this thought, Su Zhengyao declared, "Let us commence. We shall keep it simple, a single die, with 1 and 6 representing truth or dare, and the rest resulting in drinking. How does that sound?" This was Su Zhengyao's invention, purely designed for convenience. Everyone readily agreed. "I shall go first." He picked up the dice cup, shook it, and revealed a 6, truth or dare. Su Zhengyao, thumping his chest, "Feel free to ask me anything." When no one seemed curious, he pointedly asked, "Xiang, do you have a question for me?" When Xiang, being called upon, smiled and shook her head, "Nope." Su Zhengyao grew impatient. "Just ask one, please." After a moment of contemplation, Wen Xiang asked, "What is the nature of your relationship with Xing Shui?" "Cousins." Su Zhengyao replied, concluding his turn. Laughter erupted, with Wang Yuan unable to contain his amusement. Even Xing Shui chuckled. Su Zhengyao, feeling slightly dejected, pushed the dice towards Liang Can. "Your turn." Liang Can casually rolled, with a 1/3 chance of landing on truth or dare. Surely, luck would favor him. Opening the cup revealed a 3 drink. The others followed suit. And when it came to Xing Shui, she picked up the dice cup, gave it a shake, and set it down. It revealed a 6, truth or dare. Xing Shui shrugged, her tone calm. "What do you wish to ask?" The group exchanged glances, with Hu Yangyang barely containing his excitement, ready to raise his hand. "I have a question." When Xiang chimed in, her smile radiant. As she spoke, everyone except Xing Shui suddenly perked up. This was the essence of truth or dare, after all. Hu Yangyang stuffed his mouth with snacks, eyes glued to Xing Shui and Wen Xiang. Xing Shui, slightly taken aback, turned her gaze towards Wen Xiang, then gracefully crossed her legs, exuding an air of confidence. She tilted her chin slightly. "What is your question?" When Xiang sat up straight, cleared her throat, and asked, "I am curious as to why you suddenly changed your plans to study abroad and chose to attend university domestically. Besides accompanying your mother, is there another reason?" Hu Yangyang, mouth full of snacks, clapped enthusiastically at Su Yudi. After posing her question, Wen Xiang instinctively glanced at Liang Can, noticing he was looking back at her with a hint of confusion. Surely, he wondered why she had chosen to ask such a question in public. Wen Xiang thought to herself that she was genuinely curious or perhaps eager to hear Xing Shui articulate her reasoning. Liang Can indeed felt perplexed. While he and Xiang shared a good rapport, it seemed too overt for her to provide such a clear assist. Xing Shui, her gaze lowered, remained silent. Just as the group held their breath, she suddenly leaned forward, grasping a glass of beer from the table. She downed a full glass in one go. According to Su Zhengyao's rule for truth or dare, if one refuses to speak, they must drink. Letting out a slight belch, Xing Shui exhaled softly. "I've finished it." The implication was clear. She could not verbally disclose her reasons beyond accompanying her mother. The young lady maintained her composure, smiling slightly. "Let us continue playing." He Xuan nudged Wen Xiang. "Xiang, it's your turn." "All right." Wen Xiang shook the dice cup and revealed a 1. "I shall ask a question." Su Zhengyao promptly raised his hand, standing in excitement. Wen Xiang, "What type of boy do you like?" Su Zhengyao had initially considered directly asking, "Do you like me?" but thought better of it, opting for a more subtle approach. Xing Shui leaned slightly forward, a smile gracing her features as she regarded Wen Xiang. With sparkling eyes and elbows resting on her thighs, Wen Xiang cupped her face in her hands. "The type of boy I like is one who loves to laugh, is a bit mischievous, yet serious when it counts, someone who can be tough on the outside, but has a soft heart because he knows how to care for others." After finishing her description, she boldly turned to Xing Shui and asked, "Should I name names?" Xing Shui was taken aback by Wen Xiang's directness. Her own reserved nature rarely allowed for such forthright expressions. The young lady regarded her cheeky sister with a teasing tone. "Do you have someone in mind?" Wen Xiang chuckled. "Well, I suppose I have a crush." Xing Shui quipped, "I'll tell your mother." Wen Xiang responded with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Su Zhengyao felt a sense of dismay. He was no fool. How could he not discern the underlying implications? This was not merely subtext. It was practically a confession. "This game is over," Su Zhengyao declared in frustration. "Let us sing, roll the dice, and each pursue our own entertainment." With that, he selected a song titled Too Early. I know you left too soon, yet I still want to buy you a ticket. I know you left too soon, yet I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. A heartfelt song, particularly fitting for the moment. Wang Yuan, holding a glass, moved to sit beside Liang Can and whispered, "What shall we do now?" "What is there to do?" Xieying has made her feelings clear, Liang Can replied, nonchalantly turning his head as Su Jingyao lamented, not fearing that the girls would overhear. Even if it were a confession, he could assert that they had not known each other long enough for such a commitment, which would be irresponsible for both parties. Wang Yuan scoffed. "Are you even concerned about being responsible for yourself?" The two individuals he referred to were Shang Shui and Wen Xieying. Wang Yuan's hand holding the drink began to tremble. "Do you want both of them?" Liang Can shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you think I jest?" Wang Yuan, flustered, heard Liang Can continue. "It is akin to two men pursuing the same woman. If one becomes complacent, a mere nudge of encouragement might rekindle his hope." Wang Yuan retorted, "That is the epitome of a manipulative act. Your words imply that I am some virtuous being," he scoffed. Wang Yuan hastily departed, believing that the less he knew about such matters, the better. Liang Can munched on snacks while observing Wen Xieying and Shang Shui. The group engaged in collective games, radiating a cheerful atmosphere, exuding the elegance of mature women. Some scoundrels, fearing the disapproval of a girl as friends, might resort to underhanded tactics to undermine their relationships. But Liang Can would never stoop to such base behavior. However, if two girls were at odds with each other, then perhaps he could make a move. He chuckled inwardly, believing this was not a situation that warranted his concern. These girls were not easily won over. As Su Jingyao finished his song and downed his drink, he suddenly threw an arm around Liang Can. "We shall change venues shortly. I propose a playful game of passing tissues mouth to mouth." "Passing tissues is too unsanitary." "Brother Yao," Liang Can protested. Su Jingyao chuckled disdainfully and remarked, "You wouldn't be too shy to play, would you?" Liang Can replied, "I find it far more interesting to pass it on while holding an ice cube." Su Jingyao retorted, "You scolded the neighbor. And this scoundrel plays even more extravagantly than I do." Wang Yuan embraced He Shui and inquired, "Did uncle and aunt agree?" Liang Can nodded. "I've created a campus account. There are just too many matters to attend to at the moment. Now I can freely seek out Dr. Shui for some fun." As the gathering approached its conclusion, a group descended the stairs and called for a designated driver at the restaurant entrance. "Where are you all heading?" "The dormitory is already locked." Liang Can questioned the group. Shang Shui chimed in. "Yang Yang and Yudi are staying with me. The young lady has a place near the school." Liang Can turned to Wen Xieying and asked, "What about you?" Wen Xieying's cheeks flushed slightly, hinting at a mild inebriation. "I have a place near the school. In Hangzhou, housing is quite affordable. Anyone can afford it." Su Jingyao, "You take Shang Shui and the others." Liang Can instructed, "The back seat of the 911 is too cramped for me." Wen Xieying can barely fit. The two remained silent in the car, and upon arriving at her community, Liang Can escorted Wen Xieying to her doorstep. She lingered for a moment, smiling as she lightly patted Liang Can's shoulder. "You're quite the young man. Your consideration is commendable." She seemed in no rush to enter. Liang Can smiled. "If you wish to continue chatting, why not invite me in for a while?" "I'm afraid of you," she retorted playfully. "Just come in if you want." Wen Xieying, full of bravado, stepped aside to let him pass. Liang Can shook his head with a grin. "Forget it. I'm afraid once I go in, I want to leave." "You've worked hard," he added. With a snap of his fingers, Liang Can proposed, "Actually, we could collaborate. The upcoming campus diary will have numerous events that require a charming host, and I believe you will be perfect for it. It would also hone your professional skills. A win-win situation." Wen Xieying raised her hands. "Will Director Liang pay me?" Liang Can replied cheekily, "Do we really need to discuss money among friends?" "No way. I want to be paid." All right, you got it," Liang Can conceded. Wen Xieying furrowed her brow in thought, contemplating what else she wanted to say. After a moment, Liang Can's teasing voice broke the silence. "If you just want to linger with me a little longer, silence is perfectly fine." Wen Xieying paused, then tilted her head and placed her hands on her hips. "Hey, that's a bit too self-absorbed." She turned to enter her home, glancing back at Liang Can. "All right, good night. I've safely arrived home, and now you can go charm Shang Shui." Liang Can raised an eyebrow. "If I really try to charm her, you won't be happy." "Really not going to charm her?" "Nope, I'm tired. I'm off to find a place to sleep." Wen Xieying laughed heartily and waved goodbye. Good night. Let me know when you arrive." Once she closed the door, Liang Can entered the elevator. As expected, Wen Xieying leaned against the window, waving her arms at him. That girl is truly endearing. Upon settling into the taxi, Liang Can murmur to himself before pulling out his phone to message Sheng Shui. Are you home yet? Moments later, he received a reply from her. Did you ensure when Xiang got home safely? All right. It's really not safe for a girl to live alone at night. It's only right that you see her home. Reading this message, Liang Can felt a wave of emotion. Despite her occasional harshness, the young lady was fundamentally kind-hearted, truly deserving of the title of a beautiful girl I have once molded. Sheng Shui messaged, Don't be too confident, Kingu. Liang Can chuckled as he read through her messages, wishing her good night before concluding their conversation. He then opened his chat with Wen Xiang. I've arrived at the hotel, good night. Setting his phone aside, Liang Can nestled into bed, yawning. It had been a fulfilling and busy day. Chapter 74. His intensity last night's game of truth or dare yielded significant rewards. Yet Liang Can remain discreet, quietly reaping his benefits. After all, as the old saying goes, one cannot conceal affection for one person, but must carefully guard feelings for two. Moreover, what Liang Can sought was not merely affection. He desired it all. Thus, only Tao Yingjie remained in the dormitory, a pitiful child. Hey, you were the only one in the dorm yesterday. You must have had quite the indulgence, right? Liang Can jovially tossed a pack of cigarettes to Tao Yingjie, which he had received from Su Zhengyao the previous day. Find yourself a girlfriend. Let her help you relieve some stress. Finding a partner nowadays is akin to aiding someone in supporting their wife, Tao Yingjie argued, expressing his belief that campus romances rarely endure, inevitably leading to breakups. Liang Can raised an eyebrow. Consider it from a different perspective. Weren't you also playing with someone else's partner? Upon careful reflection, Tao Yingjie found this remark to be quite reasonable. Kingu, I just can't find anyone, he lamented. I feel too ordinary. Brother appreciates men who dare to confront their shortcomings. Liang Can clapped a hand on Tao Yingjie's shoulder. During the upcoming holiday, I plan to host a lecture at school. Come help me out. There will surely be many girls in attendance. While I can't guarantee you'll find a partner, it will be beneficial for you to interact with more girls. That sounds great. Tao Yingjie readily agreed. I'll follow your lead. Campus Diary had launched a new dating video produced by Liang Can, Zhang Chu, and Wu Junlong, with a prominent mentor as the host. This time, it was not just two people, but three. Tensions nearly escalated into a fight, resulting in a heightened effect. Subsequently, the information about the health seminar was pinned in the comment section of the video, with sign-ups available in the back end. Not only students from their school, but also many from other institutions were eager to join. The students attending the seminar were mostly of the mindset that since they were on holiday, they might as well find something to do. The ability to attract such a large crowd was largely due to Shui Fu's efforts. Liang Can had specially created a poster for her, which he shared on Weibo and other platforms. In the poster, Shui Fu donned a white coat and glasses, exuding a blend of allure and melancholy that captivated many admirers. Liang Can noted that the number of girls signing up for the lecture surpassed that of boys. Indeed, Shui Fu attracted more girls. Young boys couldn't quite grasp the allure of such a woman, while they were more drawn to the appeal of innocent, contrasting girls. Liang Can mused to himself, I am different. I admire both. The seminar required some preliminary work, and as Liang Can was now a member of the student council, he could rightfully use their office space. After taking a nap, Liang Can rose to attend to his tasks. Upon arriving at the student council, he discovered a considerable number of people present, including Wei Dong. Oh, Vice President Wei. Good to see you again, Liang Can greeted cheerfully. Wei Dong glanced at Liang Can, responding with a forced smile. Liang Can paid no mind and found an available computer to begin his work. Among the student council members present, a few were whispering among themselves. Although it was Liang Can's first visit to the student council, everyone was already aware of him. Rumor had it that in response to this new student, Peng Chunxian had summoned Zhang Ziren, Wei Dong, and other student council members to her office for a stern reprimand. This new student likely had significant connections. Perhaps he was a relative of some school leader. To initiate a lecture upon entering the student council during the holiday and expecting them to help coordinate the venue was quite audacious. TCH, connections are the most detestable. Liang Can, however, remained unfazed, knowing they weren't entirely wrong. I am indeed well connected. Upset? Deal with it. Therefore, Liang Can anticipated that these individuals would not genuinely exert themselves on his behalf. He had mentally prepared for this. After compiling the necessary information for the lecture, Liang Can intentionally lingered in the office until after 9 before deciding to leave. Before departing, He sent a message in the student council group. Are any upperclassmen coming to the office? If not, I will turn off the air conditioning. It is common knowledge that in work, one must leave a trace. Tasks may be handled carelessly, but photographs must be taken beautifully. It matters not whether others see. It is essential that Peng Chanxian notices, as this message was intended for her eyes. In the open air, at a late-night food stall, Wei Dong gazed at the messages in the group chat and erupted in a fit of anger. What an insufferable show-off. Does he have no end to his antics? A fellow student council member, observing his agitation, urged Wei Dong to calm down. Brother Dong, let go. He has powerful connections. We cannot afford to offend him. Wei Dong retorted, what connections? He merely created a trivial account. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to his companions. Why can't we also create an account? The student council members exchanged glances. Energized, Wei Dong continued. We have been in the student council for so long. We possess the networks and resources. What can that Liang Can, a mere freshman, possibly compete with us on? A male student interjected, but he has a background. Wei Dong slammed his hand on the table. What is there to fear when we have countless alumni from Hongdian behind us? The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. After taking a swig of beer, he added, this way, I can rightfully invite Bingxin to appear in our content, strengthening our bond. Just then, his phone vibrated, displaying the caller ID. Chu Bingxin. Wei Dong picked it up, overjoyed. What a coincidence, I was just talking about Bingxin when she called. Answering the call, he spoke warmly. Hello, Bingxin. I'm at Shuni Paidang enjoying some late-night snacks. Would you like to join? No, I don't eat at night, replied a melodious voice from the other end. I heard your student council is hosting a health seminar in a couple of days. Do you have any connections to attend? I would love to go. The seminar is organized by the campus direct account. I enjoy following it. Noticing Wei Dong's silence, Chu Bingxin's tone turned slightly displeased. Wei Dong, as the vice president of the student council, surely you can manage this? Wei Dong opened his mouth, clenched his teeth, and replied, no problem, I'll handle it. After hanging up, he remained silent for a moment, then took another deep gulp from his beer, his face clouded with frustration. 2 days later, Liang Can stood in the multimedia hall, gazing up at the banner hanging on the wall, nodding in satisfaction. Tao Yingjie rushed about, sweating profusely. Brother Can, I've counted out 100 small gifts. Arrange them in order, right? Yes, let's set them up together, Liang Can replied, lifting a large cardboard box to help. Tao Yingjie took the box from him. Brother Can, you handle other tasks. Let me take care of this small matter. No way, Liang Can firmly refused. You are here to assist me, which means I lead and you support. I can't let you do everything alone. The rhythmic sound of high heels clicking against the tile floor caught Liang Can's attention. Dr. Xue, today clad in a white chiffon blouse and a fitted light pink skirt that accentuated her slender waist, approached, revealing her delicate calves. You can continue with your tasks. Liang Can said, handing the box to Tao Yingjie. I have something important to attend to. After the event, he planned to treat Tao Yingjie to a foot massage and request 2 of the 18-year-old skilled therapists. Dr. Xue, you're here quite early. Liang Can greeted her with a smile. There's still 2 hours until the event starts. Dr. Xue adjusted her glasses with a subtle smile. I arrived early to prepare, to avoid any mistakes. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon a stand displaying a poster featuring her full body image. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she pointed at the poster. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Not at all. Your image is outstanding and deserves to be promoted, Liang Can assured her, guiding Dr. Xue to sit down before reporting. We expect 100 students to attend, not only from our school, but also from several nearby institutions. Dr. Xue nodded, taking a gentle breath. Noticing her demeanor, Liang Can chuckled. What's wrong? Feeling a bit nervous? Yes, I've never presented at such a large-scale seminar before. Dr. Xue bit her lip and turned to Liang Can, her expression troubled. What if I freeze up on stage? Then you'll feel embarrassed. What else can you do? Seeing her dismay, Liang Can laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'll be your support, ensuring the atmosphere remains lively and engaging. Embrace the questions and interactions. Treat it like a casual conversation, and you'll be fine. Dr. Xue pondered his words, finding them quite reasonable. She smiled shyly. At my age, I still need reassurance from a younger brother. Liang Can crossed his legs. What will the seminar primarily cover? It will focus mainly on health, incorporating some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. Xue explained. Though opinions on traditional Chinese medicine vary, I believe it has many merits. You understand traditional Chinese medicine as well? Liang Can inquired. I have some knowledge. I can take a pulse. Liang Can eagerly extended his arm, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Then can you take my pulse and see what I might need to enhance? Dr. Shui, secretly charmed by Liang Can's enthusiasm, hesitated slightly but finally agreed. All right, I'll give it a try. As she placed her fingers on Liang Can's pulse, he suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Is something wrong with my pulse? No, not at all, Dr. Shui stammered, feeling flustered. Let me try again. With that, she pressed down on his pulse once more. Liang Can watched her, nervously swallowing. Dr. Shui, if there's an issue, please tell me straightforwardly. Am I suffering from some strange ailment? Liang Can, your pulse suggests. Dr. Shui glanced at him, her expression complex. You seem to possess quite a vigor. Am I really that vigorous? Liang Can asked. That's what the pulse indicates. Dr. Shui peered at him through her glasses, her voice laced with uncertainty. Are you not aware? Liang Can shook his head. How would I know, being a virgin? Dr. Shui fell silent for a moment before firmly stating, find a girlfriend, and you will bring her happiness. Why not just gather a few and benefit the whole community? Liang Can countered, engaging Dr. Shui in a scientific discussion. In your expert opinion, how impressive could I possibly be? Dr. Shui was taken aback by the question, hastily waving her hands. I don't know. I lack experience. Are you still hiding things from your little brother? Dr. Shui's voice grew slightly more assertive. Liang Can chuckled. Why so bashful? This isn't befitting of your professional demeanor. Not only was she bashful, but Dr. Shui's cheeks flushed. She exuded a blend of melancholy, charm, and now a hint of innocence. This was unusual. She typically did not display such naivety, indicating that she might have been taken aback. Liang Can decided to refrain from teasing the somewhat clumsy doctor. No worries. I'll explore this myself in due time, to discover just how impressive I can be. Doctor, Shui assured him. Rest assured, I am a doctor with professional ethics and will not disclose any medical information. Liang Can jested. No, I encourage you to spread the word widely. What? He continued. Imagine all the young women, from fresh-faced girls to seasoned ladies, vying to catch my attention. He chuckled. Doctor. Shui repeatedly adjusted her glasses, attempting to mask her earlier emotions. She found Liang Can's boldness a bit excessive. However, contemplating his impressive vigor, it was understandable for a young man to exhibit such exuberance given his single status. In the back row, Tao Ingjia, busy arranging the small gifts, looked over and was filled with admiration. Brotherkin could not only charm beautiful girls, but also captivate women of all walks of life. A mere freshman had managed to fluster a working doctor, leaving her blushing. Truly remarkable. Doctor. Shui glanced at her watch and said to Liang Can, I need to prepare for a bit. All right. Liang Can accompanied Dr. Shui to the multimedia workstation at the podium. Dr. Shui took out a disc from her bag to test the projection effect. At that moment, she slightly leaned forward, her long black hair cascading elegantly. One side tucked behind her ear while the other fell freely. Liang Can step forward to help gather her hair. You have a lot of hair, he thought to himself as he held her tresses. Shui Fu glanced at Liang Can, her eyes blinking rapidly. You do your thing, Liang Can said with a cheerful smile. Consequently, Shui Fu ceased her conversation, her finger speed on the mouse noticeably increasing. Liang Can, observing her from the side, caught sight of an intriguing phenomenon. Her ears had turned a shade of red. Just as he was about to scrutinize further, an unexpected group entered the room, led by Wei Dong and several student council members. Wei Dong, grinning broadly, said, Liang Can, we're here to help. Did we arrive too late? Without lifting his head, Liang Can replied, not late at all. Vice Secretary Peng hasn't arrived yet. You came too early. The others exchanged glances, perplexed by his words, wondering if he thought their assistance was merely for Peng Chinchuan's approval. Wei Dong felt a surge of anger. Did he really think he was an authority worshiper? He was here to assist Chu Bingxin. You two, go assist that junior in distributing gifts, Wei Dong instructed before casually glancing at Shui Fu on the podium, his gaze becoming fixated. How could someone be so beautiful and graceful? Liang Can notice Wei Dong's unwavering stare at Shui Fu and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Well, he had some taste after all. Wei Dong, do you need something? Liang Can inquired. Approaching Liang Can, he whispered, I have a friend who wants to attend the lecture. Could you make it convenient? Liang Can shot a glance at Wei Dong, asking, is it a boy or a girl? A girl. Is she pretty? Wei Dong took a step back, eyeing Liang Can warily. What are you up to? Liang Can retorted angrily. What are you afraid of? Just because I'm handsome. You're wary of your junior? Are you even human? This thick-skinned fellow, who feigned compliance at work, now had the audacity to ask for a favor from him. Wei Dong had experienced Liang Can's swift change in demeanor before, but he never expected this brash individual would also resort to profanity in front of someone as exquisite as Xue Fu. It was utterly uncouth, devoid of any gentlemanly decorum. Xue Fu finished her task and straightened up to address Liang Can. It's indeed not good to have such a habit of cursing. Liang Can immediately changed his tone, understood? Sister, Xue Fu, feeling quite helpless, added, you can let my hair down now. Liang Can chuckled as he released Xue Fu's long hair, which cascaded down her back like a waterfall, exuding a delightful fragrance. Taking a deep breath, Liang Can noticed Wei Dong was also staring in astonishment, and he promptly glared. That's my sister. What are you looking at? Wei Dong, having studied at Hongyan for 2 years, had never encountered someone as audacious as Liang Can. Yet, he found himself at a disadvantage, needing Liang Can's assistance. Junior, the one coming is a girl, and she's quite beautiful. Wei Dong's voice was weak. Do me a favor, and your matters will be mine in the future. First, he would yield. Once his own account was thriving, he would deal with Liang Can later. Then bring her over for me to see. Liang Can smiled. Today we're having a beauty contest. No ugly ones are allowed in, so you'll have to stay outside to listen to the lecture. Liang Can, I have an early class. Wei Dong fumed, turning to report good news to Chu Bingxin. Before long, Wei Dong returned with a young girl to the multimedia hall. Chu Bingxin, now a sophomore, was indeed lovely, though she paled in comparison to Xue Fu. Liang Can, ever the troublemaker, approached Wei Dong, who was dutifully following behind, and patted him on the shoulder with a grin. You're not backing out, are you? Wei Dong glared. How could I? Don't think so poorly of me. Liang Can replied with a benign smile. What are you planning to do? I just want to let you know, Dongzi, if you can't handle such a beauty, let me take over. Chu Bingxin overheard this and turned to Liang Can. You are the founder of Campus Diary? Liang Can nodded. Yes, hello. Chu Xiuejia. Chu Bingxin smiled brightly and extended her hand. Hello. Those videos made me laugh until my stomach hurt. You are incredibly talented. Liang Can, displaying modesty, took her delicate hand. I'm glad you enjoy them. It would be even better if I could invite you to appear in one. Is that really possible? As long as Vice Chairman Wei agrees. Wei Dong was taken aback. Chu Bingxin looked puzzled. Why does he need to agree? Liang Can feigned surprise. Aren't you Wei Dong's girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Wei Dong felt a rush of emotion. Was this lad truly helping him? How could I be his girlfriend? Chu Bingxin retorted without hesitation. I contacted Wei Dong to attend the lecture. After saying this, she shot a glance at Wei Dong, adding irritably, There's nothing more to our relationship. Liang Can quickly apologized. I'm sorry. That was my misunderstanding. Chu Bingxin made her way to her seat, while Liang Can busied himself. Hey, Vice Chairman Wei, why are you shedding tears? As the start time approached, students began to enter the hall in droves. At this moment, Xue Fu exhibited her undeniable charm, as many young girls rushed over, excitedly requesting photos. Xue Fu graciously obliged, and Liang Can played the role of photographer. After finally dispersing the little fans, Xue Fu let out a sigh of relief. Liang Can, you are quite mischievous. Xue Fu teased. She had witnessed Liang Can's playful antics with Chu Bingxin at Wei Dong's expense. Liang Can crossed his arms, surveying the gradually filling seats below, and sighed. Sister, university is a little society. If one studies diligently, there are usually no worries. But if one wishes to stir things up, all sorts of troublesome individuals will emerge to annoy you. If I don't act a little wickedly, others will come to bully me. Xue Fu contemplated this and found some merit in his words, though she still commented, but don't bully others too harshly. I felt a bit sorry for that student council member just now. Just then, Zhuang Jichao and Peng Chunxian arrived together. Liang Can promptly introduced Xue Fu to the two. While Xue Fu and Peng Chunxian exchanged pleasantries, Zhuang Jichao stood beside Liang Can, giving him a thumbs up. I was initially worried for you, considering the scale of this lecture. I feared you might falter, Zhuang Jichao admitted, glancing at Xue Fu and nodding repeatedly. But upon seeing Dr. Xue, I knew this lecture would surely be a success. After speaking, Zhuang Jichao noticed Liang Can glancing around and found him increasingly likable, feeling that this young man was indeed bringing honor to himself. Therefore, his demeanor softened further. What are you looking for? Brother can help you find it. Didn't you bring your high school sister along? Seeing Zhuang Jichao's stern expression, Liang Can quickly explained, girls her age should definitely attend professional lectures. After reflecting, Liang Can muttered, what a pity. As the announcement time arrived, the multimedia hall was nearly filled to capacity. Liang Can took the microphone and walked onto the stage, positioning himself beside Xue Fu, facing the audience. He declared loudly, thank you to all the leaders and students from both our school and other institutions for taking the time during the National Day holiday to attend this Gender Knowledge lecture hosted by the Youth League Committee of our School of Electronic Information and organized by Campus Diary. First, allow me to introduce the leaders present at today's lecture. The Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee of the School of Electronic Information, Peng Chunxian. He gestured toward his counselor, and my advisor, Teacher Zhuang Jichao. Xue Fu gently applauded, looking at Liang Can, who spoke confidently and fluently without a hint of nervousness. This self-proclaimed younger brother of hers truly possessed a maturity and courage that far exceeded his peers, Xue Fu thought. Liang Can turned to the side. Today's main speaker is the attending physician from the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department of the city's top-tier hospital, Dr. Xue Fu. Dr. Xue graduated from Zhejiang University School of Medicine, studying under the province's Obstetrics and Gynecology Authority. Xue Fu approached the podium and bowed slightly to the audience. Liang Can interjected with playful remarks, easing Xue Fu's tension, occasionally handing the microphone to the enamored fans for dialogue with her. As she observed the starry-eyed fans, Xue Fu gradually transformed from her initial shyness into a state of growing confidence. Peng Chunxian, witnessing the lively and orderly atmosphere, quietly remarked to Zhuang Jichao, Liang Can has some skill. Zhuang Jichao was immensely proud, exclaiming, nonsense, have you considered who my teacher is? Chapter 76, he can be replaced. The lecture proceeded exceptionally well, with Liang Can bouncing around like a lively little bee tasked with invigorating the atmosphere in a bar. This led to an unprecedented surge of enthusiasm among the students, resulting in increasingly abstract questions. Dr. Xue, may I inquire whether wearing a bra counts as giving? Dr. Xue Fu replied, in all honesty, yes. Dr. Xue, does papaya truly enhance breast size? Dr. Xue Fu stated, there is no evidence to suggest that papaya has such an effect. Dr. Xue, do you like younger brothers? Dr. Xue Fu responded, as Liang Can raised a microphone and pointed toward the audacious boy, someone, please escort this person out. There could only be one younger brother for Dr. Xue Fu, and that was none other than myself. In summary, the first session of the Campus Diary on gender education was a resounding success. The students regarded it as a unique comedic performance and even received small gifts upon leaving. They eagerly anticipated the next event. After the session, Peng Chunxian wore a beaming smile, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of the lecture. It is worth noting that this achievement was credited to her. Liang Can, you did exceptionally well this time. You must keep up the good work, Peng Chunxian encouraged. Liang Can smiled and waved his hand. Thank you, Secretary Peng, for your praise. I merely performed some trivial tasks. It was primarily Dr. Xue's expertise that allowed the students to gain so much. Peng Chunxian chided, you are far too humble, Liang Can. Just so you know, at this moment, Xue Fu had already packed her tray, lifted her bag, and was glancing towards Liang Can. Dr. Xue, you have already met Deputy Secretary Peng. Liang Can reintroduced Peng Chunxian to Xue Fu. I manage the campus social media accounts, including the successful execution of this lecture with considerable assistance from Secretary Peng. Xue Fu blinked, as if understanding the unspoken implications. She took out her phone from her bag and said to Peng Chunxian, Secretary Peng, let us connect. Who could refuse the prospect of having a doctor as a friend in the social world? This was particularly true for Peng Chunxian, as Xue Fu was an esteemed gynecologist. In the future, should there be any irregularities with menstruation or abnormal discharge, Xue Fu would be the go-to person. Alright. I was just too shy to bring it up earlier, Peng Chunxian said cheerfully, adding Xue Fu, please, just call me Chunxian, no need for formalities. Xue Fu glanced at Liang Can, pondered for a moment, and said to Peng Chunxian, Chunxian, please take good care of Liang Can. He is my younger brother. Upon hearing Xue Fu's words, Liang Can raised an eyebrow, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. After the gathering, Liang Can escorted Xue Fu to the parking lot. The two strolled through the serene campus, the early autumn night carrying a slight chill. Liang Can asked Xue Fu, are you cold? Xue Fu glanced at Liang Can and shook her head. No, just a few steps and I'll warm up. With his hands in his pockets, Liang Can suddenly said, "Thank you for connecting with Peng Chen. I initially thought my social skills were lacking, and that I might not grasp your subtle cues." Noticing Liang Can's mildly surprised expression, Xuefu adjusted her glasses and, in a rare light-hearted tone, replied, "Please, I'm also a working member of society, employed in a hospital where I encounter all sorts of people. How could I possibly be oblivious to social nuances?" Xuefu added, "Didn't you hear what I said? I'm a working professional." She placed one hand on her hip, emphasizing her point with a playful flourish. "I'll say it again. I am a working individual. Will you criticize me?" "Never. I stated that I was on duty at the hospital." "Ah, mama's boy." Xuefu rolled her eyes at Liang Can and curiously asked, "I am quite intrigued. How did you develop such an extraordinary eloquence? Is it innate talent or acquired skill?" "Both talent and hard work." Liang Can smiled at Xuefu. "But mostly it's about being thick-skinned." Xuefu fell silent for a moment before softly saying, "That too is a kind of talent." "Oh." Xuefu, carrying her bag, walked alongside Liang Can, chatting away, perhaps unaware that she no longer viewed him as a stranger. "I particularly lack in this area. One time while walking my dog, I accidentally let it relieve itself on someone's car tire. When the owner confronted me, I was too timid to speak." Liang Can replied, "The car owner was a woman, right?" Xuefu, taken aback, asked, "How did you know?" Liang Can shrugged. "Men wouldn't confront you. They would simply demand compensation. Besides, being thick-skinned has its tricks, and I can teach you." "Were they?" Xuefu looked at Liang Can with eager anticipation. "Focus on the core and the key points. For instance, if we refer to your dog Liang Can gaze deeply at Xuefu. If your sister's dog goes missing, I wouldn't help find it. Rather, I would replace it. Have you truly never been hit? Those who can see my face have no reason to strike." Upon reaching the car, Xuefu anxiously fumbled with the door handle, trying several times before finally opening it and hurriedly sitting inside, eager to start the engine. Liang Can leaned down. "Send me a message when you arrive at the hospital." Xuefu pointed a finger. "I warn you, do not treat me like a child. I'm the older sister." Liang Can tilted his head and grinned. "With such a fierce younger brother like me, aren't you proud, sister?" Xuefu replied, "Had I known, I would have mentioned it." Xuefu quickly pressed the gas pedal and sped away. After leaving Hongyan, she gripped the steering wheel tightly, her expression remaining stoic as she focused on the road ahead. At one moment, she suddenly chuckled softly. "Spending more time with him might indeed transform the deficiencies in my character. Liang Can truly is quite the character." Meanwhile, she spotted Tao Yingjie cleaning up alone. Liang Can approached and boldly took the broom from Tao Yingjie's hands, saying, "You sit and rest. I will handle it." With nimble movements, Liang Can tidied up and then called Peng Chen. This time, he could openly lodge a complaint, as he had just enhanced her reputation. "Secretary Peng, the few student council officers you sent have not been of any assistance. Cleaning was solely accomplished by me and my roommate. I believe it is necessary to report this matter to you." "You heard me correctly. I am indeed lodging a complaint." Once Liang Can hung up, Tao Yingjie expressed concern. "Brother Can, will this really be all right? Enduring once is acceptable, but if this becomes a habit, the day you finally explode, they will say, 'Hey, you weren't like this before. What happened?'" Wei Dong is the vice president of the student council, and now that you have joined, if he can still continue in that role, I'm not a small tough guy. Liang Can draped an arm around Tao Yingjie's shoulders and cheerfully said, "You've worked hard today. Come, let me treat you to a foot massage. If you call me Brother Can, I will take care of you." In this world, it's not just about being able to flirt. Loyalty is essential. With their warrior attire donned, the battle song of charge resonated. At Hien Club, Liang Can indeed ordered 2 18-year-old female technicians, each responsible for 1 foot. Tao Yingjie was overjoyed, chatting merrily with the technicians. Exhausted, despite having forgotten his fatigue, he reminded Liang Can, "Brother Can, I will come to help you next time." The technician attending to Liang Can was also a young woman, dressed in a simple white fitted qipao, occasionally stealing glances at the charming young man she was serving. Noticing the technician's eyes almost glued to Liang Can, Tao Yingjie found it odd that he appeared indifferent. "Wait, Brother Can is the kind of person who attracts attention from even passing dogs. There's no reason for him to ignore a beautiful technician." "Brother Can, what are you busy with?" Tao Yingjie inquired. "I am chatting with Chu Bingxin." It was Chu Bingxin who initiated the conversation. She added me herself. Chu Bingxin messaged, "Junior, Today's lecture was fantastic. I look forward to the next episode of Campus Diary. She sent a string of cheerful, smiley faces. Indeed, it was genuinely interesting. If you need my assistance for future videos, do not hesitate to ask. Liang Can pondered that Chu Bingxin was a girl of some competence. She clearly desired to participate in the filming of Campus Diary to make a name for herself in front of her classmates. Yet, she refrained from expressing this directly. Even when Liang Can had previously invited her, her response remained, "It's just a favor." Just listen to that. A favor. If you allow her to be on screen, you ought to thank her in return. Liang Can replied in kind, "I would also like to trouble you, senior, but I fear that Vice President Wei Dong might be displeased." Chu Bingxin retorted, "That has nothing to do with him. I've said it before, he is not my boyfriend." He picked up an orange and handed it to the technician, who was busy massaging her own thigh. "Stop that for now and peel this orange for me." The young lady blinked, softly responding, "I'll wash my hands first." Liang Can nodded, "Make sure to wash them well, for you still need to feed me." The young lady let out a small sound before darting into the restroom. After a few minutes, the phone screen lit up. Liang Can did not rush to check it, instead engaging in conversation with the technician. He certainly would not ask her why she chose this profession. It was obvious. Money, of course. Unless you were doing it to massage his smelly feet. Tao Ingjia, enjoying a bowl of noodles, curiously inquired, "Brother Can, how did your conversation with Chu Bingxin go?" With a mouthful of noodles, he exclaimed, "That seems a bit challenging, doesn't it?" Liang Can replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. From my observations, Wei Dong is quite infatuated with Chu Bingxin, while she appears indifferent, even dismissive. She seems to only seek him out occasionally, discarding him when he is no longer useful." Thus, Chu Bingxin felt a sense of invincibility. Tao Ingjia was momentarily stunned. He had been observing in the multimedia hall, but had not perceived such nuances. Liang Can leisurely picked up his phone. "Let us unveil the truth and see if my conjectures hold merit." He unlocked the screen and read, "Can I delete Wei Dong without issue?" Chapter 77. The most taboo subject in university is love. Everything unfolded as Liang Can had anticipated, leaving him feeling rather unimpressed. These women truly lacked intrigue. He set his phone aside, softly lamenting, "Still, my darling is far more interesting." The term darling referred to Shang Shui, not in the sense of a pampered young lady, but rather in the context of affection. In Liang Can's lexicon, it signified something grand. After an hour of soaking, Liang Can called out boldly, "Add another hour and fill it up." "Brother Can, that's enough. Please, no more." Tao Ingjia interjected, "If you continue, my delicate little feet will not withstand it." People are often like that. Excessive indulgence can lead to discomfort. Liang Can understood, suggesting that one should simply practice moderation. "You should speak of my feet. Soaking for 5 hours would pose no burden at all." After changing clothes, Liang Can purchased a membership card worth 10,000 yuan at the bar. Soon, the team would grow in number, and once their work concluded, he could invite them for a foot soak to relieve fatigue. He explained to Tao Ingjia, "I am doing this for your benefit." Good news arrived from Peng Chenxian. Liang Can's application for an office had been approved, and it was quite spacious, approximately 100 square meters. Liang Can selected an auspicious day to gather the technical team for a meeting. Upon learning of this, Fei Ku and others volunteered to assist in setting the scene. "Brother Can, are you still here?" Zhou Yu looked at Liang Can, who was still lounging on the bed, and reminded him. Liang Can lazily rolled over. "What's the rush? Leaders always arrive last." After lingering for another 10 minutes, he finally got up to wash his face and brush his teeth before heading to the office. The university had many vacant classrooms and activity rooms, and freeing one up for Peng Chinchuan's position posed no challenge whatsoever. By the time Liang Can and his roommates arrived, the office was already populated with several individuals, including members of the technical team and 3 from the filming team of Zhichuan. Among them was a short-haired girl with a camera bag, quite striking. "Whoa, Brother Can, there's a beauty," Fei Ku exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "I have truly fallen for her." "Fei Gongzi, this marks the 8th girl you've fallen for since the semester began. Indeed, Brother Can, you ought to keep an eye on him." Liang Can cast a serious glance at Fei Ku. "How can it only be 8? Are you not following my advice to be more attentive?" Fei Ku fidgeted, quickly explaining, "Brother Can, I have been trying." "That is no excuse. You can certainly try harder." Just then, Liang Can noticed someone in the adjoining room. "Please distribute my proposal for everyone to review." After giving instructions to Fei Ku and the others, he stepped into the adjoining room. Upon entering, he saw someone mopping the floor and called out, "Hey, what are you doing?" To his surprise, it was Sheng Shui, which he had not anticipated. Sheng Shui glanced up at Liang Can, cleaning. What else would I be doing? To facilitate her work, the young lady had tied her hair in a bun, looking neat and tidy, with a sheen of sweat on her forehead. The scent was likely reminiscent of soy milk. Today, she wore a loose, short-sleeved shirt, and due to her bent posture, glimpses of her figure were occasionally visible. Liang Can felt an inexplicable irritation, speaking more harshly than intended. Stop mopping. It's causing delays. Shang Shui straightened up, leaning on the mop. Are you the one with the problem? I came to help you, and instead of a compliment, you're acting disdainfully? Am I begging you to come? Liang Can stepped forward, snatching the mop from Shang Shui's hands, and began cleaning himself. Next time, remember to wear a higher collared shirt when mopping. Shang Shui stood beside him, glancing down at her collar after hearing Liang Can's words, finally understanding. She looked at Liang Can with bright eyes. I'm only cleaning your office. No one else will see. Who told you this is my office? I intend to use this space for storing miscellaneous items. Is it because you are concerned about others seeing me exposed that you are angry? Liang Can nudged her aside. What nonsense are you spouting? Move out of the way. Are you really jealous? Nonsense. I only dip my dumplings in soy sauce. Move aside. You're in the way. Liang Can's tone was rather harsh. Shang Shui initially thought Liang Can was joking, but she was unprepared for his increasingly hostile demeanor. What had once brought her mild amusement now turned into a sense of grievance. She truly felt wronged, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and she stubbornly wiped them away. Turning her head aside, after finishing his statement, Liang Can regretted his harshness, surprised at himself for losing his temper with Shang Shui. This was not the emotional outburst one would expect from a seasoned individual. This university truly was a strange place, drawing out his youthful innocence. After finishing mopping, Liang Can placed the bucket and mop in the corner and retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket. He approached Shang Shui, pulling out a tissue to help wipe her sweat. The young lady deftly dodged, glaring at Liang Can. Are you Captain Timo with such swift reflexes? Liang Can retorted, leaning closer. Seeing Shang Shui maintain her distance, Liang Can gently straightened her posture and began to wipe the sweat from her face. This made Shang Shui furrow her brows in discomfort. Though she protested verbally, Liang Can's touch was surprisingly gentle. Shang Shui gazed at Liang Can, the companion of her 2 years in high school. Back then, some cheeky classmates would privately say Liang Can was Shang Shui's dog, coming when called and departing when dismissed. At that young age, with a somewhat arrogant disposition, Shang Shui occasionally pondered why Liang Can was so obedient. It was only after that night on the beach with fireworks that she realized he held a sense of pity for her. In Shang Shui's eyes, her pride and arrogance stemmed from the belief that no one was worthy of being her friend. Conversely, Liang Can viewed having no friends as a true misfortune. Reflecting on this, the feeling of grievance within Shang Shui gradually dissipated. She remembered Liang Can's kindness, which she had always cherished. Even now, Liang Can remained good to her. It was merely the manner of his kindness that had altered. Liang Can. What is it now? Liang Can replied curtly, pressed her lips together, and said, perhaps I should lose some weight. If I slim down, my chest will shrink, and then no one will stare at me. Liang Can frowned and replied in a deep voice, no way, I still want to look. A normal person would not utter such words. Yet, Shang Shui was fond of Liang Can's unconventional demeanor. While wiping his face, Liang Can noticed that Shang Shui was gazing at him with an odd expression, as if she harbored some ulterior motive. Could it be that she intends to confess her feelings? Liang Can, Shang Shui called. Sorry, I already have someone I like. Liang Can responded. What? Shang Shui exclaimed, revealing her small canine tooth for the first time. She pouted and rolled her eyes, preparing to leave. I want to eat. I'm on a diet. Then I shall punish you by ensuring you never see me again. Once Shang Shui departed, Fei Ku, who had been peeking outside, stealthily entered with a sly grin. Did you finish chatting with the old sister? Liang Can clapped Fei Ku on the back and asked, what old sister? Fei Ku explained. Shang Shui is the first girl I met who has a connection with you, so she is the old sister. Wen Xieying is the second. Thus she is the new sister. Liang Can inquired, what if there is a third? Then she would be the little sister. And the fourth? Brother Can your body handle that? None of your business, Liang Can replied, hands in his pockets, raising an eyebrow. Let's go, meeting time. Chapter 78. Using this to test class leaders? The spacious activity room hosted a trio from the Zhe Chuan photography team and another trio from the Hang Jian technical team. Liang Can pulled a chair and sat down, ready to speak, only to find Fei Ku and his team standing behind him like henchmen, arms crossed. "What are you doing?" Liang Can asked, puzzled. Fei Ku replied, "We're here to support you. This stance looks quite impressive." "Sit down, don't make me lose face," Liang Can insisted. He turned to the rest of the team and asked, "You all received the plan I sent earlier, right? Do you have any objections to the proposed compensation?" The group exchanged glances and shook their heads. Liang Can's compensation was indeed generous, quite extravagant. Just then, a small truck arrived at the activity room entrance, and two workers began unloading computers and other equipment. The short-haired girl from Sichuan, Feng Xiuxue, peeked in and asked, "Liang Can, is this equipment provided by your school?" "No, I bought it myself." "And these cameras?" "They're also out of my own pocket." The total value of this equipment is likely in the tens of thousands. "Liang Can, you are quite affluent," Feng Xiuxue exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Liang Can crossed his legs and assured, "So rest assured, you provide labor, and I provide compensation. I will never default on wages. You can now go outside to find shooting subjects according to the script I provided. Consider this your probation." Turning Dorstayemi Giskiviko. Liang Can said, "Feng Xiuxue is the backbone of the Sichuan team, with exceptional directing abilities. You should flatter her well, if you can please her. She will work even harder for me." Fei Can nodded knowingly. "Brother Can, just watch. I'll ensure she is thoroughly pleased." While Liang Can conversed with the photography team, a member of the Hang Dian technical team, Qi Xiaoheng, was scrutinizing him intently. Qi Xiaoheng, a junior from the mechanical engineering department, observed Liang Can with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "I hacked into the student database and saw that Liang Can's parents are both employed. Unless there's embezzlement involved, it's unlikely they would fund his entrepreneurial endeavors. Moreover, his campus diary has just begun and is not yet profitable. Where did he acquire all this money?" With these questions lingering, Qi Xiaoheng suddenly recalled Sheng Shui, who had been mopping the floor earlier. This girl had caused quite a stir when she enrolled, with rumors suggesting she arrived in a Benz. Piecing together this information, Qi Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes at Liang Can. Arriving at a conclusion, the junior is living off a woman. After the Sichuan photography team departed, Qi Xiaoheng voiced his curiosity. "Liang Can, why did you gather us? Mechanical, electrical, and computer students for a video project?" Liang Can smiled and tilted his head. "Your office isn't here. Follow me." He stood and led Qi Xiaoheng and the others to a larger activity room next door. Thick curtains covered the windows, and when Liang Can turned on the lights, Qi Xiaoheng and the others were struck by a visual surprise. "You all are the first employees of my other entrepreneurial project." Qi Xiaoheng looked around at the various equipment and asked, "What are you planning to do, Junior?" "Build robots." "Huh, I thought you were working on a network account." Qi Xiaoheng thought silently, realizing why Liang Can seem to be living off a woman. However, just the equipment alone must cost tens of thousands. How much has Liang Can secretly invested? Another graduate student in computer science asked, "Junior, what is the significance of this project? What direction do we aim to advance in?" "Consumer robots will shine in fields such as security, transportation, medicine, and household services." "Household services?" Liang Can's gaze deepened as he looked at the senior. "For instance, don't you wish to create a groundbreaking mechanical maid that will be recorded in history?" "A mechanical maid?" "Yes, dressed in maid attire and stockings." So he truly intends to build robots. Before Qi Xiaoheng could respond, the other two graduate students became excited. "Junior, I think this has potential. But just the initial project setup and basic experiments, like motors and raw materials, will require considerable funds." Liang Can waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about the money. I'll find a way. I'll take care of you. The costs for robot motors, reducers, laser radars, components, and high-performance algorithms will all add up." Challenges breed motivation. Every grand dream begins with a humble start. Director Jiao said it well. The most important thing is to take the first step. If you hesitate and worry about this, and that before you even begin, you will forever remain stagnant. Everyone, I am not merely speaking empty words. This city can provide fertile ground for my dreams. Liang Can shared relevant policies and detailed information about Hangcheng with Qi Xiaoheng and the others. Seated on the floor, they listened intently as Liang Can spoke passionately. When it came to specialized knowledge, Qi Xiaoheng and the others were astonished to find that this freshman could articulate his thoughts so eloquently. There was no other way. Liang Can had extensive experience in this field from his past life. In his previous existence, he had worked in a top-notch company renowned for its rigorous standards. This company was known for its rigorous environment, but also rewarded its employees generously. as long as you endure the loneliness and focus on research and development. The future of this industry is incredibly vast. We will be among the first to reap the rewards. The notion of an ephemeral internet economy is nothing but an illusion. Real industry strengthens the nation. Let us unite, grow stronger, and create brilliance, making our parents proud, our school proud, and our partners proud. Just as Liang Can was fervently painting a picture of the future, his phone rang. Liang Can, I've finished showering. When will you come and find me? Liang Can frowned and responded, come over yourself. What kind of status is this that I must go find you? The other two graduate students, Tan Zheng and Kan Yuzhou, overheard the voice on the other end was female. Junior, your family status is impressive. Is it the beautiful girl who was mopping earlier? Liang Can remained unfazed and replied coolly, one must not spoil women too much, otherwise they will become spoiled. Suddenly, the previously silent Qi Xiaoheng advised, Junior, it's better to be polite to that girl. After all, your dreams have yet to come true. Understood, yet another sycophant. It seems the world is perpetually filled with such sycophants, does it not? Very well. You may familiarize yourselves with the equipment. The project proposal is on the computer. I shall take my leave for a meal. Off to entertain some guests. CHSH-OH-ing thought. Once Liang Can departed, K-Yzhu adjusted his glasses and softly remarked, the junior was just speaking with such fervor, and now he is off to pursue women. Tianzh nodded in agreement. He appears to be a second-generation rich kid indulging in life's pleasures. It seems rather unreliable. The second-generation rich kid is someone else entirely. CHSH-OH-ing suddenly interjected, sighing as if he comprehended everything. The junior has his struggles. He sacrifices so much for this project. I actually believe he possesses considerable determination and perseverance. Tianzh-ing and Kyzhu exchanged glances, puzzled. What do you mean? CHSH-OH-ing shook his head, casting a disdainful glance at the two and gesturing towards the room filled with instruments and equipment. Haven't you realized? All these assets were provided by that lovely girl. Liang Can won her over, and that's how the entrepreneurial project secured its funding. Kyzhu was left speechless. Are you suggesting that the junior is? Enough of that. CHSH-OH-ing replied sternly. Heroes do not question their origins. Even HNX endured humiliation in his time. How could one expect to succeed without facing some grievances? Kyzhu found merit in this reasoning. Nodding, then we shall pretend we are unaware, as this matter is rather disreputable. Gentlemen, did you not see the lovely girl's face just now? Tianzh-ing looked at CHSH-OH-ing and Kyzhu with a strange expression. With that figure and appearance, how could the junior feel wronged? With such a partner, what disgrace is there? He is being funded to start a business, and she is stunningly beautiful. Clearly, the junior is indulging excessively, and his nutrition is in surplus. At that very moment, while attending to guests, Liang Can, while dining with SH-ing SHY, suddenly sneezed. SH-ing SHY handed him a tissue. I saw the filming crew on my way here. Aren't you supposed to keep an eye on them? What is there to monitor? The script has been given to them, and the filming concept has been conveyed. If I were to oversee them further, what would be the point in hiring the team? Liang Can wiped his nose and gazed at the young lady sitting across from him. The young lady was indeed wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a collar, exuding a delightful campus vibe. Furthermore, it seemed her undergarments were rather constricting, making her appear somewhat smaller. Liang Can lifted his bowl and began to eat heartily, casually commenting, don't wear it too tight. It's not good for your health. SH-ing SHY pouted, taking a bite of her dish. How could I disregard Mr. Liang's advice? A moment's carelessness, and I might find myself on the receiving end of your reprimands. You actually listen to me? Otherwise, why would I change my outfit? Because this one is more appealing and suits your temperament better. SH-ing SHY slightly raised her chin, casting a cold smile at the stubborn Liang Can. I believe a low cut, super short skirt would be far more fitting for my character. As she spoke, she rested her chin on her hand and cheerfully said, but I can wear it just for you. Why this sudden kindness towards me? Liang Can regarded her with suspicion. Are you seeking my assistance? Not quite, but I have a request. What is it? I wish to celebrate your birthday. SH-ing SHY leaned in, as if sharing a secret with Liang Can. I'll wear a low-cut, super short skirt for your birthday. At ZH-Chu-in, the girls' dormitory, WNXYing lay on her bed. AKBSHU resting behind her, her delicate, fair feet swaying gently. Liang Can's birthday was approaching. What gift should she give him? WNX Wang felt somewhat troubled. He had organized a belated birthday celebration for her, which had moved her deeply. She must reciprocate with sincerity. But what is he like? As she pondered, her gaze fell upon her own soft, tender feet. Chapter 79. This hand is truly fortunate to be with me. If memory serves, Liang Can has always had a fondness for my feet. A bold idea suddenly surged in WNX Wang's mind. I shall give them to him. With this thought, she opened her phone's Taobao app, searching for the keyword, foot mask. When the time comes, she would present her soft, fragrant feet for him to touch, considering it a unique birthday gift. Haha, SHY. What do you have to compete with me? It is well known that WNX Wang is a remarkably clever girl. Ever since she learned that SHY would not be studying abroad, she had suspected that the troublesome young lady harbored feelings for Liang Can. But I have feelings for Liang Can as well. There is no reason for me not to compete with SHY. In the bathroom, WNX Wang sat on a small stool, applying body wash to her feet, then rinsing them with a handheld shower head, her toes playfully curling and stretching. Initially, she did not particularly like SHY, but now her dislike had only intensified. WNX Wang's feet were submerged in a basin of water, her beautiful feet playing with the warm water. She glared and muttered softly, "When the time comes, you must be gentle with them." Meanwhile, Liang Can held his bowl, gazing innocently at SHY. A low-cut, super short skirt? Yes. SHY nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Would you like to see? Liang Can shook his head. Not particularly. SHY slammed her hand on the table. Why not? I want to touch it. He had become addicted to it, the young lady thought. But this is not just any other area. It is her chest. Seeing that SHY fell silent, Liang Can expressed understanding. If it's too much to ask, then never mind. This birthday wish is indeed somewhat excessive. I understand that. He then lowered his head to eat, his tone somber. After all, I'm not someone significant to you. SHY replied, What? No, my friend, you should not feel aggrieved. This wish, if spoken aloud, could warrant a visit from the authorities. SHY's gaze turned elsewhere as she quietly said, Actually, there's a way for you to touch without any issues. What is it? You confess your feelings to me, and then I will consider whether to agree. Their eyes met. SHY's smile was particularly innocent and romantic, with a hint of mischief. Liang Can was all too familiar with that smile. It was the same one SHY wore when she attempted to sneak away from him in high school. She is trying to play me again. Liang Can thought. SHY, resting her chin on her hand, eagerly inquired, Well, have you considered it? Liang Can contemplated for a moment before looking up. Is there no other way? SHY immediately restrained her smile, her voice turning cold. Are you trying to take advantage? You've misunderstood me. Liang Can set down his utensils, speaking solemnly. If I were to be with you solely for the sake of touching, would that even constitute humanity? That would be utterly base. SHY was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Liang Can had a point. Glaring at SHY with disappointment. You've let me down again. Do you truly see me as such a superficial person? We might as well not celebrate the birthday. Your intentions are misguided. This is a setup for me, a noble lady. As Liang Can tucked his hands into his pockets and stood to leave, a waiter approached with the bill, smiling brightly. My girlfriend will take care of it, he declared before exiting the restaurant. After walking a short distance, SHY, who had settled the bill, hurried out after him. She jogged to catch up with Liang Can, keeping pace with his strides. Why do you get angry so easily? I'm not forcing you to be with me. The young lady took a deep breath, thinking, why is it so difficult to pursue a man? Other women may not match my looks or figure, yet they have so many admirers. Yet here I am, having to tread carefully to appease him. It's exhausting. We still need to celebrate your birthday, all right? The young lady playfully hooked her finger into Liang Can's palm. Liang Can remained expressionless. Will you still wear the low-cut, super short skirt? Yes. What if I had a pair of black stockings with lace trim? SHY took a deep breath, calmly responding, I'll wear them. Sometimes, what we boys truly desire is merely an attitude. If one lacks even that, It can honestly feel quite chilling. As for the robot team, to put it plainly, slow work yields fine craftsmanship. One cannot rush it. This type of entrepreneurship can currently only thrive in Ching. Other places simply do not possess the right environment, related industrial chains, relevant policies, and pertinent technologies. To put it simply, Alibaba Cloud. This technology underpins numerous industries. The legendary Lu Xiaolong of Hangzhou is indeed impressive. However, it is essential to recognize that it is the city and the entire market that have nurtured thousands of dragon eggs, ultimately allowing these 6 dragons to emerge into the world. Beneath these 6 dragons lies a veritable mountain of bones, a ladder to success constructed from countless failures. While viewing video footage, Liang Can received a message from Xiang. Xiang wrote, "Birthday star, I have prepared a special birthday gift for you. Don't forget to collect it." Liang Can stood and exited the activity room, responding, "Can you at least give me a hint? I fear I might faint from the surprise." When Xiang teased, "It's something you have always wanted, and I happen to possess." Liang Can, being the clever man he is, quickly grasped the implication. He found the sunlight somewhat blinding and raised a hand to shield his eyes. Gazing at his raised hand, Liang Can murmured, "You are truly fortunate to accompany me." He then touched his lips lightly, adding, "Don't feel wronged. My dear friend, your turn will come." He lowered his gaze to his lap, nodding meaningfully. "Rest assured, brother, I will not forget you. As long as you are happy, I don't mind enduring a bit of hardship." Leaning against the wall, Liang Can began to ponder. SHY wishes to celebrate my birthday, and when Xiang also wants to do so. If they had not prepared heartfelt gifts, celebrating together would suffice. But now it has become imperative for me to enjoy my gifts. However, this dilemma poses no challenge for Liang Can. One celebration at midnight and another at noon, both on the same day, leaving no room for complaint. Chuckling to himself, Liang Can couldn't help but laugh aloud. Inside the room, Fei Ke peeked in and said to Feng Qiuxue, "Sister Qiuxue, Liang Can is laughing joyfully, which means he is very pleased with your work. Is that so?" Feng Qiuxue clapped her hands. "That's wonderful. We have fulfilled our mission." Fei Ke suggested, "How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight to celebrate your success." Outside, as Liang Can reveled in the anticipation of his splendid birthday, Wang Yuan called, "Liang Can, I have it all planned out. On your birthday, I'll take you out for dinner, then we'll go karaoke, and afterward, we can soak our feet. What do you think, brother? Thoughtful, right?" "Ha ha ha." Liang Can's expression darkened, and he retorted fiercely, "If you dare to disrupt my birthday, I will send that essay you wrote about the Holy Grail to your entire family." Wang Yuan protested, "You're trying to ruin my plans. Even as brothers, you would turn against me." He continued indignantly, "Why? You used to celebrate your birthdays with me. Remember how joyful we were? Have you forgotten?" Liang Can sneered. "Did you ever think of me while you were enjoying yourself with Yishui?" Wang Yuan shot back, "If I had, you would be the one to fear." "To hell with you," Wang Yuan muttered, still unwilling to concede. "You really want to let me celebrate your birthday? I had to pay Yishui a lot in advance just to secure this opportunity." Liang Can raised an eyebrow. "You're talking about paying your dues. Fine. If you don't want to celebrate, Liang Can, the wounds of betrayal never heal." Bai Taojiang had also inquired about how Liang Can would celebrate his birthday. Liang Can was quite pleased with Bai Taojiang. She was not only a talented actress, but also capable of directing her own scripts. Nevertheless, he declined her offer. He was simply too busy. The following day, Liang Can took the time to visit the Positive Energy office in the entrepreneurial park. Zhang Chu and Wu Junlong were present. Upon seeing Liang Can, they immediately paused their tasks and rose to greet him. "You all continue with your work," Liang Can said, seating himself and opening his computer to review the recent content traffic of Positive Energy. The numbers were promising, showing steady progress. Previously, the promotional video, created specifically for Durex, had garnered attention on various platforms. Durex had also fulfilled their agreement by sharing the video on their official account. The traffic was substantial, resulting in a surge of followers for Positive Energy. "Mr. Liang, 2 family planning brands have extended collaboration invitations, and I have sent the content proposals to your email," Zhang Chu informed him. Liang Can nodded and inquired about the recruitment process from Zhang Chu. "How is the hiring going? Any suitable candidates?" "Yes. We have candidates for both front-end and back-end development, but no applicants for full-stack positions yet. Offer a higher salary and assemble the team within this month," Liang Can instructed. He then stood and walked to the window, stating calmly, Earning money through accounts is not a sustainable strategy to amass wealth. We must attract more users and create our own social sharing platform. But Mr. Liang, we don't have a large user base at the moment, Zhang Chu replied. That will change soon, Liang Can declared, hands in pockets, turning to Zhang Chu and Wu Junlong. Because I am about to ignite a frenzy of attention. Anything that captures the interest of the lecherous will inevitably draw users. Observing Zhang Chu and Wu Junlong, Liang Can ask curiously, don't you have any questions? Such as how exactly we should proceed? Zhang Chu glanced at Wu Junlong, then grinned at Liang Can, saying, I might have questions about other matters. But when it comes to your plans, Mr. Liang, you truly excel at attracting attention. Indeed, you are correct. Chapter 80 Traditional Chinese Medicine and Tongue Diagnosis Peach Blossom Duo as a female-oriented account under Liang Can's wing, has yet to achieve any particularly noteworthy recognition since its inception. It is high time to devise a plan for this account. Let us begin. With a click of Wu Junlong's mouse, the homepage of Peach Blossom Duo revealed new information. A seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with 40 years of experience was ready to assess your health. Just extend your tongue. The old doctor was genuine and quite serious. Xue Fu highly recommended him, claiming he was the pillar of the traditional Chinese medicine department at her hospital, named Ji Liang. Not only was the old gentleman highly skilled, but he also lacked the common rigidity associated with his age. In contrast, Ji Liang eagerly embraced new ideas, while his peers were still using flip phones. He had already adopted smartphones. In his spare time, he engaged in intensive online surfing, effortlessly using various internet slang. Therefore, when Liang Can and Xue Fu proposed the idea, she immediately thought of Ji Liang. Upon hearing the proposal to examine tongues online, the old doctor thought it a noble endeavor that could benefit the public and readily agreed. Liang Can pulled out his phone and dialed Ji Liang's number. Grandpa Ji, are you ready? A robust and cheerful voice replied, I'm ready, but I'm uncertain how many people will participate. I feel quite anxious. Don't worry. I fear you may become overwhelmed, Liang Can reassured him. Not at all. It's my day off. I'll remain at my computer. Liang Can hung up and asked Zhang Chu, who was in charge of operations, the traffic has been purchased, right? Are the actors ready? Zhang Chu nodded, all set. I have assigned tasks in a secret work group. They are ready for deployment at any moment. Liang Can nodded in satisfaction, standing up and crossing his arms, smiling. Let us allow Mr. Ji to experience the impact of the internet. Soon, comments began flooding in below the post. A young woman shared a photo of herself sticking out her tongue, captioning it, Doctor, can you take a look? In his home, the silver-haired yet youthful Ji Liang beamed with pride, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. As he read through the grateful comments from female users, Ji Liang cheerfully lifted a large teacup to sip. The internet is indeed wonderful. Perhaps this method of online consultations will become widespread in the future. After a moment, Ji Liang refreshed the page, eager to see what other tongues might appear. One particular photograph caught his eye. It was strikingly unique. Though it only showed the lower half of the face, it was evident that makeup had been applied, accentuated by vibrant red lips. Furthermore, the seeker's tongue was not fully extended, but rather pressed against the lower lip, seemingly waiting for something. Ji Liang pondered, is this the genuine attitude of someone seeking medical advice? Comments quickly followed. The doctor is right. Is this truly a sincere request for medical assistance? Extend your tongue. The doctor urges you to extend your tongue. Wishing the planner of Tao Hua Duo a lifetime of peace and safety. Ji Liang gazed at these comments. His expression one of perplexity. What are these young folks talking about? Why are they all so eager, even more than I am? In an instant, an array of peculiar images filled Ji Liang's reading glasses. Some tongues curled up slightly, others licked their lips, some simply tilted their heads back with mouths slightly agape, and others rolled their eyes. The messages were equally bizarre. Doctor, take a look at mine. A strong request for the blogger to produce a segment on traditional Chinese medicine examining feet. If you can do it that way, I demand a segment on examining belly buttons. Ji Liang, observing these comments, struck the table. It seems everyone's enthusiasm for traditional Chinese medicine is exceptionally high. How do they know I can discern issues by examining feet? Contemplating this, Ji Liang murmured, I should take a moment to mention it to that Liang Can fellow, suggesting he produce a segment on foot examinations. The esteemed elder removed his reading glasses, meticulously cleaned them, and donned them again, initiating a lengthy online consultation. Night, in a rented room, simultaneously practicing Kegel exercises. As a devoted user of positive and upbeat, Liang Can had acquired a wealth of useful knowledge, and he diligently persevered. Utilizing the Holy Grail to hone his endurance, he vowed to enhance his speed through training, swearing never again to remain a mere craftsman. The results were remarkable. Even the female owner of the studio he frequently visited complimented Liang Can on his increasing prowess. Sometimes, it even made the female owner consider offering him money. Occasional indulgence, rather, brought joy to both body and mind. Just today, Liang Can had visited a studio run by two female owners, and after a deep exchange, they expressed that they returned laden with satisfaction. Liang Can felt invigorated, certain he would sleep soundly that night. He chuckled past midnight, now able to commence his positive cycle of abstaining from indulgence. Concluding his Kegel exercises, Liang Can navigated to Weibo, perusing the positive and upbeat account, when he suddenly stumbled upon a new recommended account. Tao Hua Duo Duo? Intrigued, Liang Can clicked in, noticing the description stated, dedicated to women's health. For women? He shook his head, indicating a lack of interest. However, since it was a recommendation from positive and upbeat, he decided to contribute a click. With this thought, Liang Can opened the post about traditional Chinese medicine examining tongues. Upon entering the comment section, Liang Can's eyes widened in astonishment. This. As he beheld the various creative tongue displays in the comments, he inhaled deeply. How shameful, how indecorous, how visually appealing. As his gaze continued downward, his hand instinctively retreated into the covers. After a considerable pause, Liang Can exhaled a long breath, clicking into Abstinence Club, where he found his check-in post, and he gritted his teeth as he commented, Abstinence check-in, day 0. Immediately afterward, Liang Can returned to Weibo, unhesitatingly following Tao Hua Duo Duo, then reposted that entry. This account possesses some substance indeed. The first initiative of Tao Hua Duo Duo, under Liang Can's orchestration, gained a modest surge of popularity. The comment section was filled with various women Liang Can had preemptively engaged, encouraging them to share images and participate in discussions. With these leaders, more individuals would respond enthusiastically. Comrade Liang Can was correct. It is essential to adopt a mass approach. Cultivate many like-minded individuals while minimizing the presence of hypocrites. In the office, Zhang Chu whispered to Wu Junlong, I told you, our General Liang excels in this realm of risque content, unparalleled in talent. It's simply a dominant force in provocative allure. Wu Junlong lamented. Indeed, who would have thought that merely examining a tongue could be so straightforward and legitimate, yet Liang would manage to turn it into something extraordinary? It's truly remarkable. What is the next initiative? Didn't General Liang provide a proposal? Let me see. It's this. Ladies, is it better to have small breasts or large breasts? Zhang Chu and Wu Junlong gasped in unison. This class is truly thrilling and stimulating. Once again, it's a ploy for images, yet people will still participate, and the engagement is immense. The truth remains, female admirers are not fewer than male admirers. Attractive chests captivate all, regardless of gender, and they are adored. Liang Can glanced at the back-end data, saying to Zhang Chu, I sense that if we publish a few more initiatives, business collaborations will come knocking. We must avoid any collaborations with women's clothing. The return rate is excessively high, which would adversely affect our future business quotes. Zhang Chu nodded. General Liang, what about promoting sanitary napkins? Liang Can praised him with satisfaction. Precisely, the return rate for such products is the lowest. Zhang Chu, you are rapidly becoming an outstanding operator. An account can focus on a specific user demographic, delving deeply into fan profiles. This concept is crucial in self-media operations. However, in the future, managing a platform must encompass a wide array of topics. Even if some aspects have been criticized, Liang Can later discovered that they did not wish for their platform to become a haven for a particular demographic, preferring to attract more male users. Once a platform receives a label from certain extreme users, it tends to bring more harm than good. 2 days later, as the buzz had nearly peaked, Liang Can called Xue Fu to discuss the recent modest success of Tao Hua Duo Duo. Sister Fu, your upcoming online seminar should align with this. With your appearance and poise, coupled with your expertise, you will undoubtedly attract many fans. Xue Fu readily agreed. No problem, I will prepare in advance. Sister is truly understanding and cooperative. With a single gesture, she knows exactly what to do. Although Sister Fu lacks experience, Her theoretical knowledge is exceptionally rich. She will surely manage to execute her plans effectively. Liang Can chatted amiably for a while, then suddenly recalled. All right, Elder Ji has contributed significantly this time. Perhaps. Sister Fu, you could schedule a time for me to personally visit and express my gratitude? You should indeed visit Director Ji, Xue Fu remarked, her tone somewhat peculiar. Is Elder Ji unwell? Perhaps he has overexerted himself. After all, the elderly can be greatly fatigued by intensive internet usage. Xue Fu's tone reflected a hint of helplessness as she softly added. Director Ji has taken leave these past few days, saying his blood pressure has risen. Blood pressure has risen? Liang Can pondered. The elderly truly possess a compassionate heart, esteemed and revered. At such an age, they should not endure such stimuli. Young men can withstand it, but the elderly certainly cannot. After some thought, Liang Can suggested, would you accompany me to Elder Ji's home? I feel it would be too abrupt to go alone. Sure, I'm not on duty today. Let us go in the evening. Great. I'll come to the hospital to pick you up. Liang Can cheerfully remarked. I also happen to need Elder Ji to check my pulse. After all, he is a genuine traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Xue Fu momentarily appeared taken aback. Why would you want Director Ji to check your pulse? Liang Can replied, beaming, of course, to see just how robust I truly am. Xue Fu responded, this matter cannot proceed. Chapter 81. Black Silk Restraints, even deities cannot save. For reasons unknown. Sister Fu consistently prevented Liang Can from seeking a pulse check from Elder Ji. Perhaps she feared that the results might differ from her own diagnosis, leading to an unbearable outcome. It might be that my actual condition is more intense than what Xue Fu has diagnosed, and she worries that she might not be able to handle it. Entering the dormitory, Liang Can greeted his roommates. Hey, you guys are all here. Zhou Yu looked up at Liang Can, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Of course, we are all here. Unlike you, Kanggu, who is surrounded by admirers. I warn you, do not speak the truth. Zhou Yu is currently catching up on Attack on Titan, and the episode was still available on iQIYI, recommended to him by a classmate. He had already witnessed the scene where Captain Bing's squad was mercilessly slaughtered by the female giants, which left Zhou Yu fuming and pounding the table in anger. The classmate who recommended this anime was actually decent. If they had suggested Hagane no Rinken Jutsushi, and had the Chimera call you Big Brother, that would truly be an embarrassing experience. Liang Can, with his hands tucked in his pockets, sat down and glanced at Fei Ke. Did you manage to please Feng Qiuxue today? Without hesitation, Fei Ke retrieved a small bag from beside his feet and placed it on the desk. I bought a little gift for Xiao Shui, but she refused it. As he spoke, Fei Ke rummaged through the bag and pulled out a small note. Liang Can and the others gathered around. The note read, thank you for your gift, but I cannot accept it. It's the thought that counts, and we will remain friends. Tao Yingjie burst into laughter. Old Fei, she won't let you please her. That's the perspective of an ordinary person, Liang Can commented before asking Fei Ke. Come on, great genius, share your thoughts. Fei Ke disdainfully glanced at Tao Yingjie, cradled the note in his hands, his face illuminated with delight. Principled, with a good attitude and values. This makes her even more appealing. She is worth my serious admiration. Liang Can spread his hands and looked at Tao Yingjie. See, this is what enlightenment looks like. Upon hearing this, Fei Ke's eyes sparkled. That's exactly what I want. You think I admire you to get something in return? Quite the contrary. I admire you simply to admire you. In essence, I am practicing now, so that when I meet a truly worthy girl in the future, it will be effortless. With nothing else to do, Volcano Brothers mini-class commenced. Liang Can stated, to determine whether a girl is worth admiring, there is a fundamental principle. For instance, if she often mentions being slow to warm up, or speaks of attitudes, rituals, and emotional value, then there's a 99% chance that one should proceed with caution. Human nature is inherently selfish. Thus, love is an emotion that contradicts our very genes. Different perspectives yield different insights. After the class, Liang Can took a shower and went to bed, as he had important matters to attend to. His birthday was approaching, and both Sheng Shui and Wen Xiang planned to celebrate it. Following my orders from you and Chengdu, everyone must fall in line. Thus, Brother Can needed to make proper arrangements to avoid any mishaps. It truly was a delightful dilemma. Clicking on Sheng Shui's contact, Liang Can send a message. Wang Yuan and the others said they want to celebrate my birthday too. How about we do it together? In a nearby apartment, Sheng Shui was lying on her bed, applying a facial mask. A black, low-cut, ultra-short dress hung on a coat rack in the corner. adorned with lace trim at the collar. A set of unopened thigh-high stockings lay on the bedside table. Upon receiving the message, Sheng Shui suddenly sat up, her clever mind racing. If Wang Yuan was celebrating Liang Can's birthday, his girlfriend would undoubtedly attend. At the last National Day gathering, Wang Yuan's girlfriend was evidently closer to Wen Xieying. Thus, there was a high probability that Wen Xieying would also be present. Reaching this conclusion was utterly unacceptable for the young lady. Was she really expected to wear thigh-high stockings in front of Wen Xieying? Just the thought was intolerable. If Sheng Shui knew that a girl at Jichuan was currently applying foot masks, she might exclaim, "It turns out none of us are really that virtuous." Liang Can messaged, "No worries, there's always tomorrow." Sheng Shui quickly replied, "But I only want to celebrate your birthday." After sending the message, Sheng Shui tossed her phone aside, disregarding the mask still on her face, and buried her head in her pillow. "If I get rejected, I will turn dark. I'll start wearing smoky-eye makeup and black lipstick, and from then on, I will love no one." Sheng Shui dark version ding dong. Half of the mask on Sheng Shui's face fell off, so she yanked it off, took a deep breath, and opened her phone. Liang Can messaged, "One day in advance, celebrating at midnight still counts as your birthday." The implication was clear. It was a give-and-take situation, where one initiates and the other reciprocates. Individual pursuits are one-sided, not mutual exchanges. As Sheng Shui read the message, a smile crept onto her face. "Were you being intentional?" "Perhaps, but it is your birthday. I will heed your wishes." Sheng Shui replied, "Okay." A few days later, Liang Can visited the student council. The popularity of Campus Diary had begun to grant him a degree of recognition within the campus. Naturally handsome, he was the kind of guy that made other boys mutter, "He's just slightly more handsome than me." Coupled with his knack for stirring things up, remaining low-key was hardly feasible. As the saying goes, beauty combined with any skill is a powerful combination. Moreover, with the university being a melting pot, those who enjoyed socializing would mention him to friends from neighboring schools, subtly making Campus Diary a trending topic among the youth. Even the most ordinary students at Hongdian would proudly speak of Campus Diary. When he showcased tangible achievements, Liang Can transition from being merely a connection in the student council to someone with substance. Consequently, when Liang Can returned to the student council recently, he noticed a shift in how people treated him, no longer with the same hostility as before. Liang Can, Vice President Wei Dong suddenly appeared, glanced around, and lowered his voice to ask, "Did you make Chu Bingxin delete me?" Liang Can shot a sideways glance at this fellow. "What rubbish are you trying to pin on me? You're looking for a scolding, aren't you?" Wei Dong realized that Liang Can was different from other freshmen. Most first-year students approach the student council with a certain reverence, typically only becoming seasoned by their second year. Yet, even so, no student would brazenly insult the vice president of the student council upon meeting him. Wei Dong took a deep breath. "So, did you make her delete me or not?" Liang Can replied, "Yes, what of it? Wei Dong, you admit it." Liang Can smirked. "What are you going to do about it?" Wei Dong was left dumbfounded. Indeed, what could he do? Expelling Liang Can from the student council? Peng Chenxian would likely be the first to be booted out. Liang Can watched Wei Dong with a smile, finding it amusing how the pitiable often have their own faults. "Wei Dong, unsure of what to think. You're being so kind-hearted. What do you want?" Liang Can, resign, leave the student council. Wei Dong sensed Liang Can's malice. However, asking him to leave the student council was utterly out of the question. He composed himself and said amiably, "Liang Can, I know we had some misunderstandings before, but that is all in the past. You can't use this to threaten me. Let me be honest with you. I genuinely like Chu Bingxin. Individuals with a hint of cunning tend to feign vulnerability, hoping to gain trust, while some naive souls might believe they are being treated as equals. This trick may deceive the gullible, but it certainly wouldn't fool Liang Can. Liang Can set down his mouse and glanced at Wei Dong. "You like Chu Bingxin. Then why did you ask me about Sheng Shui earlier?" "Wei Dong, that was a joke. Stop pretending. Don't try that nonsense with me. It's quite pathetic. One who changes affections easily, pretending to be sincere, and another who seeks alternatives, deleting contacts at the drop of a hat." Liang Can coldly remarked, "You two might actually be a perfect match." Ignoring Wei Dong, Liang Can turned to a girl across from him and said, "Mu Cheng, I'll send you the event plan for the next Campus Diary Garden Party. Please refine it and submit it to Vice Secretary Peng." The girl named Mu Cheng glanced at Wei Dong and then nodded. "Sure, send it to me." Afterward, Liang Can conversed with several department heads, who had previous experience in organizing events and could assist later on. Wei Dong watched as his subordinates were guided by Liang Can, unable to suppress a sneer. You're more persuasive than I am now. It's not the words spoken, but the person speaking them that matters, Liang Can replied calmly. Today, I'm not the student council president, but these officers understand that working with me can enhance their abilities, broaden their experiences, and perhaps even earn a little extra money along the way. Isn't the original intention of everyone joining the student council precisely this? Why not embrace it? Liang Can was actually quite looking forward to it, eager to see what kind of counterattack Wei Dong could muster. Unfortunately, a sophomore student facing such a state of betrayal and abandonment had long since crumbled. So what counterattack could he possibly propose? In the end, Wei Dong fervently questioned Liang Can, "Why are you targeting me like this?" Liang Can rose and patted Wei Dong on the shoulder, leaning in with a smile. "Dare I ask who sought my Xing Shui? You were the first." In the evening, at a certain hotel, the day before Liang Can's birthday, Xing Shui's mother, Dai Yuding, had come to Hangzhou on a business trip and to visit her daughter. During lunch, her cousin Su Jingyao also hurried over upon hearing the news. "Mom, why did you suddenly come here?" Xing Shui expressed a hint of surprise. Emerging from her divorce, Dai Yuding radiated a newfound vitality. She gently patted her daughter's head. Her voice soft, "I've invested in a hotel in Hangzhou, and it's about to open, so I came to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony." Xing Shui nodded, not inquiring further about which hotel it was. Su Jingyao raised his glass. "Auntie, I wish you soaring success. May you soon become the richest woman. You certainly have a sweet tongue." Dai Yuding chuckled, lifting her glass. "Shui, let us toast together." "Oh, all right." Xing Shui hastily put down her phone, and the three glasses clinked gently. Su Jingyao, noticing this, curiously asked, "Sister, why are you so distracted with your phone during dinner? Is something wrong? Are there jealous women at school bullying you because of your beauty?" Xing Shui shook her head. "As long as I don't bully others, I'm good." "Who would dare to bully me?" Dai Yuding smiled faintly. She knew her daughter's temperament well, and that she was not easily intimidated. Su Jingyao squinted, grinning mischievously. "But isn't Liang Can always bullying you while you endure it?" "Liang Can?" Dai Yuding blinked, finding the name familiar. It dawned on her, and with a light scolding glance at Xing Shui, she spoke with a hint of mock anger. "Isn't that the boy who goofs off with you?" Xing Shui pouted and confirmed. When she previously confessed to Dai Yuding her reluctance to study abroad, she had divulged the incident of Liang Can pretending to be her boyfriend. At that time, Dai Yuding, still recovering, had gotten out of bed while on 4 to give Xing Shui a good scolding. Naturally, Dai Yuding was aware that Liang Can had suffered a reprimand from Sheng Yufeng because of this. Thus, it was understandable for Shui to tolerate some of Liang Can's behaviors. Dai Yuding mused. Although they had never met, Dai Yuding was quite curious about her daughter's boyfriend. What kind of young man could make her daughter endure so much? With this in mind, Dai Yuding gently reminded, "Although you owe him, if he takes advantage of you, you must protect yourself, understand?" Xing Shui immediately replied, "Mom, Liang Can is very honest." Su Jingyao, who had been confused until now, was taken aback when Xing Shui referred to Liang Can as honest. "He is honest." Su Jingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister, you're mistaken. If this continues, he could swindle you out of everything." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xing Shui retorted indignantly. "When has he ever spent my money? Even if he did, it's worth more than what you waste on those beakers." Su Jingyao quickly defended. "I was helping with poverty alleviation. They're all very pitiful, you know?" Xing Shui scoffed. "I think you're the one who is pitiful, being toyed with by those beakers." Dai Yuding gently tapped Xing Shui's hand. "Shui, mind your words. You are a lady." Su Jingyao could not contain himself and pointed at Xing Shui, laughing heartily. "A lady? Auntie, you call her a lady? Ha ha, you're killing me." Dai Yuding chuckled as she watched her cousin and niece bicker, her face ever composed and smiling. She occasionally glanced at Xing Shui, thinking how noticeably mature her daughter had become since entering university. She even wore black stockings now. Xing Shui had draped a thin long coat over her outfit. The buttons fastened, but the exquisite legs wrapped in those stockings could not be concealed. She would occasionally tug at the hem to cover them, lest her mother discover. This was no ordinary black stocking. It was a suspender style, lace edging gripping her thighs, revealing a delicate ring of skin. Xing Shui took a sip of juice and resumed, messaging Liang Can. "Mom suddenly came to Hangzhou. I'm having dinner with her. I'll contact you as soon as I finish." Liang Can replied, "Why all this fuss over ceremony?" Xing Shui responded, I want to be the first to celebrate your birthday. This was the first birthday she would celebrate for Liang Can, and it had to be unforgettable. Chapter 82. I avoid his brilliance. Shui did not believe that her actions constituted any form of sycophancy. Laughable. She merely pretended to be utterly captivated while remaining in complete control. As the meal neared its end, Dai Yuding turned to Shui. Shui, stay with me tonight. Let us have some mother-daughter time. Looking into her mother's hopeful eyes, Shui felt conflicted. It was indeed rare for her mother to visit Hangzhou, and they should spend more time together. Refusing would seem unfilial. Her recently divorced mother needed her company. This thought crossed her mind. When could she not sleep with her mother? With that, Shui looked up. Mom, I'm unfilial. I can't accompany you tonight. Dai Yuding was taken aback. Shui quickly explained, I have a high school classmate named Hu Yangyang who is also studying in Hangzhou. She is struggling to adapt to university life and is cooped up in her dorm reading novels. She is almost depressed, so I want to go keep her company tonight. Almost depressed? Dai Yuding was slightly surprised. Is it that serious? Yes, and she is experiencing delusions, constantly thinking of bizarre and filthy things. Shui replied. Dai Yuding blinked, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. She vaguely noticed that since her divorce, Shui had changed significantly, even learning to care for her friends. Observing her daughter's transformation, Dai Yuding couldn't help but feel that the divorce was truly worthwhile. With this in mind, Dai Yuding said, then you go. Make sure to counsel your friend well, and don't let her do anything foolish. Shui nodded eagerly, yes, yes. Meanwhile, Su Zhengyao, who had remained silent, shot a meaningful glance at Shui. Something was off. She was 100% off. Which good person goes to counsel a friend while wearing stockings and high heels? Something must be amiss. Su Zhengyao, one hand on the steering wheel, glanced at Shui, who was absorbed in her phone, teasingly remarked, Sister, does Hu Yangyang like black stockings? Shui, without lifting her head, replied, yes, she says seeing me in black stockings lifts her spirits. Su Zhengia, feeling a sense of betrayal, retorted, you're still playing coy with your cousin? If you really go to meet Hu Yangyang today, I will never find a wife. Shui set her phone down with a gentle sigh. Su Zhengyao, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs. Su Zhengyao anxiously tugged at his hair. What exactly are you planning to do? Tell me. I'm dying of curiosity. Shui's eyes sparkled. Curious, huh? Yes, yes. Su Zhengyao nodded vigorously. Shui placed her finger to her lips, whispering, I want to tell you. Su Zhengyao, expressionless, glanced at Shui's sister. Do you know who you remind me of right now? Shui replied. Audrey Hepburn? No, it's Liang Can. Su Zhengyao sneered. That smirking demeanor of yours is just like Liang Can. Shui narrowed her eyes. Are you implying that a stunning beauty like me fits well with Liang Can? That is not what I meant. How did you twist my words? Su Zhengyao was utterly exasperated. As Su Zhengyao dropped Shui off at the base of her building, he cautioned, Sister, Liang Can is quite crafty. I feel you might not be his match. You're so annoying. Shui rolled her eyes as she exited the car. What do you mean I'm not his match? Who do you look down on? The current situation is clearly a back and forth, evenly matched. I avoid his brilliance. Elegantly swung her trench coat, lowering her gaze to the black stockings that Liang Can had requested she wear. The young lady concealed her face, contemplating that her indulgence was merely due to Liang Can's birthday. Ordinarily, she would not acquiesce to such demands. She then pieced together the English phrase, happy birthday, with delight. Although simple, it exuded warmth and felt quite pleased with her efforts. Sitting on the sofa, she cradled her face in her hands, gazing at the cake before her. As visions of Liang Can's charming visage danced in her mind, she was uncertain what had compelled her to engage in such outrageous actions. Recalling Su Zhengyao's earlier admonition, the young lady pouted slightly, thinking to herself, I feel as though I might truly go astray. Meanwhile, Liang Can had just exited the gates of Hongdian University when he received a phone call from his mother, Lin Qing. Son, happy birthday. Have you eaten longevity noodles? She exclaimed. Wow, you seem to be doing quite well out there. With a playful tone, she continued, it wouldn't be a girl, would it? The one who picked you up last time? When Xiang? She is having lunch with me tomorrow, Liang Can replied. Mom, don't misunderstand. We're merely classmates. Classmates who drive a Porsche to take you out? That's how the wealthy operate, she teased. Son, if you start dating, don't be lured by their money, you understand? Liang Can reassured her, you need not worry. If she isn't beautiful, no amount of wealth will sway me. As he chatted with his mother, Liang Can arrived at its doorstep. After ending the call, he pressed the doorbell. Was certainly thinking that such a provocative outfit would be too revealing and embarrassing if it were to be seen by others. Moreover, with Liang Can's possessive nature, he might become upset if any man dared to glance her way. Thus, celebrating his birthday at home seemed the most prudent choice. On the other hand, Liang Can thought it preferable to be at home, where it was more convenient. Moments later, the door swung open. "Hello." Liang Can greeted with a broad smile as he entered. Stepped aside to invite him in, saying welcome. As Liang Can surveyed the interior, he remarked, "Your layout is quite nice, exquisite, and beautiful. Oh, the abalone looks plump." Had ordered a seafood platter. Sitting down together, Liang Can gazed at her. The young lady felt a twinge of nervousness, gripping the belt of her trench coat, her tone bashful. "So, are you ready to see?" "Just a moment," he replied, displaying his customary patience. Felt a thrill of satisfaction, watching him pull out his glasses, meticulously cleaning them before putting them on. "Now you may show me," he said, taking a deep breath, pressed her lips together, slowly untying the belt of her trench coat, as she revealed her carefully prepared low-cut mini dress. The movement caused a gentle sway. A delicate strap connected her thigh, clad in stockings, to the voluptuous fabric of her dress. One hand shielded her chest while the other held down the hem of her dress, her eyes shimmering with moisture as her cheeks flushed. "Go on, look," she urged shyly. Describing her figure as ample was no exaggeration. While such proportions could typically evoke a visual shock, they lacked grace. However, faced none of these shortcomings. Her fullness was complemented by an elegant poise, suggesting that the goddess Anhua had indeed labored over her creation. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Looking at Liang Can, she whispered, "What is it?" He lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. "After we were separated into different classes in the second year, when I first saw you, I was truly captivated." Liang Can continued, "That day you wore a dress. I couldn't help but steal glances at your legs. Having a beautiful girl as a deskmate in high school was indeed a delightful experience. Furthermore, radiated a captivating fragrance, from her hair to her attire, accentuating her stunning beauty." It was no wonder Liang Can, in the throes of youth, had experienced moments of distraction during class. Reflecting on her high school days, maintained a composed demeanor, though her voice held a hint of childishness that softened her cool exterior. "I may have been a bit excessive back then, mainly because you didn't resist." Liang Can stroked his chin, sincerely stating, "Perhaps at that age, I found it gratifying and prestigious to be at your service." Puzzled, inquire, "Then why not now?" "Ah, so you wish to remain stubborn and have me serve you?" Liang Can retorted. "But you are quite experienced," she replied earnestly. Liang Can, feigning anger, asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Because you excel at being at my service," she quipped, leaving him speechless. Frustrated, Liang Can grabbed an oyster and abalone, devouring them. As he savored the delightful taste of the abalone, thoughtfully handed him a napkin. Noticing the prayer bracelet on her wrist, he was taken aback. "You've been wearing it all along?" Originally intended to bless her during her time abroad, it was surprising that she had not gone overseas. "Yes, I've grown accustomed to it," she replied. Liang Can extended his hand. "Since you're not going abroad anymore, return the bracelet to me." "Then I must ask you," he said, wiping his mouth with a napkin, "why did you decide not to go abroad? During that gathering, when Xiang inquired, you remained silent." "I want to know." Caught off guard by Liang Can's question, hesitated before stammering, "I want to tell you." Liang Can insisted, "This is my birthday wish." Felt exasperated, but continued to negotiate. "How about I show you my chest again?" Liang Can shook his head. Seeing it too often becomes tiresome. "Oh, it's almost midnight. Light the candles and turn off the lights." Glanced at the wall clock and promptly stood to switch off the lights. "You go ahead and place the candles first," she urged, wearing her 7 or 8 centimeter red-soled high heels. Her thoughts were in disarray, causing her steps to falter. She stumbled and fell to the ground. "Oh no!" Liang Can rushed over, squatting beside her. "Are you all right?" Struggled to rise, one of her heels flying off. She gazed at her foot, her voice choked, "It hurts." Liang Can glanced at her, sighed softly, and gently picked her up, carrying her to the sofa. The short distance made her heart race, and, even lying on the sofa, she could not calm her emotions. "Did you twist your ankle? Is there any red flower oil at home?" Liang Can inquired. Thought for a moment. There should be some in the small medicine box in the bedroom. Liang Can went to the bedroom, where a pleasant aroma filled the air, and he noticed some of S' intimate garments strewn across the bed. The bold style aligned perfectly with the persona of a young lady. He placed her injured foot on his lap, unscrewed the cap of the red flower oil, but found himself at a loss. With you in stockings. I can't apply the oil, he remarked, looking at. She pressed down on a cushion, her cheeks flushed, and with a hint of pain in her voice, she replied, Then just take them off. After a moment of silence, Liang Can cautiously asked, Shall I help you remove them? Froze, feeling a mix of shock and urgency. Her hand reached beneath the cushion, unfastening the strap of her dress and pulling down the stockings. I'll do it. Liang Can volunteered, fixed her gaze on him. You seem quite eager. This is all to help you heal. Seeing you in pain truly worries me, he explained. With that, Liang Can grasped the lace edge of the stockings, slowly sliding them down her leg. Despite his deliberate pace, the beautiful moment came to a swift conclusion. Once S' delicate foot was freed from the stockings, Liang Can felt a lingering desire. He glanced at her, slightly dissatisfied. Your legs are a bit short. Can't they be lengthened? Embarrassed and in pain, lifted her legs slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Please stop talking and apply the red flower oil. It hurts. All right, Liang Can replied, pouring some oil into his palm and rubbing his hands together until warm. What kind of birthday is this? It's simply delightful. He pressed his hands gently against her ankle, repeating the motion with utmost care. Shang Shui suddenly jolted, her voice tinged with a whimper as she exclaimed, It hurts terribly. Hold on. Brother Can diligently rubbed for a full 10 minutes before shifting his hand from her feet to her legs, stating, I must apply some here too. Otherwise, the pain will spread. Shang Shui scrutinized Liang Can with skepticism. Is that really a thing? You're not trying to fool me, are you? I'll ask a doctor about this another day. Don't you get tired of it? Brother Can shot her an exasperated glance, contemplating how she could not simply accept his help without probing further. Once he noticed that the young lady had resigned herself to the treatment, Liang Can resumed applying medicine. However, he cautioned, this red flower oil must not be used carelessly. Where's your lotion? I'll apply it for you. Shang Shui paused in silence, propping herself up on her hands to gaze at Liang Can, who cradled her long legs and let out a sigh. Liang Can, take a break. Stop touching me. Let us cut the cake. It's past midnight. Liang Can shook his head, responding earnestly, the cake can wait. You got hurt while celebrating my birthday, and I must take full responsibility. I'm not in pain anymore. I think you are, he continued, as he tenderly massaged her long legs. The young lady's feet were rather delightful, rivaling Ing Jia's, when he abruptly realized he had been massaging the wrong foot. Chapter 83. An intense date leaves me exhausted. Oh no, I have violated my own promise, Liang Can lamented. He had initially planned that Shang Shui would handle the chest. Ing Xiang would take care of the feet, and he would manage the rest, creating a perfect birthday celebration. Yet now, his immaculate scheme had been disrupted. Life is unpredictable. Truly, one's plans are often thwarted by fate. With that thought, Liang Can reluctantly set down Shang Shui's lovely legs, letting out a soft sigh. To his surprise, Shang Shui found herself slightly unaccustomed to the absence of his touch. She had begun to enjoy the sensation of Liang Can massaging her feet. His hands were warm and delightfully soothing. Suddenly deprived of that comfort, she felt an emptiness within. Why did you stop? The young lady inquired, resting her chin on her hand with an air of regal authority. Are you done? With a dismissive tone, she added, that was rather quick. At that moment, Shang Shui exuded a hint of a forbidden Dark Queen vibe. One of her beautiful legs was bare, while the other was adorned with alluring black stockings. Her captivating fox-like eyes scrutinized Liang Can as if to say, did I tell you to stop? Do you like my lovely legs, Speak. Liang Can shook his head, mumbling, leave some room. I still want to eat something else. Instinctively, he brought his hand to his nose and took a sniff. Shang Shui, noticing this, became flustered, biting her lip and softly admonishing, no sniffing. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she gently kicked Liang Can's backside. Go wash your hands. It's time for cake. If I don't wash, I'll be having cake flavor with your stockings, he teased. How perverse. Ultimately, Liang Can reluctantly washed his hands at Shang Shui's insistence. Upon returning, he found her kneeling beside the coffee table, having already set up the candles and lit them. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Under the flickering flame, Shang Shui's delicate face glowed like a sunset, her eyes sparkling with two bright stars. The young lady looked up at Liang Can, who gazed down at the three of them. Liang Can crouched beside Shang Shui, intertwining his fists and closing his eyes. After they made their wishes, he suggested, let us blow out the candles together. Shang Shui blinked. Why? She fell silent, and Liang Can chuckled softly before both of them gently blew towards the candles. The flames extinguished, plunging the room into darkness, save for the light filtering in from outside. Liang Can could still vaguely make out Shang Shui's face, and playfully blew a breath towards her. Surprised, she closed her eyes and slightly shrugged, her bangs swept aside by the breeze, revealing a bashful demeanor. In the dimness, Liang Can suddenly chuckled. Honestly, I always thought you looked better with your forehead exposed. With that, he stood to turn on the lights. Shang Shui's voice, bright and joyful, chimed, I say, that wish can be fulfilled. With a click, the lights illuminated the living room once more. Shang Shui swept her bangs to the sides, showcasing her smooth forehead. This subtle change made her appear even more radiant. Liang Can mused to himself that this birthday was indeed pleasant. He held no particular interest in cake, only indulging during birthdays. Otherwise, he wouldn't touch it. However, if Shang Shui were to smear cream on her legs, he would be akin to the little yellow dog in that meme, eager to lick it off. Shang Shui, with her legs together, held a piece of cake, eating while watching Liang Can. She recalled a saying she had read online. Men's psychology mirrors that of children. Treat them like kids, and they will respond accordingly. There's wisdom in that. Perhaps it was worth a try. Seeing Liang Can devour the cake eagerly, she encouraged him cheerfully. Wow, Liang Can, you're amazing. You finished the cake so quickly. Impressive. Liang Can regarded her with a flat expression. Do you think I'm an idiot? Damn, that didn't work. Before leaving, Liang Can cautioned, you should rest well at home today. If your foot still hurts tomorrow, Shang Shui interjected, will come back to massage my foot? Liang Can, exasperated, retorted, I'll take you to see a doctor. You're addicted to foot massages, aren't you? Fine. Next time you want me to massage your foot, you'll have to pay. Shang Shui playfully tossed a pillow at him, which he deftly dodged. I'm off to find a hotel to sleep. The next day, Liang Can checked out of the hotel, yawning as he stepped outside, frowning as he rotated his neck. The hotel pillows were uncomfortably soft. It was utterly intolerable, especially for a newly opened establishment. After muttering a few curses, he hopped into a taxi. Returning home to tidy up, he remembered he still had to letting Xiang celebrate his birthday that evening. As the clock struck midnight, Shang Shui's celebration would have to wait until later. One bowl of water can be balanced, but 2 bowls certainly cannot. What about 3 or 5 bowls? During this time, Fei Ku was in and out, preventing Liang Can from getting any restful sleep. Irritated, Liang Can rose from bed, grumbling, Fei Gongzi, what on earth are you so busy with? Fei Ku looked up innocently. Did I disturb your rest, Brother Can? I apologize. I had no choice. I'm delivering milk tea to the girls, and with so many of them, I had to come in and out frequently. Truth be told, Liang Can seldom admired anyone, but at that moment, he found a degree of respect for Fei Ku. Pondering for a moment, Liang Can suggested, why not create a group for them? Whoever offers the best incentives can have you serve them first. Fei Ku blinked. Is that feasible? Of course not. Do you think you're the Urban Dragon King? After schooling Fei Ku, Liang Can took a shower, dressed, and prepared to head out. Upon exiting Hongdian, Liang Can thought that Xiang would likely be waiting for his message at Jichuan, so he pulled out his phone. Liang Can texted, Jia, where shall we meet? Xiang replied, come to my place, it's more convenient. Liang Can mused that being alone with 2 girls in less than 24 hours certainly held its own value. It appeared that Xiang's intentions were not far off from Shang Shui's. Perhaps because certain activities would seem embarrassing in public. It was better to engage in them at home, where no one could see. With a sigh, he pocketed his phone, reflecting on the burdens of the capable. Arriving at Jia's residence promptly, Liang Can knocked on the door. The vivacious Xiang greeted him with a beaming smile. Come in, birthday star. The term birthday star suited him well, and Liang Can nodded approvingly as he entered. A birthday cake adorned the table, inscribed with the words, Happy birthday, Liang Can. Moreover, there was a cartoonish representation of him. Did you prepare all of this? Liang Can inquired, leaning closer to inspect the cake, a grin spreading across his face. Since entering, he had discreetly observed Xiang's feet, which appeared even fairer and more delicate than before. What, then, distinguishes the tactile sensation from that of Shy? With this anticipation, Liang Can felt a subtle thrill. Yet, he could not simply dive in. A certain emotional buildup was necessary. How tedious, he mused. Could one not skip the formalities and directly caress the feet? As he spoke, Ying's delicate, soft toes reminiscent of silkworms, instinctively curled. YNGZ and SHY embodied contrasting temperaments. Though she possessed a hint of cunning, her overall disposition was cheerful and lively. At that moment, WNXY playfully dipped her finger into cream and dotting it onto Liang Can's nose, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Intrigued, Liang Can reciprocated, smearing a bit of cream on WNXY's face. "Oh dear, this is such a waste." As the birthday star, "You should indulge more," she teased, applying another layer of cream onto Liang Can's face. His competitive spirit ignited. He seized a handful of cream and playfully smeared it across WNXY's face. A dollop of cream plopped from her cheek, landing on her chest. With her face adorned in cream, WNXY tilted her head, hands on her hips, regarding Liang Can. "Well, this is quite the moment of pride," he thought. "Oh my apologies." Liang Can quickly grabbed a few tissues, instinctively reaching out to wipe the cream off WNXY. She was taken aback, staring down in surprise. As he continued, Liang Can began to sense the awkwardness of the situation. WNXY paused for a moment before jumping back, arms crossed defensively. Her cheeks flushed. "What are you doing with your hands?" It was evident that she had concealed something unexpected. Why else would she have rebounded from his playful attack? At that moment, remnants of cream still lingered at her neckline, and the sudden, unanticipated encounter left her momentarily dazed. "I had prepared to touch your feet, not this." Liang Can was equally caught off guard. His prior interaction with SHY having led him to become a bit too exuberant with WNXY. "This is all wrong. Everything is amiss. The touching of feet has been forsaken for what should not have been touched," he lamented. WNXY pouted, her tone tinged with faux distress. "Who wants to touch you?" With that, she turned and dashed into the bedroom, locking the door behind her. "I truly didn't mean it. It was an accident." "I apologize," Liang Can expressed, his face a mask of guilt. In truth, WNXY was not as angry as she appeared. Shyness overshadowed her initial irritation. Observing Liang Can's sincere demeanor, she huffed, "As long as you acknowledge your mistake, let it not happen again." "Understood." Liang Can cautiously approached, softly inquiring, "You're truly not upset anymore?" WNXY's cheeks still held a hint of pink as she cast a fleeting glance at him. "I genuinely am not upset." Li ne Can, filled with anticipation, gazed at WNXY, a bashful smile gracing his lips. "When will you reveal the surprise you promised me?" Chapter 84. Tears soaked the sweet rice cake, both sweet and glutinous, reminding me of her. It was not that Liang Can was greedy. Rather, he sought to rectify the situation. His purpose for being here was singular: to touch feet, and once more to touch feet. Having touched what should not have been, was it fair to neglect the feet altogether? WNXY bit her rosy lips, casting a shy glance at Liang Can. It seemed he had begun to suspect the surprise she had in store for him, hence his eagerness. "Would you like to drink some wine first?" WNXY timidly suggested. Liang Can raised an eyebrow. "Why will we drink wine?" WNXY hesitated. "I feel shy without it." "Then you may drink. I shall abstain." Liang Can replied rationally. "Alcohol dulls the senses, making the touch less perceptive." As he spoke, he jested, "You should drink less. I fear you might get tipsy and insist I stay the night." "Dream on," WNXY retorted, her stubbornness surfacing. "If I don't drink, we'll see who feels shy later." Her character thrived on stimulation to enter a playful state, and once engaged, her mischievous side would shine through. With a clear, resonant voice, WNXY teased, "Liang Can, are you more inclined towards the black stockings or the white ones?" As she spoke, she revealed 2 pairs of stockings hidden behind her. Tilting her head, she smiled brightly. Liang Can rubbed his chin, contemplating, "Could I wear one black and one white?" "That's not permissible. You must choose one color." WNXY declared, "Today is my birthday." "That doesn't matter," he replied, observing her playful defiance. "It's truly a difficult choice." In truth, it was not difficult at all. WNXY suited the white stockings perfectly. Besides, he had already experienced the black ones, making the switch more appealing. "Then, I choose white," Liang Can finally resolved. "All right," Liang Can suddenly called out. "You must wear them in front of me. This is a non-negotiable demand, or else the birthday celebration is off." WNXY narrowed her eyes, asking, "You want to leap forward to lick my feet, will you?" "Never. After knowing each other for this long, do you doubt my character?" With a playful roll of her eyes, WNX Ying settled onto the sofa, leaning forward to put on the stockings. "Li nese enes tut bi." Guiding her, "Put them on slowly, don't rush." WNX Ying looked up, slightly exasperated. "You're asking too much." "Li nese ene chukka." "I'm merely trying to ease your shyness and lighten the mood." "Then I ought to thank you," she replied, following his instructions to wear the stockings. Finally, she hooked her fingers around the edges and pulled upward, releasing them with a soft pop as the elastic fabric enveloped her thighs, a gentle sound accompanying the motion. Liang Can let out a satisfied sigh. "All right, take a seat on the sofa. I'm about to unwrap your gift." He gestured towards WNX Ying. She glanced at him, supporting herself with her hands on the sofa, lifting her legs to rest on the cushions, thoughtfully placing them atop a pillow. Suddenly, Linesen et pupin dilatet. WNX Ying's white stockings revealed a delightful surprise. The soles were adorned with pink paw pads. Tilting her head, WNX Ying beamed. "What do you think? Is it surprising enough?" Liang Can genuinely marveled. "Indeed, it's a surprise. I never imagined you had such talent in this regard. Shall I let you touch them?" "Yes." WNX Ying beckoned playfully. "Call me sister." "Have you lost your mind?" "I'd call you mother if you asked." Liang Can immediately responded, "Sister." Herein lies the contrast between WNX Ying and SHY. WNX Ying, when given freely, would request something in return. Yet to Liang Can, such requests felt more like rewards. Liang Can settled down, extending his hands to cradle WNX Ying's feet, resting them on his lap. Throughout this interaction, he observed her closely. WNX Ying's breathing had noticeably quickened, the plush pillow nearly squished by her embrace. "Don't be nervous. It's common for the first time," Liang Can reassured her. With her face buried in the pillow, WNX Ying murmured, "You're expecting a second time?" Liang Can inquired, "Will you not allow it? Let me see your performance first, right?" He raised an eyebrow. WNX Ying huffed softly, muttering, "Just know it tickles." Through the sheer fabric of the stockings, her rounded toes, painted in a delicate shade of pink, were undeniably charming. WNX Ying's eyes glimmered with mischief. She was not merely allowing Liang Can to indulge. She often resisted his touch with her toes. Such interactions transformed the atmosphere, diminishing any awkwardness and replacing it with amusement. Witnessing Liang Can's delight as he admired her small feet, she wondered, "Is this truly what you desire?" Liang Can met her gaze. "I adore your feet. I have no interest in anyone else's." "Why is that?" "Because your feet are fragrant." Wenxing naturally assumed that she would exude fragrance. For the past few days, she had diligently applied foot masks, dedicating her utmost attention to her feet during her daily wash routine. Before Liang Can's arrival, she even took the liberty to spritz her feet with perfume. If it had not smelled delightful, was there any justice in the world? Liang Can toyed with her for a few more moments before releasing Wenxing. "Are you finished?" she inquired. Liang Can nodded just enough to tease. "I mustn't overstep my bounds. You have made such sacrifices to surprise me for my birthday. I am at a loss as to how to repay you." Wenxing realized that what captivated her most about Liang Can was his unpredictability. Had he succumbed to temptation and kissed her today, she would have been prepared. Yet, he refrained. It seemed that Liang Can was there to ascertain his position in her heart, she surmised. Liang Can chuckled. "In this regard, girls have the upper hand. If I were to offer my feet for your amusement, you would surely recoil." Wenxing feigned disdain. "Well, it is good that you understand. Who would have a penchant for feet? They are utterly detestable. But you do not know men. Men can be quite shameless," Liang Can countered. "Would you find me repulsive for harboring such peculiar preferences?" Wenxing gazed at Liang Can and replied nonchalantly, "If I found you repulsive, why would I allow you to touch me? You are the one who captivates me. I am willing to embrace your quirks." In these exchanged words, they both found a sense of security in one another. Liang Can ceased any further analysis. The esteemed young lady was willing to indulge him in such a manner, which was already a breach of conventional boundaries. There was no need to overthink her intentions. It was time to proceed with flirtation. In later days, Liang Can often heard the youth speak of a term, cliff-like breakups. This referred to relationships that could transform from intimacy one night to strangers the next day without warning. Such occurrences stemmed from relationships that developed too swiftly, leaving little room for genuine understanding. More often, however, it was a case of being taken advantage of. Physical intimacy often acts as a shortcut to closeness, bypassing the journey of truly understanding one's partner, instead focusing on their corporeal form. Such actions do little to enrich one's emotional landscape. Ultimately, what one seeks is emotional value. To Liang Can, premature intimacy resembled fleeting fireworks in the night. Spectacular, but quickly rendered dull. He was determined to engage with Xiying meaningfully and would approach it with caution. Gazing at Wen Xiying, Liang Can teased. "What this? Are you astonished that I know my limits?" "Oh, so even dear King Can is capable of restraint?" Wen Xiying smirked. "You have not been shy about touching, have you? Who was it that was so eager moments ago?" "Indeed, it was I. I hope the next occasion will not be too far away." "You are simply radiant." Liang Can suddenly adopted a more serious demeanor. "You understand the significance of my words. I have refrained from pushing further because I value this connection. I wish for this relationship to develop at its own pace, rather than rushing it along." When Xiying gazed at Liang Can, her eyes sparkling with understanding, and nodded slightly, "Yes, I understand." After spending a considerable time at Wen Xiying's residence, the two abstained from any further physical contact, engaging instead in light conversation over 2 cans of low-alcohol fruit wine. Liang Can found himself reluctant to stay in a hotel that night. Who would willingly choose to occupy a room alone? The front desk attendant regarded him with a curious expression, as if to say, "Why is such a handsome man here alone?" Thus, Liang Can departed Wen Xiying's abode just before the dormitory doors closed. Once seated in a taxi, he retrieved his phone and deactivated airplane mode, also silencing notifications from Shang Shuyi's chat. This was not a matter of being unfaithful. Rather, it was a matter of showing respect to the girl he was dating. He chuckled at himself for feeling sentimental. As Shang Shu, he had not sent him a single message. He sent her a text. "Are you a heartbreaker? You played with my hand with your foot just past midnight, and not a word from you all day." Shang Shui replied, "I just woke up. My foot has been aching all night." Liang Can responded, "Take care of your foot. I would hate to see you in pain." The following day, Liang Can awoke to find Fei Ku hastily preparing to leave. "Where are you off to?" Liang Can asked, intrigued by Fei Ku's daily escapades. Was this the same girl who had a tumultuous relationship with her ex? One that he had taken advantage of? "Good memory, Kingu," Fei Ku exclaimed. "You said you were no longer interested in her, finding her too simplistic and lacking challenge." "That was in the past," Fei Ku replied, raising a finger conspiratorially. "It seems she has recently rekindled a dramatic saga with her ex, causing her to experience a roller coaster of emotions, which is why she is now in need of a drip for low blood sugar. I believe it is time to pursue her once more." "Impressive," Liang Can remarked, giving Fei Ku a thumbs up. Suddenly, he remembered something. "I'll accompany you to the infirmary, buy 2 bottles of Yunnan Bai Yao, and perhaps meet this intriguing woman with a legendary past." Before heading to the infirmary, Liang Can accompanied Fei Ku to the cafeteria, where he helped her pack a bowl of rice porridge and some pickles. Holding the takeout container, Fei Ku said, "Kingu, about that group I mentioned before. I have given it some thought." Liang Can raised an eyebrow. "What are your thoughts?" "This is my plan," Fei Ku said animatedly. "Typically, girls would reject such proposals, but I currently have a few top-tier beakers at hand. They possess a low moral compass and a strong curiosity. Perhaps they would be open to this novel approach to fishing. Indeed, you may discover that this could lead to even more," Liang Can mused. "Life is about experiences. Your thought process is commendable, aligning perfectly with my suggestion of seeking out those who embody the green tea archetype to refine your skills." Liang Can praise Fei Ku. "I have even thought of a group name for you. What shall it be? We shall call it the Sea Abalone Assault Team." Fei Ku's eyes lit up, and she burst into laughter. "Kingu, you have led me down this path of no return. If one day I am pursued by girls, you must shelter me." Fei Ku said this gleefully, only to suddenly realize that Liang Can had vanished. "What a fool. Even in seeking danger, he forgets to take me along." Liang Can took a shortcut to the infirmary and approached the school nurse. "Hello, I would like to purchase 2 bottles of Yunnan Bai Yao." The nurse retrieved 2 boxes from the counter and casually asked, "Where have you injured yourself?" "It is not for me. It is for my girlfriend who stands at 1.72 meters, has legs that measure 1 meters, is fair-skinned, beautiful, and comes from a wealthy family." The nurse paused before replying, "I cannot treat your symptoms here. You should see a psychiatrist at a larger hospital." "Humph, a sparrow cannot comprehend the ambitions of a swan." Liang Can picked up the plastic bag containing the Yunnan Bai Yao and turned to leave when he suddenly leaned back. Inside, A strikingly beautiful girl with a pale complexion was receiving in four drip, her eyes glistening with a hint of melancholy. Liang Can's good friend Fei Ku was half squatting beside her, earnestly offering her the rice porridge. Senior, you must eat something. If you fall ill, how can you continue to entangle yourself with your ex? I'm not leaving, Liang Can mused, crouching and tiptoeing closer, only to notice that the school nurse was following closely behind. Doctor, what are you doing? The nurse raised a finger to her lips, I want to see too. In that moment, Liang Can felt a kinship with her and decided to observe how Fei could typically interacted with girls. Xin li, tang ju, but I truly cannot eat, the senior said softly. Are you feeling down? Ami kiskiviko inkuret. Kin li silently nodded. Fei Ku placed a bowl of kanji on the adjacent seat, his voice gentle as he said, How about I bark like a dog to amuse you? Senior, Liang Can. The school doctor remarked, I've seen all sorts of foolishness, including those who would harm themselves out of love. Despite his vast experience, he couldn't help but give Fei Ku a thumbs up upon seeing him. The school doctor inquired of Liang Can, Do you know this student? Liang Can quickly shook his head. Say no, I don't know him. Just as Liang Can was secretly observing, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. What are you sneaking around for? A questioning voice, sweet like a child's, called from behind. Liang Can turned around to find Shang Shui, hurriedly covering her mouth and whispering, Keep it down. They are performing a Qionyao drama over there. Shang Shui glanced curiously into the infusion room and nodded. Releasing her mouth, Liang Can handed her the Yunnan Baiyao, saying, You came to buy medicine, right? I've already got it for you. Shang Shui indeed came for the medicine for bruises. She took the plastic bag with a smirk. Proudly huffing, You have a good conscience. The school doctor looked at Liang Can and then at Shang Shui, asking, Are you really his girlfriend? Shang Shui glanced at Liang Can and asked the school doctor, Doctor, has he fallen behind on medical fees? No, the doctor replied. I just wanted to say your boyfriend is quite interesting. The two originally spying turned into three people watching curiously. Since her ankle still hurt, Shang Shui held onto Liang Can's shoulder, peering in with curiosity. In the infusion room, Fei Ku barked a couple of times, tilting his head from side to side. Senior, are you feeling happier now? Senior Xan Li couldn't help but chuckle, poking Fei Ku's forehead. All right, I'll eat. Fei Ku's face immediately lit up with joy as he fed her the kanji spoonful by spoonful. Shang Shui gasped, covering her mouth. Isn't that your roommate? Liang Can nodded. I'm almost too embarrassed to admit it. Shang Shui's gaze lingered on Fei Ku and Xan Li, her lips pouting. If you had even half of him, I'd wake up laughing in my sleep. Liang Can, engrossed in the drama unfolding, did not hear her. However, the school doctor caught her words and looked at Shang Shui in surprise. It turned out the beautiful girl was indeed the playful boy's girlfriend. To be honest, they seemed quite well matched in terms of looks. In the infusion room, after taking a bite of kanji, Xan Li had Fei Ku delicately wipe her pale lips with a tissue. So, you won't be coming back anymore? Fei Ku shook his head, speaking with determination. I wish to be your platycodon. The school doctor was filled with curiosity. Shang Shui sighed softly. The flower language of platycodon is eternal love and waiting. Liang Can secretly gasped, thinking to himself that this was knowledge even he was unaware of. Shang Shui's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xan Li and Fei Ku, saying to Liang Can, Your roommate is truly affectionate. If you spend more time with him, you might become kinder. What do you know? Just chattering away, Liang Can scoffed. What are you holding in your hand, my ugliness? Yunnan Baiyao was bought in vain, that heartless woman. Shang Shui lightly punched Liang Can on the shoulder. From Liang Can's perspective, Fei Ku and the green tea girl could play around without issue, but a girl like Xan Li, who easily fell into obsession, seemed too delicate. Even a quarrel could lead to low blood sugar. If she ever saw Fei Ku's sea cucumber commando, she might just swoon. After hearing Fei Ku's explanation about the platycodon, Xan Li's eyes glimmered with tears, looking so pitiful and delicate. Fei Ku chuckled. Are you moved? Just don't make promises when you're feeling sentimental. She wasn't truly moved. In fact, the senior was thinking about why her boyfriend couldn't be as gentle with her. Fei Ku stood up and introduced. This is my roommate Liang Can. He.S. the one behind the popular campus diary. She almost let slip the term for the old sister-in-law, quickly correcting herself. This is Shang Shui from the accounting department, and she's good friend with Liang Can from high school. Hello. Xan Li nodded at Liang Can and Shang Shui. Hello. I have something to discuss with Fei Ku. Liang Can smiled as he pulled Fei Ku aside, voicing his concerns. Fei Gongzi, You need to change to another one. This one is a bit dangerous. That can wait until the senior gets better, Fei Ku replied nonchalantly, adding seriously, I think I'm a bit addicted to this. You all are very dangerous. Should we go to the hospital instead? Liang Can noticed Shang Shuyi was struggling to walk and reminded her. Shang Shuyi shook her head. It's nothing serious. A few sprays will do. Indeed, no matter how aloof a woman might seem, they all appreciated this sort of attention, especially since Shang Shuyi appeared aloof but was quite shy beneath the surface. Such a tragic couple, Shang Shuyi sighed. Liang Can shot a glance at Shang Shuyi, stubbornly saying, Actually, I can be more affectionate and explicit than him. Platycodon is child's play. Shang Shuyi curiously asked, Then how would you express that? Observing Shang Shuyi's eager expression, Liang Can declared with passion, The soft sighs you emit while using the restroom are no different to me than celestial music. Shang Shuyi's face turned frosty. If you dare to eavesdrop again, I will report you. You're angry, psycho. Meanwhile, Liang Can had already walked expressionlessly in front of Shang Shuyi, bent down, and positioned himself in a horse stance. Get on. What for? Shang Shuyi scratched her face, curiously asking, Won't this affect your pursuit of a girlfriend? Liang Can replied, If they don't agree to me being with you, then I 1TB with them. Shang Shuyi giggled a few times, then playfully made a sound as she climbed onto Liang Can's back. Liang Can lifted her long legs effortlessly, maintaining steady steps. Rather than holding onto Liang Can's shoulders, Shang Shuyi chose to drape herself over his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. This position brought their faces uncomfortably close, and one misstep could lead to a collision. Liang Can tilted his head. Your hair is tickling my nose. Shang Shuyi adjusted her long hair and suddenly fell silent. She felt more anxious now than she did when he touched her feet at home, as that was a private space. Now, they were in a bustling campus with people and traffic all around. Continuing to walk while carrying Shang Shuyi, Liang Can looked up at the sky and asked, Did you cut your bangs? Shang Shuyi revealed her smooth forehead. Yes, it does feel much more comfortable. Was it for me? You think too much. To deal with Liang Can's obstinate nature, Shang Shuyi had her own little trick. He would relentlessly pursue questions, forcing her to acknowledge that these subtle changes were for him. If she brought it up, it would be an indirect admission that she cut her bangs for him. Sometimes the answer is given, but it's just that you don't realize it. Shang Shuyi peered in astonishment at Liang Can's profile, stifling a laugh while gazing up at the sky, contemplating. I want you to expose your forehead too. Boys should look neat and cool. Liang Can also felt his hair had grown long, but hadn't he found the time to cut it. Thus, he readily agreed. All right, I'll go cut it right away. Shang Shuyi suddenly became anxious. Don't just walk into any random barber shop. I'll take you to find a reliable stylist. Their essay saying about how a man's hair is a shared asset between both partners. Chapter 86. Are we really dealing with a mechanical maid? Hangzhou has two criticized living disaster zones, food and hairdressing. This historically renowned city is most famous for Jiangxi stir-fry and McDonald's. The hairdressing scene often features exorbitant charges. Liang Can personally dislikes those so-called upscale salons, where the staff communicate like spies using code. Clearly, they're just a few steps apart, yet they solemnly use walkie-talkies. Senior Director, your scheduled guest has arrived. The average job title of staff at hair salons tends to exceed that of provincial departments. The place Shang Shuyi took Liang Can to was where she had her bangs cut. Upon entering the room, the two individuals instantly attracted a multitude of gazes. Apart from Liang Can and Shang Shuyi's extraordinary beauty, there was also the fact that Liang Can was carrying Shang Shuyi. It was evident to anyone familiar with them that Miss Shang was suppressing a smile. This delighted Shang Shuyi immensely, though she generally preferred to avoid excessive attention. In this instance, she wished for all eyes to be upon her. Welcome, Miss Shang, a staff member approached promptly. Are you here for hairstyle today? Shang Shuyi shook her head. First, please give him a wash. The staff member glanced at Liang Can, thinking it was akin to washing a car. After Liang Can had his hair washed, Shang Shuyi sat beside him, her focus unwavering and her expression serious. The hairstylist seemed to grow tense as well. Miss Shang, however you wish to cut it, I shall comply. Shang Shuyi turned to Liang Can and inquired, What hairstyle do you prefer? Liang Can shrugged, indifferent, as he looked handsome even with a shaved head. Hence, Shang Shuyi instructed the stylist, just trim it a bit, keep the sides short and avoid any American-style spikes. They are too troublesome to maintain, and he isn't diligent enough. After her instructions, the stylist chuckled. Miss Shang, You certainly have high standards for your boyfriend's appearance. Sheng Shui, somewhat sensitive, feared that Liang Can might perceive her as overly controlling. The mention of strict made her uneasy. Would Liang Can think I need to control everything about him? Liang Can, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and replied in a calm tone, "It's not about being strict. It's about valuing it." Sheng Shui paused, turning her head with a bright smile and newfound confidence. "Then let us cut it," as I said. 20 minutes later, Liang Can gazed at his reflection in the mirror, indeed looking much more refreshed. Sheng Shui, having a membership card, settled the payment directly. Once again carrying Sheng Shui out of the salon, Liang Can remarked, "Every time I spend your money so freely, I feel a bit guilty. Then just transfer the money to me. My bank card has demagnetized." Sheng Shui pouted, wrapping her arms around Liang Can's neck and stealing glances at him. If anyone still believed that Sheng Yufeng's actions led to Liang Can's displeasure, it would be a gross self-deception. To make amends, one must provide recompense. What does it mean to offer mere words? What about his feelings? Does he still harbor any resentment? In summary, Sheng Yufeng is indeed a scoundrel. What are you thinking? Liang Can suddenly asked. Sheng Shui jolted back to reality, her eyes wide. Nothing at all. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously asked, "Do you still hold a grudge against me? In what regard? Making you pretend to be my mother's boyfriend, getting you shot by my father, and all those incidents in high school." Liang Can halted, bouncing on his feet as he lifted Sheng Shui slightly. It felt as though two large water balloons were rolling over his back. After a moment of silence, he countered, "Is that why you are being so nice to me now?" Sheng Shui bit her lip and leaned close to Liang Can, whispering softly, "No. You like me?" Liang Can stated matter-of-factly. The air fell silent, filled only with Sheng Shui's gentle breathing. After a considerable time, she finally responded in a whisper, "I do." Finally uttering the words brought a sense of liberation to Sheng Shui. "I have no regrets about anything I have done. I only regret the way I approached you initially. Therefore, I can accept any outcome." Liang Can's lips curved into a smile, a hint of laughter in his voice. "Many people like me. You'll have to work hard." Sheng Shui blinked, not disheartened by his words. Instead, an intense emotion surged within her. For her, Liang Can's forgiveness was what she needed most at that moment. She continued to embrace his neck, resting her chin on his shoulder, murmuring softly, "No one can compare to me." Upon returning to their dormitory, Su Xiaoxian, who usually got along well with Sheng Shui, curiously asked, "Shui, why did it take you so long to buy medicine?" Sheng Shui placed the Yunnan Baiyao down. "I ran into Liang Can and took him to get a haircut. Originally, she intended to spray her ankle herself, but with her leg raised. Her thigh pressed against her chest, making it difficult to reach the injured area. She had no choice but to seek Su Xiaoxuan's assistance. "Could you help me spray it?" Su Xiaoxian shook the Yunnan Baiyao and sprayed it several times on Sheng Shui's ankle, then gently massaged it. "You treat this boyfriend of yours quite well. You handle everything for him, almost like raising a son." "He is not my boyfriend." Sheng Shui shook her head. "Oh, but soon he will be," the reserved Miss Sheng thought to herself. With his new haircut, Liang Can strolled towards the activity room, hands in his pockets, curious to see how Qi Xiaoheng and the others were progressing. It had been several days, and he wondered if the three of them had finished reading his project proposal. As he pondered, Liang Can touched his hair. It is said that one looks unattractive for 3 days after a haircut, but he felt no such thing. He still looked stunning. Entering the activity room, Liang Can inhaled deeply and frowned. What is that smell? Qi Xiaoheng and Kang Yuzhou were there, while Tan Zheng was nowhere to be found. Kang Yuzhou looked up. "Junior, it's the smell of silicone." Qi Xiaoheng added, "To be precise, it's the scent of room-temperature vulcanized silicone rubber." Silicone itself has no smell, but if you continuously heat it during experiments, the odor will become apparent. Liang Can recalled that Qi Xiaoheng had given him a procurement list a couple of days ago, which included this material. Approaching Qi Xiaoheng, Liang Can leaned over to examine the computer screen. "You're modeling ISNT quite right. It's too rough. Mainly because I lack any artistic skills. Why don't you find someone from a related major?" "Sure, I can visit the art academy and find someone with a good aesthetic sense." Liang Can explained. "Creating silicone dolls is just the first step. It merely serves to hone your skills. The key lies in the necessary software for the product." Kang Yuzhou raised his hand. "Junior, I have a database filled with various types of voice samples, including those of mature women, lolas, and housewives. Should we consider adding a bilingual program? It might even open doors for export in the future." That is a must. Liang Can became interested, smiling as he approached. Let me hear the material. Kong Yuzhou clicked the mouse, and suddenly, the activity room was filled with a continuous stream of alluring sounds. The melodies were enchanting and bold, igniting passion in the listeners. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Can instructed, just monotonous sounds aren't very engaging. Adding some dialogue would enhance it. Kong Yuzhou frowned. That's a bit challenging. Are you aiming for a conversational level? No, Liang Can shook his head, smiling knowingly. That level is indeed difficult. But if it's just a simple utterance, like call me daddy, that shouldn't be too hard, right? These techniques could later be applied to the Holy Grail. Voice-activated technology had become widespread in later years, yet seemed to have made little impact thus far. Liang Can aspired to be the first to pioneer this endeavor. With such a solid fan base, he felt it would be a disservice to not deliver something extraordinary in return for their unwavering support. He intended to pursue a high-quality route, establishing an unparalleled benchmark in the industry. Just imagining it brought him excitement. In 10 years, as robot companies flourished, this modest group could evolve into a shining star in the tech world. When asked in interviews, Mr. Liang, how did you get your start? He would proudly respond, by creating silicone maids. How cool is that? Or perhaps he could embellish the narrative, sharing how the founding team, under his leadership, sought self-rescue and forged a new path amidst financial difficulties, revitalizing the company through the Holy Grail and the dolls, leading to subsequent research and product development. It would be a touching story, one that would move listeners to tears. By then, the entire Maid series could feature multiple voice options, catering to consumers with unique preferences. For instance, Emma, you're getting old. Make sure to keep it lively. This technology company, which esteemed institution did its founder hail from? And from which academy did the core team predominantly emerge? While it is understandable that ZHD can contribute talent, it is perplexing that HNDN cannot do the same. What a thought to entertain. In that case, one might as well resign oneself to a life of servitude. How to describe it? During the undertaking of these endeavors, Liang Can and CHSHO, along with another, harbored no malevolent intentions, approaching their work with an entirely scholarly mindset. One night, as the hour grew late, Liang Can, stifling yawns, exited the activity room. The weather had begun to turn brisk, necessitating a jacket for the evening, lest the chill become unbearable. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, Liang Can hunched his shoulders as he made his way back to the dormitory, fortuitously encountering Zhu Ingzho. Cn. Zhu Ingzho exclaimed with a bright smile, wrapping an arm around Liang Can. Recently, the traffic for RJ has been quite impressive. I presented the results to the dean, and for the first time, that expressionless face of his revealed a hint of a smile. Liang Can replied with pride, is that all? I have something even more thrilling in store. Really? When have I ever deceived you, my student? You shall see soon enough. How? You've truly excelled with this account. I can report back to the principal with confidence. Yet, to be honest, a mere online account hardly constitutes an extraordinary achievement. With this thought in mind, Zhu Ingzho smirked, old man, prepare to be dazzled.